Only today have I truly understood what it means that there is always a higher mountain and a stronger man. I never imagined that this art of spiritual calculation could prove so unfailingly accurate. Morong Fong could not help but exclaim in heartfelt admiration. He had always been the most conceited of men, believing that among his peers there were few who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Yet in this moment he was wholly seized by a sense of his own inferiority. Indeed, it is we who have been shallow. This can no longer be called mere spiritual calculation. To name it a divine art that peeks into the very workings of heaven would not be an exaggeration. From this day forth we shall obey Brother Ye's instructions in all things. The others gazed at the extremely precious spirit herbs within their storage rings. The looks they cast toward Yi Xinglan had already shifted from initial suspicion to deep reverence, and they stepped forward one after another, eager to curry favor. Only Lin Chen could no longer maintain her composure. She wished to strike up a conversation and ease the tension between herself and Yi Xinglan, yet had no idea what to say. At this moment, she had already begun to secretly regret her earlier actions. Had she known, she would never have put on such lofty airs, leaving herself now in such an awkward position. Even so, she was certain that once the timing felt right, he would surely seize the chance to approach her, for in her mind no one could possibly resist her charm. When that time came, she would simply raise her terms once more and extend him an offer. She did not believe for a moment that he would be unmoved. To her disappointment, however, in the days that followed, Yi Xinglan devoted himself wholly to searching for spirit herbs, dutifully issuing one order after another, clearly with no intention of having any additional dealings with her. Could it be that this fellow truly has not the slightest interest in this fairy? Lin Chen was utterly perplexed. Time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye more than half a month had passed. On this particular day, the afterglow of the setting sun spilled down from above the secret realm, drawing out the shadows of the group into long silhouettes. Yi Feng halted at the entrance of a mountain range shrouded in dense thunderclouds. His gaze pierced toward the depths where lightning raged in a mysterious region, and a sharp glint flashed within his eyes. There lay the fabled fifth layer of the secret realm, the most enigmatic of all levels, and also the most perilous region within the Canglong secret realm. Behind him, the gathered scions of noble clans also came to a simultaneous halt at the entrance, expressions of undisguised dread spreading across their faces. Everyone, there are still 3 days left before this secret realm trial ends. I intend to venture into the fifth layer of the secret realm to test my fortune. I wonder what your thoughts are. Yi Feng turned around and looked at Lin Chen and the other clan elites behind him, posing the question in an even. Over the past half-month, his cooperation with these 6 clan elites had been exceedingly smooth. Together, they had harvested dozens of rare spirit herbs of over 100,000 years, and based on contributions, he alone had received as many as 9. Each of these 9 herbs was a treasure of inestimable worth. Now, however, the party had reached the edge of the 4th layer. The easily obtained spiritual items had already been gathered almost to completion, while most of what remained was guarded by exceedingly powerful demonic beasts, leaving them no courage to covet them further. Thus he intended to venture into the 5th layer for exploration. What? Brother Yi, you actually plan to enter the 5th layer? Startled by Yi Xinglan's words, everyone cried out in alarm. Brother Yi, you must think this through. That 5th layer. Throughout tens of thousands of years, not a single trial taker who stepped into it has ever emerged alive. It must not be set foot in. Yi Wuing spoke first, his voice trembling uncontrollably. As Yi Xinglan's staunchest supporter, he had already witnessed the other's fearsome prowess time and again, yet even so he could not believe that Yi Xinglan had the ability to break through the 5th layer of the secret realm. After all, that 5th layer was acknowledged by all as a forbidden zone. There, Yi clan's ancestral injunction stated that none were ever to step within it, and it was a warning impressed upon every member before they entered the realm. Indeed, Brother Yi, this matter is most improper. Morong Fong, clad in sumptuous armor, hastily spoke up in agreement. Even he, a proud elite from the foremost legendary clan who was usually brimming with arrogance, felt not the slightest urge to pry into the 5th layer. In the past tens of thousands of years, many of the Morong clan's lofty geniuses, believing themselves extraordinary, had attempted to enter the 5th layer. Not a single one had ever returned, and the clan had lost countless talents there. Thus, even with their formidable strength, the Morong clan had also established an ancestral decree never again to repeat such a mistake. Brother Yi, our gains on this journey have already been abundant. Once the secret realm closes and we return, we will certainly be heavily rewarded. Your future is boundless as it is. There is truly no need to take this risk. The others all nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Yi Feng filled with earnest dissuasion. The demonic beasts of the 4th layer were already troublesome enough, only under his near-flawless mystical guidance, and their united efforts had they managed to persevere until now. In their eyes, the 5th layer was an uncompromising road to death where danger was measured in seconds, and they would never consider venturing there. Yet Yi Feng remained unmoved. I am truly grateful for everyone's concern, he said, but if I do not attempt the 5th layer, it will become a lifelong regret. Since none of you intend to accompany me, then let us part ways here. Yifeng clasped his fists and bowed to them with solemn respect, then turned to leave. The closer he drew to the fifth layer, the more violently the divine dragon bloodline within his body surged and boiled. He was certain that within that fifth layer lay something of immense importance to him. This. Seeing Yi Xinglan's unshakable resolve, the others exchanged helpless looks at a loss for words. Hey Yi Xinglan, don't be foolish. I know you're doing this just to attract this young lady's attention. You've already succeeded. If you stop here, then once we return you may come to the Lin clan to propose, and I will certainly give it some consideration. With her brows tightly knit, Lin Chen stepped forward and seized Yifeng's sleeve, trying to stop him. Over these days she had been wholly conquered by his capabilities. Not only had his spiritual calculations never once erred, his personal combat strength was in no way inferior to hers, fully qualifying him to become her Dao partner. She believed that his talk of entering the fifth layer was merely a show to force her into making the first move. The instant her words fell, Ouyang Xiong and the others all drew sharp breaths, their eyes brimming with envy. Lin Chen statement was in essence an acceptance of his proposal. On one hand, they envied the Lin clan for being able to recruit such an unparalleled genius, and the future benefits that would bring. On the other, they envied Yi Xinglan for winning such a beauty, his romantic fortune clearly extraordinary. Unfortunately, Yi Xinglan seemed impervious to both persuasion and temptation, and their own clans had no terms enticing enough to recruit him. Hearing Lin Chen words, Yifeng's expression however turned strangely complicated once more. Fairy Lin, I do not know which of my actions gave you such a misunderstanding, but I must apologize, he said. I truly do not harbor that sort of intention toward you. My decision to enter the fifth layer is not to prove anything to anyone, but solely to fill a regret in my own heart. For that I am sorry, but this journey I must undertake. Yifeng lightly brushed her hand away, his voice calm, yet carrying an unassailable determination. As his words fell, he no longer hesitated. He turned around and strode toward the entrance of that mountain range. Lin Chen heard those utterly crushing words, and her face alternated between green and pale. The self-confidence she had built over many years collapsed in an instant. How could this be possible? She had finally summoned the courage to say such words, yet the other party rejected her without the slightest mercy. Could it truly be that she had simply overestimated her own importance? The other young elites of the noble families, upon hearing this, also widened their eyes in unison, feeling as though they were trapped in a dream. This Fairy Lin was one of the rare favored daughters of heaven among the younger generation, with a beauty among the most peerless of her peers, yet Yi Xinglan remained unmoved. Too impressive. He was simply a paragon of their generation. Even Morong Feng silently admitted he could never have done the same. Though he normally had extremely high standards, if he could truly marry someone like Lin Chen, he would be overjoyed. Unfortunately, the two found each other disagreeable, fated to have affinity without destiny. Seeing that Yi Xinglan was about to disappear into the distance, the young elites of the noble families hurriedly rushed after him once more. Brother Yi, wait a moment. This is a token of our Murong clan. If one day Brother Yi is fortunate enough to walk out alive, you may visit our Murong clan as a guest, and you will surely be treated with the highest honors. Yes, Brother Yi, this is the command token of our Yi clan. With this token you may go to any branch of the Yi clan. Whatever you request, we will spare no effort to fulfill it. This is a token of our Gong family. With it you may eat and drink freely at any tavern or inn owned by our family. One after another they racked their brains to leave him some way to contact them. Alright, many thanks. We shall meet again. Yifeng accepted each of their tokens one by one, offered his thanks, and then, without further delay, leaped into the entrance of the mountain range. A piercing frigid wind rushed toward him, whipping his robes so that they snapped and fluttered. Overhead dense lightning and thunder roared, accompanied by the howls of vicious beasts echoing from all directions, yet Yifeng's steps did not falter in the slightest. His figure grew smaller and smaller as he went deeper. With every few breaths the radiance around his body dimmed a little, until at last his entire person was completely swallowed by the gloomy mist of the mountains. Back at the entrance, Lin Chen stared blankly at Yi Xinglan's departing back. In her gaze were both unwillingness and a faint, indefinable melancholy. What a pity, she murmured. She had thought he was an ancient millennium prodigy of youth, but had not expected his mind to be so hopelessly stubborn. The other noble youths, seeing that Yi Xinglan truly meant to go through with it, looked at one another, then gazed toward the entrance of the mountain range. As one they revealed expressions of fear and regret, retreating several steps and no longer daring to approach. They could only sit down cross-legged at their original spot, quietly waiting for the secret realm trial to come to an end. The fifth layer of the secret realm. The moment Yifeng stepped into this world, deafening thunder exploded beside his ears. Bolts of violet gold lightning rampaged like mad dragons, tearing apart the dim clouds and crashing violently down upon the earth. All around, scorched, blackened mountains were devoid of even a single blade of grass. The ground was covered in web-like fissures from which vicious poisonous serpents and demon pythons would occasionally surge forth, tongues flickering, their scarlet pupils locking coldly onto the intruder. Farther away, gargantuan pythons as massive as hills lay coiled between the ridges, exuding an aura that chilled the souls of all who sensed it. So many venomous pythons and serpents gathered here. Yifeng was secretly astonished. No wonder no one dared set foot here. These pythons, whether large or small, each carried a cultivation aura, at least comparable to the nascent soul realm. Guided only by the indications of the heavenly fate disk, he restrained his breath and aura, carefully threading his way through the narrow spaces between the ferocious beasts and serpent swarms, inching forward along a winding path in a certain direction. Ever since entering the fifth layer, black chi had continuously coiled above his head, so he placed each step with extreme caution, fearing that the slightest misstep would see him torn to shreds by some lurking monster. Fortunately, with precise sensing, whenever the black chi grew too dense, he would immediately halt and decisively adjust his course, choosing another path where the black mist gradually thinned and life's slender road opened before him. Suddenly, not long after one such change in direction, the earth mound ahead erupted with a deafening boom, and a massive black shadow burst violently out from underground. The shadow bore a single horn upon its head and a body like an enormous serpent, its entire form clad in dark red scales, with two broom-like claws protruding from its thick trunk. A true flood dragon. Yifeng was startled and immediately accelerated his flight to escape. Yet this flood dragon seemed to have quite a temper. It raised one claw and swiped toward him, intent on obliterating the tiny being that dared disturb its slumber. Razor-edged light tore through the air, shrieking as it arrived in an instant, clawing straight for the vital point at Yifeng's back. In that hair's-breadth moment, Yifeng did not even have time to think. His toes slammed into the ground, and his body shot forward like lightning into a nearby hollow, while his right hand drew the purple sword at his waist, holding it behind him as he simultaneously activated the defensive power of the star ring. With a metallic clang, Yifeng's entire body shuddered as he was hammered straight down into the depression, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, the material of the purple sword was extraordinarily tough, helping him dissipate most of the force. Believing that the insignificant human had been destroyed with a casual swipe, the flood dragon did not pursue any further. Such terrifying power. Yifeng's heart tightened. If he had not adjusted his route in time, using his chi-watching art, keeping a greater distance from the flood dragon, and if not for the purple sword and star ring's combined defense, he would surely have been annihilated without even a corpse left behind. He had narrowly escaped death. This brush with annihilation made him even more cautious thereafter. After resting for a moment in the hollow until the flood dragon once more sank into slumber, Yifeng set out again. Continuing deeper into the secret realm, the thunderclouds ahead grew denser, and the beasts he encountered became ever more ferocious. He saw hundreds upon hundreds of poisonous demon scorpions, each a full zhang tall, clustered together, and titanic winged tigers whose unfurled wings blotted out the sky. He even saw tens of thousands of various vicious pythons roaming in every direction. Relying on the precise foresight of his chi-watching art, he sometimes crouched low and skimmed through thickets, sometimes detoured to climb over ridgelines. Each step was like walking on thin ice. He never once engaged any beast heeded, instead constantly deducing and seeking a narrow path to survival moments before each crisis descended. He did not know how long he had been rushing forward when the terrain ahead suddenly fell away into a bottomless abyssal gorge. Peering down from the mouth of the gorge, he felt only a profound stillness below. No beasts moved there, and even the lightning in the sky no longer struck down, as though no living being had set foot there for tens of thousands of years. At this sight, Yifeng's heart stirred. The destination indicated by the heavenly fate disk had finally appeared. However, what could be lurking beneath this abyss? He quietly descended the steep slope, making his way to the bottom of the chasm to begin his search. At the bottom of the abyss, bizarre rocks jutted out, resembling a natural great formation. Within, he felt an overwhelming sense of his soul being at risk of being drawn away. Fortunately, the celestial mechanism occasionally emitted a wave of energy, mending his soul's injuries and preventing him from fainting. He knew this place was extremely mysterious and likely held significant opportunities, so he had to persevere. He was unaware of how much time had passed when he suddenly rounded a stone peak, and the sight before him shook him to the core. In the deepest part of the abyss, he saw several chains of unknown material, each 100 feet long, binding a colossal dragon skeleton firmly to the rock wall. The surrounding abyss walls pulsed with runes, faintly exuding a murderous aura resembling an ancient purgatory, inscribed with the three characters locking Dragon Abyss. The dragon skeleton in the center stood several stories high. Despite having endured the ravages of countless millennia, it still exuded an air of superiority that looked down upon the world. Locking Dragon Abyss. Could this possibly be a true dragon? But how could that be? Yifeng's eyes widened as he gazed at the skeleton ahead, secretly thinking that he must be dreaming. After all, true dragons, such divine beasts, were said to have only existed in ancient times and had long since gone extinct millions of years ago. In the current cultivation world, it was already impressive to acquire even a drop of true dragon blood or a single hair. How could there possibly be a complete dragon skeleton before him? He immediately prepared to approach and examine what this dragon skeleton was made of. However, in the next moment, a deafening roar echoed throughout the locking dragon abyss. Then a golden dragon soul suddenly burst forth from the massive dragon skeleton, its crimson gaze locking onto Yi Feng's position. With a fierce flick of its body, it charged straight at Yi Feng. It's over. Upon witnessing this scene and the overwhelming aura of the golden dragon phantom, Yi Feng's heart sank in terror. He hurriedly dodged and raised the purple sword in his hand to defend himself. Unfortunately, the speed of this dragon soul was extraordinarily swift. Before the massive dragon might even drew near, a tremendous energy storm struck him, causing his entire body to shake violently, and suddenly everything went black as he fainted completely. A day later, at a certain location in the vast mountain range, the entrance to the Zonglong secret realm was already on the Jade Square. Hundreds of feet long and wide, a throng of elders and high-ranking members from various prominent families stood densely packed. Dressed in brocade robes with jade belts, they exuded a steady aura, yet their gazes were all fixed on the shimmering entrance of the secret realm, filled with anticipation and urgency. Today marked the end of the Zonglong secret realm, and all those who entered the secret realm for the trial would be unified and teleported out today, as long as they were still alive. The future 10 years for each prominent family hinged on whether they could acquire enough rare resources and urgently needed high-grade spiritual herbs, all depending on today's results. I wonder how the harvest will be this time. Many were filled with worry, including the powerful first-rate families. After all, the amount of harvest from each entry into the secret realm was greatly related to luck, and even they could not predict the outcome in advance. Only the elders of a few legendary families remained somewhat calm, casually chatting. After all, they had sent numerous participants, and regardless of when the secret realm opened, the resources they obtained would not be few. It was merely a matter of ranking. Elder Morong, with your Morong nephew personally participating, I'm sure the first place this time will definitely belong to your Morong family, right? A slightly plump middle-aged man stroked his small beard, looking at another composed middle-aged man with a square face, his tone tinged with envy. Haha, naturally. My Morong family's young men would never settle for second place. But your Lin family ought to do well this time too. I heard you arranged for Lin's niece to enter. Perhaps even second place is possible. How could I dare to have such extravagant hopes? Our Lin family's foundation is still lacking somewhat. We only seek not to come in last. The middle-aged man known as Elder Morong smiled heartily, his face full of pride. Upon hearing this, the slightly plump middle-aged man paused and stroking his beard, and then humbly replied, Elder Lin, need not belittle yourself. The last place is traditionally occupied by the Shao family and the Zheng family. When has it ever been your Lin family's turn? The square-faced middle-aged man found it rare to offer some consolation. What he said was true. Although the Lin family's ranking was not high in previous instances, they had never come in last. Alas, this time it may not be certain. The Shao family and the Zheng family have sent out capable individuals, and although they may not have outstanding talents, their overall strength is generally above average. But what about the Yi family? Oh, the Yi family. There might actually be some possibility. The slightly plump middle-aged man's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The Yi family was represented by their least capable youngest son, and given his personality, he might just slack off or mess things up entirely. If that were the case, their Lin family would not end up in last place. After hearing this exchange, the slightly plump middle-aged man felt considerably more at ease. The elders of several legendary families formed a distinct tier at the front of the square, casually discussing and speculating on the rankings for the top 10. Meanwhile, behind them, many first and second-rate families were also comparing and discussing the rankings from 11th. For this second tier, the consensus for last place was the Nangon family. After all, in the previous decade, the Nangon family had the top genius Nangon Luyun supporting them, suddenly rising to prominence, achieving a decent ranking. However, in this decade, they had basically no standout talents, and crucially, there was a son-in-law who relied on others to gain a spot, without any contribution, which would surely lead to a dismal result. Hearing these rumors, several elders of the Nangon family felt the urge to refute, but found no confidence to do so, remaining silent instead. Just as the crowd was in heated discussion, with nearly everyone convinced that the Nangon family would surely come in last, the shimmering light at the entrance suddenly trembled violently. Buzz. A brilliant radiance flashed by, and then one by one figures staggered out from the light curtain. The trial participants have emerged. The square instantly fell silent, and all eyes were firmly fixed. The first to emerge were the younger members of smaller families, most of whom wore despondent expressions and bore varying degrees of injuries, with only a few spiritual herbs among them. Witnessing this scene, all the members of the families felt a heavy sinking in their hearts, sensing an ominous foreboding. Could something have gone wrong in the secret realm? That would be disastrous. Fortunately, not long after, as several elite members from the first-rate families gradually appeared, the mood of the crowd improved considerably. It seemed the difficulty of the secret realm had not increased. Some individuals were still able to achieve considerable gains. However, as the children of several legendary families emerged, the crowd suddenly erupted in excitement. Hiss! Your Morong family is indeed powerful. You have harvested so much you must have set a record. Haha, your Lin family is not bad either. The upper echelons of most legendary families were beaming with joy upon witnessing the gains of their descendants. The harvest this time far exceeded their expectations, especially the spiritual herbs over 10,000 years old, which were simply more abundant than ever before. However, soon a piece of news arrived that left everyone astonished. What? The Shao family actually ranked last among the legendary families. And the Yi family, on the contrary, is ranked at the very top. How could this be? All the elders of the families widened their eyes, unable to believe their ears. Even several elders from the Morong family felt a sense of absurdity. Their Morong family's gains were indeed considerable. Each member had given their all, with over 10 high-grade spiritual herbs collected. How could they possibly have lost? Soon they discovered the reason. It turned out that the Yi family's remarkable rise was related to a young man named. Most of the Yi family members had spent their time following Yi Xinglan, receiving his guidance, which resulted in them harvesting over 130 spiritual herbs over 10,000 years old. Have you ever heard of someone named Yi Xinglan? What is so special about him that he could lead the Yi family to such great gains? The elder with a square face from the Morong family turned to the surrounding people confused. He had never heard of this name, nor had he heard of the Yi family inviting any particularly strong experts to assist them. Unfortunately, most of the people around shook their heads in response. They too were hearing about this for the first time. Ultimately, it was a slightly plump middle-aged man from the Lin family who provided an answer. I had not heard of him before, but according to my niece Yi Xinglan, is an unprecedented master of insight into the heavenly mysteries, able to use divination without reservation, and it works every time. Moreover, it seems he knows the names, all martial arts information, and the flaws of each trial participant thoroughly. The slightly plump middle-aged man introduced gravely. He had just heard this name and account from his niece. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the square-faced elder immediately gasped. A talent like this had actually emerged among the younger generation. Someone quickly check who this person is. Realizing the value of this genius, the square-faced elder hurriedly commanded those nearby. He speculated that this person could not possibly come from a strong family, otherwise he would not have joined the Yi family's ranks. He had resolved to recruit this person into the Morong family at all costs. After all, a genius like this was of immense value. At the same time, the Gong family, Yun family, and several other legendary families also heard their younger generation's descriptions and began to rapidly send people out to investigate. Unfortunately, the results left them greatly disappointed. Reporting to the elder, there is no one named Yi Xinglan on the list of trial participants, nor is there anyone with a similar name. What? How could this be? Then where did he come from? The elders of several legendary families were all bewildered upon hearing this. The commotion soon reached the ears of other first- and second-tier families, and Yi Xinglan's achievements quickly became the focus of everyone's discussions. No wonder the Morong family and Lin family could harvest so many spiritual herbs over 10,000 years this time. No wonder the Yi family could take first place, while our Shao family, despite our lineup, ended up at the bottom. Elders from the Lu family, Shao family, Zheng family, and others all realized the truth. In the next moment, they all issued commands to search for Yi Xinglan's whereabouts. They even found Yi Wuying and asked him in detail about that individual. Unfortunately, Yi Wuying did not know much about Yi Xinglan and could not provide them with a satisfactory answer. As for the speculation that Yi Xinglan might have some connection with the Nangong family, Yi Wuying kept that to himself and did not divulge it. In the end, the elders of various prominent families could only eagerly watch the exit of the secret realm, keeping an eye out for any suspicious individuals to see if Yi Xinglan would emerge, wondering which genius might be masquerading as him. On the other side, several elders from the Nangong family were anxiously waiting for their elite members to come out. Although they suspected that their harvest this time would not be substantial, there was still a glimmer of hope in their hearts as they wanted to know the exact results. After all, many of them had hit a bottleneck in their cultivation and were in dire need of items that could assist in breakthroughs. At that moment, the light curtain shook violently once again, and three figures emerged one after another. Leading the way was Lu Yunshu, a core elite of the Nangong family whose green armor was already stained with blood, clearly having gone through quite a bit of fighting, with a hint of undeniable fatigue in her brow. Following closely behind her were Nangong Lai and Nangong Hao, both of whom also bore significant injuries. Fortunately, these injuries were not too severe. Look, the people from the Nangong family have come out. As soon as the three appeared, they drew everyone's attention. Haha, judging by their appearance, they probably didn't find anything good, right? The crowd erupted in laughter. The expressions of these three elites from the Nangong family were quite similar to those of the lesser family's disciples, indicating that they likely had no good results. As the onlookers chattered away, Lu Yunshu had already stepped gracefully forward to the elders of the Nangong family. You're out. Don't be disheartened, it's good enough to come back alive. The number of spiritual herbs is secondary. The lead elder of the Nangong family, an elderly man, glanced at the three and began to offer consolation. Seeing their appearance, he could tell that things probably did not go well. However, Lu Yunshu quickly handed over a storage bag, saying, Elder, we are not disheartened. Our gains this time are considerable. Lu Yunshu's voice was clear, carrying no hint of despair. Oh. The elder of the Nangong family was taken aback at her words, taking the storage bag with skepticism and using his spiritual sense to scan it. However, in the next moment, he was instantly shaken, the gloom on his face clearing, replaced by an expression of incredulous delight. Inside the storage bag lay no less than 18 spiritual herbs over 10,000 years old, and astonishingly, there were over 50 spiritual herbs that were several thousand years old. Such a harvest was hardly inferior to the last time, when Nangong Luyun personally led the expedition. What on earth happened? The voice of the elder of the Nangong family trembled slightly as he fixed his gaze on Lu Yunshu and asked. In his expectations, it would have been remarkable for the Nangong family to have 4 or 5 spiritual herbs over 10,000 years, yet he never imagined there would be so many. Reporting elder, all of this is thanks to a guy named Yixinglan. Lu Yunshu's cheeks flushed slightly, and despite her fatigue, she expressed gratitude, briefly recounting her experiences after encountering Yixinglan. After Yixinglan and Yi Wuing went to the 4th level, she and Nangong Lai and others unexpectedly received an invitation from the remaining elites of the Yi family, and the two parties worked together to continue exploring the secret realm. Most of their gains were found during this time. She also knew that the Yi family's subsequent support was all due to Yi Xinglan's influence, mistakenly believing that she had some connection to him. Wait, the Yixinglan you mentioned, could it be that renowned genius of divination? Upon hearing the story, Nangong family's second elder, Nangong Jinghui, suddenly recalled something and hurriedly interrupted Lu Yunshu. Oh, second elder, you know him too. Lu Yunshu was momentarily surprised. Of course, it's well known. Nangong Jinghui said, his eyes slightly reddening with emotion, secretly relieved. With this, they would finally be able to enjoy a few good years. Soon the spoils of the Nangong family were counted and verified by the executor of the Holy Alliance, and were recorded on a massive jade disk of treasures in the center of the square. These spiritual herbs did not need to be handed over to the Holy Alliance. They could be distributed internally among the families. However, the amount each family received and their ranking was a symbol of strength, significantly impacting their ability to attract talents, and it also facilitated trade with other families, so they were all meticulously recorded. What? The Nangong family actually obtained 18 spiritual herbs aged over 10,000 years. When this data was updated on the jade disk, the square immediately fell silent. The young heirs of the aristocratic families who had just been mocking now all froze their mouths agape, as if they could fit a chicken egg inside their smiles, instantly frozen, replaced by deep shock and disbelief. The 10th Asandier's spiritual herbs in the Canglong secret realm were all rare varieties, each worth a fortune. How could the 2 or 3 small cats sent by the Nangong family possess such capability? In an instant, everyone's gaze focused squarely on Lu Yunshu and the others, the previous ridicule replaced by awe and astonishment. However, after this episode, everyone's thoughts quickly returned to the light curtain at the secret realm's exit, waiting for that person named Yixinglan to appear. After all, this person was their current focal point. Especially Lin Chen, who was very angry with Yixinglan. Oh, she was determined to confront him and see what kind of person he truly was. Although that guy was wearing a mask, she believed that as long as she saw him again, she would recognize him, even if he turned to ash. The Nangong family members quickly restrained their joy, anxiously watching the exit, quietly waiting. After all, their son-in-law had yet to emerge, and they did not know if he was alive or dead. Furthermore, they wanted to know about the Yixinglan who had helped them immensely in order to repay him. However, time passed second by second, and they stared wide-eyed, waiting left and right until the secret realm's exit was about to close, yet they had not found any suspicious person. Not even a figure with a similar build or aura. Could it be that Yixinglan truly remained trapped in the secret? They had all heard of that guy's lofty demeanor, and that in the last 3 days he had gone directly to the most dangerous 5th layer of the secret realm. It seemed he had truly encountered an accident. What a pity. As everyone thought this, a wave of deep regret surged in their hearts. However, just as the secret realm's exit was about to close, a flash of light appeared, and another figure emerged. He's coming. Someone whispered, and 1,000 gazes instantaneously shot towards the shimmering light. The elders of several prestigious families tightened their grip on their beards, their eyes bursting with brilliance, staring intently at the light curtain, ready to rush forward and seize the person as soon as they confirmed. The younger generation stood on tiptoes, full of excitement and curiosity, murmuring among themselves. Yixinglan. It must be Yixinglan. All those from the aristocratic families who were eager to recruit were now on edge. In the next moment, the light settled. A figure stumbled out from the light curtain, crashing heavily onto the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone fixed their eyes on him, instantly petrified. They saw the person struggling to stand, covered in dirt smeared with blood and mud, his once handsome face now bruised and battered, with a strip of dried blood at the corner of his mouth, and one arm hanging limply, clearly severely injured. Who is this? Looks like the soft rice son-in-law of the Nangong family. Yi Feng. How could it be? Didn't he hide away after leveling up? The crowd erupted in exclamations filled with deep confusion and disbelief. The person before them looked exhausted, ragged, and even severely injured internally. How could he possibly be the legendary Yi Xinglan? Who didn't know that Yi Feng, the soft rice son-in-law of the Nangang family, had come from a background of menial labor and had no real skills? He only entered to secure a spot for his golden core. Even Lin Chen and Lu Yunshu, who had thought they could recognize him even if he turned to ash, shook their heads, immediately unable to connect the two. But why was he in such a miserable state? Did he encounter a beast on the first level? Couldn't handle it. Truly, the elders of the surrounding aristocratic families all shook their heads, their earlier expectations instantly turning to disappointment. Alas, the heavens are unjust to the talented. It seems that Yi Xinglan may truly have perished within. What a shame. An elder with white hair sighed, drawing a conclusion. Isn't that right? This Yi Feng is definitely not the person we were waiting for. With his current appearance, don't even mention being a diviner, he likely cannot even defeat the lowest level beasts in the secret realm. How could he be Yi Xinglan? What a waste of expression. I thought I could witness the prowess of the diviner. Mockery and speculation surged like a tide, while the main character, Yi Feng, seemed oblivious, head down, limping towards the Nangang family's camp, feeling inexplicably uneasy. He had not expected so many people to be waiting for him. Let's go. After all, he's just an ignorant fool. Lin Chen disdainfully glanced at Yi Feng, a hint of sadness in her eyes, before turning to call away the elite members of the Lin family. For some reason, upon learning that the arrogant guy had not emerged, she felt a strange tightness in her heart. Although that guy had no personal ties to her, and had firmly rejected her, she still could not shake off his shadow. Lu Yunshu, on the other hand, stared ahead with red-rimmed eyes, unable to accept the reality before her for a long time. How could such a wise and powerful person not emerge? Wasn't he supposed to be infallible? Yet the useless son-in-law of her family had come out instead. Oh, it was truly... She suddenly felt a surge of regret. If only she had been a little braver back then, and expressed her feelings directly to him, they could have become partners in the Tao. Unfortunately, she would never have the chance to repay him now. Phew. Finally passed the test. Yi Feng noticed the gazes around him gradually dissipating, and he let out a long sigh of relief. In the beginning, he had been knocked unconscious by the overwhelming might of the dragon's soul, and was unaware of what transpired afterward. When he regained consciousness, he found that his mask and armor had been completely destroyed, and his body was covered in wounds. Fortunately, they were just superficial injuries, and not life-threatening. However, before he could examine himself closely, he felt a wave of spatial repulsion coming his way. He quickly changed into another set of clothing, and completed his disguise just before being teleported out successfully, avoiding the risk of revealing his identity at that moment. It's good that you're out, it's good that you're out. Let's go back now. Although a few elders from the Nangang family were somewhat disappointed that they didn't see Yi Xinglan come out, they felt a sense of relief upon seeing their own son-in-law. Ahem, how should the spiritual herbs be submitted? I have a bit of a harvest here. Yi Feng struggled to reach into his bosom with his normal hand, and pulled out a tattered storage bag. Oh, my son-in-law actually collected some spiritual herbs. How many? Nangang Jinghui, the second elder of the Nangang family, had already turned around, but suddenly stopped upon hearing this question. He had thought that the other party would simply go into advance to the golden core, and would not dare step into any dangerous areas, but it seemed he was mistaken. The people around them paused, their eyes filled with mockery and curiosity, eager to see what this soft rice son-in-law... Not much. Just a little bit. Yi Feng's face turned slightly red as he hesitantly handed over the tattered storage bag. Then just give it directly to me. Nangang Jinghui chuckled lightly, reaching out to take the storage bag, assuming it contained some worthless century-old spiritual grass, and casually opened it. He thought he had overestimated the situation, hoping for some miracle, but miracles were not so easily come by. However, in the next moment his smile froze abruptly. Inside the storage bag, dozens of spiritual herbs were neatly placed, each root and stem plump, like jade, emanating spiritual energy that seemed almost ready to burst out of the jade box. The rich fragrance of the herbs spread out from the storage bag in an instant, carrying a vibrant life force that invigorated the senses, even causing a subtle shift in his own level of cultivation. This is... Nangang Jinghui's murky eyes widened in disbelief as he stared intently at the spiritual herbs in the jade box. 10,000 years spiritual herbs, and 31,000 years spiritual herbs. A gasp echoed through the crowd like thunder. What? The elders from various families who had already taken a few steps back abruptly turned around, their expressions of disappointment instantly replaced by shock. Meanwhile, the younger disciples like Lin Chen stumbled in disbelief, nearly falling over. Does the second elder look displeased? Or is it too little? Yi Feng was startled by the old man's reaction, feeling that something was amiss. He was unaware of how much others had submitted previously, nor did he know the current ranking of the various families' gains. He simply thought that since the Nangang family had gone to such great lengths to send him into the secret realm to advance to the golden core, he should at least repay them with some benefits, even if he was just tagging along. During this trip to the secret realm, he had obtained over 100 spiritual herbs older than 10,000 years, so giving out 10 should be a minor contribution. Little did he expect it would still attract their attention. These are truly Tinthasandir's spiritual herbs, and there are exactly 10 of them. Soon a steward from the Holy Alliance approached to verify the findings. Oh heavens! There are also more than 30,000 year ones. And each one is a critically needed spiritual herb worth a fortune. How is this possible? A waste who has received no training at all, yet he managed to find more than all of us combined. The murmurs rose like boiling water buzzing around. Many elders from mid-tier families wore expressions as if they had swallowed a fly. Many of the elite disciples sent by their families had searched for months and found only 7 or 8 Tinthasandir spiritual herbs, while some had found nothing at all. Yet this Yi Feng, the son-in-law of humble origins, was able to achieve such astonishing results. What on earth is going on with the Nangong family? Wasn't it said that the outcome would be dismal? The other elite members of the Qingyun sect were similarly struck by lightning upon hearing this news. They had thought that with the Nangong family's elite talents not present, they would be fortunate to find a few Tinthasandir spiritual herbs. Yet not only did Lu Yunshu and others find 18, but even this soft rice son-in-law who had gone solo managed to acquire more than 10. As a result, the total harvest of the Nangong family likely surged into the top 50. This is outrageous. I regret it. Suddenly Mu Feng, not far away, started crying. After all the effort he put into teaming up with another family, he only obtained a few thousand-year spiritual herbs and 1 Tinthasandir spiritual herb, which was less than even a fraction of what they had. If I had known, I would have stuck with the Nangong family. I also regret it. From now on I must firmly follow the Nangong family. Other elite members of the Qingyun sect also began to express their regrets. They had thought that this time, without the presence of a prodigy like Nangong Liuyun, the Nangong family's harvest would surely be poor, yet unexpectedly it turned out to be even better than last time. In the crowd, Lu Yunshu stood frozen, her face suddenly turning ashen. As a previously nurtured top genius of her family, accompanied by 2 formidable assistants, she had cautiously collected 18 Tinthasandir spiritual herbs after encountering that remarkable person and receiving support from the Yi family. But what about Yi Feng? A recognized waste who went solo managed to obtain 10. How did she lose? Lu Yunshu clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palm as she struggled to believe the reality before her. Why? How could someone who had no resources for cultivation since childhood outdo her, a genius? The massive disparity left her breathless, and the admiration around her felt like a tremendous mockery. Nangong Jinghui took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. After carefully inspecting each spiritual herb to confirm their authenticity, he finally asked, "My son-in-law, these are truly what you found in the secret realm?" "Of course, just lucky enough to find them after a stroll around the 2nd level." Yi Feng spoke casually, as if these 10 Tinthasandir spiritual herbs were merely wild grass picked up by the roadside. Yet everyone who heard this felt a deep sense of irony. Lucky. This reasoning was indeed flawless, but the question remained, why did such good luck not come to them? Upon hearing this response, Nangong Jinghui looked at the dumbfounded expressions of the crowd, and suddenly all his frustration vanished. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Haha. My son-in-law from the Nangong family truly has great fortune." Laughter echoed in the stone square, causing those who had previously mocked Yi Feng and the people of the Nangong family to turn red and pale, wishing they could find a hole in the ground to hide. Everyone's gaze toward Yi Feng became incredibly complex, filled with shock, jealousy, and confusion, but the previous disdain had disappeared. After all, regardless of whether this matter was true or false, the gains before him were tangible and could not have appeared out of thin air. At night, a cold moon hung high in the sky, casting a watery moonlight down from the eaves. Yi Feng had taken a refreshing bath on the 2nd floor of the attic and changed into clean clothes before returning to his room to lie down, preparing to sleep. It had been a long time since he felt this comfortable. During his days in the secret realm, he had been on high alert, as if walking on a tightrope, never daring to relax for a moment. At this moment, in this familiar courtyard, in this room that belonged to him, he finally found the long-lost sense. Although this was the territory of Nangong Liuyun, and he was merely a guest, it was said that the young lady had returned to Chuzhou to handle important matters, and was not in Tianzhou. Since Lu Yunshu had also tactfully moved to the adjacent courtyard after he became the son-in-law, at this moment, he was alone in this attic. As for what had happened in the secret realm, he was unclear. He could only speculate that the heavenly mechanism disk had ever since his soul had been bound to the heavenly mechanism disk, his spirit had remained remarkably stable, and he had yet to discover any attack capable of shattering it. This time would likely be no exception. However, he was quite puzzled about where that dragon soul had ended up. When he awakened, he found that the dragon-shaped bones had turned to dust and were nowhere to be found. Additionally, he noticed that the current heavenly mechanism disk seemed to have fallen into slumber and could not be used for the time being. Fortunately, there were no urgent matters at hand, so he could take his time to study it later. Unbeknownst to him, feeling fatigued, he fell into a deep slumber. However, in the middle of the night, a faint sound suddenly came from the hall on the 2nd floor of the attic, startling him. Could it be that senior sister Nangong has returned? Yi Feng pondered secretly. At his level of cultivation, even in sleep his senses far exceeded those of ordinary people. Though the sound was very faint, he still sensed it immediately. In the next moment, he flipped out of bed and quietly made his way out of the bedroom, following the sound to the main hall. Moonlight poured through the window in the main hall, casting a silver frost across the floor. In the hazy light, a slender figure of a woman lay curled up on the ground, exuding an extremely weak aura. Why is she injured again? Yifeng felt a tightness in his heart. This curled posture was surprisingly similar to Nangong Luyan. Could it be that the aloof senior sister returned early from Chuzhou? But she was so severely injured. He did not have time to think further and hurriedly approached to help her up. Just as he wrapped his arms around the woman's waist, her delicate face turned toward him. However, upon seeing her features clearly, Yifeng was instantly stunned. This was an entirely unfamiliar. Her brows resembled distant mountains shrouded in mist, her forehead smooth and flawless, her nose straight and delicate, and her lips a deep red. Her face was exquisitely crafted, as if shaped by the most careful hands of heaven, undeniably beautiful, yet her expression bore an undeniable weakness and pallor. This was certainly not the ethereal face of Nangong Liyun, but possessed a different kind of charm. "No, who are you?" Yifeng frowned and began to question coldly. However, the woman had already fallen into a coma and showed no signs of response. Seeing this, Yifeng furrowed his brow even tighter, wanting to see if there were any signs of disguise, but he found no traces. This was quite strange. This woman could open the protective formation of Yunxiang residence, yet she was not Nangong Luyan herself. Who could she be? Could she be a close friend of Nangong Luyan's, chased and forced to seek refuge here, unaware that Nangong Luyan was not present? Yifeng quickly connected the dots. He initially thought to ignore her, but when he reached out to check, he sensed that the woman's aura was extremely weak, and her meridians were like a dried-up riverbed, bearing signs of excessive spiritual power burning and backlash from forbidden techniques. This was a meridian exhaustion injury, and any carelessness could lead to severe aftereffects. Forget it, let's save her first. No matter what, we must first wake her up. Although Yifeng's heart was as hard as iron, he was not the kind of person who would stand by and do nothing in the face of death. Fortunately, his injuries had already fully healed. He carefully picked the woman up and placed her on the bed in the main hall, then began to undo her outer garments. Oh my! This skin was as white as snow, without a single flaw, paired with a beauty that exceeded 9 points. It was a tremendous impact on any man. Yifeng glanced at the woman's face, and the skin that was inadvertently exposed, his heart trembled, nearly reluctant to move away. He had not expected that in this world, aside from his nominal ice goddess partner, there could be such a stunning beauty. However, he quickly steadied his mind, sitting cross-legged with his palms pressed against her back. He knew the situation was urgent and could not afford to delay. Gentle streams of spiritual energy flowed from his palms, following the pathways of her meridians, gradually nourishing the dried and damaged channels. Fortunately, having treated Chu Shang and others' injuries before, he had accumulated a wealth of experience, and at this moment, he did not need the heavenly mechanism disc to guide him in dealing with the woman's meridian injury. However, this woman's cultivation seemed quite high, and her beauty was extraordinary, clearly no ordinary person. He needed to get her out quickly, otherwise if anyone from the Nangong family saw her, he would have no way to explain. "Hey, I am helping you treat your injuries by unfastening your garments. Don't blame me when you wake up." Yifeng secretly prayed. However, to avoid trouble after performing the initial treatment, he planned to help her put her garments back on. After all, it's better to avoid trouble. If she wakes up and finds her clothes disheveled, who knows what kind of chaos might ensue. Just as he was halfway through, the woman suddenly fluttered her eyelashes and opened her eyes wide. What greeted her eyes was a remarkably handsome and familiar face, and she felt a bit relieved. However, upon seeing Yifeng's actions, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. "You scoundrel, what do you want to do?" In the next moment, the woman's delicate face turned frosty, and she slapped. "Hey, I warn you, don't repay kindness with enmity. Do you believe that I can execute you on the spot?" Yifeng firmly grasped the delicate hand of the woman before him, preventing her from attacking again, while coldly warning her. The other party had nothing to do with him. He could have chosen not to save her. His actions were purely out of kindness, yet she treated him as if he were a villain. Do you dare?" The woman, hearing his tone, widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. "Try and see if..." Yifeng pressed her delicate hand behind her back, threatening her without any politeness. "When did this guy become..." The woman looked at Yifeng's face, so close to hers, her delicate features tense with suspicion, feeling an inexplicable grievance. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to treat her this way. Was this really the true nature of this guy? Was his usual display of humility just an act? She had previously thought he was quite decent. Wait, disguise. Suddenly the woman remembered something, her heart. Could it be that because her disguise had not yet been lifted, he thought she was a stranger and dared to be so rude to her? In order to sneak into the forbidden area again, without anyone discovering her identity, she had deliberately forged her itinerary and used a miraculous technique obtained from a secret realm to change her appearance, altering everything about her from the inside out. Only by restoring her cultivation could she use the secret technique to change her appearance back. Yet unexpectedly she had fallen prey to this guy again. However, she absolutely could not let anyone know about her actions tonight, and she had no way to clarify immediately. Since you are awake, you should leave quickly. Sister Nangong is not here, and it's rather inconvenient for us to share a room. Seeing that the woman dared not move again, Yifeng finally released her hand, and coldly began to send her away. Being inexplicably slapped in the face, if it weren't for the fact that the heavenly mechanism disc was temporarily unusable, he would have done everything to uncover this woman's identity. Leave? Are you sure you want to drive me away? Nangong Lian's expression turned extremely strange upon hearing this. Did he not plan to take further liberties with her? He still wanted her to leave. Could it be that she had truly misunderstood something? But this was her own residence. Oh, where else could she go? What? Do you want to stay? Yifeng's gaze turned cold once again. I am severely injured, and it's currently inconvenient for me to go out. I need to stay for a few days. If anyone comes, you must help me block them. Nangong Luyan replied, angrily puffing up at his words. The thought of being driven out by this pretender in her own residence made her feel furious. That's not acceptable. What kind of propriety is it for a man and a woman to be alone together? What if someone sees us? Yifeng directly responded. To my knowledge, no one will come here during this time. And no one will see us. Nangong Luyan stubbornly retorted. That still won't do. Yifeng did not relent. After all, how could such matters be certain? Though the main person might not return for a month, what if they came back early and caught him red-handed? Wouldn't he be unable to clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River? Are you planning to secretly bring another woman back, while hiding from your wife? Is that why you're so eager to drive me away? Nangong Luyan blurted out her guess in a fit of anger. She always felt something was off about his actions, and if that were truly the case, she absolutely could not allow him to succeed. You're talking nonsense. I have a loving relationship with my wife. How could I possibly do such a thing? Yifeng was startled by her words, and hurriedly denied it. He wanted to get rid of her quickly, but it wasn't because he wanted to bring another woman back. He just wanted to check his gains properly. How are you sure you have a loving relationship? I've heard that you are merely fake Dao partners. Nangong Luyan sneered. As for the specifics of their relationship, didn't she, the concerned party, know? Nonsense. We treat each other with respect and courtesy. How could we be fake Dao partners? If my wife saw you here, it might lead to some misunderstanding. I advise you to be more considerate. Yifeng felt inexplicably uneasy. Unexpectedly, the other party knew about this matter. Wasn't that questioning his status as the rightful owner of this, treating each other with respect? Do you think I would believe that? No more nonsense. I'm not leaving until my injuries are healed. But rest assured, I have no interest in your private affairs. Nangong Luyan boldly showed a defiant expression, as if she was unafraid of any consequences. There was absolutely no way she could leave now. If she went out again, her whereabouts might truly be exposed. The safest option was to hide in the attic and wait for her injuries to heal. And this scoundrel. Usually he couldn't even get close to his own bed, yet he dared to speak of respect and courtesy. How refreshing and unconventional. Seeing her like this, Yifeng's face darkened, and he felt extremely irritable. He truly wanted to show her a lesson. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to do anything to her. If it weren't for the fact that you can activate the defensive formation, I would have thrown you out already. After saying a cold remark, Yifeng left with a stern face. He had already confirmed that the woman was undoubtedly a close friend of Nangong Luyan. After all, only someone familiar would be able to activate the defensive formation and stubbornly refuse to leave. Phew. Seeing that scoundrel no longer harassing her, Nangong Luyan finally felt a weight lift from her heart. Thankfully, he didn't continue to inquire further. However, she hadn't expected that this attempt to sneak into the forbidden area would ultimately be unsuccessful. Who knows when she would be able to find her mother? But this matter could not be rushed, as she had to focus on recovering from her injuries first. That night, although the two people in the attic of Yunxiang residence were on guard against each other, they did not disturb one another in the latter half of the night. The next day, Yifeng practiced in the courtyard for an hour before preparing to take a bath, and then study alchemy. Having searched for so many spirit herbs in the secret realm, it would be a pity not to turn them into spirit pills. Just as he finished bathing and walked out of his bedroom, he found that the injured woman from last night had also hissed. This guy is actually bare-chested in the house. Seeing Yifeng exposing his muscular upper body under the bright daylight, Nangong Luyan couldn't help but scoff, cursing inwardly shameless. Previously, when she was in her residence, this scoundrel didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Now that she was officially absent, he immediately revealed his true nature. However, how could his physique look so good? Please, this is my house, I can do as I please. Yifeng heard the woman mumbling softly and chuckled, completely ignoring her. Was she going to cling on and not leave, expecting him to accommodate her in everything? Nangong Luyan felt a rush of anger, both shy and annoyed, but she had no choice. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Yifeng put on his clothes again. After all, being looked at by a stranger made him feel quite uncomfortable. I'm hungry, go cook something for me. At some point, Nangong Luyan had taken her habitual seat at the jade table, casually giving her command. After expending all her stored energy in yesterday's battle, she was now ravenously hungry. Moreover, her injuries had yet to fully heal, leaving her drained of spiritual power, making it the perfect time to replenish. TSK, TSK. If one didn't know better, they might think you were the master of this place. Hearing this command, Yifeng couldn't help but scoff inwardly. However, considering the other party's injuries and her current weak state, he turned and entered the kitchen, preparing to make some spirit rice porridge for her, and to treat himself as well. After all, the faster her injuries healed, the sooner she could leave, saving him a great deal of trouble. Just like now, he had to constantly be on guard against someone coming and discovering this woman residing here. As the spirit fire rose, Yifeng began to busy himself with focus. This guy looks even more appealing after forming his golden core. In the main hall, Nangong Luyun stared intently at Yifeng's relaxed figure, momentarily lost in thought. With her heart set on the Tao, she now found herself without power, and involuntarily the image of his robust upper body filled her mind, causing her heart to race. Damn it, how could I blush for a mere errand boy? Once she came to her senses, Nangong Luyun found it hard to believe. But soon she lost her ability to appreciate the situation. Once the food was ready, Yifeng only served her a bowl of spirit rice porridge while all the other dishes were placed in front of him as he ate contentedly. Huh, this little thief. Seeing the stark contrast between their meals, Nangong Luyun was furious. Across from her were plates of golden roasted meat, sizzling with oil, with vibrant spirit vegetables garnishing the dish. That guy was gorging himself with grease dripping from his mouth, a look of utter satisfaction on his face. And on her side there was only a bowl of thin soup devoid of any meat. Did you get something wrong? Where's my spirit? Suppressing her anger, she tightened her pretty face and coldly questioned, You only have spirit rice porridge, eat it or not. Yifeng looked up, replying impatiently. Then why do you have so much? Upon hearing this, Nangong Liyun's face fell. Who was she? The eldest lady of the Nangong family, a renowned top genius. When had she ever been treated so unfairly? And this dog of a man was merely a temporary hired husband she had taken on to avoid detection, in other words, just a lackey. Now in her own residence, he feasted on lavish food, while she was left with only this bland porridge. This is my home. You eat my food, and you still want to complain. If you're so capable, why don't you provide your own ingredients? If it weren't for pitying you, I wouldn't have even bothered to cook you porridge. Only then did Yifeng put down the spirit meat in his hand, raised his eyes to look at her filled with disdain. This woman was here eating for free, and still wanted to put conditions on him. Your home. Your ingredients. Bastard. Nangong Liyun's cold demeanor broke a lump of rage, almost choking her. She wanted to scold him and reveal her identity, letting this ignorant fool know who was in front of him. But just as the words were on her lips, she swallowed them back down. No, this matter must not be exposed. She had disguised herself in this manner after doing many significant things. If she lost her temper now and revealed her identity, everything she had done would be in vain. Forget it, I'll just fill my stomach first. Once I recover, I'll settle the score with this guy. Nangong Luyun clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly embedding into her palms. Staring at Yifeng's carefree demeanor, she glanced at the measly bowl of spirit rice porridge in front of her, ultimately letting out a heavy cold snort. She lifted the jade bowl and spooned the porridge into her mouth. This taste isn't bad. After taking a small bite, Nangong Luyun paused slightly. However, this guy brazenly enjoying a feast in her residence, while treating her so poorly, would pay for it later. As she ate, she fumed internally. Each bite felt like an act of defiance. Even though the delicious flavors of the porridge delighted her palate, they could not quell the fury in her heart. Are you full? Remember to wash the bowl afterward. Just as Nangong Luyun finished her bowl of spirit rice porridge and set it down, Yifeng also finished the roasted meat before him and casually ordered, What? Are you serious? Hearing this, Nangong Luyun immediately doubted her ears. Her gaze shot up, and the anger in her eyes nearly erupted. Her fingertips turned slightly pale from gripping tight. This dog servant. How dare he make this young lady do? She was the eldest lady of the Nangong family, never having to lift a finger in manual labor. Usually, she didn't even have to set down her own bowls and chopsticks. Yifeng paused, wiping his mouth, and looked at her with a hint of impatience. What? I just worked hard cooking for you while you sat here eating for free. Is it too much to ask you to do a little work? He was already doing a good deed by cooking a bowl for her. Now he was supposed to wait on her hand and foot. You. Nangong Luyun trembled with anger, wishing she could flip this arrogant kid over right then and there. But she took a deep breath, forcing herself to suppress her rage, silently gathering the bowls and chopsticks, dragging her feet toward the kitchen. The stack of bowls felt heavy, as if they weighed 1,000 pounds in her hands, especially since most were leftovers from that guy. She wrinkled her brow in disgust, afraid that the greasy stains on the bowls would touch her hands. Though the kitchen utensils were few, they were essentially designed for cultivators. Lacking spiritual power at the moment, she could only awkwardly pinch the corner of a cloth, pouring water over the bowls to clean them, getting grease all over her hands. To make matters worse, at some point, she lost control of her strength, and with a loud crash, a jade bowl fell into the sink, splashing water all over her. What a humiliation. Such a humiliation. Nangong Luyun felt a pang in her heart, biting her delicate lip. How could she, Nangong Liuyun, who had always been above the fray, ever be in such a miserable state? But she had already noted this down, and once she regained her spiritual power, she would settle the score with that guy. This day Nangong Liuyun spent in frustration. She had firmly resolved that once her injuries healed, she would find a reason to teach this dog of a man a lesson. What she didn't know was that outside Yunxiang residence a different scene was unfolding as the news of the battle in the Songlong secret realm had spread completely. Hey, did you hear? Our Nangong family's son-in-law reportedly brought back a full 10 stalks of Tenthasaniers. What? Wasn't he just a filler? How could that be? Who says it's not? But this is the truth confirmed by the Holy Alliance. This news initially spread among the members of the Nangong family responsible for managing internal affairs. They were primarily in charge of the collection and verification of all spiritual items within the family, and were well aware of every transaction. However, it wasn't long before the majority of Nangong family members from the senior executives to the servants began to discuss it fervently. The results of this expedition into the secret realm were truly unexpected, and the harvest was beyond. Many elder guests who initially had little hope for this trip to the secret realm and expected to spend a high price to purchase the spiritual medicines they had been waiting for were suddenly delighted to hear that the family had acquired some. They hurried back eager to exchange their shares at the family's treasury. Even Nangong Jingda was quite surprised when he heard this news, feeling as if he were dreaming. Was it possible for his son-in-law, whom he had always looked down upon, to possess such capabilities? Could it be that he had truly underestimated that young man? Well, since it is so, let's give him a chance to try out for the position of manager of the 7 major escort agencies. Nangong Jingda recalled his daughter's previous requests and finally ceased to hesitate, issuing an instruction in a certain direction. However, in stark contrast to the excitement of the Nangong family members, the atmosphere inside a private room of an inn several dozen miles away from the Nangong family was nearly suffocating. Yi Tian, who had been drinking heartily with several cousins to celebrate his successful breakthrough to the golden core stage, suddenly shattered the jade cup in his hand upon hearing the news, scattering shards across the floor. His usually proud face was contorted with rage, and jealousy nearly spilled from his eyes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this be? That waste Yifeng, a soft rice man who relied on women to rise to power, could advance to the golden core stage so quickly and even obtain 10 stalks of millennial spiritual medicine. How is this possible? How could a mere servant with inferior spiritual roots have such incredible luck? Yi Tian himself had barely broken through to the golden core stage with the help of 1,000,000 spirit stones extorted from the Nangong family, spending an enormous fortune on rare pills. This must be fake. The Nangong family must have spent an enormous amount to bribe other elites and deliberately elevated that young man's reputation. Yi Tian concluded abruptly, believing that the Nangong family was intentionally trying to vindicate Yi Feng at any cost. Brother Yi is right. This must be the doing of the Nangong family. That brat Yi Feng is just a servant. How could he possibly enter the second layer of the secret realm unscathed? Exactly. This could very well be the Nangong family investing heavily to gain publicity. His companions, who were equally incredulous, chimed in. They had just received the news and were equally shocked. They would never believe that the young man could be lucky enough to gather 10 stalks of millennial spiritual medicine without encountering any danger. I didn't expect the Nangong family to invest such a huge amount for the son-in-law. Yi Tian clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. He had initially hoped that Yi Feng would die in the Songlong secret realm, giving him a chance to take his place, but who would have thought that Yi Feng not only escaped danger, but also made a remarkable name for himself. Nangong, old thief. Since you insist on recognizing this useless son-in-law, don't blame me for being ruthless. The more you want to support him, the more I will ensure your plans fail. Yi Tian slammed a foot against the table leg, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Tan Hai, how's the information I asked you to find out? He immediately inquired of the guard below. Young master, we have news regarding the matter you were concerned about. It seems the Shao family is recruiting a son-in-law. The dark-skinned guard quickly stepped forward respectfully to report. Oh, the Shao family. The one among the 10 legendary families. Yi Tian's eyes brightened at this news, his previous anger dissipating, replaced with a sense of excitement. He understood well that with his ordinary background, despite his decent talent, if he wished to stand out, he must climb onto the coattails of a prominent family. Thus, after seeing Yi Feng rise in the Nangong family, he had started to keep an eye out to see which major families in Tianzhou were looking for a son-in-law. It is well known that many young women from prestigious families, if they exhibit outstanding talents in certain areas, but have no suitable marriage prospects, often opt to recruit a son-in-law. While this approach may lack some external support, it can prevent their own geniuses from being lost and working for other families. With his handsome appearance and decent talent, he believed he should have a chance. Indeed, and it's the direct descendant's eldest daughter. However, the Shao family's eldest daughter is not a first marriage. It is said that she has just lost her husband. The guard hesitated to say. This was also the reason he had not reported it immediately. No worries. Prepare generous gifts for me immediately. The next moment, a fierce determination flashed in Yi Tian's eyes. He had not expected to find a family recruiting a son-in-law that was countless times stronger than the Nangong family. As a cultivator, lifespan is exceptionally long. Although marrying someone who is not a first wife has its flaws, he did not see it as an insurmountable obstacle. In this world, everyone lives to elevate their cultivation and reach the pinnacle, and every family strives to prosper continuously, all determined by resources. Young master, should we consult the family head about this first? The dark guard suggested subtly. Yes, brother, you think this through. The reputation of that Shao family eldest daughter is said to be quite poor. Moreover, she has already changed partners several times. The other cousins also urged him. No problem, it's settled. He'll convince the family head. Yi Tian waved his hand decisively. He was well aware that the Shao family's eldest daughter would be difficult to please, otherwise such a good opportunity would not have come to him. But he believed he had the ability to handle it. Since Yi Feng could thrive in the Nangong family, why couldn't he? He was confident that once he entered the Shao family with their support, he would surpass Yi Feng. On the third day in Yunxiang residence, Yi Feng woke up early in the morning and took a break after attempting to refine 2 batches of pills. However, when he prepared to make some food, he suddenly realized that the woman named Qin Shui had not come out for quite some time, which surprised him. He had clarified yesterday that the woman's name was Qin Shui, and she was indeed Nangong Lian's close friend, arranged to rest in another room on the 2nd floor of the attic. Originally, she had planned to stay directly in Nangong Lian's master bedroom yesterday, but he had decisively stopped her. After all, if that aloof senior sister found out that another woman had touched his bed, there would be no way to explain it, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. But this woman has been hiding in the room for half a day without coming out. And there hasn't been any sound. Could something have happened? Yi Feng felt a bit worried in his heart. If she did something unthinkable and got into trouble, he would also be in deep trouble. Forget it, he'll find a chance to go in and check. Not long after, Yi Feng prepared a bowl of spirit meat porridge and walked to the door of the side room, raising his hand to knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. After knocking twice, it was still quiet inside, and no one answered. Seeing this, Yi Feng had no choice but to use some force and directly push the door open. The room was dimly lit with the window tightly shut, while Qin Shui was sitting cross-legged on the bed meditating. Upon noticing the door had been opened, Nangong Luyun looked over coldly. You're here. Why didn't you make a sound? Yi Feng felt a bit puzzled. Just a moment ago, he thought something had really happened to her. Isn't it okay not to make a sound? Nangong Luyun replied irritably, her eyes still harboring lingering resentment. Of course it's okay, but this is today's meal. Remember to eat it. Yi Feng did not argue further, and stepped into the room, placing the bowl of spirit meat porridge on the table beside her bed. How come there's meat today? Nangong Luyun saw the bowl of spirit meat porridge in front of the bed with pieces of spirit meat sprinkled within, and she could smell a rich aroma of spirit meat, feeling a bit stunned. Yesterday she had been forced to wash dishes and had drunk plain spirit rice porridge all day, building up a lot of frustration. She had resolved to keep a cold war with him, but unexpectedly today's porridge was different. Your meridians have improved slightly. You can appropriately increase the supply of spiritual power. Yi Feng explained calmly. So are you saying that you were afraid I wouldn't be able to handle the nourishment yesterday? Nangong Luyun sneered upon hearing this. She didn't believe that this cold and harsh man would suddenly change his character. He must be harboring some ill intent. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Your meridians were just stabilized yesterday and are not solid yet. How could you withstand a strong surge of spiritual power? Yi Feng said plainly, without a hint of shame. He truly did not intend to mistreat her. He was just afraid that she would have problems again. Huh. I'd be crazy to believe you. Nangong Luyun scoffed, not trusting him at all. It sounded reasonable, but how could this guy be so kind-hearted? Who knows if he was just making excuses to deceive her? It was impossible for her to change her view of him so quickly. However, after hesitating for a moment, she still got off the bed, walked to the table, picked up the bowl, and began to gently stir the meat in the porridge with a spoon, taking small bites. After all, she was indeed somewhat hungry. Yi Feng felt relieved when he saw that Qin Shui was no longer causing. If she continued to refuse to eat, it would be difficult to determine when her injuries would heal, making it even more impossible for her to leave quickly. However, her recovery speed was still far too slow. At this rate, she would likely be stuck here for half a month. No, I need to think of another way. After Nangong Luyun finished the meat porridge, Yi Feng stepped forward and extended his hand. Take off your armor again. What are you going to do? Nangong Luyun was startled upon hearing this and instinctively became alert. I will help you channel your energy to heal your wounds. The previous night, I merely stabilized your condition roughly. Today, I will help you adjust your meridians to see if you can recover faster. Yi Feng's tone was calm and serious. Channel energy to heal. Are you trying to take advantage of me on purpose? Nangong Luyun looked at him with deep suspicion. When did he learn to do this? Don't be overly sentimental. If I really wanted to do something to you, why would I go through so much trouble? Yi Feng shot her a displeased glance. Really? Nangong Luyun stared into Yi Feng's eyes and found that his gaze was clear and sincere, without a trace of heat. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed his instructions and took off her armor, sitting cross-legged. Yi Feng also sat cross-legged behind her and began to channel his energy. The moment his hands touched Nangong Liyuan's back, she felt as if her entire body had been electrocuted, stiffening suddenly. Hiss. The last time she was in a coma, and didn't feel anything, but this time, although he was touching her through her clothes, she felt her heart race, and her face flush. When had they ever been this ambiguous except for when they had just gotten married? However, as a gentle and pure stream of spiritual energy flowed through her meridians, she finally calmed her mind. For some reason, this spiritual energy possessed a strange power. It not only caused her no harm, but also flowed like a gentle stream, allowing her previously painful meridians to gradually relax. The soreness throughout her limbs also dissipated significantly, and the unpleasant feeling in her chest lightened considerably. Nangong Liyuan stared blankly as she felt the changes in her body, her eyes filled with increasing surprise. Had her injuries really improved significantly? How did he know such methods? This injury to the meridians had always been a major issue in the cultivation world, which could only be healed through recuperation. Even as a noble lady from a powerful family, she did not have any good treatment methods. How could he possess such skills? So you really were helping me heal when you took off my armor last time. After a quarter of an hour, Nangong Liyuan felt her meridians had improved a lot, and finally spoke with confusion. What else did you think? Yifeng glanced at her. Who taught you this method? Nangong Liyuan asked again. What does that have to do with you? Then why are you helping me like this? What is your real motive? Nangong Liyuan continued to press, not giving up. His behavior today was entirely different from yesterday, and it was also very different from his usual self, making her feel quite unfamiliar. I have no ulterior motives, I just hope that your injury heals quickly, so you can leave sooner. Yifeng withdrew his hands, raised his gaze indifferently, with no hint of emotion. Really? Just that simple? Nangong Liyuan felt a sudden sinking in her heart. The warmth she had just felt dissipating significantly. This guy was just thinking of getting rid of her. Everything he did was simply to send her away quickly. It seems that my stay here is indeed interfering with your good fortune. Nangong Liyuan couldn't help but feel self-deprecating, further confirming her suspicions. If you know, why not leave quickly? Yifeng did not deny it. The truth was she was indeed interrupting his good fortune. Haha, how shameless. Nangong Liyuan was left speechless. Although they had signed an agreement to not interfere in each other's personal lives, how could this guy be so unrestrained, showing such a lack of respect? Aren't you afraid your wife will get angry for doing this? She asked unwillingly. For some reason, the thought of him bringing someone back made her feel a bit uncomfortable. I act with propriety. Why would my wife be angry? Yifeng found this remark quite perplexing. You're going to bring a woman back, and you still call that propriety? Not at all. What are you thinking? I just think it's inappropriate for you to continue staying here. If my wife comes back and sees you here, it might cause misunderstandings. After hearing this, Yifeng immediately felt a rush of anger and quickly corrected her misunderstanding. He just wanted to find a chance to check his spirit herb harvest, nothing more. When did he ever say he would bring a woman back? So that's how it is. This statement hit Nangong Liyuan's heart like a stone, leaving her in a state of... So he wanted her to leave not because he wanted to bring a woman back, but merely to avoid misunderstandings with his wife. Nangong Liyuan lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes shielding the complex emotions swirling in her eyes, feeling as if something was blocking her heart, stirring a mix of feelings. Then what about the bowl from today? Let me do it. You're too clumsy. If you break it, I won't be able to explain. Yifeng took the bowl from her, turning to walk outside. He had been quite anxious when she had washed the dishes yesterday. Haha, hearing this, I actually felt a bit touched. Nangong Liyuan watched Yifeng's departing figure, her feelings inexplicably complex. Yesterday she had hated him to death, but now it seemed she was no longer that angry. This guy really had a clever way of... When did she become so easily satisfied? However, don't think that just because you said a few nice words I would forget about what happened yesterday. This girl is not so easily fooled. This dog man must have felt guilty today and feared she would report him, so he deliberately tried to please her. Whatever she said, she had to find a way to grasp his weakness and expose his true nature to vent her anger over what happened yesterday. She absolutely could not soften her heart. Nangong Liyuan thought to herself. Yifeng, unaware of Qin Shui's other thoughts, returned to the main hall and continued trying to refine pills. After previous study, he had actually learned to refine most common pills, but without a good alchemy furnace his success rate was not very high. However, the alchemy furnace in the main hall of Nangong Liyuan's residence seemed to be extremely advanced, greatly increasing the success rate. With this furnace's assistance, he was confident he could refine the tens of thousands of years-old spirit herbs from the Starry Ring into high-quality spirit pills. Unfortunately, the woman Qin Shui had been staying in her room for the past few days, and he had not dared to take it out. However, he felt it should be soon. Once the other party's injuries healed, and she left, he would immediately start refining pills, and then take them back to Pian Valley. However, as evening approached, the arrival of several unexpected guests startled him into a cold sweat. The foremost among them were none other than the long-unseen Nangong Yue and Lu Yunshu, who had just emerged from the secret realm not long ago. In addition, there was a noble-looking man and two attendants. Is the brother-in-law around? We have come to disturb you. As soon as they arrived, Nangong Yue's clear laughter echoed from outside the loft. Upon hearing this voice, Yifeng felt as if he had received a death warrant, his heart sinking heavily. It was over. If these people discovered that he was hiding a beauty in the golden house, it would be disastrous. He had no time to think further, quickly gathering his alchemy materials, rushing to the side room, and grabbing the wrapped Qin Shui, who was draped in a plain cloak. With a flick of his wrist, he used his spiritual power to sweep over the mechanism of the hidden storage chamber in the corner, producing a soft click as the stone door opened. Someone is coming, quickly hide in there. Yifeng lowered his voice, urgency, lacing his tone with an undeniable. Seeing this scene, Nangong Luoyun also flashed a hint of panic. She was puzzled as to why these people would come at this time, but understanding the urgency of the situation, she quickly hid in the storage chamber. After all, her current situation had to be kept absolutely confidential. Yifeng closed the stone door of the hidden chamber and waved his hand over the bed, dispelling all lingering spiritual energy before adjusting his robe and quickly heading towards the loft's entrance. The main door creaked open, and indeed standing outside were Nangong Yue and Lu Yinshu. Young master, since you entered the Nangong family in haste, you didn't have time to arrange for any decent furniture. Now, having shown brilliantly in the secret realm, the elders have ordered me to bring some items for you. Please accept them. Lu Yinshu explained with a beaming smile as she greeted the two attendants behind her, who began to carry a set of high-quality furniture into the loft. Since this affordable brother-in-law entered the family, he had not been given much attention, and thus no special furniture had been arranged for him. Now that the family elder finally realized this oversight, they decisively ordered her to make up for it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yifeng responded with a hint of guilt, secretly muttering to himself. He never expected to receive such treatment. Young master, is there anything else you wish to add besides these? If you have other needs, just mention them, and we will try our best to accommodate you. Enough. This is already great. Yifeng hurriedly waved his hand, indicating that he no longer needed it. In fact, he had never cared about these things. The loft was already well furnished, and at this moment, he just wanted to send these people away as soon as possible. However, just as he was pondering how to make them leave, Nangong Yue eagerly stepped forward and pulled out a heavy, "Congratulations, brother-in-law." Nangong Yue smiled brightly, presenting the token to Yifeng, her voice filled with admiration. Because you brought great honor to the Nangong family during your journey in the secret realm, the family head has specially appointed you as the chief manager of the 7 major escort agencies. This token is for you. From now on, all personnel from the 7 major escort agencies, including myself, are at your command. What? Chief manager of the 7 major escort agencies? Yifeng was taken aback by these words. Did the family head make a mistake? How could there be such an appointment so suddenly? He instinctively asked. He had not been aware that Nangong Luoyun had fought for this position for him, and it was the first time he was hearing about it, making it hard for him to believe. He initially thought that being allowed to manage the Yufeng escort agency was already a rare opportunity. He never expected there would be an even greater position now. It's not a mistake. I personally confirmed it. Nangong Yue's face was filled with envy. When she first received this order, she too had a hard time believing it. As a core member of the family with considerable talent, she felt it was quite an achievement to secure a managerial position at an escort agency at her age. Yet she never anticipated that her brother-in-law would become her superior in such a short time. She thought there must have been some mistake, so she sought confirmation from various sources, but soon reality struck her with a heavy blow. This was indeed true. However, thinking that he not only managed to turn the nearly collapsing Yufeng escort agency around, but also brought back numerous rare spiritual herbs from the secret realm, she felt that he was indeed much stronger than herself. At least, she had no grounds to be dissatisfied. Wait, can I refuse this? Yifeng still could not accept this reality. This was a major responsibility. If he messed it up, who knows how many people would be affected. He was just here to tag along. How could he take on such an important task? No, you cannot. Nangong Yue impatiently stuffed the token into Yifeng's hands, secretly feeling envious. Brother-in-law, this is a rare opportunity. In the future, a portion of the annual profits from the 7 major escort agencies will be allotted to you as a reward. Many people covet this. Furthermore, the family head has already announced this. If you refuse, where would that leave the family head's face? Yes, cousin-in-law, this is a good thing. There's really no need to decline. Since the family head entrusted you with such an important task, it must be because he believes you are capable of it. You must not disappoint the elder's goodwill. The man beside him also patted Yifeng's shoulder, encouraging him. He knew that this was a direct order from the family head. If it were to be rejected, that would be quite embarrassing. Who is this? Yifeng hesitated as he looked at the man. The man before him was tall and slightly mature in appearance, with a cheerful aura about him. His cultivation had reached the peak of the golden core stage, indicating that he held a significant position in the Nangong family, yet Yifeng had never seen him before. This is my brother Nangong Chen, who just returned from traveling. Nangong Yue took the lead in introducing him. So it's cousin who I pay my respects. In that case, I can only accept graciously. Yifeng quickly cupped his fists in greeting to the man, a bitter smile on his face. Since it had already been formally announced, it was indeed inappropriate to let the family head retract his order. However, the token felt heavy in his hand, the gilded patterns warm against his palm, with a fierce-looking mystical leopard engraved on it, clearly extraordinary. He couldn't help but wonder if he was capable of handling this. Cousin-in-law, you need not be so modest. I've heard that you are handsome, humble, and polite. Seeing you today, it really is well-deserved. We should get closer from now on. Nangong Chen laughed heartily, his tone quite warm. He was the second among the younger generation of the Nangong family. Previously, he had been training outside and had missed his own cousin's wedding, making this his first meeting with the legendary brother-in-law. Cousin, you flatter me. It is truly an honor for me that you have come to visit. Yifeng quickly replied, feeling quite humble. He had heard of Nangong Chen, who was one of the core direct descendants of the Nangong family, ranked just below Nangong Liuyun, with considerable influence. Haha, just don't find me annoying. To be honest, cousin, I came here today wanting to ask you something. I heard that you also reached the second layer of the secret realm. Have you found any high-quality thunder pattern python beast tendons? I am planning to forge a spiritual bow and have been searching for materials without success. If you have them, just name a price, and I won't haggle. Nangong Chen said with great enthusiasm. He had meticulously crafted an entire set of thunder attribute battle armor, but was missing a thunder pattern python bow to match it. Unfortunately, the materials he had collected previously were inadequate, and inquiries with Lu Yunshu and others yielded no results, so he had to ask this brother-in-law. Although the other party's strength was relatively low and he was unlikely to have it, he still needed to confirm. Thunder pattern python beast tendons. What grade do you need? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback by this question. Although the thunder pattern python was rare, he had killed quite a few beast pythons along the way, so he certainly had some, but he was unsure what kind the other party wanted. As long as it's above the golden core stage, of course, the higher the better, preferably mid-golden core stage or higher. Nangong Chen explained. Mid-golden core stage or higher. Yifeng's face flashed a strange expression. In the secret realm, he had indeed slain a peak mid-golden core 1000-year thunder pattern python. That python's tendon was incredibly tough, containing pure lightning attribute spiritual power, which he had casually stored in his storage ring, intending to use it for refining tools later, and had not thought much of it. I have one, just so happens. In the next moment, without delay, he raised his hand to swipe his storage ring, and a silver light flashed as a python tendon the thickness of an arm, and gleaming with dark purple lightning patterns appeared in his hand. After all, this was not something overly rare. Hiss! Just as the python tendon appeared, Nangong Chen couldn't help but inhale sharply. As soon as the python tendon emerged, a faint pressure of thunder filled the loft, clearly indicating it was not an ordinary item. In the next moment, he seemed to see a rare treasure grabbing one end of the python tendon, his fingers brushing over the lightning patterns, his voice trembling with excitement. Good stuff. This is definitely the tendon of a top-grade 1000-year thunder pattern python. The spiritual power is rich and the quality is perfect. Brother-in-law, you actually have this. He had not expected to find something so valuable. After all, he had heard about the brother-in-law's reputation as a soft rice lord. Just being able to gather spiritual herbs in the secret realm was already quite impressive, yet he never imagined that he would actually produce the materials he needed. Moreover, the quality exceeded his expectations significantly. This was simply unbelievable. Nangong Yue, who was beside him, also brightened up. You actually have such precious materials from a beast. Lu Yunshu was utterly stunned. She stared at the thunder pattern python tendon in Nangong Chen's hand, her eyes filled with astonishment. The secret realm was fraught with danger. Being able to slay a mid-golden core beast was already an extremely difficult feat. Yet Yifeng not only produced a rare mid-golden core thunder pattern python tendon, but also a peak mid-golden core one. The key was that he had taken out this python tendon as if it were an ordinary item, displaying an ease that was vastly different from the strength he usually displayed. Huh, I found it. Seeing their expressions, Yifeng suddenly felt a jolt of unease, awkwardly explaining. This was one of his less conspicuous gains, yet he hadn't expected it to be perceived as something monstrous. You found it again. Lu Yunshu looked skeptical, feeling extremely puzzled. Did this guy really have such good luck? He could find spiritual herbs, and even materials from high-level beasts. She always felt that her cheap son-in-law seemed rather unusual, as if he was hiding some secret. Yet on second thought, she believed that this guy had a clean background, and had never had any special history, so how could it be as she imagined? Perhaps it was simply good luck in the secret realm that allowed him to acquire such a treasure. She shook her head, suppressing her doubts, and never once thought that Yifeng is the one who stirs the winds and clouds in the secret realm Yixinglan. After all, that Yixinglan was far too dazzling. If someone were to tell her that the mysterious genius who emerged and conquered countless talents was actually the little servant she had always looked down upon, she would surely think that person was insane. Nangong Yue and Nangong Chen were equally incredulous upon hearing this claim. How could high-grade materials be so easily picked up? However, they had not personally experienced the dangers of the secret realm and did not know each other's pasts as well as Lu Yunshu did, so they could not refute the statement. In the end, Yifeng and Nangong Chen quickly reached an agreement. Yifeng was not greedy and sold the thunder pattern python muscle to Nangong Chen at market price, while Nangong Chen intended to give more spirit stones, but Yifeng consistently refused to accept. So it seems that I have taken advantage of my cousin-in-law. From now on, if my cousin-in-law faces any difficulties in the family, he can come to me. As long as I can help, I will not decline. In the end, Nan Gongchun patted Yifeng on the shoulder and said, he knew that although the market price was considerable, it was a rare item that was often hard to obtain even with spirit stones. Thank you, cousin. Yifeng was taken aback, not expecting Nan Gongchun to be so polite, and quickly expressed his gratitude. Although he thought it unnecessary, how could he refuse someone else's good intentions? In the attic within the dark room, the lighting was dim, with only a sliver of light seeping through, barely outlining Nan Gonglun's extraordinarily perfect figure. She held her breath and concentrated, suppressing her aura to the utmost, fearing that even the slightest sound might betray her and lead to unnecessary trouble. However, the sounds of laughter and conversation from outside clearly reached her ears. Nan Gongyue's crisp congratulatory voice, Nan Gongchen's hearty exclamations, and Lu Yunshu's respectful, yet somewhat puzzled tone intertwined, making Nan Gonglun feel a bit dazed. Unexpectedly, that guy had such a close relationship with the proud Nan Gongyue, and had even garnered Nan Gongchen's friendship. Previously, she worried that this fake son-in-law would struggle in the Nan Gong family, being bullied and wronged, as no one in the family except herself had any faith in this soft-rice son-in-law. But now it seemed that she had overthought it. With Nan Gongchun and his sister protecting him, even if she did not return for a month or two, she need not worry about him being bullied. By the way, the secret realm. Suddenly, Nan Gonglun recalled something, and a wave of doubt rose in her heart. She was well aware that the thunder pattern python muscle Nan Gongchun needed was a very rare beast material, as the thunder pattern python, which had existed for 1,000 years, was notoriously difficult to deal with. Even the elite of top families would retreat at its sight. Yet the item he produced could make Nan Gongchun unable to suppress his exclamations. Could it be of a very high grade? Could it be that he was not hiding away after his advancement, but rather roamed around and obtained great rewards? Nan Gonglun suddenly felt a sense of absurdity. During her disguise to enter the forbidden area, she could not bring along the communication plate she usually used or any items from her original identity, thus she had not been able to learn about the happenings in this secret realm in time. She never expected it to be completely different from her expectations. Sure enough, soon she gathered more detailed information from the conversations of a few people. 10 stalks of 10th Asanier spirit herbs. 31 stalks of 1,000-year rare spiritual grass. How on earth did he manage that? Nan Gonglun's delicate hand unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes as scenes of danger from when she had entered the secret realm flashed in her mind. She recalled Yifeng's usually gentle and humble demeanor, feeling inexplicably shocked. Is this guy out of his mind? What a foolish person. Who told you to take such risks? Do you think it will move me? All the spirit herbs you obtained should be confiscated. What does it have to do with you? After being shocked, Nan Gonglun immediately became angry. At first, the reason she sought to marry him was merely because she thought that since she would eventually need to find a partner, she might as well give him the identity of a son-in-law from the Nan Gong family to ensure his safety for a lifetime. This way she could find a reason to avoid a union and repay him for saving her life. Yet she never anticipated that this guy would go to such lengths for a bit of reputation. Fortunately, this guy emerged unscathed. However, she was still quite angry and curious, wanting to question this little servant about how many more secrets he was hiding. Finally, after Nan Gongchun and the others had completely walked away, and Yifeng returned to busily working beside the alchemy furnace, she slowly left the dark room draped in a moon-white robe and sat down in the main hall. I heard that you obtained 10 stalks of 10th Asanier spirit herbs in the secret realm. She raised her gaze, looking down at Yifeng, who was focused on the alchemy furnace. Her voice was clear as an icy spring, revealing no joy or anger, yet had a hint more warmth than usual. So what? Yifeng did not expect this woman to take the initiative to speak to him, raising an eyebrow and glancing. Are you stupid? Your wife usually ignores you completely. Aren't you angry? Is it worth risking yourself for her? Nan Gonglun held a pent-up frustration inside and began to ridicule him without holding back. She needed to wake this guy up. However, upon hearing this, Yifeng felt a sudden jolt in his heart, completely unsure how to respond. He never imagined that she would know even this matter. That aloof senior sister would be so close to this woman, that she would share such secrets with her. Hey, not going to speak. Seeing Yifeng remain silent, Nan Gonglun pursed her lips and continued to mock. Do you know that your wife has always been proud and looks down on everyone? With your cultivation and qualifications, do you think you can win her heart? Even if you do more, would she spare you a glance? In my opinion, she has no feelings for you at all. Marrying you is merely for her own benefit. Why must you work so hard for her? Nan Gonglun laid out her thoughts one by one, hoping he could see reality and stop harboring unrealistic. Yet upon hearing this, Yifeng showed no sign of emotional fluctuation. You are mistaken. Oh, I am not taking risks for her, nor do I have any expectations. I am simply doing my own duties, that is all. Yifeng withdrew his gaze, speaking plainly yet earnestly. The reason he ventured deep into the secret realm was merely to accumulate some foundation for Piayan Valley. Providing spirit herbs to the Nangong family was simply a casual gesture aimed at owing no one any favors. He never thought about winning anyone's favor. Self-deceiving. Nangong Luyun scoffed again, not believing his words at all. If I were you, I would treat this young lady better and settle matters with me. My family background far surpasses hers, and my temperament and looks are also not inferior. Who knows, if I am pleased, I might take you as my husband and grant you a life of glory. In the next moment, she threw out the temptation again. She felt this guy was quite hypocritical and needed to add fuel to the fire to expose his true nature. Although you have some looks you cannot compare to my wife, even 1 in 10,000. I'm not interested, Yifeng replied without holding back. At the same time, he secretly sneered in his heart. Does this girl want to test me? Try to draw out my words, and then report back. Does she really think I am a fool? Even if he were narcissistic, he did not think he had reached the level of being loved by everyone. The fact that she said this must be with ulterior motives. Have you really thought this through? That Nangong Luyun is just a hot-tempered woman without any charm. What's good about a face like a block of ice? Upon hearing Yifeng's response, Nangong Luyun felt somewhat incredulous. She never expected that even after she had put it so plainly, he would remain unfazed. To be fair, her current appearance could definitely be described as stunningly beautiful, yet she never thought it would be so belittled. But no matter how, she could not bring herself to be angry. Only the one who drinks knows whether it's cold or warm. You are not me, how do you know if I am good or not? Yifeng's voice remained calm. The colder his wife was, the more at ease he felt, perfectly able to immerse himself in his own pursuits. He was more. Is this really what you believe? Nangong Luyun noticed that Yifeng's expression did not seem to be feigning. Feeling her mood was extremely complex, and unsure whether to be sad or happy. Even if your wife is not bad, the Nangong family is only average. Currently, they are facing various crises. Don't you want to seek a better opportunity? She unwillingly pressed on with her question. That is a misconception. Although the Nangong family is small, it has great potential. The key is that there are not many intrigues here. It's quite comfortable. Yifeng rebutted again. His words were not empty. Although the Yi family he belonged to was even more inconspicuous, the intrigues within were abundant, making him feel fearful just thinking about it. As for other families larger than the Nangong family, he believed that the dirty dealings would only be more so. Overall, he felt more at ease here. Of course, staying in his own Piayan Valley was undoubtedly the best, but wasn't that still in the process of gaining wings? With the opportunities afforded by the Nangong family, he had gained things that others had spent hundreds of years striving for, so he had no intention of leaving easily. Could it be that being in the Nangong family truly makes him so happy? Or is he just acting? Nangong Luyun sensed the protective sentiment in Yifeng's words, and her heart trembled inexplicably. She had merely acted on a whim, thinking that after changing her face with a disguise technique, she would test this nominal husband's views on her and the Nangong family. She was certain that with her cold demeanor and the family's numerous mocking contempt, he would surely harbor dissatisfaction towards the Nangong family. As long as she prodded a bit, she could make him resent her. But she never expected that this soft rice son-in-law, who seemed to be looked down upon by countless people, would not mind at all, and instead be enjoying himself. Her gaze fixed upon Yifeng's sharply defined profile. The disdain brought about by their differences in status and cultivation quietly dissipated over time. In its place was a hint of recognition that even she had not yet realized. It turned out that this Tao partner rented with a spirit stone had quite a few merits. At least he was obedient and trustworthy. However, the moment she recalled how this guy had angered her yesterday, she suddenly snapped back to reality. How could she soften her heart so quickly? Wasn't she supposed to vent her anger properly? No, this must be false. This little trickster must be deliberately guarding against her, fearing that she was merely testing him, hence only speaking sweet words. Let's see if I can test him further. Nangong Luyun bit her delicate lip, her eyes shifting as she devised a new plan. She felt that mere verbal provocation would not reveal the true nature of her opponent. Only by making him taste some actual sweetness could she truly test his intentions. Soon she entered the bathing room for a shower, then emerged in a light moon-white gauze nightdress, strolling out and sitting beside Yifeng's alchemy furnace, pretending to observe. This light gauze nightdress used very little material, merely covering the essential parts, yet exposing large areas of snowy white skin and a pair of long beautiful legs. Her hair was still damp, cascading around her neck, exuding great temptation. At this moment, she felt quite nervous. This was her first time wearing so little in front of a man, but for the sake of uncovering this hypocrite's true nature, she was willing to go all out. Hiss! Yifeng sensed a fragrant aroma approaching and turned his head to see Qin Shui in this state, his heart leaping, nearly ruining a furnace of pills. What is this woman doing? Isn't she being too reckless? Wearing such thin clothing, especially with such a perfect figure, isn't she afraid of awakening his beastly nature? Yifeng quickly collected his thoughts, sitting up straight to continue refining pills, and irritably reminded her. Qin Xianzi, we are not familiar with each other. Is it appropriate to wear so little clothing? Can you please put on something more decent? He spoke quite earnestly. Yet Nangong Luyun calmly replied, Did you not say that I am not as good as your wife? I am sitting here, and it does not affect you. You can continue with your business. Nangong Luyun secretly scoffed in her heart. She did not believe he could remain unmoved, as she estimated he would soon show his true colors. However, upon hearing this, a surge of anger inexplicably rose within Yifeng. This little girl was truly looking for trouble. How could it not affect him? Did she really think he was like Lu Xiaohui? However, he could not actually do anything to her. After all, her cultivation was originally higher than his. Once she regained her strength, he would inevitably come to a bad end. Moreover, her identity was special. If that cold senior sister found out he had acted excessively, his status as a member of the Nangong family would likely come to an end. Since you insist on staying here, then I will yield the space to you. Ultimately, Yifeng cursed under his breath and quickly tidied up his alchemy materials, preparing to return to his own room. With this woman present, he truly could not focus on refining pills and could only temporarily retreat from the spotlight. Yet upon seeing Yifeng's actions, Nangong Luyun felt a surge of anger. She had tried so many tactics, from verbal provocation to sacrificing her appearance to get clothes, and had no idea how much she had invested, yet this guy remained as cold as an unyielding ice. Could he not even spare a glance? Could he really be a block of wood? Or does he truly not like women? Nangong Luyun mumbled to herself, her gaze fixated on Yifeng's unchanged profile, feeling extremely unwilling. No, she had to try one last time. With a twinkle in her eye, she concocted a new scheme. So just as Yifeng stood up preparing to leave, she also stood abruptly, pretending to trip, and stumbled forward, exclaiming, "Oh no." She calculated the angle and distance perfectly. This tumble would land her right into Yifeng's arms. She had even planned the next act, feigning panic, then looking up with her watery eyes, gazing affectionately at him, complemented by a slightly flushed face and rapid breathing, convinced he would have some reaction. However, the anticipated soft touch did not come. Instead, Yifeng sidestepped. Yifeng had not expected this woman to spring such a surprise. He instinctively wanted to extend his arms to catch her, but then thought, would she use this against him, accusing him of being lewd? In the end, he gritted his teeth and chose to dodge. After all, it was better to avoid trouble. With a soft thud, Nangong Luyun fell solidly onto the floor. This bastard! How could he be so heartless? Nangong Luyun was utterly speechless. Returning to the side room, Yifeng let out a long breath, secretly lamenting that Qin Shui was indeed capable of stirring up trouble. Fortunately, he had withstood the test. After this, she should calm down a bit, right? As Yifeng had predicted, in the following days, Qin Shui did not speak to him again, nor did she disturb him, quietly staying in her own room. This made Yifeng secretly rejoice that his decision had indeed been correct. However, what he did not know was that in another luxurious estate in the holy city, a significant event closely related to him was unfolding. Yi Tian, who was eager to ascend to a high family, had finally gained an audience with the young lady of the Xiao family, Xiao Mingyue, after multiple selections. At this moment, Yi Tian stood with his hands hanging down respectfully in a grand hall, dressed in a golden brocade robe that accentuated his tall stature, his features handsome, and his presence extraordinary. Yet as he gazed at the figure in pure white above, his face was filled with fervor and determination. Xiao Mingyue, clad in a moon-white gown, reclined on a purple gold wooden chair adorned with white tiger demon skin, observing the man below with an amused expression. It must be said that this Yi Tian was not bad-looking, making her feel quite a connection, but she was not that superficial. "You do know that my previous husband died by my hand. Are you not afraid of meeting the same fate?" After a moment of mutual scrutiny, Xiao Mingyue's voice suddenly rang out, tinged with a hint of casual mockery, as she questioned Yi Tian. It was well known that she had already had 3 husbands, but unfortunately each one was short-lived, especially the third, whom she had personally pierced through the heart with a sword and fed to the fierce beasts of the sect's back mountain. At this moment, she wanted to see the reaction of the man below upon hearing this news. Yet Yi Tian seemed to be prepared for it, responding nonchalantly, "I believe that won't happen. On one hand, I am not useless like your previous husbands. On the other hand, I believe that with sincerity, you will not let me." Yi Tian spoke with remarkable confidence, each word radiating unprecedented self-assurance. He was well aware that a large family like the Xiao family prioritized interests. As long as he could bring sufficient benefits to the Xiao family, they had no reason to treat him poorly. As for how to bring sufficient benefits to the Xiao family, he was very confident in his own talents. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyue suddenly chuckled, her laughter crisp yet tinged with mockery. "Very well, I hope you don't regret it. Since you have this intention, then the matter of you marrying into the family is settled. 3 days later, the Xiao family will send someone to deliver the betrothal gifts. You can go back and prepare." She slowly stood up, dropped a remark, and then left without looking back. Yes. Yi Tian's heart soared with joy at her words. It worked. Although this Xiao family young lady had a somewhat sharp and acerbic appearance with a few dark spots on her face and a not so great temperament, her beauty was still at an 8 out of 10, and given her excellent family background, she was not unacceptable. Unexpectedly, he has finally reached this step. In the past, he viewed the Nangong family as an insurmountable mountain, while his younger brother, whom he always considered a useless individual, merely became a son-in-law of the Nangong family, transforming from a mere servant into the focus of everyone's attention. It was said that he even obtained the position of the head of the 7 major escort agencies of the Nangong family. The envy in his heart was almost overflowing these days. But now Yi Tian has climbed to the Shao family, which is countless times stronger than the Nangong family. From now on, he will no longer have to look at anyone's face. Resources for cultivation and status in the sect will all be within his grasp. With the support of the Shao family's resources, he believes his achievements will far surpass that muddy-legged Yi Feng. Brother, do you think that just because you became a son-in-law of the Nangong family, you have accomplished something remarkable? Can you keep me down? Ridiculous. I am the true son of destiny. Once I leverage the power of the Shao family to ascend to a high position, just wait and see how I will make you fall to the ground. And that blind woman from the Nangong family, Lu Yun. He left with a light step, the cold wind hitting his face, yet he remained oblivious, his eyes filled with pride, completely unaware of the glint of amusement in Xiao Mingyu's gaze as she watched his retreating figure from behind the window of the main hall. Interesting. I hope you can truly live up to your words. After the agreement between the two parties of Shao and Yi was reached, the news of Yi Tian becoming a son-in-law of the Shao family spread like wildfire overnight across Tianzhou. In fact, even in the other continents of the Songlong continent, many people received the news. Initially, everyone thought it was a rumor and did not believe it. However, when the Shao family personally confirmed it, the cultivators in major sects, markets, and taverns instantly erupted with excitement. The next day, discussions were fervently taking place in tea houses and taverns across Tianzhou. Have you heard? The legitimate son of the Yi family from Chuzhou, Yi Tian, is going to become a son-in-law of the Shao family. What? Which Shao family? Some people didn't react immediately. What a dumb question. It's the Shao family, one of the top 10 legendary families. Hiss. The others at the table gasped in unison, nearly spilling their teacups. This is one of the top 10 families in the Songlong continent. But the Yi family? Which Yi family? I've never heard of them before. It's just a small family from Chuzhou that doesn't amount to much, but their illegitimate son, Yi Feng, recently won the favor of the number 1 beauty Nangong Xianzi and became a son-in-law of the Nangong family. Heavens, it's that Yi family. Their illegitimate son just became a son-in-law of the Nangong family not long ago, and now not long after the legitimate son has climbed to the Shao family. This truly is a case of smoke rising from the ancestral grave. Some cultivators who had heard of the Yi family couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. Isn't it? What kind of luck does this small Yi family have? 2 young masters, one became a son-in-law of the Nangong family, and the other a son-in-law of the Shao family. Who would have dared to imagine this 10 years ago? Isn't it just because they look handsome? I say the Yi family is going to soar to great heights. The Nangong family is already intimidating enough, and the Shao family is even more unfathomable, having connections with both sides. Most people spoke with a hint of jealousy. Generally, a family can produce one renowned figure, but unexpectedly this Yi family has produced 2, and both in such a way. However, some people were not convinced. That can't be said. On the Nangong family side, it is said that the illegitimate son, Yi Feng, has never received training from the family since childhood and was left to fend for himself. Moreover, he had already severed ties with the Yi family when he became a son-in-law, so it is uncertain whether he will bring any benefits to the Yi family. Is there such a thing? Someone coldly snorted. They had discussed that matter for a long time back then, and still remembered it vividly. Is there really such a situation? The head of the Yi family truly has short-sightedness. The others, upon hearing this, felt that the old man of the Yi family was indeed blind. Why not take advantage of such a great support? But what about Yi Tian? If even an illegitimate son can thrive in the Nangong family, then looking at Yi Tian with his top-notch talent, who has been the spotlight of the Yi family since childhood, with resources, techniques, and renowned masters, which of these is not the best? Now he is becoming a son-in-law of the Shao family, and his future achievements will likely far surpass that of the illegitimate son. I also feel that Yi Tian has a brighter future. After all, he is the legitimate son with a well-rooted background and has been carefully cultivated for so many years. Entering a place like the Shao family, he will surely shine brilliantly. On the contrary, that Yi Feng can achieve some success, it is merely due to luck. When this was said, many agreed. Indeed, it is said that the head of the Yi family was overjoyed to learn that his legitimate son could become a son-in-law of the Shao family, throwing grand banquets for several days. But when that illegitimate son became a son-in-law, he severed ties decisively. Unless the Yi family is blind, why would they let go of such a good opportunity? In my opinion, Yi Feng's talent is limited. To come this far is already incredible luck. In the future, he will surely fade into obscurity. If we are to consider the long term, we still have to look at Yi Tian. Most people had reached a consensus. I think Yi Feng is even better. That old man of the Yi family is so biased, he will surely regret it in the future. In the corner, a young man in a green shirt who had been silent all this time suddenly spoke up. His voice was not loud, but it made the nearby people pause. Everyone looked over in unison. Oh, friend, why do you say that? They were all quite puzzled by this assertion, not understanding why he held this view. The young man in the green shirt set down his teacup and said leisurely, "I have seen Yi Feng a few times. He is humble, low-key, and appears unremarkable, but upon closer thought, did he really rely solely on luck to come from an overlooked illegitimate son to where he is today? To make the young lady of the Nangong family look at him differently is not something just anyone can achieve." The young man in the green shirt spoke with great conviction. Although he had no solid evidence, he believed that the young lady of the Nangong family would never choose an incompetent person, and he found Yi Feng quite appealing. On the contrary, he had many dislikes for Yi Tian. But talent is evident. Yi Tian's talent is top tier, even in Tianzhou. No matter what Yi Feng does, how can he compare? Someone immediately retorted, "Talent is indeed important, but sometimes people look beyond just talent." Yi Feng seems unambitious, but he consistently performs well. Such a person with a good temperament and low profile often goes further. The young man in the green shirt said calmly. When these words were said, everyone fell into silence, feeling there was indeed some truth to it. But soon someone scoffed, "You are overthinking it. What does a good temperament matter? What kind of presence is the Shao family? Once Yi Tian enters resources and status, what will he lack? Can a mere good temperament make up for such a vast gap? I dare say Yi Tian's future achievements will absolutely crush Yi Feng." This person's tone was equally firm. After all, in this world there are many good-natured people, but in the face of resources and power they are worthless. Then let's wait and see. The young man in the green shirt did not argue further, merely lifting his teacup, gently blowing on the steam, and continued to focus on drinking his tea. At the same time, in other parts of Tianzhou similar debates were fervently ongoing. Most people favored Yi Tian, believing he would surely shine brightly, while those who supported Yi Feng were few and far between. However, in certain corners of the holy city in the Jinling Pavilion of the floating cloud valley, the atmosphere was entirely different. Yi Tian actually dares to compare himself with our valley master. What a firefly that dares to contend with the bright moon. A relatively senior employee snorted at these discussions, his face filled with disdain. He was part of the original team brought over from Chuzhou and had witnessed their valley master rise from a small servant to the now renowned master of the floating cloud valley, finding it truly astonishing. Yet Yi Tian was merely a second-generation heir, enjoying the resources of his predecessors who only knew how to boast. The two were simply not comparable. Exactly. Who is our valley master? A master strategist, a planner of grand designs. Even the spiritual creatures that other major families in Tianzhou cannot cultivate, our valley master can cultivate successfully. What is a mere Yi Tian compared to that? Indeed, those outside know nothing and dare to say they favor Yi Tian more. Yi Tian may have good talent, but in other aspects he pales in comparison to our valley master. The other employees echoed in agreement. They understood how rapidly the floating cloud valley was developing, with each spiritual creature produced being of excellent quality and high demand across Tianzhou. The key point was that the entire floating cloud valley belonged to their valley master, making it hard to imagine how high he could reach over time. Alright, our valley master has always been low-key in his work and never likes to flaunt wealth. We just need to focus on doing our part well, and I believe it won't be long before the whole Tianzhou knows who the real dragon among men is. A senior executive stopped the discussions of the crowd, speaking with confidence. In his heart, Yi Feng was not merely the master of Floating Cloud Valley, but a being capable of anything. No matter what others said or compared, he firmly believed that their valley master would definitely be the best, unsurpassed. Inside Yunxiang residence, Yi Feng was unaware of the commotion outside, nor did he know that he had once again become the focus of everyone's attention due to Yi Tian's marriage. He was simply dedicated to practicing alchemy tirelessly and occasionally concocting medicine for Qin Shui's. Yet on this day, with Nan Gongyue's return, he finally gained a general understanding of the matter. Unexpectedly, Yi Tian has such extraordinary fortune to become the son-in-law of one of the 10 legendary clans. Yi Feng murmured inwardly, a quiet sigh stirring in his heart. This evoked faint memories from the original body. Years ago, a feng shui master had been invited to conduct an exhaustive geomantic survey of the Yi family's ancestral gravesite, and afterward declared that a scion destined to revitalize the clan would emerge within this generation. Thus it seemed highly probable that the clan-reviving scion foretold by that master was none other than Yi Tian, and the Yi family's long-standing favoritism toward him likely stemmed from their early conviction that he was precisely the one they had long awaited. As for the original host, born with mediocre talent, he would have perished long ago had it not been for Yi Feng's transmigration. He was in truth an inconsequential figure. Brother-in-law, please bear no pressure over this matter. Yi Tian is arrogant and ambitious. His marriage into the Shao family is nothing more than opportunistic sycophancy. In my eyes, you far surpass him. There is no need to compete for hollow prestige. Having relayed the situation, Nan Gongyue offered Yi Feng a look tinged with quiet sympathy. She had of course heard much of the recent debates surrounding the Yi brothers. As a member of the Nangong clan, she well understood that Yi Tian's alliance with the Shao family boded ill for her own family's interests. Yet she remained steadfast in her belief that her brother-in-law was the superior choice, and were she to decide anew, she would not waver. What pressure could I possibly feel? I never intended to vie with him for anything. Our paths diverge, each walks his own Tao. Hearing these words, Yifeng smiled faintly, his tone utterly unruffled. In truth, he did not regard himself as part of the Yi family at all. He merely occupied the body of its second young master, and having severed all ties, he now stood wholly unbound. What the Yi family did, or did not, held no bearing upon him. Truly, or are you merely feigning composure? Nan Gongyue raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised by his serene detachment. Outside public discourse overwhelmingly lauded Yi Tian while disparaging Yi Feng, the discarded son, claiming his marriage into the Nangong family would inevitably herald its decline, whereas Yi Tian, soaring on newfound prestige, might yet ascend to unparalleled heights. She found such talk infuriating, yet knowing Yi Feng's lifelong aversion to contention, she soon felt a quiet sense of relief. Indeed, this man had begun life as a menial servant. To have attained his present station was already remarkable. It was only natural he harbored no lingering desire to rival Yi Tian. By the way, here are the financial ledgers for all Nangong enterprises over the past month. Since the eldest miss is away and unreachable, you must review them on her behalf. Moreover, numerous branch operations are petitioning for increased investment. You alone must approve or deny these requests. Remembering the purpose of her visit, Nan Gongyue promptly retrieved a thick stack of ledgers from her spatial ring and placed them before Yifeng. Ordinarily, such reviews and decisions fell to her cousin, Nangong Luyun, but with no means of contacting her, the duty now rested solely upon Yifeng. Wait, me? How could I possibly decide? Yifeng recoiled slightly at the suggestion. How could an outsider presume authority over the vast, far-reaching enterprises of the Nangong clan? The elders decreed that this concerns the direction of the clan's spirit stone investments. The patriarch remains in seclusion, the eldest miss is abroad and unreachable. Among those vested with decision-making authority, only you, the legitimate son-in-law, hold unchallenged command. Only your order will be obeyed without question. Nan Gongyue said, a faint note of resentment coloring her voice. She herself longed to assume this responsibility, but as the patriarch's niece, not his daughter, her word carried no weight. Conversely, though Yifeng was an outsider, he was the eldest Mrs. lawful husband, and thus the patriarch's true son-in-law. His decree bore the same weight as her personal command. This. Yifeng's gaze fell upon the towering stack of ledgers, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. Clever old foxes, they were plainly seeking someone to shoulder the blame. He knew full well that many Nangong enterprises currently teetered on the brink of crisis. Every senior official understood that one misstep would trigger catastrophic losses, and those wily elders, unwilling to risk censure, had swiftly thrust this scorching burden into his hands. Was he truly so foolish? Before he could protest further, Nan Gongyue cut him off. Brother-in-law, do not refuse. This is the clan's formal decision. Should you withhold your order, these enterprises will stagnate entirely. She explained calmly. Yifeng fell silent for a moment, his eyes tracing the dense script across the ledger pages, then flickering to Nan Gongyue's earnest gaze, before sighing in resignation and gathering the volumes into his arms. Very well. I shall examine them. With elder sister Nangong absent, he, as her nominal husband, had little choice but to lend his support. Seeing Yifeng's acquiescence, Nan Gongyue exhaled softly, the tension in her eyes easing. Oh, and here are the elders' recommendations for investment allocation. Should you find yourself uncertain, consult them. You may even issue orders directly from them. Swiftly, Nan Gongyue produced another folio, a record of the elders' collective deliberations and compromises, though none dared claim final authority. What a masterful calculation. Yifeng let out a cold, mirthless laugh. They sought both to saddle him with blame and compel him to enact their will, an arrangement that left them unscathed no matter the outcome. Fine. You may withdraw for now. I'll study these matters carefully before deciding. In the end, Yifeng declined to render an immediate verdict, instead gently dismissing Nan Gongyue. The simplest course would be to approve the elders' suggestions outright. Yet he sensed grave peril in such compliance, and resolved instead to scrutinize every entry himself, searching for hidden pitfalls. Moreover, he chafed at the thought of being manipulated like a puppet by these scheming elders. These wretched ancients, resorting to such cowardly abdication of responsibility. Within the dim, secluded chamber of the pavilion, Nangong Luyun listened to Nan Gongyue's conversation with Yifeng, and felt a surge of indignation. She had never imagined that in her brief absence her clan would descend into such chaos. Had she not been constrained from revealing herself, she would have summoned every elder for reprimand on the spot. Yet in the end, she held her tongue. But when she saw Yifeng poring over the ledgers with intense focus, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. When absorbed in concentration, he possessed a certain gravitas. Yet was he truly reading them? Could he even comprehend them? In the main hall, Yifeng had spread the ledgers across a jade table. His fingertips glided over yellowed pages, tracing rows upon rows of meticulous entries. Revenues, expenditures, spirit stone flows. pausing now, and then to frown now, and then to sink deep into thought. Just as Yifeng prepared to pause for tea, Nangong Luyun entered and seated herself before him, her voice cool and clear. These ledgers, you truly understand them. She leaned forward, instinctively disbelief thick in her tone. She knew better than anyone how impenetrably arcane these records were. So obscure that even the clan's most seasoned accountants, veterans of decades in commerce, required hours to decipher their cryptic symbols and reconstruct actual operational conditions. And yet this man, widely regarded as a man without lineage, could possibly grasp them. She had assumed he would merely flip through them, perfunctorily feigning diligence. But instead he appeared genuinely engaged, extracting meaning from the dense thicket of glyphs with a seriousness surpassing even the clan's most skilled scribes. Yifeng lifted his gaze toward Qin Shui, his fingers still resting lightly upon the page, and replied simply, I possess a modest familiarity. His words held no falsehood. Su Zian employed identical accounting methods, and he himself had overseen the entire genesis and growth of her enterprise from inception. Yet those few casual words struck Nangong Luyun like thunder. Was he not a former menial servant, utterly devoid of familial backing? Even during his tenure at the Yufeng escort agency, his duties involved strategic planning, not ledger-keeping. Where then had he acquired such mastery? Nangong Luyun opened her mouth, then closed it again, speechless. Before her sat a man whose origins were impeccably documented, yet who now seemed unfathomably profound. Then tell me, where do you intend to allocate spirit stones? Which expenditures will you curtail? Unwilling to yield, Nangong Luyun pressed on. From what she'd overheard, she grasped the crux of the dilemma. Multiple branch enterprises clamored for greater investment to bolster competitiveness and stave off encroachment by rival clans. Alas, the clan's treasury held only 30 million spirit stones, while its total shortfall exceeded 50 million. Hard choices among these ventures were unavoidable. What concern is this of yours? Why should I disclose my intentions? Yifeng regarded her with mild bewilderment. I am close friends with your wife. I must safeguard the clan's interests. If you, a soft-rice husband, bungle this, would I not betray my dearest friend? Nangong Luyun declared unapologetically. Huh. Yifeng responded with a dismissive chuckle and said no more. I swear, on my honor, I will reveal nothing to outsiders nor act against the Nangong clan's interests. I only wish to assist in oversight. Is that acceptable? Frustration sharpened her voice. She seethed inwardly. How dare he, facing so grave a matter, treat her, the rightful heir, with... Seeing Qin Shui's earnest vow worn down by her persistence, Yifeng finally shared his plan. I intend to shutter all spirit fruit shops across Tianzhou, redirecting their manpower and rental costs towards strengthening the escort agency. This constituted a pivotal departure from the elders' consensus. Yet wary of oversight, he reasoned that Nangong Luyun, herself born into a great clan, might offer valuable insight, and thus voiced it. Do you harbor some ulterior motive in this decision? Nangong Luyun narrowed her eyes, deeply suspicious. Could it be that having risen to head the escort agency, he now sought to funnel resources exclusively toward it? If so, she would intervene without hesitation. You're overthinking it. Transporting spirit fruits from Chu province to the holy city for sale is simply unprofitable. Margins are razor-thin and losses loom large. We'd be better off shifting to other commodities. Yifeng explained. Of course, he was no short-sighted opportunist fixated solely on personal gain, whose judgment was grounded entirely in the prevailing circumstances. Thin margins still constitute profit. How can we so readily abandon this venture? Nangong Luyun's gaze locked onto Yifeng, searching intently for hidden intent. After all, profitable enterprises within the Nangong clan were few and far between. This spirit fruit trade, though meager in yield, remained one of them, barely sustaining the clan's daily operations through sheer volume and diligence. Profitability today offers no guarantee tomorrow. Have you heard of the Zhenling Pavilion? Yifeng asked with a faint smile. Of course, I know it well. Its spirit fruits are peerless in quality, perpetually in demand. Alas, its supply is woefully scarce, posing no real threat. Nangong Luyun instantly grasped his implication and voiced her conclusion without hesitation. This newly emerged rival had already gained renown across the realm. She could hardly be unaware of its prestige. Every fruit it offered was a rare treasure, beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Yet overall, the Zhenling Pavilion's output remained minuscule, catering exclusively to elite clientele, thus posing no meaningful challenge to the Nangong clan's established spirit fruit business. You are profoundly mistaken. I foresee the Zhenling Pavilion launching massive production expansion and opening new branches across the entire Tian continent. If the Nangong clan persists down this path, it will inevitably suffer severe long-term repercussions. The more you invest now, the deeper the losses later. Yifeng, rarely divulging insider intelligence, offered this rare glimpse behind the veil. This was, after all, his own enterprise. Su Zian regularly updated him via spirit communication disc with operational developments. He, as head of the household, could hardly remain uninformed. Rumors held that Piaoyun Valley had already leased vast tracts of unclaimed land surrounding the valley, planting spirit cultivars en masse, ready to flood the market upon maturity. How could that possibly be? With such exceptional quality, how could the Zhenling Pavilion scale up production so rapidly? On what grounds do you make such a claim? Nangong Liuyun's first reaction upon hearing this news was outright disbelief. Though the Zhenling Pavilion never publicly lamented the difficulty of cultivating premium spirit fruits, everyone knew the truth. Nurturing such treasures demanded immense resources and yielded abysmal survival rates. Such was common knowledge among cultivators. How then could the Zhenling Pavilion simultaneously uphold supreme quality and accelerate cultivation at scale? This conclusion stems from my nocturnal observations of celestial patterns. Your limitations do not define universal possibility. The Zhenling Pavilion will rise swiftly and powerfully. Consequently, rival spirit fruit shops shall inevitably falter. Yifeng offered no further explanation, cloaking his insight in an ambiguous quasi-mystical rationale. With his cultivation method, as long as fertile land and abundant spiritual energy were assured, all else posed no obstacle. Celestial observation. Nangong Luyun found the explanation utterly preposterous. She could only sigh inwardly. Did this man truly fancy himself a celestial master? Even top-tier sects and ancient clans cannot master rapid cultivation of supreme-grade spirit fruits. How could such a minor establishment as the Zhenling Pavilion achieve it? You're merely spreading alarmist nonsense. Nangong Liuyun's delicate brows knotted tightly, her voice thick with skepticism. In her estimation, for the Zhenling Pavilion to reach output levels capable of threatening the Nangong clan's interests would take decades, not mere months. Shutting down stores now would be reckless folly. Look at you, so provincial in your outlook. Do you not know there are masters beyond masters, heavens beyond heavens? If the Zhenling Pavilion does succeed, what then? Yifeng countered. I, a scion of a paramount aristocratic house. Dare you accuse me of provincial ignorance? Nangong Luyun flared with indignation. She had mastered written characters at 3, entered commerce at 10, and assumed stewardship of the entire Nangong estate by 18, ranking among the most gifted strategists in mercantile cultivation history. To be called provincial was an unforgivable insult. You've yet to witness half the wonders this world holds. Yifeng retorted dismissively. You. Nangong Luyun choked on her fury. And what of the Courier Guild? Are you truly so confident? And how do you propose handling the abandoned cultivation gardens? Nangong Luyun pressed. She longed to overrule him outright. But he had studied Star Divination, and a few of his earlier predictions had proven uncannily accurate. Her confidence wavered. Yet this decision rippled outward like a stone cast into still water. The Nangong clan owned numerous spirit fruit gardens across Chu province, supplying the entire Tian continent. Closing their Tian stores would render those estates utterly barren. The Courier Guild will thrive under my guidance. As for the gardens, simply replant them with spirit herbs. Yifeng declared coolly. He had long prepared a follow-up strategy, leveraging the Nangong Courier Guild to distribute Zhenling Pavilion fruits across the Tsunglong continent, a symbiotic arrangement. But revealing that was out of the question. Utter arrogance. Should you fail, just wait for your wife to deal with you. They debated for hours. In the end, Nangong Luyun lacked compelling arguments to sway Yifeng, and lacked formal authority to intervene. She could only watch helpless as he issued his orders. Fine, let us proceed as he commands, for now. Nangong Luyun slowly released her clenched teacup, resignation and resentment warring within her heart. She yielded at last. What? Close all spirit fruit stores across the Tian continent, and massively expand the Courier Guild. Within the Nangong clan's council hall, elders and stewards paled upon hearing Nangong Yue announce the directive, their expressions turning grim and stormy. Preposterous. Utterly absurd. An elderly elder erupted instantly, white eyebrows and beard bristling, bloodshot eyes bulging, as he slammed a fist onto the table, rattling porcelain cups. These Tian stores form a cornerstone of our clan's commerce, far-reaching and vital. How dare this ignorant son-in-law shut them down on a whim? Precisely. Such recklessness defies all reason. We offered sound counsel. Why would this son-in-law act so recklessly? Another elder, stroking his goatee, spoke with ashen face and incredulous tone. He had assumed this lowborn son-in-law would remain docile and obedient, meekly implementing their directives. Instead, having achieved modest success, the man had lost all sense of proportion, issuing catastrophic decrees without consultation. He's clearly using public office for private gain, favoring his own Courier Guild. A third elder piped up, shrilly, disdain dripping from every syllable. He oversaw the Tian spirit fruit trade. His personal interest struck a direct blow. After all, annual profits from each assigned enterprise were distributed as bonuses to respective overseers. He instantly concluded this rice bowl husband sought only personal enrichment. His words ignited the hall like gunpowder. Elders and stewards erupted in unanimous agreement. Exactly. Even if he favors his Courier Guild, must he flaunt it so brazenly? Moreover, expanding a Courier Guild isn't merely a matter of will. It demands merchant patronage and doubled spirit stone investment. Does he think our treasury overflows? Or has his mind been clouded by swine fat? He clearly understands nothing, and seeks only to squander the Nangong legacy. Who could deny it? Grumbling and outrage filled the hall, faces flushed with indignation. My brother-in-law stated plainly if he issues the order it must be executed, otherwise he withdraws entirely. After prolonged clamor, Nangong Yue finally interjected, voice calm and measured. She herself had questioned and resisted, but her brother-in-law remained immovable, impervious to her entreaties. This foolishness, a catastrophic miscalculation. At her words, elders exchanged stricken regret. Originally they had delegated authority to this son-in-law precisely because he seemed inexperienced and timid. Ideal as a puppet issuing orders they dictated, shielding them from external criticism. Who foresaw this rice bowl husband would seize authority as his own birthright? But the decree was already issued. What now? Defiance meant insubordination, compliance risked grave harm to the clan's prosperity. For a moment they stood paralyzed, caught between Scylla and Charybdis. Perhaps we implement other directives immediately while shuttering only a few spirit fruit stores for now, and await the young mistress's return before deciding further. One elder's eyes gleamed shrewdly as he proposed gravely. Other ventures urgently needed spirit stone infusion. They couldn't wait. Yet the inverse shift between spirit fruit and courier guild operations allowed breathing room. Agreed. Yes, decided. At this suggestion, the eldest elder slammed his palm onto the table and declared, issue orders. Close only the least profitable outlets. Core store supply chains must remain untouched. No reduction at minimum. Courier guild investment may increase by only 30%. All remaining spirit stones remain strictly reserved. His tone brooked no dissent. Nods followed in swift succession. Faces hardened with shared resolve. Had the order not yet been issued, defiance might have been possible. But now open rebellion was untenable. Their only recourse was delay, calculated strategic stalling. Privately, however, they resolved to comply superficially, implementing only partial measures, while awaiting the young mistress's return. Then united they would petition to rescind this absurd edict. As the orders were being executed at the Nangong family, the atmosphere outside the Shao family manor in the northern part of the holy city also began to liven up. Today marked the day when Yi Tian would become a member of one of the top 10 legendary families, the Shao family. Standing tall, he took a deep breath and adjusted his brand new luxurious attire, striding towards the grand Shao family manor amidst the throngs of relatives from the Yi family and the Tan family. At this moment, he was brimming with confidence and ambition. He had put in tremendous effort for this day. Not only had he spent these days widely promoting himself as the true dragon of the Yi family in the past 10 generations, but he had also constantly compared himself to Yi Feng, the disfavored son of the Yi family, who had recently joined the Nangong family, exaggerating his own merits. Under his orchestration, the entire Tianzhou knew that this time he was joining forces with the Shao family and was bound to shine brightly. Yi Tian, are you ready? The Shao family will surely welcome a multitude of guests today, and our Yi family might just become renowned. Elder Yi Hong, Yi Tian's second uncle, said excitedly, his eyes filled with anticipation. As a small family in Chuzhou, the Yi family had rarely encountered any real big shots in the past. They couldn't even step through the doors of those families. However, now that they had allied with the Shao family, he felt that many prominent families would come to congratulate and befriend them. The other Yi family members and the Tan family youths all wore smiles, holding their heads high, as if they could already envision the luxurious wedding scene of the Shao family. Uncle, don't worry. I've prepared everything. There won't be any issues. Yi Tian said confidently, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. With the groundwork he had laid, he believed the Shao family would surely pay attention to him. That's good. A grand procession of people entered the Shao family manor, akin to country folk entering the city, continually marveling at the opulence within. However, not long after arriving at the wedding courtyard, the sight before them left them all dumbfounded. Although the main courtyard was festooned with decorations, it was not bustling with people as they had imagined. As for the guests, there were quite a few servants and guards of the Shao family bustling about, but they did not see many core high-ranking members of the Shao family or other influential figures. What is going on? Aren't those people here yet? The smiles on Yi Hong and the others' faces froze instantly, filled with confusion and doubt. After all, there was not much time left before the wedding ceremony was set to begin. Logically, the guests who were supposed to come should have arrived by now. Seeing this, Yi Tian's expression also darkened, a sense of foreboding rising within him. This was vastly different from the grand scene he had envisioned. Soon they learned the specific reason. The Shao family had no intention of going all out for this event, especially since it was not the first marriage. Does the Shao family look down on our Yi family too much? Exactly. Even if I'm becoming part of the family, it shouldn't be this shabby. Upon learning the truth, the Yi family members began to complain in low voices, their previous joy replaced by dissatisfaction and embarrassment. They had initially hoped to take this opportunity to show their faces in front of the big shots of various families, even to forge friendships, but they ended up with nothing. However, thinking of the Shao family's young lady's reputation, they decided to bear with it. Well, if they couldn't make connections with the big shots, they could at least enjoy a good meal. Surely the Shao family wouldn't skimp in that regard. During this period, they had heard that the lingua from the Jinling Pavilion was extremely famous in Tianzhou, but they couldn't buy any. However, since the Shao family was hosting a joyous event today, they believed that with the Shao family's strength, they would definitely be able to procure such fruits, and they planned to indulge. Yet when they were led to a side hall to rest, they saw that the fruits served by the maid were only ordinary spiritual fruits commonly found in the market, not the rare lingua from the Jinling Pavilion that they had been longing for, let alone the high-grade fruits aged for thousands of years. What is the meaning of this? This is outrageous. Elder Yihong could no longer contain himself, slamming the table and loudly exclaiming, "Is this how you Shao family treat your guests? Are you trying to fool us with these mundane items? Bring the person in charge." His voice was loud, echoing starkly in the side hall. Indeed, this must be the fault of some vile servant. The other Yi family members also began to grumble. They had heard that male in-laws often faced disdain and could be intimidated by certain servants, so they couldn't back down today. They had to escalate the matter. Otherwise, Yi Tian would surely find it difficult to navigate within the Shao family in the future. Several Shao family stewards rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing the furious expressions of the Yi family members and glancing at the fruits on the table, their faces changed slightly, but they dared not say much and hurriedly explained, "Ladies and gentlemen, please calm down. This is what the main family has instructed. These indeed are the fruits that we have." In such an important occasion, even if they despised these people from a remote area, they wouldn't dare to make arbitrary. How could that be? Does your Shao family not even have access to the lingua from the Jinling Pavilion? Upon hearing this, Yihong immediately began to question. After all, this was the wedding of the Shao family's young lady. They were, after all, the relatives of the future husband. How could they be treated as such? They didn't even want the high-grade fruits that had aged for thousands of years. They only wanted the fine specimens among the ordinary fruits. Was that too high of a demand? Indeed, gentlemen, after today, I will be the son-in-law of the Shao family. Are you sure you want to go against me? Does the young lady know about this? Yi Tian also began to question. The scene today was entirely different from what he had imagined. He already felt embarrassed enough. He didn't expect to be bullied by the vile servants again. Where could he put his face? Reporting, my lord, the Jinling Pavilion's fruit storage is quite limited, and we only have these for this banquet. If you are dissatisfied, you can speak to the young lady yourself. Several stewards looked particularly displeased upon hearing Yi Tian's reprimand. The Shao family did have the lingua from the Jinling Pavilion, however they couldn't procure much, and it was already a stretch to supply it to the core high-ranking members and direct descendants. There was no way they would use it to lavishly entertain guests. Speak to the young lady. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's heart sank. He had thought this was merely the folly of the servants, but could it be that it wasn't? Otherwise, why wouldn't they fear his complaints? In the end, no matter how unwilling Yi Tian and the others were, they could only let it go, as they were unaware of who had given the orders. However, the situation here quickly spread to the ears of many Shao family members and servants. Several elders and stewards of the Shao family revealed their displeasure upon hearing the performance of the Yi family. What a bunch of uncultured bumpkins, an elder from the Shao family scoffed. Just because you're marrying and you actually think of yourself as an esteemed elder. Were ordinary spiritual fruits really beneath them? Indeed, Yi Tian is truly worlds apart from that Yi Feng from the Nangong family, another steward concurred. I heard that when Yi Feng married into the Nangong family, they also had a modest celebration and faced much mockery, but Yi Feng remained humble and courteous without any complaints. Unlike Yi Tian, who acts so high and mighty before even entering the door, truly self-righteous and ungrateful. Perhaps he thinks of himself as the pride of the Yi family, deserving to be above others, but what difference is there between a mere Yi family's pride and a servant in our presence? Indeed, if it weren't for the young lady taking a liking to him, he probably wouldn't even be allowed through the door. The impression of Yi Tian and the Yi family members among those in the courtyard turned increasingly negative. However, since the young lady had not spoken, they refrained from saying more. Before long, the auspicious time arrived, and a servant came to announce that Yi Tian should proceed to the main hall for the ceremony. Yi Tian suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart, adjusted his attire, and followed the servant towards the main hall. The Yi family members saw this, and also put on smiles, following closely behind. They were well aware that no matter what, the most important thing was to complete the ceremony first. As long as they successfully married into the Shao family, there would be great prospects ahead. In the center of the main hall, red candles flickered brightly, and the wedding table was neatly arranged. The Shao family's young lady, Shao Mingyue, dressed in a bright red wedding gown, stood decorously in front. Although she did not glance at Yi Tian, she at least showed up on time, preventing any embarrassment of having no one to match. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the parents. Husband and wife bow to each other. With the officiant's voice, the wedding ceremony was completed. The Yi family members finally showed a hint of relief on their faces. From this day forward, they would truly be connected to the Shao family. Yi Tian's tense expression softened a bit, at least the ceremony had proceeded smoothly, saving face. As night fell, and everything settled, Yi Tian stepped into the carefully arranged bridal chamber, with great interest. Although Xiao Mingyu's looks were not top-notch, she was certainly a beautiful girl. The key was that she bore the distinction of being the Shao family's young lady. If he could win her over, it would count as a significant achievement. However, he quickly discovered that the red candles in the wedding chamber flickered with a festive glow, yet the figure of the bride, Xiao Mingyue, was nowhere to be seen. What is going on? Yi Tian's expression changed again upon seeing this. Just as he was about to call someone to inquire, a maid entered with a teacup, expressionless, and conveyed the message. The young lady said she is unwell today and cannot share the chamber with you. Please rest alone for now. After delivering the message, the maid placed the teacup down and turned to leave, not sparing Yi Tian another glance. This message felt like a bucket of cold water splashed over Yi Tian's head. He clenched his fists tightly, his face turning ashen. The little dignity he had during the ceremony had evaporated completely. That woman Xiao Mingyue had turned a blind eye to his humiliation by the servants earlier, and now she left him to keep the wedding chamber empty. This was blatantly looking down on him. It was an insult to him as an in-law. This is too much. Not even coming on the wedding night. What do you think I Yi Tian am? He is the true dragon of the Yi family, the pride of heaven, far superior to Yi Feng. He invested tremendous effort to create a favorable impression, all to stand tall in the Shao family and gain attention. Yet to his dismay, the wedding was hastily arranged, and now he would have to spend the wedding night alone. The key is that he has already heard rumors that Xiao Mingyue seems to have kept several handsome male lovers secretly. Her absence on the wedding night likely meant she was with them. Shao family. Xiao Mingyue. A sense of indescribable humiliation and anger erupted within him like a volcano. However, not long after, he took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fury within. He knew that now was not the time for impulsiveness. The Shao family's power was immense, and he could not afford to. Moreover, he had worked so hard to obtain this opportunity to enter the family. If he let things go awry now, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Power. He needed the power of the Shao family. Only by obtaining a certain degree of power could he truly hold his head high and take revenge for the humiliation he suffered today. Thinking of this, Yi Tian slowly raised his head, a glint of ruthlessness and forbearance flashing in his eyes. The next day until noon, in a certain chamber of the Shao residence, Xiao Mingyue finally awakened from her slumber. Yi Tian's guess was not wrong, as she indeed went to find her male lovers last night frolicking until late into the night before returning to rest. Although such behavior was absurd, it was not her first time. However, she believed that Yi Tian, coming from a small family, would not dare to say anything. After all, her marrying him was merely a facade, and if he dared to complain, she would not hesitate to find someone else. Chun Tao, come in. The next moment she lifted the quilt and sat up, her hair cascading over her shoulders, a hint of her usual mischief in her brows, as she called out to the outside. As soon as she finished speaking, a maid immediately pushed the door open and knelt to bow, saying, "Miss, you are awake. Do you wish to freshen up?" The maid seemed to be accustomed to this. Not in a hurry, Xiao Mingyue casually brushed her hair, and with a hint of mockery in her tone asked, "How did my good husband spend the night alone?" She inquired with a playful expression, "And what did he do this morning?" Although she had anticipated that Yi Tian, coming from a lowly background, would not dare to act out after being left in the new house, she still wanted to confirm. "Miss, the son-in-law was very well behaved last night. He neither lost his temper nor complained, nor did he order anyone to do anything," Chun Tao reported truthfully. Before dawn, he began dressing neatly to pay respects to the elders in the family, behaving very properly and speaking respectfully, without any sign of disrespect. Chun Tao had anticipated that her mistress would pay attention to the new son-in-law's actions, so she had kept someone watching. Haha, he does have some self-awareness. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingyue finally revealed an expression of it. "By the way, this morning my mother spoke highly of the new son-in-law, saying he is composed, polite, and has ideas much better than the previous sons-in-law, who were merely superficial. Just now my mother even sent someone to convey a message suggesting that you settle down and live well with the new son-in-law, and also arrange for him to manage an estate, so he can establish himself in the Shao family." "Oh, such a thing exists." Xiao Mingyue raised her eyebrows in surprise upon hearing this. Her mother's words completely exceeded her expectations. She clearly remembered that the Yi family had displeased her mother yesterday, yet so quickly her mother had changed her mind. It seems that Yi Tian indeed has some abilities. However, to arrange for him to manage an estate. Xiao Mingyue chuckled, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. She already held a grudge against Yi Tian. Last night, deliberately leaving him hanging was to temper his arrogance, making him understand that in the Shao residence without her he was nothing. Now that her mother wanted her to give Yi Tian more power, it was not that simple. She had to make him obedient first. "Alright then, let's arrange for him a shop." That failing Lingbao commercial building in the south with a poor location and bad business would be perfect for him to mess with. After a moment, Xiao Mingyue lightly tapped the edge of the bed, a smirk of mockery playing at her lips. Chun Tao was taken aback. "Miss, is that shop?" "It's settled then. I want to see if he can turn that mess around like Yifeng did. If he truly has the capability, he could be reused, but if not, then let him be a mere decoration, eating and wait. Xiao Minghua interrupted Chun Tao firmly. Yes. Chun Tao immediately began making arrangements. Meanwhile, when Yi Tian received the news, he had just returned from the residence of a certain elder. After a morning of shameless visits armed with his silver tongue, he finally turned the Xiao family's impression of him around, and even gained the favor of several managers. When he learned that Xiao Minghua wanted to assign him to manage the Lingbao commercial building in the south of the Holy City, he immediately showed a look of surprise, feeling that all his efforts had indeed paid off. It is known that the Xiao family is famous for their celestial treasure commercial buildings, each with a vast scale. He felt that this Lingbao commercial building must also be substantial. After receiving the token, he excitedly headed towards the Lingbao commercial building in the south of the Holy City, with a few relatives and helpers from his family. However, when they arrived at the entrance of the commercial building, everyone was dumbfounded. The Xiao's Lingbao commercial building was located in a terrible area with a small, dilapidated storefront only 2 stories tall, filled with ordinary magical treasures, and the staff inside numbered just a few dozen, busily scattered throughout. This is the Lingbao commercial building that the eldest lady of the Xiao family arranged for Tia. Elder Yi Hong from the Yi family couldn't help but speak up, his face looking extremely unpleasant. This little business is even worse than that of the Yi family, clearly a dismissal of a beggar. Exactly, it's too humiliating. The eldest son is the dragon of our Yi family, yet he's made to be a mere shopkeeper. Another young clansman clenched his fists. Why? That waste Yifeng was given such importance upon marrying into the Nangong family, directly managing hundreds of people in a convoy, while Tiangu is being mistreated, only managing a small number of people. This must be someone deliberately making things difficult for us. Tiangu, we cannot endure this. Let's go confront the eldest lady of the Xiao family. The crowd was filled with indignation. This was an absolute disgrace. They let their most favored son of heaven marry into the Xiao family, not. Yi Tian, witnessing this scene, also had a stiff expression, greatly shocked. His previous excitement had long faded, replaced by a glint of coldness in his eyes. But he quickly took a deep breath, turned around, and his face regained its mild expression. Everyone please calm down. He patted the shoulders of those nearby, casually soothing. Just married, it's normal for Xiao Xianzi to look down on me for now. Once I achieve results, I will surely win her heart. Moreover, although this commercial building is located in a remote area, it doesn't mean there's no potential. Besides, being entrusted to manage a shop so quickly by the Xiao family is already a great grace. How can I not be satisfied? Though that may be true, how many years will it take for a small shop to make a name for itself? Many Yi family members showed concern. They had expected the eldest son to soar to great heights after marrying into the Xiao family, but they did not anticipate such disappointment. Everyone rest assured, I believe it won't be long before I can improve the situation. However, currently, I am at a disadvantage and will need everyone's strong support. Yi Tian clasped his hand, speaking sincerely. Do not worry, young master, we will certainly do our best. The Yi family and the Tan family relatives responded in unison. They were all looking forward to enjoying life with him, so how could they not help? But young master, do we really have to develop step by step? Of course not. I already have a strategy. Yi Tian replied confidently. The smaller the store, the easier it is to achieve results. He certainly would not develop slowly using ordinary means. This Lingbao commercial building was in an average location and the items sold were not valuable. If operated normally, it might take 10 years to turn things around. However, he had plenty of methods. Having become the son-in-law of one of the top 10 legendary families, the Xiao family, if he did not know how to make good use of this identity, he might as well die in vain. A cold smile crept upon Yi Tian's lips, and he already had a plan in mind. Seeing Yi Tian's confidence, while everyone remained worried, they said nothing more and began to enter the shop to help clean. At the Qingyun sect's residence, Yunxiang House. I'm leaving Yi. Until we meet again. After Nangong Lian's injuries healed, she stepped out of her room and bid farewell to Yifeng with mixed feelings. By today, her injuries had miraculously fully healed far earlier than she had anticipated, and remarkably with no aftereffects, which left her greatly astonished. During her recovery at Yunxiang House, although Yifeng was quiet and cold, their interactions led to quite a few unpleasant moments. Yet he always managed to bring her a bowl of medicinal soup, just when she was in unbearable pain, greatly alleviating her suffering. Thus, as she prepared to leave in this capacity, she felt an indescribable emotion in her heart, as if she was somewhat reluctant. However, she did not expect that when she said her goodbye, Yifeng did not even look up, and simply replied lightly, "Take care, no need to see you off." His tone was extremely indifferent, as if addressing a complete stranger. "Do you really dislike me this much?" Nangong Liyuan halted abruptly, her heart pricked, as if by something. She stared blankly at Yifeng's figure, his usually indifferent gaze not even granting her a single glance back. Was it something she did wrong? Or was her very presence so bothersome? She was Nangong Liyun, a young lady from a prestigious family that many would vie to please, yet here, she was treated like a nuisance that he wished to dismiss. "You're joking. We have no ties, just a chance encounter. Why would there be any feelings of dislike?" Hearing this, Yifeng finally paused his actions and glanced over with indifference. All right, I remember. Nangong Luyan bit her lip, finally choosing not to say anything more. She turned and left her garments sweeping over the threshold without stirring a speck of dust. However, her complex emotions surged within her, filled with reluctance, confusion, and an unrecognized sense. In her daily life, she was always the lofty young lady of the Nangong family, the center of attention wherever she went, and everyone treated her with utmost respect. Now having the rare chance to interact as equals, she never expected to be seen as an eyesore. Fortunately, these days had allowed her to see another side of him. Phew. Finally leaving. Feeling the footsteps outside the courtyard fade away, Yifeng's expression suddenly shifted, the indifference in his eyes replaced by a hint of urgency. He almost immediately rose to his feet and quickly walked into the central control room, completely sealing off the protective array of the loft. Then he dumped out a number of spiritual herbs from his storage ring. Whether thousands of years old or tens of thousands of years old, there were at least hundreds of them. In an instant, the entire loft was enveloped in the rich fragrance of the spiritual herbs. Yifeng took a deep breath, his fingertips forming seals as he directed them toward the alchemy furnace, where the flames ignited instantly, licking the walls of the furnace. Following that, his movements flowed like water, continuously and precisely peeling off the leaves and roots of the surrounding Tinthasandir's spiritual herbs, adding them to the furnace in specific proportions, supplemented by dozens of precious auxiliary herbs. The alchemy furnace buzzed loudly, and the rich scent of the elixir soon filled the entire room. As the spiritual energy surged, the lid of the furnace was pushed up repeatedly before he swiftly pressed it down again. Time passed little by little, from dawn to dusk, and then to the shroud of night, as batches of precious elixirs. More than a month later, a figure quietly appeared above Piayan Valley. This figure was none other than Yifeng. During this time, he had successfully refined hundreds of precious spiritual pills made from thousands of years old herbs as auxiliary materials, combined with Tinthasandir herbs as the main ingredients, covering aspects of healing, recovery, and enhancing cultivation. If it weren't for the limited time, he could have refined even more. However, to produce these pills, he had used nearly half of his gains from the Songlong secret realm. The remainder, he planned to conserve slowly for future needs. Yet after more than half a year, the Piayan Valley before him felt quite unfamiliar. The valley that had once been sparsely populated now bustled with activity. Everywhere he looked, there were rows of guards in spiritual armor patrolling, all exuding a calm and steady aura, uniformly at or above the foundation establishment stage. What surprised him even more was that around Piayan Valley 5 grand branches had been established, each equipped with complete defensive facilities and a multitude of spiritual herbs resonating with the main valley as groups of cultivators patrolled between these valleys. There must be thousands of people here, right? Yifeng looked around at the bustling figures, feeling as if he were in. He knew that Piayan Valley had increased its staffing recently, but he never expected it to grow so significantly. The key was that he hardly recognized most of these figures. The patrolling cultivators, upon seeing Yifeng, displayed curiosity, examining the unfamiliar face with eyes full of vigilance. Clearly, they did not know that this plainly dressed, reserved figure was the true master of Piayan Valley. Suddenly, a voice with trembling excitement shattered the valley's tranquility. Following the sound, a leading patrol captain recognized Yifeng, his face filled with disbelief and joy. He was an elder of the valley, having followed Yifeng since the founding of Piayan Valley. Upon seeing Yifeng, tears of excitement filled his eyes, his voice trembling. You have returned. This shout was like a stone thrown into a lake, instantly stirring up huge waves. What? He is the surrounding patrolling cultivators, upon hearing this shout and looking at Yifeng's appearance, all froze in disbelief. This person looked so young and seemed nothing special. Could he really be their legendary Valley Master? But soon more cheers erupted. It's the Valley Master. The Valley Master has returned. The cheers stirred the depths of the valley as several figures surged forth with strong spiritual power, led by Su Zian and Chu Shang. At this moment, Su Zian had successfully formed her golden core, looking noble and elegant in her purple attire, her demeanor more composed and capable. Chu Shang was even more formidable, no longer the weak figure of the past. Instead, her complexion was rosy, and her cultivation had recovered to the peak of the golden core stage, even showing signs of a breakthrough. Even the key members behind her, like Yun Sheng and others, had all reached the peak of foundation establishment. Young Master. Chu Shang and the others hurried forward, their voices filled with excitement, raising their hands to bow, but were stopped by Yifeng's smile. No need for excessive formalities. Yifeng scanned the crowd, his gaze finally landing on Chu Shang, feeling quite pleased. I didn't expect that just a short time apart. Chu Shang, you have truly restored your cultivation. Indeed. With Brother Chu's strength, our Piayan Valley no longer has to fear any small fry. Su Zian and the others laughed. With Chu Shang as their guardian deity, Piayan Valley had clearly become the foremost power in the Western secret realm, and no one dared to poke the tiger's whiskers anymore. This is all thanks to the young master. Chu Shang will never forget this. Chu Shang said solemnly, clasping her fists in gratitude. Haha, old Chu, we are all family, no need to be polite. Yifeng waved his hand in response. After some pleasantries, Yifeng curiously asked, by the way, when did our Piaoyuan Valley become so lively? Although he had heard that his valley had recently increased its staff, he never expected it to grow this much. Reporting young master, this was all due to my oversight. For some reason, news of my recovery from the bloodline depletion illness has spread, and it has become increasingly exaggerated. Many injured soldiers returning from the battlefield heard that Piaoyuan Valley has ways to cure bloodline ailments and restore their foundations, so they traveled from afar to pledge their allegiance. Later the news spread even wider, and even some people of unknown origin suffering from this ailment came seeking help, hoping the young master could save them. I thought that most of these people were at their wits' end and in dire straits, so I didn't dare to refuse them outright. Those with clear backgrounds who wished to pledge their allegiance were integrated into the valley, while those of unknown origin or who wanted the young master to heal them first were settled in the guest house of the outer valley, with disciples sent daily to provide food, waiting for your return to decide. As one of the former patients, he deeply understood the despair and downfall of these people, thus he could never bring himself to turn them away. Very well, you have done well. Since you are here, you are now a guest of the Piaoyuan Valley. I will do my utmost to treat anyone who requires help. Yifeng's eyes flashed with approval after hearing the situation. If it were him, he would have done the same. Although at the beginning he merely ordered some injured soldiers to be gathered and treated for his own use, now that the news had unexpectedly spread, he might as well take advantage of it. With the cultivation of the golden core stage, and a large supply of beast blood and high-grade spiritual herbs obtained from secret realms, he believed he could manage. In fact, his predictions were accurate. In the following days, he personally received and treated hundreds of injured individuals who came to the city of Piaoyuan for help. The majority of the cases were similar to Chu Shan's, requiring only a beginning after which they could slowly recuperate on their own. His current efficiency in treatment could be described as over 10 times better than before, with an extremely rapid pace. However, due to the overwhelming number of patients, even with his extraordinary recovery abilities, he still found it exhausting. Yet thinking that these people would be his subordinates in the future, he quickly regained his spirits. However, when he reached the dozens of injured in the outer valley's guest house, the situation made him frown involuntarily. Why was it so difficult? The 30 or so people in the outer valley guest house were mostly quite proud individuals consisting of both men and women, including elderly, composed, middle-aged, and promising young talents. He initially thought treating these people would be similar to treating others, but soon he was astonished to discover that treating each one here took at least 10 times more effort than before. Some of their conditions were particularly complex, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Master Yi, I wonder if my young lad's condition can be treated. Is there a difficulty? A strikingly beautiful woman with a hint of sharpness in her aura quickly asked when she saw Yifeng frowning and silent after examining for a long time. Indeed, Master Yi, my young lady is well aware of your extraordinary medical skills, but this bloodline depletion is an old affliction that is extremely difficult to cure. If you can treat it, my young lady is willing to try anything, even if it means having her maidservant work like a dog, but if it cannot be treated, please be straightforward with us. The obedient maid next to the beautiful woman also spoke up, her face filled with anxiety. She had followed her young lady through many hardships, seeking medical help everywhere without any results. Half a year ago they had heard of this place, which had now become their last hope. Allow me to examine again. Feeling the worries of the two, Yifeng pondered for a moment before placing his hand on the pulse of the beautiful woman. With his discernment, he could tell that the identities of these two were extraordinary, either wealthy or noble. The obedient maid beside her had the cultivation of the golden core stage, and the beautiful woman would be even higher in her prime. However, ordinary methods would not work, and he could only try his last resort. In the next moment, a spiritual power drawn from the celestial mechanism plate flowed from his fingertips, penetrating the woman's body. The celestial mechanism plate had finally shown some response after his continuous attempts over the past period, but it could no longer deduce at any time as it once did. It now required great effort to awaken briefly. As soon as this spiritual power entered the woman's body, it was immediately ensnared by a destructive force, eroding it and preventing it from flowing freely along the meridians. Fortunately, the spiritual power provided by the celestial mechanism plate was also very resilient and was not easily extinguished, quickly uncovering the needed information. As soon as this spiritual power entered the woman's body, it was immediately ensnared by a destructive force, eroding it and preventing it from flowing freely along the meridian. At that moment, the celestial mechanism plate had already provided a plan, revealing that a strange energy within the woman's body was constantly devouring the remnants of her bloodline origin. If this energy was not eliminated, no matter how much treatment was applied, it would only address the symptoms, not the root cause, so he needed to prepare further. Really? The two women revealed an uncontrollable joy upon hearing this. As long as it can be completely cured, whatever you need, I am willing to give everything. The beautiful woman's eyes sparkled as she spoke in a serious tone. Yifeng nodded, saying no more, and turned to instruct Chu Shang and others to procure supplies in the holy city. The main medicinal ingredients were already in the pills he had previously refined, but he still lacked many auxiliary pills. Fortunately, although these auxiliary pills were expensive, the resources in Tianzhou were abundant, and they were not entirely absent from the market. Next, he continued to check the conditions of the remaining individuals. The remaining 5, 1 middle-aged and 4 elderly, also had quite troublesome conditions. Some had both their bloodline and spiritual roots damaged, while others were invaded by some strange poison deep into their bones, rendering ordinary treatments ineffective. They could only use the specialized plans provided by the celestial mechanism plate. Treating these 6 individuals took a full month. After 1 month, Yifeng's complexion was pale, his breath weak, and his internal spiritual power was nearly exhausted. However, the injured individuals who had come to Piaoyun Valley for help had shown great improvement, their auras rising steadily. Even among the 36 individuals in the Outer Valley guest house, their originally weak and frail bodies gradually straightened, and they would occasionally exude a powerful aura, though they quickly suppressed it. On this day, in a humble courtyard to the east of the Outer Valley guest house, several powerful elderly and middle-aged individuals gathered together, drinking spiritual wine while hesitantly discussing. What do you all think? I never expected our injuries to be so complex, and that a young man could truly heal us. An emaciated old man took a small sip of spiritual wine and sighed. Before coming, he had not held high hopes for this place, merely thinking to do what he could, yet he never expected it to truly. Isn't it a miracle? But do you really intend to serve such a young man? Another elderly man with white hair glared at the others, asking unwillingly. He had originally possessed extraordinary strength and status, and while Piaoyun Valley was not lacking, it was far inferior to where he had been before. How could he bow down? But we made promises before, what's the use of not serving? A middle-aged man sighed. When they sought medical help back then to ensure the other party would put in effort, they had made certain promises. If they did not abide by them, now their Tao hearts would be compromised and their future cultivation would be precarious, as if they could be backstabbed by inner demons at any moment with unimaginable consequences. Didn't Master Yi already say that paying the corresponding treatment fee would allow you to leave? The white-haired elder countered. Old Mo, that treatment fee may not be a big deal for you, but for me it's simply impossible to come up with. After years of seeking treatment, I've already spent all my savings. How can I afford it? The middle-aged man bitterly complained. Everyone, you have seen Master Yi's abilities. Our injuries are beyond the capabilities of even the masters of medicine, yet he has a way to resolve them. I think following such a person might not be a bad opportunity. Another elderly man with white hair sighed lightly. Indeed, Lu Laoj, after all, the remaining members of your sect are all ungrateful wolves. Why don't we stay and assist Master Yi in growing stronger together? It's possible we might surpass your previous standing in the future. Another elder suddenly spoke up. Oh, that's not a bad. As they had been in the Outer Valley for some time, they had noticed that the spiritual materials produced by Piaoyun Valley were quite impressive. If they continued to develop, they could potentially rival first-rate forces in the future. It's settled then. My life was saved by Master Yi. If you elders are willing to stay, what's wrong with me serving him? The middle-aged man slammed the table, having made a decision. Initially, he was reluctant to help a young man, but with so many elders together, it felt completely different. I agree. So do I. Soon, everyone reached a consensus. Having witnessed so much cruelty and betrayal over the years, they had long lost any feelings for the past, leaving only resentment and disillusionment. Why would they want to return? At the same time, the other strong individuals in the remaining courtyards were also discussing. Some decided to pay for their treatment and leave, but most chose to stay. In the guest house on the far west side, the two women were setting up a barrier and whispering to each other. Master, you certainly won't stay, right? The treatment fee is high, but you have many assets under your command. You only need to sell a little to manage. The obedient maid looked at the beautiful woman standing quietly by the window, her eyes full of admiration and concern. She never expected her master to regain her former self after so many years. This was the top assassin Luo Qinghan, who had once struck fear into many a ghost-like figure even the god transformation experts feared. She had once appeared like a meteor in the Zonglong continent, exterminating countless evil scions amidst the protection of thousands. Unfortunately, fate was unkind. During a mission, she was betrayed by a trusted confidant, seriously injured, and left to suffer for decades, falling into obscurity. Over the years, most of her savings had been spent on seeking medical help with no hope in sight, but now it seemed the dawn of hope had finally arrived. Just moments ago, her master had asked if she was willing to stay. Was she dreaming? How could this be possible? No, I have decided to stay. One must keep their word. Since he has healed me, I must honor my promise. The beautiful woman stood with her hands clasped behind her back, speaking calmly. But what about your grievances if you don't return to rebuild the Black Feather Pavilion? The maid asked incredulously. We can settle those slowly in the future. The beautiful woman already had plans for that. You're crazy. The top assassin and leader of the Black Feather Pavilion is actually going to serve as a subordinate to a young valley master. How could that be? Upon hearing this, the obedient maid finally couldn't help but exclaim. You are mistaken. My injury cannot be healed even by a master of medicine, yet he can do so. Such a person is certainly not an ordinary individual. Following him may provide a better chance for revenge. The beautiful woman corrected again. The maid hearing this was momentarily at a loss for words. How could their master hold such a high opinion of that young man? Could that young man's medical skills truly surpass those of the legendary medical sage? The next day at noon, the doors of the 36 guest houses opened in succession, and the practitioners within each invigorated flew towards the inner city of Piayin City with solemn expressions. Today was the day they would receive the follow-up treatment plan, as well as the moment to decide whether to stay or leave. After last night's discussion, they had all made their considerations. In front of the Lord's residence of Piayin City, Yifeng and Chu Shang, along with other core members, were anxiously waiting. They had invested such a great cost to treat this group of injured individuals, yet had no idea how many would be willing to stay. They all knew that these 36 individuals from the Outer Valley were all proud and exceptional talents. Each additional person who joined could provide tremendous support to Piayin Valley. At this moment, the sun hung high above Piayin Valley, and the radiant sunlight bathed the bluestone pavement in front of the Lord's residence, warming the entire square. Moments later, the 36 figures stood neatly in the courtyard square. Looking around, the weakness and despondency they had shown in the past had completely vanished, replaced by a radiant glow, broad smiles, and eyes filled with excitement and emotion from being reborn. Seeing this, Yifeng distributed jade slips containing the follow-up treatment suggestions to each injured person and solemnly announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the follow-up treatment no longer requires my personal handling. All matters are recorded in the jade slips, and you may return to nurture yourselves. As for the matter of staying or leaving, I wonder how each of you has considered it." Yifeng calmly gazed at the crowd silently waiting. He understood that persuading someone to pledge loyalty was not an easy task. A forced promise would yield bitter fruit. Even if these individuals had made commitments, he deeply wished to keep them, yet he still granted each person the right to choose to leave. Around the square, Chu Shang and Su Zian watched the 36 individuals with equal anxiety. They never expected their young master would voluntarily let people go. They all felt this was quite unwise. After all, while Piayin Valley was not small, it was still not a major power. Even though they were filled with confidence about the future, how could others know? How could capable individuals easily stay? How many do you think will be willing to join later? Someone asked anxiously. Not sure, maybe one or two. So few. That's already quite a lot. Each of these individuals has peak strength, at least in the golden core stage. How could they easily serve someone else? That's true. The disciples of Piayin Valley surrounding the square whispered among themselves, not feeling particularly optimistic about today's event. After all, their temple was simply too small. However, soon after, several individuals among the 36 stepped forward together, clasping their fists and loudly stating, "Lord Yi, with your miraculous hands you have saved us from dire straits. We have no way to repay you. We are willing to stay and serve Piayin Valley, obeying your commands." These individuals spoke with booming voices, their eyes resolute, and their attitudes extremely sincere. As soon as they finished speaking, a wave of astonished gasps erupted around the square. Wow! 4 individuals were willing to join Piayin Valley at once. This is wonderful. All the disciples of Piayin Valley flashed with excitement. Chu Shang and Su Zian exchanged glances, both secretly nodding, feeling that their efforts had not been in vain. Excellent. Please rise quickly. The addition of a few individuals to Piayin Valley is akin to adding wings to a tiger. Upon seeing this, Yifeng finally set down the heavy stone in his heart. However, not long after, 5 more individuals slowly stepped out of the line, deeply bowing to Yifeng and saying, "Lord Yi, we will never forget your great kindness. However, we all have various ties and must leave. This is the treatment compensation. Please accept it. If Piayin Valley ever needs our help, we will do whatever we can, even risking our lives." Though these 5 appeared ashamed, their tone was resolute. Each had their own family forces, substantial wealth, and could not easily abandon them. The key was that among these 5 was a formidable nascent soul elder, one of the 6 hardest to treat. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the Piayin Valley members sank, sensing an ominous feeling. This was not a good omen. Would those remaining all depart? They silently lamented. Yet Yifeng did not react strongly. He calmly accepted the compensation, smiling as he nodded, "No worries, the world is vast, and we may meet again. I wish you all a safe journey." Yifeng clasped his fists towards the 5 individuals, saying. The 5 repeatedly expressed their gratitude before reluctantly departing. However, after this group led the way, the remaining injured fell into silence and hesitation. Yifeng's gaze also fell on the remaining 5 nascent soul experts in the center. Among the remaining injured, the decision of these 5 nascent soul experts was undoubtedly a barometer and was what he valued most. He knew that as long as one person was willing to stay, it would be a huge gain. However, he initially thought these individuals would mostly choose to leave, yet unexpectedly someone among the 5 soon. Leading was the white-bearded elder Lu Qingfeng, who wore a smile as he clasped his fists towards Yifeng, saying, "I am rather old and have no other thoughts. I wish to retire in Piayin Valley. I hope, Lord, you won't mind." Following closely was a middle-aged man with calloused hands and a simple smile. "I am Yin, who skilled in beast taming and am willing to contribute my modest strength to Piaoyun Valley to repay the Lord's great kindness." Then the other two elders also stepped forward in turn. The first elder was gaunt yet spirited, cupping his hands as he said, "I am Rin Pingjiang with some knowledge of alchemy. I wish to refine pills for the valley and hope to be accepted." The second elder, robust with a red beard, stated, "I am Chung Qianjuan, familiar with puppet crafting. I can forge weapons for the Lord and enhance defenses." Even the last individual, a beautiful woman clad in black, stepped forward and bowed, saying, "I am Luo Qinghan. I possess some martial skills and wish to stay by the Lord's side as a guard to repay your kindness." As the five finished speaking, Yifeng's heart trembled. He never expected that all five of these nascent soul experts would choose to stay. What he did not know was that each of these five individuals was not as simple as they appeared. They all harbored remarkable, not to mention the most mysterious Luo Qinghan and Lu Qingfeng. Even Yin, who seemed simple, was a rare talent in beast taming, having single-handedly tamed ancient ferocious beasts only to end up here after internal strife within his sect. Though Rin Pingjiang appeared to be a master alchemist, he was actually a high elder of a sect that straddled the line between good and evil, skilled in the deadly arts of poison, having concealed himself after losing in a power struggle. Chung Qianjun had even been the sect leader of Qianjian, mastering puppet arts to an extraordinary degree, having created countless fierce puppet warriors. Yet at this moment none of them mentioned their past glories. They stood before Yifeng with utmost humility, hoping to be accepted. Heavens! So many powerful individuals are willing to stay. The remaining 20+ injured were equally as. Though they did not know these nascent soul elders, nor their past, they had come to understand through their interactions over the past few days that these individuals were exceptionally capable, and not someone ordinary could recruit. With the addition of these individuals, Piaoyun Valley would certainly be transformed. Soon the remaining 20+ injured, gritting their teeth, made their decision, stepping forward to bow. "We are willing to join and serve." 20 or more voices united into a torrent, shaking the surrounding grass. The core members and disciples of Piaoyun Valley surrounding the square were left dumbfounded, doubting whether they. Out of 36 strong individuals, 31 chose to stay, including 5 nascent soul powers. This was an unprecedented stroke of luck. Wonderful. With this, Piaoyun Valley would instantly become a formidable force that could not be overlooked. Yifeng took a deep breath, suppressing the joy in his heart, and scanned the crowd before him, excitedly saying, "Good. From today onward you all are members of Piaoyun Valley. Piaoyun Valley will live up to your expectations. Someone prepare a feast. As you command, Lord." The surrounding voices resonated to the skies, shaking even the drifting clouds. On that day a grand banquet was held within Piaoyun Valley with all kinds of spiritual fruits and meats laid out in abundance, and everyone clinked cups and exchanged toasts. What Yifeng did not expect was that these nascent soul experts, though modest in speech, possessed mastery above that of ordinary experts in their respective fields. Without hesitation, Yifeng entrusted the Alchemy Hall, Beast Tamers Hall, and Artifact Refining Hall to Rin Pingjiang Yan, who and Chung Qianjuan, handing over all the secret arts he possessed in these areas. As a result, he now had 5 nascent soul experts under his command, over 100 golden core experts, and more than 3,000 foundation establishment and chi refining practitioners. Lord, forgive me for speaking frankly, but the number of personnel in the valley is currently overwhelming, and the previous management model is no longer suitable. Significant reforms are needed. During the banquet, after understanding the situation of Piaoyun Valley, Lu Qingfeng quickly put forward his suggestion. The previous model was manageable with a few hundred or 1,000 people, but managing over 3,000 had begun to become chaotic. As the numbers increased in the future, it would only pose greater risks, and he had to remind them. "Oh, Lu Elder, what insights do you have?" Yifeng immediately asked humbly upon hearing this. "The best way is to establish a sect, appoint positions such as sect master elders and hall masters. Moreover, while this small world is good, it is ultimately limited by the rules of heaven and earth, and cannot nurture powerful experts for the long term. It is not suitable for the sect's sustained development. If the sect master wishes to grow, he must seek a better location." Lu Qingfeng stroked his long beard, speaking in a steady voice. Yifeng was taken aback, suddenly realizing that he had overlooked many issues. Previously, the members within the valley had relatively low strength, and having stayed in this small world for a long time, they hadn't felt much. But now, with a large number of golden core and even nascent soul experts, things were different. Nascent soul experts have a more acute perception of the laws of heaven and earth. If they linger in such a small world for an extended period, it would undoubtedly pose significant obstacles to their cultivation. Even members below the golden core stage would be affected to some extent. Then where would be suitable? Yifeng hurriedly asked again. The best place, of course, is to take root inside the sacred land of cultivation in Tianzhou. The closer to the center of the sacred city, the better. Secondly, there are some small mysterious realms with more complete rules, but they also come with certain dangers, Lu Qingfeng suggested with a smile. Tianzhou is called the sacred land of cultivation for a reason. High-level experts gather there, and it is certainly because the conditions are favorable and the rules are more complete, allowing cultivation to be more efficient. If a sect wants to develop in the long term, taking root in Tianzhou is undoubtedly the most advantageous. Even sects from other continents, as long as their power is sufficient, would choose to acquire some assets in Tianzhou. Alright, I will keep an eye on this matter. The immediate priority is still to open more shops and expand cultivation. Yifeng nodded, having made a decision in his heart. These two suggestions were undoubtedly golden advice, each hitting the nail on the head. If it weren't for someone in a high position managing the overall situation, they would never have said such things. Unfortunately, whether it is to transition to Tianzhou or another small mysterious realm, it requires a substantial amount of financial resources, which is not the right time yet. However, he also planned to implement a transitional scheme first. It must be said that the newly recruited people are all capable hands. In just a few days, they managed to get the establishment of the sect sorted out and even handled the paperwork for establishing a sect with the Sacred Alliance. Thus, Yifeng naturally became the leader of the sect, with several nascent soul experts becoming elders, while Chu Shang, Su Zian, and other core members took on roles as hall masters and managers of various branches. Moreover, to quickly prepare spirit stones, Yifeng also rented a dozen nearby valleys and planted various spiritual herbs to ensure that Jinling Pavilion has a steady supply of goods. Zian, how many spirit stones do we have left on hand? After finishing all this, Yifeng called Su Zian over, reporting to the sect master there are still over 2 million. Su Zian took out a storage ring and handed it to Yifeng. All the spirit stone reserves of Piaoyun Valley were stored in this special storage ring to avoid accounting confusion. Although the business of Jinling Pavilion is quite profitable, during this time expenses for renting shops and constructing valleys have been considerable. Good, give it to me first. Yifeng directly took the storage ring and began to ponder. With over 2 million spirit stones plus the 500 million spirit stones earned from treating people recently, he now had a total of 8 million spirit stones. This amount of spirit stones would still be somewhat inadequate for acquiring a decent foothold in Tianzhou. However, he estimated that Nangong Luyun should have returned by now, so he planned to ask her for an advance on wages and then pay a down payment. That should be about right. The land transactions in Tianzhou also allow for installment payments. With this in mind, Yifeng began explaining to everyone before using a disguise to return to the Qingyun sect's residence. However, it puzzled him that the beautiful woman Luo Qinghan had also changed into maid clothing and was closely following behind him. Luo Qinghan was already exceptionally beautiful, and now dressed in different attires she appeared clean and neat, both gentle and strong, looking like a personal maid cultivated at great expense by some top-tier noble family. Although she was pleasing to the eye and brought prestige the next moment, Yifeng still called out to Luo Qinghan, "Elder Luo, with your nascent soul cultivation, your past status must have been noble. Why demean yourself to become a mere guard?" He thought the other party's previous words were merely talk, but unexpectedly, she really intended to be his follower. But as a soft-spoken husband bringing back such a beautiful female guard, what would others think? The sect master possesses miraculous bloodline healing abilities which are fundamental to the development and growth of our sect. My personal safety is extremely important, and moreover the sect master has great kindness towards me. What's wrong with being a close attendant to my benefactor? Luo Qinghan cupped her fists and bowed her head, a faint ripple flashing in her eyes quick enough that no one could see. I'm just returning to the Nangong family in disguise. It's very safe, and there's no need for a guard. Let's leave it at that. Upon hearing this, Yifeng raised an eyebrow and continued to persuade. He had traveled back and forth between the sacred city and the small world multiple times without any issues. He felt this was unnecessary. That's not necessarily the case. It's better to be safe than sorry. Who can guarantee that there won't be some petty thieves taking risks? Moreover, I can only kill people and have nothing to do if I stay in the valley. How can I be so shameless as to just receive a salary? I have made up my mind. I asked the sect master not to refuse. Luo Qinghan raised her eyes, her gaze icy yet filled with determination. She knew that although the sacred city was safe and patrolled by Sacred Alliance guards, it was not absolute. She had done plenty of killing in the sacred city back in the day and ultimately left without a care. Yifeng felt a headache upon hearing this. He just wanted to keep a low profile. Why was it so difficult? Forget it then, do as you wish. In the end, Yifeng had no choice but to accept this reality. After all, he and Nangong Luyun were only pretending to be a couple. He figured the other party wouldn't say much upon seeing her. As expected, when Yifeng returned to the Qingyun sect's residence with such a beautiful maid, as soon as he stepped through the door, all the young disciples inside stared wide-eyed. The middle-aged steward familiar with Yifeng dropped the record book in his hand with a thud, completely oblivious, his eyes wide as saucers fixed on Yifeng and the person behind him. Could this really be Yifeng, the soft-spoken husband of the Nangong family? He actually brought back such a beautiful... The woman was slender, her face excessively beautiful, and her skin as smooth as white jade, with her brows and eyes lowered following Yifeng like a tamed little lamb. Who is that? Who else could it be? Look at Yi Chen's demeanor. He must have found a lover outside. Tisk, really ungrateful. He just went on an adventure in the secret realm, gained some benefits, and dares to bring back another woman so blatantly. Isn't that right? With a partner like our Nangong senior sister, he's still not satisfied. He's still thinking of flirting. This is utterly outrageous. Oh, let's see how he ends up. This scene was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing a stir in the residence, with passing disciples of the Qingyun sect whispering among themselves. The whispers spread like the wind from the east side of the residence to the west side, only settling down considerably when Yifeng returned to Yunxiang courtyard. I say, son-in-law, you are getting more and more capable, huh? Are you dissatisfied with our young lattice beauty and planning to raise a concubine? In front of Yunxiang courtyard, Lu Yunshu, who was trimming the flowers and plants, raised her voice intentionally, and this heartless guy, while Yi Tian was thriving in the Shao family, he on the other hand had left for several months, neglecting the large escort business. The key was that the woman he brought back was even more beautiful than her, which made her feel quite uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's face immediately darkened. Others might not know the situation, but this little girl surely did. His relationship with Nangong Luyun was fake. Why was she getting jealous? This is my newly recruited guard. Stop talking nonsense. Has your young lady returned? Yifeng simply explained and directly inquired. Whether she has returned or not, can't you just go in and see? Lu Yunshu said disdainfully. Hey. Yifeng felt his anger rising upon hearing this. Just a simple question, and the other party was playing hard to get with him. However, he guessed she had probably returned, so he didn't dwell on it. Sure enough, when he stepped into the inner courtyard of Yunxiang courtyard, he saw a figure quietly appearing at the door of the pavilion. This figure stood silently by the door frame, dressed in pure white clothing with hair cascading down like a waterfall. Her usually indifferent eyes, like an icy pool, now held a hint of sorrow that others couldn't comprehend. Senior sister Nangong, you're finally back. Yifeng exclaimed in surprise when he saw Nangong Luyun. Do you wish for me not to return, so you can fool around with others? Nangong Luyun's delicate lips formed a straight line, and the coldness around her increased, causing the surrounding plants to tremble. Her gaze swept past Yifeng and landed on the woman behind him, and her fingertips unconsciously clenched tightly, turning pale. Unexpectedly, she had just returned and encountered this scene. It seemed the hired partner was indeed unreliable. The other party had really brought back another woman while she was away. How foolish she had been to believe the other party's lies earlier. What nonsense are you talking about? Seeing this, Yifeng's heart sank, and he quickly started to explain. Her name is Luo Qinghan, and she is my newly acquired guard. Didn't you say before that I should keep an eye on the selection? Oh. Nangong Liyun's voice was as cold as ice. You son-in-law have really made progress, huh? Choosing women, and such young and beautiful women at that. Her gaze fell on Luo Qinghan, examining her carefully, feeling quite uncomfortable inside. This woman indeed had charm. Was it possible that the other party preferred this type? So he looked down on her previous partner Qin Shui. This? Yifeng was puzzled upon hearing this, unsure how to respond. Why did it feel like she was a bit jealous? It couldn't be right. Alright, what type you choose is your freedom. What do you want with me? Speak. After a moment, Nangong Luyun finally regained her usual cold and indifferent demeanor. Her delicate hand, once clenched tightly, gradually relaxed. Yet the inexplicable pang of bitterness in her heart remained unchanged. Seeing this, Yifeng felt he had narrowly slipped through the net. With a quiet sigh of relief, he rubbed his palms together and offered an awkward smile. Senior sister, may I ask a small favor? Speak. Nangong Luyun frowned. Well, another year is nearly over. Could you please settle this year's stipend first? And might I also request an advance on the next 2 years' wages? Yifeng ventured, estimating if he currently held 8 million spirit stones, adding another 1,500,000, plus liquidating some other assets, should suffice for the down payment. At these words, the frost that had just begun to thaw from Nangong Liyun's face instantly surged back. What do you need so many spirit stones for? She fixed her gaze upon him, eyes sharp with suspicion. Could it be that he'd squandered every last coin on her? All that talk of integrity, of building his own enterprise, it was all hollow. In truth, he merely sought to siphon funds from her to support his woman. I have my own legitimate purposes. But it's not what you imagine. Just tell me, will you agree or not? Yifeng offered no explanation, only pressed the question directly. He sensed something subtly off about her today and had already braced himself for failure. If she refused outright, he would simply seek another path. It's not impossible, but you will manage the courier guild diligently. Don't vanish for days on end. After a pause, Nangong Luyun finally relented. After all, theirs was a partnership. Advancing funds for urgent needs would only strengthen his commitment and perform. Understood. No problem at all. Hearing her assent, Yifeng finally allowed a genuine smile to surface. With so many talents already gathered at Piayan Valley, its development would proceed smoothly regardless of his presence, so dedicating more time to the courier guild posed no hardship. Then let us agree within 1 year the combined profits of all 7 courier branches must rise by 20%. How does that sound? If you pledge to it now, I'll advance the funds immediately. But should you fail, you'll repay every coin and forfeit an additional penalty. Seeing how readily Yifeng accepted, Nangong Luyun swiftly raised the stakes with even more precise terms. She feared he might merely go through the motions without true effort and thus demanded concrete measurable results. This, isn't it overly demanding? Yifeng's expression darkened instantly. He knew full well that Nan Gong family's courier business was shrinking year after year, its profits steadily eroding. Yet now he was expected not only to halt the decline, but to reverse it with a 20% surge. How could that possibly happen? Had the celestial mechanism disk still functioned flawlessly, he'd have raised no objection. But it was currently malfunctioning, leaving him without absolute confidence. Advancing funds lies beyond our original agreement. If you dare not commit, then we shall abide strictly by our prior terms, Nangong Luyun replied coolly. She held the upper hand. Her spirit stones were not easily obtained. A measure of pressure was necessary to compel unwavering dedication. Indeed, pressure might even curb his wandering affections. Fine deal. Yifeng gritted his teeth and accepted at last. Above all else, securing those spirit stones was paramount. They swiftly drafted and signed a formal agreement sealing their transaction. Miss, do you truly believe he can accomplish? Will the veteran couriers truly obey him? Lu Yinshu approached Nangong Luyun as Yifeng's figure receded into the distance, curiosity flickering in her voice. A 20% increase in overall profit. That was staggering. She too was baffled as to why this bargain husband suddenly required such a vast sum, or where he drew such audacious confidence. If my earlier suspicions hold true, then yes, he likely can. As for whether the elders heed him, that is entirely his concern. A glint of anticipation shimmered in Nangong Luyun's beautiful eyes. She longed to see what further surprises he might yet unveil. From his two prior rescues of her to the Windriding Courier Guild and the Secret Realm expedition, each feat had left her deeply impressed. She suspected he possessed considerable hidden ability. Shall we proceed, then, with dismantling the spirit fruit shop? Lu Yinshu asked uneasily once more. She'd heard murmurs among the elders about Yifeng's earlier decisions. Many had voiced strong disapproval. She'd assumed her young mistress upon returning would immediately overturn the false groom's decrees. Yet instead the young lady responded with startling calm, as though she'd anticipated it all along. First cut it in half, then observe how things unfold. After brief hesitation, Nangong Luyun rendered her final decision. Though she couldn't fathom the source of his intelligence, trust moved her to implement part of his plan. Meanwhile, having secured his funds, Yifeng soon selected and purchased a manor on the western outskirts of the holy, named the Azure Water Manor. It nestled amid encircling mountains with a winding ribbon of azure water flowing through its center. Though smaller in area and less prestigious in location than Piaoyun Valley, its total price reached 40 million spirit stones. Fortunately, he paid a 10 million spiritone down payment with the remainder due over 10 years, a sum comfortably manageable given Jinling Pavilion's current revenue stream. The Azure Water Manor had once belonged to a fallen aristocratic clan. When its elite warriors perished in battle and its younger generation failed to rise, its enterprises collapsed under crushing debt, leaving no choice but to sell the estate. Rumors spread among local cultivators that the previous owners suffered ill fortune. Perhaps the manor itself harbored flawed feng shui. Yifeng, however, knew the truth. The clan's downfall stemmed not from the land, but from moral inadequacy, their descendants' reckless extravagance. Beneath this manor ran an exceptional spirit vein, and its landscape concealed a rare wealth-gathering formation, a true geomantic treasure. When Yifeng arrived at the manor gates with Lu Qingfeng and several core disciples, as well as over 100 Piaoyun Valley cultivators aboard a spirit vessel, dusk had already deepened into twilight. Before them stood a series of slightly weathered pavilions and courtyards, structurally sound yet imperfectly. Esteemed brethren, though the Azure Water Manor's buildings remain intact, we must demolish and rebuild. I've finalized the master layout. Please commence construction accordingly. Yifeng raised his hand, unfurling a pre-inscribed blueprint into the air. As runes pulsed across its surface, intricate lines flared brilliantly to life. The Piaoyun Valley cultivators, witnessing their sect master acquire a foothold in the holy city, and already devising its reconstruction, were invigorated with renewed zeal. Indeed, the ambient spiritual energy here, its density, its soothing resonance, far surpassed that of Piaoyun Valley. To reside here, even temporarily, would be a profound blessing. Master, rest assured, I may falter elsewhere, but in architectural reconstruction I am second to none. Completion within 1 month is guaranteed. Lu Qingfeng, surveying the estate, declared with solemn confidence, bowing deeply. Having spent half a lifetime overseeing grand estates, he considered this task trivial. Excellent. Your diligence is appreciated. Should any need arise, contact me at once. Yifeng gave a slight nod, signaling the work to begin. His vision was clear: transform this manor into Piaoyun Valley's central hub in the Holy Land, where personnel and goods converged, and where all Valley harvested spirit artifacts would first be stockpiled before distribution to affiliated Jinling Pavilion branches. Orders issued, disciples sprang into motion, clearing weeds, quarrying stone, their tools ringing out in cheerful clamor, breathing vibrant life into the vast silent estate. Yifeng, scroll in hand, strolled slowly through the grounds with his guard's fingertips occasionally tapping earth or wall corners. etching luminous, unmistakable runes to mark each future structure's precise location. His design centered on a sect plaza flanked by residential pavilions on either side. The front housed the main gate and guest courtyards while the rear reserved space for the principal hall and spirit artifact storage vaults. Though modest in scale, it would be complete in function, lacking only expansive cultivation fields. It would replicate every essential structure found in Piayan Valley. As the construction of the Bihue Mountain Villa proceeded smoothly, Yifeng finally wrapped up his tasks the next day and arrived at a large residence not far from the Qingyun sect, the headquarters of the Nangong family's 7 escort agencies. This large residence served not only as the headquarters of the Nangong family's 7 escort agencies, but also as the station point for the 4 escort agencies in the west. As for the northern Jinshan Escort Agency, the southern Yufeng Escort Agency, and the eastern Weihai Escort Agency, each had their own branches in different directions. Welcoming Yifeng was the familiar Nangong Yue. Recently, your cousin Yi Tian has been quite remarkable. It is said that he has united a large number of artifact craftsmen to develop a new method of artifact forging. The treasures created using this method are not only powerful, but also about 20% cheaper than others of the same rank, making them extremely popular in the Spirit Treasure Store. Upon seeing Yifeng, the quirky and lively Nangong Yue immediately started chattering away. As someone familiar with both Yi Tian and Yifeng, she was naturally quite concerned about their recent circumstances. She had heard some time ago that Yi Tian had taken over a Spirit Treasure Store and initially thought that he wouldn't achieve much in such a small shop, but to her surprise he had gained considerable fame in just a few months. Had just a trick, Yifeng replied with a faint smile, not elaborating further. He had also heard about this matter, and even visited the Spirit Treasure Store yesterday to take a look at those so-called cost-effective treasures using the Tianji disc to see through some of their secrets. It was merely a shortcut that sacrificed durability for a temporary increase in power. The users of these treasures would not notice any issues in the short term, but after 10 or 8 years they would find that the durability of the treasures had significantly decreased, leading to dissatisfaction with the Spirit Treasure Store. However, after such a long time, it would be impossible to request a refund, and Yi Tian was exploiting this deceptive tactic to boost his treasure sales. This move could indeed bring in short-term profits, but in the long run, it would severely damage his reputation, something he looked down upon. A trick? Are you just sour grapes because you can't have the grapes? Nangong Yue couldn't help but roll her eyes at Yifeng's words. The profits that Yi Tian brought to the Shao family far exceeded the earnings Yifeng had made during his time at the Yufeng Escort Agency, and many artifact masters had seen those treasures without discovering any problems, leading her to believe that her brother-in-law was likely feeling defeated. If you think so, then so be it. Yifeng did not refute and readily admitted. Although many people like to compare him with Yi Tian, he never had any competitive thoughts in his heart, as the two were not on the same level at all. He also had no intention of exposing Yi Tian's tricks, as he and the Shao family were not aligned, and he was quite pleased to see the other party's hidden dangers. Don't be discouraged. As long as you manage our 7 escort agencies, while you won't be inferior to Yi Tian. I specifically resigned from my position at the Hanyue Escort Agency to come here as your assistant and learn from you, so don't let me down. Nangong Yue quickly began to comfort Yifeng. She was quite puzzled by the achievements he had realized at the Yufeng Escort Agency, and was determined to learn from him closely. Nangong Chuling had the same intention. Both of them planned to assist Yifeng for a period of time as a form of training. Is that so? Yifeng was surprised by her words. He hadn't expected her to give up the golden bowl of the Hanyue Escort Agency. However, upon entering the escort agency, he chose not to delve deeper. Stepping into the headquarters of the Nangong Escort Agency, he found a stark contrast to the previous Yufeng Escort Agency. There were no dilapidated doors or narrow decaying scenes. Instead, everything appeared quite spacious and grand. On the large training ground paved with bluestone, hundreds of escort masters were vigorously practicing martial arts against various iron dummies, the shouts echoing incessantly. In front of the main hall, 7 golden plaques were lined up in order, each inscribed with names like Haiyue, Lanyue, Wanyue, Hongyue, Jinshan, Yufeng, Weihai, representing the names of the 7 escort agencies. Today marked the day of the new chief steward's appointment. In front of the main hall, 7 stewards in brocade robes stood side by side, their gazes fixed on the young man, walking slowly towards the entrance, some with disdain, others with admiration, and some with curiosity. The escort heads on the training ground also paused their actions, whispering among themselves, their expressions filled with anticipation. Early stage of Golden Core. Tisk, I really don't understand what the young lady was thinking, allowing such a soft-handed son-in-law to manage our 7 escort agencies. Among our 7 escort agencies, the lowest-ranked steward is already at the late Golden Core stage, and the stewards of the top 3 agencies possess nascent soul cultivation. A kid like him seeing such a scene would probably tremble, just speaking right. Indeed, the livelihood of the escort agency relies on strength and experience, not on looks and connections. Just wait and see, he might embarrass himself today. Most of the escort masters were not optimistic about Yifeng taking the position of chief steward, believing the situation would only worsen, but a few remained hopeful. That can't be said. It is said that this son-in-law had a success rate of over 95% while working at the Yifeng escort agency, which is not something just anyone can achieve. So high. Well, that means he might really be able to bring some improvement to our 7 agencies. With this remark, the escort masters stopped laughing and began to feel curious. As seasoned transporters, they understood what a success rate of 95% or more represented. Although they looked down on his flirtatious behavior, they had to admit that he might indeed have some ability. Yifeng paid no attention to the discussions around him, wearing a simple blue shirt with the token of the chief steward of the Nangong escort agency tied around his waist, and walked steadily towards the main hall. Greetings, son-in-law. Soon the 7 stewards gathered at the main hall entrance, all cupped their fists in salute. You must be the current stewards of the 7 escort agencies. Today I officially take up the position of chief steward. My experience is still lacking, and I will rely on your strong support in the future. Seeing that the stewards were courteous to him rather than dismissive, Yifeng was slightly taken aback and quickly returned the gesture humbly. You're too modest, son-in-law. We have all heard of your achievements at the Yifeng escort agency, and we are all hoping you can save us from our predicament. The head of the Haoyue escort agency, Elderly, stepped forward with a smile and welcomed Yifeng into the main hall. The stewards from the other 6 agencies followed suit, entering the main hall's conference hall, all appearing quite respectful. Over the years, the business of the escort agency had been declining day by day, and they had begun to be marginalized by their families. As the chief responsible person, they were all extremely anxious, so regardless of how the son-in-law had achieved his previous results, they hoped to replicate that success in their agency. Inside the main hall, as soon as Yifeng took his seat, he noticed Elderly giving a signal to the other stewards behind. Quickly, all the escort mission documents currently received by the 7 escort agencies were categorized and placed on the long table in front of Yifeng, stacked thick enough to be half a person high. These escort mission documents included detailed task descriptions and escort plans, from route reconnaissance to protective arrangements and strategies to deal with mountain bandits and demon beasts, all of which were the result of repeated deliberation. Son-in-law, the young lady specifically instructed that all upcoming escort tasks must first be reviewed by you before being arranged. Do you see any issues with these? After all the documents were presented, Elderly respectfully explained. Nangong Yue watched with great curiosity, eager to see how he would handle the situation. Based on what she had heard from Nangong Chuling about this chief steward style of handling things, he would likely reject some problematic escort plans, forcefully leading to intense protests from everyone, yet the result would remain unchanged. At the end, these plans might indeed encounter issues, and she intended to take good notes and summarize. Only a few stewards who did not believe the rumors, thinking he was merely lucky, stood by with their arms crossed wide. They were certain that Yifeng could not understand the intricacies within their documents, as the risk assessment of escorting the hidden dangers along the routes and the configuration of escort masters were all knowledge that required decades of immersion in the escort trade to grasp. A kid who relied on his connections to rise to power and only managed a small operation like the Yifeng escort agency probably couldn't even recognize all the terms in the documents right. If he truly dared to reject the carefully crafted plans they had developed, they might really confront him about it. Yifeng sat at the desk looking at the mountain of documents in front of him, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He hadn't expected that these people would treat him as a savior. However, he still pretended to pick up the documents, his fingers tracing over the introductions to the plans as he began to read through them carefully. But the next scene made everyone's expressions change quietly. The stewards exchanged glances, completely stunned. After half an hour, Yifeng returned all the plans, and each piece of paper only had a single red approved written on it, with not a single modification nor any rejections. The chief steward approved everything. I thought at least 2 or 3 would be sent back, since some of the escort routes do have considerable hidden dangers. Could it be that our plans are already so flawless? The conference hall was filled with whispers. Each steward was puzzled and bewildered. They had no idea that Yifeng was secretly lamenting. His Tianji disc, capable of deducing heavenly secrets, had become quite ineffective since returning from the Without the assistance of the Tianji disc, he looked at the routes guards and contingency plans within these documents, feeling that everything seemed reasonable, yet each contained unexplainable hidden dangers. With his own experience and knowledge, he found it impossible to judge their merits. In utter helplessness, he could only forcefully activate the Tianji disc, attempting to deduce the most valuable few missions, but unexpectedly, after not finding any problems with the first mission, the Tianji disc lost connection when he tried to deduce the second. As a result, even if he wanted to raise the success rate a bit, he could only feign profundity and approve them all. After all, he couldn't simply dismiss all of others' hard work without any basis. I believe it was all a misunderstanding. How could this son-in-law possess such abilities? After coming out of the main hall, many stewards were deeply perplexed. They had spent a considerable amount of time compiling the escort plan, presenting it with high hopes, only to receive a dismissive response. They were certain that this batch of plans contained numerous issues. After all, if they could achieve a success rate of over 95% in escorting goods, the profits of the escort agency would not be so dismal. The only explanation was that this son-in-law who depended on others was utterly clueless. His previous successes were likely achieved through some underhanded means, and now that he faced them, he could only brush them off. As it turned out, the success rate for this batch of escort plans remained the same, and within a few days, several escort cars, a convoy heading to Chuzhou, encountered bandits shortly after leaving the boundaries of Tianzhou. Although casualties were minimal, they lost a significant amount of goods. I told you these plans couldn't possibly be without issues. The so-called son-in-law's ability to improve success rates is unreliable. It's confirmed that son-in-law possesses no abilities whatsoever and wouldn't dare change a single word of the plans, likely because he doesn't understand the intricacies of escorting at all. He is merely riding on the reputation of the Nangong family's son-in-law to obtain his position. Indeed, the previous zero-loss records of the Yufeng escort agency were probably either due to luck or fabricated. When the news reached the headquarters of the escort agency, doubts spread among the escort masters like a tidal wave. Half a month later, even graver news suddenly emerged. A convoy escorting goods worth 1 million spirit stones was ambushed upon entering the territory of Zhangzhou, resulting in the complete loss of goods and significant personnel casualties. When the accounting office reported the specifics of this escort's losses, a sense of sorrow and anger permeated the entire Nangong escort agency headquarters. The compensation for the goods alone reached over 500,000 spirit stones, and dozens of experienced masters also suffered varying degrees of injuries, with 7 or 8 skilled individuals permanently lost in the Qingling Valley. Such a heavy price struck like thunder in every corner of the 7 major escort agencies, and complaints immediately erupted among all the escort masters. What's going on? This son-in-law has not only failed to bring us good fortune, but has made things worse. Exactly. It has been a long time since we experienced such a severe robbery in the 7 major escort agencies. What a useless so-called lucky star. He caused my brother's death. The previous zero-loss records were definitely a lie. I see him more as a disaster than a blessing. Spittle was almost drowning the threshold of the Nangong escort agency's chief manager's residence, and even the older escort masters who usually treated Yifeng politely looked at him with increased disdain and resentment. When Yifeng heard this news, his heart sank heavily. Although there had been issues with previous escort missions, and there were some losses, he investigated the causes and found them to be normal, not significant enough to warrant further investigation. However, this latest loss was so severe that he instinctively felt it was unusual. He spent the night reviewing the plans for that escort and the reports from the injured regarding the attack, going over them repeatedly, without finding a single flaw. It all seemed like an accident, yet he didn't believe it. In the end, he gritted his teeth and summoned the heavenly mechanism disk from within him to begin deducing the situation. As a large amount of spiritual energy continuously flowed into it, the heavenly mechanism disk, which had been silent for a long time, finally began to respond, revealing information about the Qingling Valley incident. The bandits involved, the number of ambushers, and all participants. After a series of deductions, an unexpected name suddenly surfaced on the heavenly mechanism disk: the Sun family of Yunming City in Zhangzhou. The Sun family of Yunming City in Zhangzhou was a second-rate family, slightly weaker than the Nangong family. The two sides had no grudges against each other, but recently a certain direct descendant of the Sun family had been getting close to Yitian. Yifeng's expression turned icy. He never expected that the mastermind behind this robbery would be that scoundrel Yitian. So that was it. This was indeed not an accident. The bandits who attacked Qingling Valley were not so capable. This escort mission was entirely orchestrated by Yitian, who after gaining power colluded with other families he had recruited, bribed the bandits near Qingling Valley, and set this trap to ruin him and disgrace the Nangong family. Yifeng slowly put away the heavenly mechanism disk, a fierce cold glint flashing in his eyes, as the previous warmth and humility were replaced by overwhelming rage. In the next moment, he summoned Nangong Yue. Since the Sun family wanted to court death, he wouldn't hold back. As for Yitian, if given the chance, he would certainly avenge this enmity. Brother-in-law, didn't you say you could tell which escort missions were viable with just a glance? How did you fail this time? Nangong Yue stood in front of Yifeng feeling quite conflicted. It was rumored that the plans he reviewed usually completed without a hitch, and she had intended to learn from him only to have such a mishap occur. Although she knew this incident couldn't be blamed entirely on him, and it was likely just a moment of bad luck, she still felt quite dispirited. Do you think him a god? Can I predict fortune and misfortune with just a glance? This is clearly a trap set by someone. Gather the personnel. We are going to exterminate the bandits. What? You're taking people to fight the bandits? Those bandits are notoriously cunning. Even if we rush over now, how could we possibly find them? Nangong Yue felt this was quite inappropriate. In the past, when escort carts were robbed, they had also considered retaliating against the bandits, but they usually couldn't even find a shadow of the robbers. Those robbers would often quickly relocate after a successful heist and sell the plunder through special channels, not returning for a year or two. Trust me, I am confident. Yifeng stepped out of the courtyard, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable authority. This time he must eradicate all the participating bandits, as well as the Sun family of Yunmeng City, and all those involved. They must all pay the price. Half an hour later, all the key members of the 7 major escort agencies who were not assigned tasks were gathered. What? The son-in-law is taking 50 elite Golden Corps members to fight the bandits. What will happen to our agency's business? The key members found this order hard to believe. While they were also saddened by the news of the convoy being robbed, was this son-in-law not blinded by rage? The journey is long, and 50 elite Golden Corps individuals represent a significant force within the Nangong family's escort agency. If they all go to fight the bandits, what will happen to the agency's business? The key issue is that this might end in failure. Let's set aside the agency's affairs for now. I want everyone to know that anyone who dares to rob the Nangong family's escorts, no matter how far they run, will be ground to dust. Yi Feng commanded coldly. But son-in-law, we must consider the bigger picture. Elderly, the one in charge, finally couldn't help but advise. He understood very well that those bandits were extremely cunning. Barefooted people are not afraid of those wearing shoes. He had previously led people to encircle and exterminate them, but unfortunately, they could never find a trace of the enemy, and there would inevitably be a harsher retaliation afterward. These bandit problems were not just challenges faced by the Nangong family's escort agency, but were also major issues for all escort agencies. Thus, they had always endured such incidents, blaming themselves for inadequate protection and insufficiently secret. Now the family's son-in-law wanted to make such a grand gesture for revenge. It was clearly a sign of youth and impact. No more discussion in my mind is made up. Elderly, will you go with me? Yi Feng asked without any hesitation calmly. He was well aware of the reality, but he had confidence in himself. Elder Liao is out, and I must stay at the escort agency. You should find Elder Jiang instead. Elderly quickly declined Yi Feng's invitation. What a joke. As the most senior veteran of the escort agency, how could he engage in such a foolish and thankless task? If a major deal came, he would need to handle it personally, and must remain at headquarters. On the contrary, Elder Jiang ranked third in strength within the agency, and had recently just advanced to the nascent soul stage, so his absence wouldn't matter much. This remark resonated deeply with Yi Tianxia, who clasped his fists in gratitude to everyone present, saying, I sincerely thank all of you for your strong support this time. In the future, when Yi ascends to a high position, I will surely repay you handsomely. He understood that only by providing sufficient benefits could he compel everyone to continue serving him, and he just happened to have the opportunity to secure private gains for them. Brother Yi, you are being too modest. As long as you do not forget our bonds in the future, that is enough for us. The young scions of various clans responded courteously upon hearing this. Subsequently, the laughter in the hall grew even more boisterous. The crisp sounds of clinking cups mingled with chaotic revelry, weaving a tangled web of debauchery in the wine-saturated grand hall. While a few were focused on celebrating their successful scheming, they were unaware that the people they left behind in Sangzhou were about to suffer a nightmare. Half a month later, outside a small mountain village in Sangzhou, Yi Feng reined in his giant wolf mount, his sharp gaze fixated on the small village nestled in the valley ahead. Behind him, 50 Golden Corps bodyguards from the Nangong escort agency formed a neat formation, their armor clinking and their presence heavy, also halting their advance. In addition, there was a Jiang surname elder in the nascent soul stage flanking Yi Feng on either side, along with a handsome female guard. All the bodyguards present were carefully selected elites from the 7 escort agencies of the Nangong family, having traveled across the land for decades, witnessing all kinds of storms. However, at this moment, as they looked at the quaint mountain village with its curling smoke and the sounds of roosters and dogs, their faces were filled with doubt. Before them, the earthen walls were weathered and low, and the fenced yard had several patches of green vegetables. Under the old locust tree at the village entrance, a little girl with pigtails was chasing butterflies, and even a lazy old yellow cow lay on the ridge. It was an utterly ordinary mountain village devoid of any hint of murderous intent. Master, why did we travel all this way to this small mountain village? This village looks like just a gathering place for ordinary farmers. What does it have to do with our purpose? The leading nascent soul elder, Jiang Boizong, inquired with a hint of hesitation in his voice. The other bodyguards echoed in agreement, their eyes filled with confusion. They had followed their master through the night, expecting to raid a hidden mountain stronghold to hunt down some heinous bandits, yet they never imagined they would stop in such an inconspicuous place. You are mistaken. What lies before us is the bandit we seek. Surround this place and let no one escape. Yi Feng observed the terrain of the village ahead, his gaze cold as he commanded. This location was one of the hiding spots for the bandits indicated by the heavenly machine plate. Although the scene ahead appeared quite ordinary, he knew it was all a facade. What? How is that possible? Upon hearing this, not only the Golden Corps bodyguards, but even Elder Jiang was taken aback. Master, this village looks like an ordinary farming community. Where is the slightest sign of anything unusual? Indeed, there are no bandits here, not even a single person with slightly stronger abilities. Did we come to the wrong? The bandits from Qingling Valley are merciless, each one strong. How could they hide in such a godforsaken place? Their discussions were filled with confusion and suspicion. They had come out with their master, and were not optimistic about this trip, initially thinking that he would take them to the site of the previous robbery to search for clues, then pretentiously look around. However, they did not expect this man who relied on women to gain power, and was secretly referred to as the soft rice master, would head straight to this small mountain village ready to strike, without any investigation against an unrelated settlement. Yi Feng smiled coldly upon hearing their words. No abnormalities. That is because you have all been deceived. Everyone in this village, whether they are elderly leaning on walking sticks, or women and children cooking and washing, are all ruthless butchers with blood on their hands. As soon as these words were spoken, the bodyguards exchanged glances, their disbelief almost spilling over. Even the elderly and children are bandits. How could that be possible? Did they really think they had lived in vain for so many years? Those hunchbacked figures, rough hands, and sun-baked faces were clearly the appearances of hard-working farmers devoid of any fierce intent. Is the master planning to kill the innocent, and take the blame, slaughtering some farmers to quell his anger and wrap things up? They suddenly had a bad premonition. Only Luo Qinghan did not think this way. Instead, she gave Yi Feng a surprised look. It seemed their sect master was indeed different. Yi Feng did not further explain in the face of everyone's doubts. He directly took out the Nangong Escort Agency's Grand Commander token, looked at the crowd, and commanded firmly, "All bodyguards, listen up. 20 men will seal off the surroundings and cut off their escape routes. The remaining 30 will split into 3 groups, storm the village entrance, and kill anyone inside, without mercy. Leave no one alive." His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable weight. The bodyguards exchanged glances, unsure how to respond, only to look to Elder Jiang. Only Elder Jiang had the authority to stop their master's reckless actions. What are you waiting for? Do it. Whether they are villagers or bandits, you will soon know. If anything goes wrong, I will take responsibility. Yi Feng, seeing the crowd still motionless, shouted again, "Enough. Get to it." Jiang Boisong gritted his teeth and finally issued the command. Although he still harbored doubts, he understood that he could not openly disobey orders. However, if it turned out this was a mistake, he would definitely report it truthfully. The other bodyguards, seeing this, finally stopped hesitating. In the next moment, 51 golden core auras surged into the sky, forming a vast net as they swiftly closed in on the small mountain village. Enemy attack. Just as the encirclement was about to close in, the peaceful village could no longer maintain its facade, and a loud shout suddenly came from the village entrance. The hunched old farmer who had been tilling the field suddenly straightened up, and the hoe in his hand transformed into a gleaming, ghostly knife. The once kind expression on his dark face was now replaced by a fierce and menacing glare. Immediately afterward, the entire scene of the village underwent a complete transformation. From behind the wooden gate rushed out muscular men wielding long knives, and women in aprons by the stove drew out concealed daggers. Even the child chasing butterflies tossed out poisoned flying daggers from his sleeves, moving with an agility that was terrifying. Bang! The first bodyguard to act jumped over the fence at the village entrance, intending to capture an old woman, only to see the seemingly frail old lady suddenly spring up wielding a poisoned dagger aimed directly at the bodyguard's throat. The bodyguard was drenched in cold sweat, hastily raising his sword to block, only to hear a loud clang. He was actually pushed back repeatedly by this seemingly weak old woman, his wrists going numb. Good heavens! These people are indeed suspicious. Such strong combat capability. Even ordinary golden core cultivators might not be their match. The bodyguards exclaimed in surprise, cold sweat instantly pouring down their backs. They could clearly feel that although the cultivation levels of these villagers varied, each one was a battle-hardened bandit, striking viciously and precisely, with every move aimed to kill. If it weren't for their numbers and the support of the nascent soul elder, they might have faced considerable casualties today. These damn bastards are hiding so deeply. No wonder ordinary people can't find them. Jiang Boisong was both shocked and angry, his earlier doubts completely evaporating, replaced by raging fury. At this moment, he was entirely certain that these individuals were definitely not good people. Even if they were not the bandits they were looking for, they would still be other fierce bandits, and thus he no longer held back. A brutal slaughter erupted suddenly. The bandits' combat power exceeded expectations. Each one was fearless, employing vicious and crafty techniques, even hinting at being able to stand against golden core bodyguards. If it weren't for the 50 elite bodyguards from the Nangong Escort Agency and Jiang Boisong's assistance, as a nascent soul cultivator, they would have likely suffered significant losses. Fortunately, Jiang Boisong stood at the center of the battlefield, his gaze icy, occasionally unleashing a blade of light from his long knife, causing a bandit to fall lifelessly to the ground. His nascent soul pressure loomed over the entire village like a mountain, causing the bandits' movements to slow down. Half an hour later, the sounds of battle gradually subsided. Blood covered the village as all the bandits were either annihilated or gravely wounded, leaving no one standing. Master, although you were able to locate these evildoers, you do possess some skill, but how can you be sure that these are the bandits who attacked our escort team? Once everything settled down, Jiang Boisong approached, Yi Feng asking in confusion. Although he admitted he had underestimated a young man, he still felt a bit dissatisfied and puzzled as to why the other party was so certain these were the ones who attacked the Nangong family's escort team. Indeed, how can the master be so sure? The other Golden Core bodyguards were equally perplexed. While they acknowledged the other party's skills in seeing through the villagers, they still held reservations. Surely their master didn't just randomly select a group of bandits to eliminate and consider it done, did he? The goods we were robbed of should be nearby. Just search around, and you will know. Yi Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the remnants of walls under the setting sun, and spoke calmly. The stolen goods are still here. Upon hearing this, everyone was skeptical. How could the goods stolen by bandits still remain after such a long time without being sold? Nevertheless, they began to clean the battlefield while searching around. A moment later, Jiang Boisong inadvertently kicked a stone slab at the village entrance under the old locust tree, revealing a dark cave entrance. The crowd held up their illuminating artifacts, instantly gasping in shock at the sight within the cave. They saw that the depths of the cave were filled with escort carts and various boxes marked with the Nangong Escort Agency's emblem, precisely the goods stolen over half a month ago. Heavens, it is indeed that group of bandits. This is incredible. But how did the master find this? As they were astonished, confusion filled the air. Even more chilling was that in the corner of the cave there were dozens of skeletons hidden, all dressed in the clothing of past missing merchants. Good heavens! These beasts! Jiang Boisong's eyes widened in anger as he punched the stone wall. The bodyguards looked at the loot and bones inside the cave, recalling the ferocity of the bandits during the battle, and felt a chill run down their spines. If their master had not led them to surround and suppress them, they might have never realized that this seemingly harmless small mountain village was actually a den of cannibals. No one looked at Yi Feng with doubt or disdain anymore. Instead, their eyes were filled with admiration. Our master seems to be far from the rumors of being useless. Not just useless, but absolutely brilliant. Whether the young master's past achievements were genuine or not, from this day forth I acknowledge him as the Grand Steward. Whispers of admiration swelled into sincere praise. By avenging his brothers, the man had earned their respect. Yi Feng did not revel in it. Instead, his gaze swept over the recovered cargo in the cavern, his eyes dark with thought. He knew the brigands who attacked Qingling Valley were far more numerous than those captured here. This was merely the largest contingent, while many still roamed free. After a moment, he cleared his throat and spoke again. 10 men will inventory the cargo and escort it to its destination. The rest will follow me to the next place. All right, sir, they answered in unison, their voices loud and steady, and not a single dissent remained. In the days that followed, Yi Feng led the escort masters in a ruthless campaign, hunting down every bandit involved in the raid on the Nangong family convoy, and reclaiming every item of cargo. He understood that renown was forged by slaughter. Though it might invite short-term reprisals, in the long run, it would make the brigands wary. Unfortunately, several ringleaders of the Sun family were hiding in Yunmeng City and refused to show themselves, and with many powerful cultivators in that city, he was for now powerless to act. Young master, do you have specific identities for those men? Give them to me, and I will deal with them, Luo Qinghan asked softly, noticing Yi Feng staring toward Yunmeng City in silence. She had already discerned the purpose behind his actions and understood the source of his current dilemma. Though she did not know how he had located those behind the plot, she did not doubt the accuracy of his information. Oh, are you confident? Yi Feng asked, looking up in surprise. He had long known Elder Luo to be powerful and enigmatic, yet not exactly how formidable she was. Yunmeng City was one of Tsangzhou's great cities, heavily guarded with many Huashan cultivators. To dare assassinate a clan inside its walls was audacious indeed. Rest assured, this elder once breached the sacred city itself. This is but a trifle, Luo Qinghan replied with a faint smile. Very well. Then thank you, Yi Feng said, finally listing the names of the Sun family's principal agents and participants, recording them onto a jade slip and handing it over. Those men had acted in secret. He had no direct proof linking them to the Qingling Valley ambush, so he could only pursue the matter covertly. Luo Qinghan studied the list Yi Feng had given, and a flash of astonishment crossed her face. So detailed. How did the young master acquire such sources? She wondered, but asked no more. Regardless, this was good news. It meant her path to vengeance might yet succeed. By the way, young master, the Nangong family's prominence makes them an obvious target. Our Piaoyuan Valley has many capable people idle at the moment. If such affairs recur, I suggest forming a specialized team to act covertly, she proposed at once. She had spent recent months plotting how to rebuild the Black Feather Pavilion, but their coffers were nearly depleted. A clever housewife cannot cook without rice. Yet with Piaoyuan Valley's manpower and resources, the task would be far easier. Using Nangong family personnel to hunt ordinary brigands might be acceptable, but to assassinate the agents of great clans would be highly improper. Good. I will entrust you with it, Yi Feng agreed at once when he heard her suggestion. If Yi Tian once intervened, there would be a second time. The Nangong convoy's combat effectiveness left much to be desired. With so many core escorts gone, the Bureau's business would surely suffer. It was indeed a matter for professionals. Only by making those who dare defend them tremble at the mere mention of the Nangong escort team could such problems be. While Yifeng proceeded to cleanse Zhangzhou of brigands within Yunxiang residence, the secluded Nangong Luyuan at last emerged from her inner chamber and glanced faintly at Lu Yunshu standing by. How is the escort bureau faring since the young master took over as Grand Steward? Has the success rate improved? Nangong Luyuan's voice was cool and clear like fractured jade, betraying no emotion. Missed the past month, the escort success rate has been roughly the same as before with no obvious improvement, Lu Yunshu replied, truthfully, a chill pricking at her heart. She had not expected her mistress newly emerged to ask about Yifeng first. Lately the young lad's attention to that man had grown, if fortunately, she had prepared herself. And the value and volume of shipments? Nangong Luyuan asked again, brows drawn. Not only did they not increase, the number of accepted escort orders fell nearly 30%, less than last month, Lu Yunshu reported further. In addition, a large convoy was said to have been seized. What? Nangong Luyuan startled, a barely perceptible flash of disappointment crossing her gaze. Had she been mistaken? Had that fellow's deeds at Yufeng Escort Bureau been mere luck? She had once, under great pressure and against many objections, promoted him to Grand Steward because of his past record, yet now his performance did not even match the old standard. What has the young master been busy with of late? Nangong Luyuan asked again. Miss, he has taken 50 golden chorustage escort masters and returned to Zhangzhou to hunt brigands, Lu Yunshu stammered. The news had spread and could not be concealed. She could only pray for his safety. Hunting brigands. Nangong Luyuan almost fainted. She felt furious and more than a little incredulous. That man was acting like a complete layman. Why had she chosen such an irresponsible Grand Steward? Zhangzhou was vast, brigands came and went without trace. Even the Sacred Alliance had tried to root them out many times without success, unable to pinpoint their lairs. Yet he neglected the Bureau's proper affairs, and instead took a large portion of his core escorts to rake the sea for a needle in a haystack. Had the Grand Steward's position gone to his head, leading him to think brute force could solve everything. Perhaps entrusting him with the Bureau had been a mistake. Should we remove him as Grand Steward once he returns? Lu Yunshu ventured, sensing that continued mismanagement might ruin the Bureau. No, wait, and observe. Nangong Luyuan inhaled deeply to steady herself. To change orders with every turn was the folly of those in power. Since it was agreed to give him a year, they must allow that year to run its course. But if when the year ends he fails to meet the agreed benchmark, do not blame me for confiscating every spirit stone, she added with a cold hum, disappointment flooding her like a tide. A few days later, outside Zhangzhou City, the setting sun bled across the highway toward Tianzhou. Yifeng stood beneath a great tree, eyes fixed on the distant city walls, anxious and waiting. Behind him a team of escorts stood ready to depart. Young master, it grows late. When shall we set out? An elder surnamed Jiang approached unexpectedly and asked. This campaign had retrieved all the stolen cargo and delivered it successfully, and the brigands involved had been slain one by one. The elder now looked upon the young master with renewed respect. Yet the elder felt the mission complete and could not understand why Yifeng would delay their return. Wait a little longer, Yifeng answered calmly. The elder assumed the task was finished, but Yifeng knew several principal conspirators had yet to receive their due punishment. He could not leave so easily. The elder was perplexed but helpless. Fortunately, after a quarter hour, a figure slipped from the nearby thicket and returned to Yifeng's side. Have they all been dealt with? Yifeng turned to look at Luo Qinghan, who stood as silent as a shadow. Luo Qinghan wore a fitted combat outfit, her black hair bound at the nape, a veil as thin as cicada wing covering her face and revealing only a pair of cold pond-like eyes. As you ordered, the 5 from the Sun family, who conspired, have all been executed, not one escaped. She nodded slightly, her voice as icy as frost. Were you injured? Yifeng's gaze softened with concern. He knew it was no simple matter to exterminate so many members of a great clan. Do not worry, a few guardians could not faze me, Luo Qinghan replied evenly. Of course the reality was more perilous than her words suggested. Great clans who had stood in Zhangzhou for years harbored far more hidden strength than they appeared to. Yet they had crossed our sect master. With her own cultivation and the precise intelligence provided by our sect master, the task ceased to be impossible. Good. Order the ranks to prepare. We returned to Tianzhou. Yifeng finally exhaled and turned to give the command. They had not only recovered the brigands' plunder, but also wiped out the participants. The journey had not been in vain. Yes, they responded together behind him, the Nangong family escort masters, speaking with profound respect. In recent days they had watched brigand after brigand be found and slain by their young master and cargo reclaimed. Only now did they understand the terrifying energy concealed by the seemingly frail man. Across the highway the hooves of beasts raised choking dust as the company rode swiftly toward Tianzhou, while within Yi Tian's residence in Tianzhou, the council hall sat in stunned silence. You mean to say every participant has been annihilated? Yi Tian, seated at the head, leapt up as the report reached him, and his handsome face turned ashen. The wine cup on the table shattered into pieces under his force, splashing the spirit wine onto the luxurious satin robe, yet he remained completely oblivious. It's true, young Master Yi. News from Sangzhou says that all the bandits along with the members of the Sun family involved in the scheme have been completely wiped out in just a few days. Their deaths were horrific, not a single one escaped. The servant standing in the hall spoke with a trembling voice, his face full of fear. This matter had already spread throughout Sangzhou, and the information network of the Shao family was extremely extensive, allowing them to receive the news at the first opportunity. Brother Yi, you must avenge my father and brother. At this moment, a young noble with a sharp face suddenly fell to the ground in despair. He was indeed a direct descendant of the Sun family in Sangzhou. The robbery had been arranged by him persuading his family, but he never expected that as soon as he took out the communication disc to confirm with someone, he immediately received related news. His father, along with his brother and the steward involved in this matter, had all died. The Sun family lineage of his father was left with only him. Is it really true? Not a single one left. Yi Tian's pupils suddenly constricted, filled with disbelief. A surge of turbulent waves rose in his heart as a thought flashed through his mind about the earlier news of Yi Feng leading over 50 core bodyguards to exterminate the bandits. He initially thought it was just a joke and that they would return empty-handed, yet it seemed that was not the case. The young nobles returned to their senses, exchanging terrified glances with one another. How can this be possible? Was it the Nangong family that did it? How could they have such capabilities? But who else? A series of questions formed in the minds of the young nobles. Initially, when they followed Yi Tian and secretly incited the fierce bandits of Sangzhou to take action, they thought it was a foolproof plan which could both swallow the goods of the Nangong family and teach Yi Feng a lesson, making him realize that the position of the chief manager of the escort agency was not so easily sat upon. But who could have imagined that the Nangong family possessed such means, silently uprooting all those involved? This was not just a lesson. This was clearly a warning. A message telling them that to provoke Yi Feng would lead to such a fate. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Yi Tian trembled with rage, pointing at the servant and roaring, "Investigate. Go find out. What exactly happened? Who were all the participants?" He did not believe that this was the handiwork of that Yi Feng, nor did he believe the Nangong family had such power. It must have been the doing of another force. "We have investigated, young Master Yi. The bandits were exterminated by the escort masters of the Nangong family, while the Sun family members were killed by unknown assassins. They acted too cleanly, leaving no traces behind, and we have no idea who the mysterious assailants are, only knowing that the Sun family members died one after another without any resistance." The servant reported, respectfully bowing even lower. As the words fell, the meeting hall fell into a deeper silence. It was hard for them to imagine what kind of despair that scene must have entailed. It must be a coincidence. It absolutely cannot be the Nangong family. Yi Tian immediately concluded. He had looked into the strength of the Nangong family and found they did not have any masters skilled in assassination, and the Sun family in Sangzhou had long been wicked, perhaps provoking some formidable existence, leading to such an outcome with the Nangong family merely being a facade. However, regardless of the truth, the Nangong family had certainly killed off many of their pieces. Next, who is willing to take action again? Help me restore my brother's son's honor. Yi Tian looked at the crowd and asked again. Having suffered a setback due to using underhanded tactics leading to a public humiliation by the Nangong family, he could not possibly let it rest. "Brother Yi, this time I will be the one. I will join too. Leave it to me." Several young nobles stood up one after another to take on this task. They too did not believe that the Nangong family could possess such strength. It surely was just a temporary coincidence. Only a few young nobles remained silent, planning to observe for a while. A new storm was quietly brewing. Yet within less than a month, more news began to circulate. "Not good. Brother Yi, the people we arranged have all been wiped out." "Mine too. So has mine." "What?" Upon hearing this terrible news, Yi Tian immediately felt darkness clouding his vision, nearly losing his breath. How could this be possible? Those people they arranged were so secretive. How could the Nangong family possibly find them? If the first time was a coincidence, then what about the second and third? If one family faced this, what about the second and third? "Brother Yi, I have matters to attend to, so I won't stay any longer." "Yes, I have things to do too. I shall take my leave." "I will leave as well." The young nobles, hearing all the circumstances and seeing Yi Tian's anxious demeanor, felt a chill in their hearts. They suddenly realized that what they had provoked might not be a docile cat, but a ferocious tiger lurking in the shadow. Those bandits were mostly dark forces cultivated by their families at great cost, yet none had escaped calamity. Now, just hearing about the intention to rob the Nangong family's goods, most of the bandits in the West would rather betray their families than take on such a task. It was not that they could not afford it, but that the mysterious opponent hiding in the shadows was simply a madman. None of those involved could escape who would still dare to provoke them. The intimidation this situation brought was simply too great. Half a month later, at the headquarters of the Nangong escort agency, within the residence of the chief manager, Yi Feng closed the last escort agency document, raised his head to look at the figure appearing in front of him, and revealed a gentle smile. "Elder Luo, how did everything go? Was it smooth?" Yi Feng asked with concern, while sizing up the poised. During this time, he had not left the escort agency, nor had he dispatched bodyguards to go out, He had simply been continuously sending the list and location information provided by the Tianji disk to Luo Qinghan, letting her lead the people of Piaoyun Valley to conduct the extermination. In just a month, he provided the locations of 7 or 8 groups of bandits, as well as a list of more than a dozen young nobles, and he was curious about how the other side was handling it. Reporting to the sect master, everything went smoothly. All the people on the list did not escape. Here is the specific battle report. Luo Qinghan stepped forward respectfully, presenting a jade slip to Yi Feng. In these days, she had once again confirmed her suspicions and was shocked by her sect master's intelligence capability. The other party had accurately provided all the specific clues and locations of the bandits and the main instigators without even leaving their home, which was simply astonishing to her. Great. Thank you for your hard work. Next, those people will probably remain quiet for a while, so you should go back and rest. All the spoils should be distributed as well. Yi Feng glanced at the contents of the jade slip and finally set down the heavy stone in his heart, giving the next instructions. Yes. Luo Qinghan nodded, feeling a bit fatigued as she turned to leave. At this moment, she indeed needed a good rest. Phew. Should be able to enjoy some peace for a while, right? Yi Feng leaned against the armchair, twirling the jade slip with his fingertips, revealing a hint of satisfaction at the corners of his mouth. This feeling of commanding others was wonderful. Even better was having a group of elite soldiers under his command. In the past month, Luo Qinghan not only formed a surprise team of 50 golden core stage fighters, but also successfully led a large-scale extermination of many bandits, gaining a vast amount of spoils with minimal losses. Now the iron-blooded persona of the Nangong Escort Agency had finally established itself firmly in the Western territories. In the future, even without predicting fortunes using the Tianji disk, the success rate of transporting goods would greatly increase. He stretched lazily, his joints cracking lightly, just thinking about instructing the kitchen to stew a pot of medicinal cuisine, and then sleep for 3 days and nights to fully relax, when suddenly hurried footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Chief Manager. Not good. Something has happened. A steward rushed in, rolling and crawling, his face pale, not even bothering to greet. His voice was tinged with a sob. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng raised an eyebrow, quickly putting away the jade slip in his fingers, and said sternly, "What are you panicking about? Is the sky falling?" "It's worse than the sky falling. It is said that Yi Tian has allied with Xiao family's direct descendant Xiao Shiji to open a new escort agency right next to ours. They've even named it Tianjia Escort Agency, claiming they will monopolize all the escort business in the western regions." The steward swallowed hard, reporting urgently. Oh. Yi Feng's face instantly became extremely serious upon hearing this. The escort business in the western regions was a major source of income for the Nangong Escort Agency. His arrogant brother Yi Tian, whom he had just eliminated a large number of underlings from, he thought, would remain quiet for a while, yet unexpectedly this fellow found another way to target him so quickly. To actually partner with the legitimate Xiao Shiji to openly compete for business. That indeed shows some. Since Xiao Shiji had his title as the son-in-law of the Nangong family taken from him, he had been harboring resentment. Now that the two factions had even mixed together, it wouldn't be easy to deal with. I wonder how the business of our escort agency is currently affected, eh? The next moment, Yi Feng asked again. The Xiao family is famous for their merchant firms and already has their own escort team, but they have never taken outside orders. If they really want to open an escort agency, it would not be difficult at all. The impact is enormous. That Tianjia Escort Agency just opened for half a day, and several of our old merchants have already retracted their orders and signed contracts with Tianjia Escort Agency. Our escort agency's business is likely facing severe cuts. The steward replied with a mournful face. The Xiao family is a legendary family with a history of over 10,000 years, deeply rooted in power, far stronger than the Nangong family. With the reputation of the Xiao family, as soon as Tianjia Escort Agency opened, it attracted numerous eyes, and most merchants found collaborating with Tianjia Escort Agency to be more reliable. Yi Feng stood in silence after hearing this, walking to the window frame and looking at the street outside. The evening wind howled, fluttering a banner in the distance inscribed with the words Tianjia Escort Agency, producing a rustling sound. He could imagine that at this moment Yi Tian was likely in the main hall of Tianjia Escort Agency, raising a cup in celebration, with Xiao Shiji, his face brimming with pride. This move of theirs was indeed ruthless, coming out from the shadows to fight openly. They were playing a clever game. Pass my orders to the 7 major escort agencies. They must gather at the council hall within half an hour. In the next moment, Yi Feng commanded in a deep voice. Yes. The steward did not dare to delay, and quickly responded before leaving. That scoundrel Yi Tian is always targeting our family's son-in-law. It's utterly disgusting. Half an hour later in the council hall, the core members of the 7 major escort agencies sat on either side of the great hall, all filled with righteous indignation. They had all heard about the recent exploits of their son-in-law in recovering stolen goods, and believed that with him around, the future of the escort agency was promising. Unfortunately, they had not rejoiced for long before another incident occurred. No, we cannot just back down. We will immediately lower our escort fees by 20% compared to Tianjia Escort Agency and compete with them. The most hot-tempered elder Liao from the Lanyue escort agency slammed the table, causing the teacups to rattle. These individuals were all veterans of the Nangong escort agency, having traveled far and wide with the agency for over a century. Seeing the agency in trouble, how could they sit idly by? Nonsense. The Xiao family is powerful, and confronting them heated is akin to striking a stone with an egg. Not only will we fail to regain our dignity, but the agency may also suffer significant losses. The most senior elderly immediately silenced the discussion with a solemn tone. Although lowering prices is a common tactic among most escort agencies to deal with malicious competition, it is not suitable for the Nangong family. Currently, the Nangong family is facing numerous crises and cannot afford such turmoil. Then what do you suggest we do? Just watch the agency collapse? Elder Liao glared and coldly questioned. I think we might as well. Send someone to find some bandits and rob Tianjie escort agency's goods. Jiang Baisong, the manager of the Wangyue escort agency, hesitantly expressed his thoughts. Having recently accompanied their son-in-law to exterminate bandits, he was well aware that most of the robberies involving their escort team were orchestrated by Yi Tian. He had been feeling anxious, but without direct evidence he could not confront them. Since the other side could do it, why couldn't they? Once this suggestion was made, the hall erupted into chaos with supporters and opponents arguing with each other. This was undoubtedly a viable countermeasure. It might actually yield some results. Yifeng sat at the head of the table, lightly tapping his fingers on the surface, remaining silent as he scanned the faces of everyone present, taking in their expressions. It was not until the arguments in the hall began to subside and all eyes turned to him that Yifeng slowly spoke. This matter is too risky. It is ultimately a petty scheme. Unless absolutely necessary, we should refrain from such actions. His voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. What he sought was a permanent solution, not to live in constant fear. Although his Piaoyun Valley could easily attack the Xiao family's escort team, the Holy Alliance strictly regulates such matters. If caught with evidence, the future risks would be significant. Then what do you suggest, son-in-law? Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a chill. They were all serious individuals, and thinking it over, they realized that colluding with bandits was indeed inappropriate. But aside from that, what else could they do? At that moment, Yifeng's expression shifted, his gaze suddenly sharp as he looked out towards the northern horizon, revealing a hint of a murderous aura. Since business in the West is destined to decline, we will change direction. From today onwards, we, the Nangong Escort Agency, will vigorously develop escort business in the northern regions. He spoke with conviction, each word deliberate. The western regions are relatively stable. Aside from some bandits and magical beasts, there are no other threats, which is why the Xiao family dared to compete with them. However, the northern regions are different. There is immense demand, yet few escort agencies dare to venture there. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Chief, you absolutely must not. Elderly suddenly stood up, his voice rising in pitch. The northern regions are near the battlefield with continuous warfare and rampant banditry. Not to mention, there are numerous hostile forces from the Tianhuan continent coming to plunder. Those areas are places even the well-established escort agencies dare not touch. If we go, wouldn't that be pushing our subordinates into the fire? Indeed, that is certainly not a good place. No matter how many people we send, it won't be sufficient. The other managers echoed in agreement. Any experienced escort master knows that the north is a perilous land for escorting. In the west, the strength of bandits is ultimately limited. Only as long as their defenses are strong enough, they can wait for reinforcements. But the north is different. If faced with an invading enemy, no amount of manpower would be enough. Currently, their Zhanshan escort agency only dares to conduct small businesses near Tianzhou. They do not even dare to venture further. The more others avoid touching it, the more lucrative it is. Yifeng interrupted the crowd, his eyes shining with confidence. There are too many competitors in the western escort business, while the north is a blank slate with few participants. As long as they can secure a few large contracts in the north within a year, it will not only compensate for their losses, but also propel their future operations far beyond their current standing. As for the danger of enemy invasions, others may worry, but he does not. Go and spread the word that our Nangong escort agency is starting to take on large contracts from the northern regions. Interested parties can discuss further. He paused, scanning the room, and instructed in a decisive tone. This is not acceptable. Upon hearing this news, all the managers became anxious and began to pace. Their son-in-law is acting completely recklessly, having just allowed them to have a slightly better impression before immediately starting to make rash decisions again. In the main hall of the Tianjie escort agency, the evening breeze flowed in through the window. Yi Tian leaned against an exquisite spirit-wood chair, waiting for news, while leisurely playing with a smooth jade pendant with his fingers. This pendant was a top-grade defensive treasure awarded to him by Xiao Mingyue after achieving success in the spirit treasure trading house, and it was also one of the symbols of his recognition by the Xiao family. Recently, his spirit treasure trading house has been thriving, and his status within the Xiao family has been rising. Xiao Mingyue has begun entrusting him with more management responsibilities for various trading houses. However, he was not satisfied with this. Those trading houses were merely his first step. The main event was yet to come. When his subordinate reported on the performance of Tianjia Escort Agency on its opening day, and its impact on the Nangong Escort Agency, a smile of concealed delight immediately surfaced on his face, his eyes sparkling with a veiled sense of revenge. After suffering a setback from the bandit attacks on the Nangong family's escort team a while ago, he had been feeling gloomy for a long time. However, he soon found a way to turn the tables by collaborating with Xiao Shiji, who harbored deep resentment towards the Nangong family, to establish this escort agency. He had always said that as long as he rose to power, Yifeng would definitely be knocked back to his original form, and he never expected that day to finally arrive. Xiao Shiji, sitting across from him, slammed his jade table upon hearing the report, causing the jade teacup on the table to clink, and his hearty laughter echoed throughout the hall, reverberating loudly. The Nangong Escort Agency is finally tasting the bitterness. Xiao Shiji raised an eyebrow, his tone filled with mockery. Back then Yifeng was merely a servant daring to snatch the woman I desired. What about now? We opened our doors and immediately seized 70% of their contracts. What a joyous occasion. For some time he had been wanting to teach Yifeng and the Nangong family a lesson, but had always struggled to find the right opportunity. Unexpectedly, after being spurred on by Yi Tian, he finally got his wish. What young Master Xiao said is true. Yifeng is merely a lowly, illegitimate son, and it was already quite controversial for him to take over the Nangong Escort Agency. Now, having provoked such a formidable competitor, because of him the Nangong Escort Agency will undoubtedly not last long. I want to see how this chief will handle the public's outcry after ruining the agency. He stroked the patterns on the jade pendant with a hint of amusement in his eyes. I see this son-in-law will soon find it hard to continue. Xiao Shiji chuckled in agreement. However, the next moment a head escort hurried into the hall with a strange expression. Reporting to the young master and the son-in-law, we just received news that the Nangong Escort Agency has announced they will start taking on contracts from the northern regions. What? The north? Upon hearing this, Xiao Shiji was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, as if he had heard the biggest joke, clutching his stomach and unable to straighten up. That fool must be crazy with desperation. What kind of place is the north? With steep mountains and long roads, rampant banditry, and several battlefields, how many established escort agencies have suffered great losses there? How could a mere rookie like him, having just taken over the agency, dare to tackle such a hard nut? Yi Tian's smile turned sarcastic as he took a sip of spirit tea, the richness of the tea unable to dilute the coldness in his eyes. Overestimating oneself. The northern escort routes are far more dangerous than those in the west. The Nangong Escort Agency's escorts are not strong to begin with, and they have grown accustomed to the stable routes of the west, lacking experience in dealing with enemies. Yifeng, that kid, actually thinks he can turn things around with northern contracts. It's simply a delusion. But should we also intervene? Should we go and snatch his business? Xiao Shiji's expression became sharp. We, the Xiao family, have some connections in the north. If Tianjia Escort Agency seizes the northern contracts first, it will cut off Yifeng's hopes and expand our business, preventing the Nangong family from ever turning things around. Wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? Yi Tian waved his hand with certainty. Not advisable. Those northern contracts may seem tempting, but they are actually thankless labor. We don't need to take such risks just to spite a fool. He gently tapped the table with his fingers and reiterated, Yifeng is desperate to prove himself, which is why he would resort to such rash actions. We just need to sit back and watch. Within 3 months, that guy will surely face a major setback in the north. By then, the Nangong Escort Agency will suffer heavy losses, and he as the chief will no longer be able to hold his position. The Nangong family will naturally fall into chaos. Xiao Shiji thought for a moment and understood Yi Tian's intention, a look of approval in his eyes. You really think this through? So we just wait for him to bring about his own demise? That's still not enough. Yi Tian's lips curled into a sinister smile, a glint of calculation in his eyes. We should secretly send someone to help promote this, saying that the new chief of the Nangong Escort Agency is exceptionally brave, preparing to put in great efforts to develop the northern escort routes and make a big move. Then, through the connections of the Xiao family, we can contact several major merchants to facilitate transactions with the Nangong Escort Agency. The larger the deals, the better. Let Yifeng think this is a golden opportunity for a comeback, allowing him to invest wholeheartedly. Brilliant! Xiao Shiji exclaimed in approval. Once he pours in a large amount of manpower and resources to take on this contract, and then encounters enemies in the north, it will be truly catastrophic for him. By then the Nangong family will surely hold him accountable for his failures, and this son-in-law of his will likely be kicked out. Precisely, I will order people to arrange this, ensuring it is done without anyone noticing. The two exchanged knowing smiles, each displaying a hint of regret for not having met sooner. They both believed this was a brilliant move to push Yifeng and the Nangong Escort Agency into the abyss. Unaware, it was exactly what Yifeng had planned. The Xiao family's operations were extremely efficient. In less than 3 days, the Nangong Escort Agency received several large potential contracts. Yifeng looked at the contract introductions and escort plans presented by the agency managers, a smile of realization appearing on his face. These potential contracts were each worth over 1,000,000 spirit stones, with one contract for goods to be delivered to the front line in Yinzhou valued at an astonishing 8,000,000 spirit stones. If they could successfully secure this contract, they could immediately expect their revenue to not only stabilize, but actually increase. However, he also knew that there would be many hidden dangers in this escort. If they were careless, the losses for their agency would be considerable. But he had learned through the Tianji plate that this trip to Yinzhou, though seemingly perilous, actually concealed opportunities. As long as they operated appropriately, not only could they avoid danger, but they could also find a new path for the Nangong escort agency. The schemes of Yi Tian and Xiao Shiji would ultimately fail. He turned to Nangong Yue beside him and calmly instructed Yue, contact the employer and tell them we will take on this escort to Yinzhou. What? Nangong Yue exclaimed in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. Brother-in-law, you're not drunk, are you? This contract is for Yinzhou. That is the front line. And it's worth 8,000,000 spirit stones. If we are careless, we could face catastrophic consequences. Yes, Chief. Elderly stepped forward, almost kneeling. There must be something amiss here. This contract is worth such a large sum. It is very likely a trap set by Tianji Escort Agency. They want us to walk into a death trap to take the opportunity to ruin our agency. If we accept a single contract worth 8,000,000 spirit stones, we will either perish at the hands of magical beasts or bandits in Yinzhou, or be discovered by external forces. It is impossible to proceed smoothly, we cannot fall for their scheming. The other managers also chimed in, their warnings ringing in their ears. The Tianji Escort Agency has bad intentions. This contract cannot be taken. At most, we should take a small contract. We do not need to gamble with our lives. It would be better to reject all these contracts. Even sitting idle is better than facing total destruction. Yet Yi Feng remained unmoved. He slowly rose and approached the jade wall, displaying a realistic map, his fingertip resting on the area representing Yinzhou, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. Of course I know this is a trap, but everyone please take a careful look. His words instantly silenced the hall, leaving everyone stunned as they gazed at the map. The Tianji Escort Agency wants us to stumble, but they seem to forget that Yinzhou is so vast that it's not so easy to set traps and ambush us. Often great opportunities are hidden within traps. Yi Feng's voice was firm and powerful. If the Nangong Escort Agency wants to survive, even thrive beyond the Tianji Escort Agency, they cannot fear such challenges. This escort mission not only involved 800,000 spirit stones, but also served as a key to unlock the northern market and a chance to thwart the Tianji Escort Agency's momentum. As long as we can formulate a detailed plan and maintain strict confidentiality, though this journey is perilous, the odds of success are not small. But how can we prevent leaks? Nangong Yue urged again, her voice filled with urgency. Therefore, I must personally lead the team and only bring the most elite and reliable escorts from the agency. If the Tianji Escort Agency wants to scheme against me, they will have to see if they possess such capabilities. Yi Feng turned around, his figure standing tall like a pine tree, exuding a sense of determination. What? The young master wants to escort in person? Everyone gasped at this revelation. This was an extremely dangerous matter. As the Grand Commander, the young master held a prestigious position. How could he put himself at risk? However, before they could voice their objections, Yi Feng had already issued an order to Nangong Yue. Yue draft the escort letter immediately and replied to the employer stating that our Nangong Escort Agency will depart on time 3 days later. He's lost his mind. Seeing their persuasion fail, everyone was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. They never expected their young master to be such a reckless gambler. This escort agency under the young master's command, one could hardly tell if it was a blessing or a curse. Within the Tianji Escort Agency, Yi Tian sat at the head of the main hall, flipping through documents while listening to reports from his confidants below. His eyes, usually shrouded in a sinister glint, suddenly brightened like a wolf in the dark night, catching the scent of prey. An escort mission worth 800,000 spirit stones. That rascal, Yi Feng, truly dares to take it. He murmured softly, a smirk slowly creeping across his lips, a mixture of smugness and triumph in his smile. This escort mission of 800,000 spirit stones was precisely the grand gift he had prepared for Yi Feng and the Nangong Escort Agency. He had long anticipated that the Nangong Escort Agency was in dire need of spirit stones and would definitely choose the most valuable job. Years ago, he was ostracized by the Nangong family and had his most cherished woman snatched away by Yi Feng. This humiliation had been etched in his memory for years, and now he had finally awaited an opportunity for revenge. Have all the necessary arrangements been made? The next moment, Yi Tian straightened up, refocusing his gaze on his voice was low, yet carried an aura of authority. In response to the young master, the inside man has confirmed their inclusion in the list of escorts for the Nangong Escort Agency. This inside man holds a crucial identity that the Nangong family cannot possibly imagine. Excellent. What about other aspects? Yi Tian nodded, inquiring again. The ambush points along the route have all been set up, and all the bandits have been notified. Even external forces have been contacted, and will operate swiftly and efficiently once the escort team leaves Tianzhou. The confidant below paused before continuing to report. Good. What a well-laid trap. After hearing the report, Yi Tian finally burst into hearty laughter, feeling extremely pleased. Yifeng, do you truly believe that the Nangong escort agency is united as one? With such a detailed and meticulous plan, you dare to take on this hot potato? Yet you are unaware that everything you hold dear is within my calculations. A mission worth 800,000 spirit stones with heavy and cumbersome cargo, internal support, and external ambushes surrounding it, layer upon layer of pressure and blockades. Even if Yifeng had 3 heads and 6 arms, escaping this calamity would be difficult. He walked to the window, pushed it open, and the cold wind carrying spiritual energy rushed in, causing his azure robes to flutter. At that time, all cargo will be lost, a large number of elite escorts will be lost, and even if you escape with your life, this disastrous defeat will be enough to drown you in spit. A trace of sickly pleasure flickered in Yi Tian's eyes at the thought of the dismal fate Yifeng might face. 3 days later, within the training grounds of the Nangong escort agency, 50 specially made armored escort carts were neatly arranged, their surfaces covered with animal skins for camouflage, each pulled by a powerful spirit rhinoceros. Each cart was securely fastened with rune chains. Inside these carts lay heavy various types of mysterious iron, or each containing the pure aura of the 5 elements, as well as sealed magical weapons and various large defensive equipment, or arrows. The cargo was heavy and diverse, yet all were urgently needed supplies for the northern battlefield, also hard currency among the northern continents, in high demand and quick consumption. As long as it could be delivered, merchants would not hesitate to take over. Surrounding the carts, more than 200 elite escorts stood in formation, each wearing exquisite battle armor engraved with the unique emblem of the Nangong escort agency, fully armed, their expressions resolute and fierce. Each rider was mounted on a robust beast. Some were fiery red, their 4 hooves ablaze, able to stir up scorching waves while running. Others were towering wolf-like beasts, with fur as tough as iron wires, swift and sharp-fanged, their eyes flashing with alertness. There were even bloodthirsty tigers and leopards. In addition, a few escorts had scouting beasts perched on their shoulders, wind spirit sparrows with sharp beaks and claws that could sense movement from miles away, keen black hawks that could soar high to observe the ground, and even small pathfinding mice that could keenly detect hidden swamps and poisons. Yifeng, clad in red battle armor, sat atop a snow-white leopard positioned in the middle front of the formation. By his side were the cold-hearted female guard Luo Qinghan and the agency's most experienced manager, elderly Yu Bai. At the rear of the escort team was elder Jiang Baisong, responsible for guarding the back. It could be said that for this expedition, he had brought out most of the agency's elite forces. As the appointed time arrived, Yifeng scanned the impressive escort team from the heavily laden carts to the elite escorts and various duty-bound beasts. Noticing everything was ready, he raised his hand and waved. Everyone listen up, we set off. His voice was clear and powerful, carrying a force that penetrated the noise of the training ground. The neigh of the fiery steeds and the low growls of the wolves intertwined as the escorts urged their mounts, and the beasts pulling the carts tightened their chains. However, just as the team was about to leave the square, Yifeng's gaze suddenly fixed on a figure in the front row. Leading the charge at the front of the team was Zhou Tao, the manager of the Town Mountain Escort Agency at the peak of Golden Core cultivation, with a full beard and calloused hands, riding a long-haired snow leopard. As the chief escort of the North Town Escort Agency, Zhou Tao was the most familiar with the routes between Tianzhou and the northern escort paths. He could clearly point out town's dangerous areas, beast lairs, and even hidden water sources and resting spots, making him a living map of the agency. But Yifeng knew there was a problem with this person, and the reason he hadn't removed him earlier was merely to avoid alarming the snake. Zhou Tao, you and your 2 deputies need not go. Suddenly, Yifeng's voice rang out, devoid of any ripples, yet it landed like a boulder thrown into boiling oil, instantly halting the entire team. Zhou Tao's expression froze as if he could not believe his ears. He abruptly pulled on the reins of the snow leopard, which let out a low whine. Young master, what did you say? I am the most familiar with the northern escort routes. Oh, I know which paths are safe where the miasma and fog lie, and which beasts should not be provoked. No one understands better than I do. How can I not go? Zhou Tao's brow furrowed tightly, his tone urgent, yet laced with a hint of panic, his 2 deputies beside him equally feeling uneasy. The surrounding escorts erupted in discussion upon hearing this command, their voices mingling with the beast's cries. Yes, young master, manager Zhou and his deputies are our reassurance. With 50 escort carts and over 200 people in the team, how can we proceed without them leading the way? This cargo worth 800,000 spirit stones is crucial to the agency's fate. It cannot afford the slightest mistake. Without manager Zhou and the other 2, if we take a wrong turn and encounter a beast horde or inadvertently walk into a bandit's ambush, the consequences would be unimaginable. Could there be a misunderstanding, young master? Manager Zhou's experience is not something that can be accumulated in a day or 2. No one can replace him. All the departing escorts found this arrangement perplexing and voiced their concerns. Beside them, elderly Yu Bai clasped his fists and said, Young Master Manager Zhou is indeed seasoned and his two deputies are also well-versed in the routes. It would be unwise to proceed without them this time. I believe at least one of the three should remain. His suggestion was quite reasonable. Unfortunately, Yifeng sat steadily on his leopard, showing no sign of being swayed by the crowd's doubts. Zhou Tao and his two deputies were precisely the individuals flagged by the Tianji Pan as problematic. Yi Tian had undoubtedly determined that their absence would spell disaster for this mission, thus expending great resources to buy them out. Zhou Tao appeared humble and honest on the surface, yet his resolve was weak. He was the least optimistic about this escort, and when faced with generous rewards he could not resist the temptation. As for the other two deputies, the situation was even less favorable. Yifeng fully understood the intricacies of the Tianji Pan, having never erred since acquiring it, thus he would never bring these three along no matter what. Everyone, there is no need for further discussion, my mind is made up. This escort cannot follow the old routines. Although the previous routes are familiar, this time the cargo is valuable and many covetous eyes are on it. Familiar paths may not be safe. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand to indicate towards the entrance of the training ground. As for the guide, I have found someone for the agency who is more suitable for this trip than Zhou Tao. The secrets of the Tianji cannot be leaked. He could not explain the reasons to everyone and could only proceed unilaterally. At the mention, everyone turned to see a man in silver battle armor riding a purple wolf appear before the team. The man was tall and broad-shouldered, his face displaying a blend of iron will and determination, exuding the pressure of a peaked golden core, instantly recognizable as a seasoned warrior. This is Chu Shang. He has traveled through the northern continents for decades and is well acquainted with the topography, dangerous passes, beast distributions, and even the local customs along the Yinzhou route. He is the guide I specifically invited. I guarantee with my life that Chu Shang is absolutely reliable. Yifeng introduced him with utmost confidence. Although he had never been to the northern continents, he had subordinates who were very familiar with the region. Upon hearing this, Chu Shang raised his hand and cupped his fist, speaking in a deep and powerful voice. Thank you for the trust, young Master Yi. I will do my utmost to lead the escort team safely to Yinzhou. However, the doubts among the crowd did not dissipate. Instead, they grew stronger. Young Master, while Chu Shang is from the north, he is still an outsider. This escort is so important. How can we easily trust an outsider? Indeed, we do not know him. How can we be sure he is reliable? What if? Someone hesitated, their eyes filled with wariness. After all, this escort was of great significance, and having an unknown stranger join was concerning. Even Elderly frowned, and once more clasped his fist, saying, Young Master, it is not that we doubt your judgment, but Chu Shang is new here, and we are unacquainted with one another. Cooperation may bring about difficulties. Manager Zhou is an old hand at the agency, well known and trusted. Perhaps. No need for further discussion. Yifeng interrupted him, his tone resolute. I am well aware of Chu Shang's abilities and character. He must accompany us on this escort mission. Zhou Tao, you and your people will stay behind to guard the agency's headquarters, and there must be no mistakes. Seeing Yifeng's unwavering attitude, Zhou Tao's face turned as pale as paper, his hands gripping the reins tightly, realizing that things were not looking good. He had received considerable benefits from Yi Tian, who had promised to recommend him to the Xiao family in the future. If he were to change plans now, everything he had previously arranged with the Xiao family would likely fall apart. Unfortunately, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction, only responding reluctantly, Yes, I will obey your orders. With that, Yifeng finally made up his mind, raising his hand and signaling, set off. In an instant, hundreds of mounts stepped forward simultaneously. The neighing of the fiery steeds and the low growls of the wolves and tigers echoed once more. Wind spirit sparrows and black hawks soared into the sky, circling above the team, while the 50 escort carts followed closely behind, the sounds of wheels rolling and beast hooves interweaving as they grandly exited the gates of the Nangong Escort Agency, heading toward the northern Yinzhou. Zhou Tao and his two subordinates gazed at the retreating figures of the team, their faces dark enough to drip water. How could this be possible? How did that son-in-law discover their presence? Zhou Tao was utterly confused, completely unaware of where he had shown a flaw. Even worse was the thought that if Yi Tian were to find out that all their plans had been disrupted because of him, would he still let him off the hook? On the training ground, Nangong Yue and the other key members watched the team depart. Although worried, they could only suppress their unease and silently pray for the successful completion of this escort mission. Half a month later, amidst the vast Kangmang Mountains, morning mist enveloped the area. 50 escort vehicles of the Nangong Escort Bureau were lined up, their wheels grinding against the bluestone road, emitting a dull rumble. Over 200 escort masters were either scattered on both sides for protection or riding mounts to scout the surroundings, making the entire convoy resemble a long iron serpent winding forward. Half a month later, amidst the vast Kangmang Mountains, morning mist enveloped the area. 50 escort vehicles of the Nangong Escort Bureau were lined up, their wheels grinding against the bluestone road, emitting. Under his command, the efficiency of the team's progress increased significantly. Although the mountain winds howled and demon beasts occasionally attacked along the way, there were no casualties. Gradually, the escorts' faces lost the seriousness they had at departure, and their casual conversations became. Yifeng, clad in red battle armor, sat in the front of the team, his gaze sweeping over the determined faces, a hint of satisfaction flashing across his face. At this point, they had traveled quite a distance from Tianzhou, and their journey was nearing its halfway mark. Indeed, as he had anticipated, without Zhou Tao's guidance, the first half of the trip had been remarkably smooth. I didn't expect this leader named Chu Shang to actually have some skill. The demon beasts and bandits we've encountered along the way have been few, making this escort mission easier than any before, said a key escort master from the Zhun Mountain Escort Bureau, wiping the sweat from his forehead and smiling at his companion. Exactly. I thought that Zhou Tao was the only one with rich experience, but after switching to Chu Shang there seemed to be no issues at all. It looks like the son-in-law didn't deceive us. Another companion chimed in, filled with anticipation. If we keep this up, we should be able to exit the Kangming Mountains and reach the borders of Yanzhou in a few days. Then we won't be far from our destination. They had initially thought this journey would be fraught with danger, yet to their surprise the first half was so peaceful that it felt as if they were dreaming. At the very front of the convoy, Chu Shang, clad in silver armor, heard the whispers of the others and exhaled slightly. This was his first time assisting his master's business, and he knew he had to perform well without a moment's relaxation. Fortunately, his familiarity with the mountains and past leadership experience allowed him to successfully steer the team away from several potential dangers, and thus far no major issues had arisen. However, just as he was about to direct everyone to turn into a side path ahead, Yifeng suddenly ordered the team, "Yi Chief Escort, have you discovered something?" Chu Shang quickly rode back to Yifeng, his expression grave. He understood that his master was not an ordinary person. The other party had not interfered with his commands all this way. Now suddenly speaking up must mean something significant was about to happen. Something feels amiss. Don't act rashly. Yifeng said, his brows tightly knitted and his expression serious. Just moments ago he had noticed a faint black mist appearing above the heads of most escort masters. This black mist had not appeared for a long time, but the extensive range and the number of affected escort masters. He frowned and secretly summoned the heavenly machine disc, channeling spiritual energy into it. After several urgent prompts, the heavenly machine disc finally responded. The disc's surface glowed and spun rapidly, at times clear, at times hazy, and eventually rows of prompts began to appear. Indeed, there is a problem. Yifeng's expression darkened as his eagle-like gaze swept toward the middle of the. There were several key escort masters responsible for the central guard, one of whom was named Xiaochang, a burly figure with a powerful aura, a valuable asset to the team. Yifeng's gaze fixed on Xiaochang, using his vision to scrutinize him for a moment. He suddenly noticed a faint yellow mark, extremely small, attached just behind his earlobe. The color of the mark was close to his skin tone, making it nearly impossible to detect without careful inspection. What is going on? When was this mark placed on him? Yifeng pondered silently. This was the Shao family's unique tracking technique, extremely concealed and directly attached to the soul, making it very difficult to remove. Only a specific antidote could dissolve it, a well-known secret technique of the Shao family. However, they had not encountered any members of the Shao family along the way. How could this have happened? Could it be that during their previous stop at a mountain city where a branch of the Shao family was located, Xiaochang and the others were quietly marked while out gathering supplies? Elderly Xiaochang has been marked with the Shao family's unique tracking mark. Do you have any way to remove it? Yifeng quickly turned his head and approached Elderly, asking discreetly. Elderly was the most experienced and knowledgeable among them. Is that so? There is a way, but it will take at least 2 hours, he replied, his expression turning serious. Although he didn't know why his master was so certain, he understood that this mark was serious and could not afford to delay. But it might be too late. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's heart sank. He knew that several waves of bandits were already heading in this direction, and they would arrive long before the hour was up, leaving no time for them to wait until after the mark was removed. His gaze flickered as his mind raced to devise a countermeasure. He was well aware that these bandits were well prepared and would surely know the strength of their escort team. Once they were firmly grasped, it would be difficult to escape a calamity. Now we can only turn the situation to our advantage. After a moment, Yifeng raised his hand and issued a loud order, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Xiaochang, choose the fastest mount, and immediately turned towards the western mountain path, advancing at full speed toward Yanzhou. We will meet at Luoyan City in Yanzhou. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire team fell silent, then erupted into an uproar. Master, why must you send Brother Xiao alone ahead? A young escort master could not help but ask loudly, a look of confusion on his face. The western mountain path is treacherous and extremely dangerous. Sending escort master Xiao alone is like sending him to his death. That's right, master. Escort master Xiao has always been loyal and could never be an inside man. How can you send him into danger alone? Another middle-aged escort master frowned in agreement, his tone laced with skepticism. He instinctively thought that the master suspected Xiaochang of being a traitor, but he was the one most familiar with Xiaochang who had sworn loyalty to the Nangong family and would never betray them. The other escort masters in the team also whispered to each other, many displaying confusion and concern on their face. Although escort master Xiao's strength was not weak, and he had some experience, he would be isolated, and separating would surely hinder reaching their destination. Xiao Chang was also taken aback at this moment. He was one of the veteran escort masters of the Nangong Escort Bureau and a valued asset. He had poured his heart and soul into the bureau over the years, and now he wondered why his master wanted to abandon him. Chief Yi, I don't understand why I must go alone. Even if it's to die, please let me die with clarity. He rode forward and quickly approached Yi Feng, his words filled with indignation and stubbornness. He could sacrifice himself for the Nangong family or do anything for them, but he could not be discarded without understanding. Yi Feng looked at the steadfast man before him and the confused escort masters around. He knew that if he did not explain clearly at this moment, the morale of the team would surely suffer. However, time was tight, the bandits would be chasing them soon, and he had no extra time to elaborate. Escort Master Xiao, you have been marked with a tracking mark just behind your left ear. This matter concerns the safety of the entire escort team, so please be sure to follow my instructions. Yi Feng commanded succinctly, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Although he regretted putting such a loyal person in danger, this was not the time for compassion. What? A tracking mark? How is that possible? Upon hearing this, the surrounding escort masters erupted into an uproar, all turning to look at Xiao Chang. They could hardly believe this claim, but soon they realized it was true, and it was the most troublesome kind of mark. After Xiao Chang carefully checked himself and confirmed the truth, his heart sank like lead. How could this be? When had he been marked? Had he almost become the culprit that would doom the entire escort team? Xiao Chang, you are not without a way out. 2,000 miles ahead on the western mountain path, there will be a returning merchant team from the Xiao family. The bandits following the mark on you will surely mistake you for the main force of the escort team. At that time, you can disguise yourself and feign allegiance to the Xiao family, letting the Xiao merchant team and the bandits fight to the death. There might just be a glimmer of hope. After a moment, Yi Feng looked at Xiao Chang's expressionless face and couldn't help but suggest. This was the only chance he had devised for him, though it was quite perilous and could only be accomplished by someone both brave and clever. He wasn't sure if Xiao Chang could handle it. But if he succeeded, not only could he escape with his life, but he could also let the Xiao family suffer their own consequences. Yi Feng's words shone like a ray of light in the darkness, banishing the despair from Xiao Chang's eyes, replaced by an unprecedented determination. Thank you, Chief Steward, for your guidance. I understand your good intentions. I will not disgrace my mission. He cupped his fists in salute to Yi Feng, then decisively turned and mounted a swift demon leopard, racing off towards the western mountain path. As the man and beast disappeared into the distance, Yi Feng raised his voice once more. Everyone listen up. Immediately abandon the main road and turn into the eastern forest path. The convoy must maintain speed, avoid noise, and not stop. We must escape this area as quickly as possible, keeping as far away from Xiao Chang as we can. Yes. Although the escorting guards still had some doubts, seeing Yi Feng's resolute expression and that Xiao Chang had already set off, they said nothing further and promptly followed the orders. In an instant, 50 escort vehicles quickly adjusted their formations, carving a path through the dense forest and advancing rapidly in a direction different from the west. The towering trees of this forest soon concealed the convoy's trail, while in the distance the faint sound of demonic beasts roaring could be heard, heralding an invisible game of cat and mouse that had quietly begun. Over 200 well-trained escorts carefully protected the convoy, racing along the eastern path, striving to maximize their speed while minimizing any noticeable noise. Yi Feng and Li Yu maintained order at the front, occasionally sending out a mystical eagle to scout from above, while behind them the mountain path remained eerily silent, only the wind whispering through the grass and trees. After an unknown duration, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed from the distant horizon, mixed with the sharp sounds of clashing weapons and the surge of spiritual energy, the noise growing clearer before gradually receding. Yi Feng understood that the bandits had encountered the Xiao family merchant convoy. He looked up at the sky above the group, noticing that the dark clouds had completely dissipated, finally easing the heavy weight in his heart. Li Yu, by having received information from the mystical eagle side in relief, his gaze toward Yi Feng filled with admiration. Chief Steward Yi, your quick decision not only avoided the ambush, but also made the Xiao family suffer the consequences. Truly remarkable. He had initially thought he would have to exert himself to ensure the success of the mission, yet unexpectedly, Yi Feng managed everything flawlessly, even discovering dangers he had overlooked and successfully neutralizing them. It seems this son-in-law is fully qualified to be the rightful chief steward. It was just luck. We owe it to Xiao Biao's extraordinary courage and loyalty that this plan succeeded. Otherwise, we would have found it difficult to escape so smoothly. Unfortunately, the mark on Xiao Biao has not been removed, so we cannot meet up with him yet. Yi Feng smiled slightly, speaking humbly. Indeed, it is a bit regrettable, but if he is still alive, we can make it up to him later. Li Yu nodded and sighed silently. He understood that some sacrifices were unavoidable, blaming only the Xiao family for being overly oppressive. The convoy continued forward for several days, the mountain path gradually widening and the land of Yanzhou coming into view the outlines of cities appearing faintly in the sunset. Without the pursuit of bandits and the machinations of traitors, the Nangong escort's convoy surged like a dragon freed from its restraints, weaving through the vast northern territories without drawing the attention of any ill-intentioned individuals. In the main hall of the Tianjia escort, Yi Tian, who had been savoring spiritual wine, suddenly received a report from his subordinates, instantly going into a frenzy. He slammed the jade wine cup in his hand onto the hard floor, producing a sharp sound as fragments flew everywhere, the spiritual wine splattering onto the hem of his luxurious robe, yet he remained completely unconcerned. Repeat that. My carefully arranged waves of bandits not only failed to harm a single hair of the Nangong escort crew, but instead robbed my own merchant convoy. His eyes were bloodshot like a heated iron, glaring at the reporting guard below, each word laced with a teeth-gritting, yes. Yes, the tracking marks we placed inexplicably appeared on a Shao family merchant convoy, and the bandits recognized the marks, not the people thinking it was the target escort team, and showed no mercy. Now the merchant convoy has lost all its goods, and over half of the escorting guards have been lost. The guard trembled in fear, lowering his head even further. The Shao family merchant convoy was vast, and the northern area was controlled by another clan, so they hadn't communicated in advance, which led to this blunder. However, he could not understand how the Nangong escort people were able to see through it, and even deliberately lured the bandits onto their own merchant convoy's path. Useless. All of you are useless. Yi Tian, having received confirmation, was instantly filled with rage, lifting his foot and fiercely kicking the nearby spirit wood table, shattering it into pieces with a deafening crash. He had not anticipated that to deal with Yifeng's escort team, he had first spent a fortune to buy off several insiders, secretly contacted 7 or 8 notorious bandit groups, and even set up a series of traps waiting for Yifeng and his group to walk into the ambush. He had thought victory was assured, just waiting for good news to arrive, which would lead to the downfall of the Nangong escort and the effortless absorption of their escort team. Yet he never expected that all the precautions he arranged would be utterly ineffective. The Nangong escort not only cleared out the insiders he had placed, but also managed to detect the additional tracking marks he had added midway, even turning the tables and causing him a fatal blow. At this moment, thinking of Yifeng's face, which seemed to be filled with smugness mocking him, made his chest heave violently, the veins on his forehead throbbing as if they would burst through his skin. However, he soon forced himself to calm down, beginning to search for countermeasures. The Nangong escort's ability to escape the encirclement surely meant they had powerful assistants. Could it be Liu Bai? Or perhaps Jiang Baisong has some special background? Yi Tian pondered silently. He absolutely did not believe that all of this was orchestrated by Yifeng. Yet this large-scale operation not only consumed a vast amount of resources to grease the wheels, but also resulted in the loss of several million worth of goods transported from the North Frontier. If he failed to achieve his goal, how would he explain it to Xiao Shijia? He paced anxiously in the main hall, his footsteps heavy like a drum, lamenting the unfairness of fate, while contemplating how to put the Nangong escort to death. Why? Yi Tian was a brilliant strategist, yet he couldn't outsmart a mere youth. Suddenly he stopped, his gaze turning frighteningly sinister, no longer just filled with anger, but harboring a kind of nearly mad obsession. Yifeng, do you really think that avoiding these bandits means you can rest easy? No matter how covert your movements are, your destination remains unchanged. You will inevitably go to Luoyan City. In an instant, a mad thought slithered into his mind like a venomous snake, and a sinister smile tugged at the corners of Yi Tian's mouth. He turned to his loyal guard standing below, commanding in an undeniable tone, "Guard Zhang, help me inform all factions in the Tianhuang continent that a fat sheep will arrive at Luoyan City within half a month. The personnel are not strong, but they carry desperately needed supplies. Make sure they capture this fat sheep." Yi Tian's tone was laced with a cold edge. The looting factions in Tianhuang continent particularly favored these essential battlefield supplies. He could imagine that once they learned this news, they would undoubtedly be tempted. "Chief, those external factions are not easy to deal with. Are we really going to notify them on such a large scale? What if the Holy Alliance notices? The consequences would be dire." The guard below was taken aback, showing signs of hesitation. Previously, they had only secretly contacted 1 or 2 reliable external factions, but now it seemed the son-in-law was suggesting a wide net. "Noticed. As long as we do it cleanly, who would know it was my doing?" Yi Tian sneered, his eyes filled with the madness of taking a desperate gamble. He knew the Shao family's influence spanned the entire Sunlong continent. He believed contacting a few external factions would be a piece of cake, and he would find a way. When the time comes, as long as those people lie in wait near the destination, they would surely ensure that Yifeng and his escort team would never return. I didn't expect the front line of Yanzhou to be so desolate. Yifeng gazed into the distance from the Nangong escort team, unable to suppress a sigh. Within the realm of Tianzhou, spiritual energy was abundant and life thrived. Mist-covered immortal mountains were everywhere, and traces of cultivators flying on their artifacts left behind glowing trails like colorful ribbons in the sky. In the cities and markets, there were abundant spiritual fruits and sparkling magical artifacts, and even the shops along the streets were constructed from precious materials of indeterminate rank, exuding warm spiritual energy day and night, nourishing the beings within the city. Even in the countryside, spiritual fields and plants were seen everywhere. Yet Yinzhou before him presented a stark. Upon entering Yinzhou territory, the towns behind, while not as prosperous as Tianzhou, were still relatively orderly, with cultivators frequently seen bustling about. In the countryside, although there were not as many spiritual fields as in Tianzhou, there were still plenty of spiritual grain crops. However, as the escort team gradually approached the front line, the scene took a sharp downturn, becoming alarmingly desolate. Before them, many mountain peaks had lost the nourishment of spiritual energy, turning yellow and charred. Occasionally, traces of magical artifacts being struck or spells scorching the land could be seen, with some hills even bearing deep craters from powerful attacks devoid of any vegetation. A land that should have been filled with spiritual energy, now mixed with numerous remnants of decay. Occasionally, one could see patches of mud by the roadside stained with dark red blood, uncertain whether from human cultivators or demonic beasts. The towns and villages along the way were in a state of disrepair, with walls crumbling and houses which should have been orderly collapsed by half, leaving broken walls and ruins scattered everywhere. The cultivators within were also in tattered armor, their spiritual energy chaotic, yet their eyes were filled with vigilance, harboring great wariness towards all outsiders. The other bodyguards following Yi Feng could not help but feel astonished, although they had been escorting goods for many years and had witnessed numerous grand scenes. They had rarely seen land so devastated, with even the spiritual energy between heaven and earth becoming so thin and murky. In the familiar West, or Tianzhou, most cultivators were busy earning spirit stones and cultivating, pursuing the path to eternal life, with few paying attention to the dangers at the border. They enjoyed abundant spiritual energy and rich resources, unaware that the cultivators of Yinzhou were constantly using their blood and lives to guard the gateway of the Songlong continent. All of this was because the border between the Songlong continent and the Tianhuan continent was extremely long, spanning several regions with not many dangers to guard. The two sides could only station troops in certain key areas, while the rest of the boundaries were set with watchpoints. Unfortunately, the cultivators of the Tianhuan continent were bloodthirsty and lacked many external enemies, causing their internal factions to raid the borders year after year, where looting resources was merely the lightest offense and burning and slaughtering was a common occurrence, turning one abundant spiritual area of Yinzhou after another into scorched earth. Moreover, the Songlong continent had unfriendly neighbors on all sides, so even though the cultivators of Yinzhou were almost all armed, from thousands of years-old transformation masters to newly entered Qi practitioners, they were always ready to pick up weapons to resist the invasion of external enemies. Yet despite this, Yinzhou remained in a weak position in the face of endless plundering, having no choice but to endure constantly, with no capacity to counterattack. Everyone watched this scene, knowing their low status made their words insignificant. Even if they felt troubled, there was nothing they could do. Just on this day, as everyone was preparing to take a break, Yi Feng suddenly changed his expression and exclaimed, "Not good. We have to speed up. Everyone heed my command. Do not pause, channel your spiritual energy to hasten our journey. We must reach Luoyan City within an hour, even at the cost of spirit pills." He channeled his spiritual power and shouted loudly. Just moments ago, he had used the Tianji plate to deduce, and to his dismay, he discovered a dire situation. Luoyan City was on the brink of disaster. "Yi, the chief escort, why is that?" As his words fell, a stir erupted within the escort team. The bodyguards exchanged glances, their faces filled with confusion. They had been traveling continuously along the way without a moment's rest. Now, they had to speed up. Moreover, they had to arrive within an hour. In this case, their spiritual power would likely face depletion. According to the information I've received, Luoyan City will soon be surrounded by external forces and may even fall. We must deliver the supplies before the siege begins. What? Chief escort, Yi, since you know Luoyan City is going to be besieged, aren't we walking into a trap? The cultivators from the Tianhuan continent are extremely ferocious. Even if we bring this batch of goods into Luoyan City, it may not change anything, and we might even lose our lives there. Some of the younger bodyguards could not help but speak up. Although they did not know where their master-in-law had received this information, they instinctively felt they should stay away from trouble. Indeed, master-in-law, the older bodyguards echoed, "We escort goods to earn spirit stones and enhance our cultivation. There is no need to take risks for an unrelated city. It would be better to turn back, sell the goods in another city, and ensure our safety, seeking other escort jobs." Even the steady elderly Yu Bai frowned and advised master-in-law, "What they say is not without reason. If Luoyan City is truly going to be besieged by external cultivators, those within the city will likely struggle to hold on. This time we brought the elite of the escort agency. If the city falls, we cannot afford such losses. How about we reconsider? Not a chance. Even if we turn back now, failing to deliver on time will ruin our reputation. Moreover, the cargo is so heavy that we won't be able to escape far. On the contrary, Luoyan City is the most crucial stronghold nearby, but once we enter there is still a glimmer of hope." Yi Feng looked at the doubts and hesitations on everyone's faces, and patiently explained again. If it were ordinary people upon learning that an external army would besiege them, they would certainly avoid it. But he possessed the Tianji plate and could determine the best counter-strategy. He knew that Luoyan City was currently defenseless, believing that the external forces were merely normal small groups, causing disturbances, unaware that the army of the Tianhuan continent was preparing to launch a large-scale attack under the guise of disturbances. If they turned back, now not only would Luoyan City fall quickly, but their escort team would also suffer heavy losses due to delayed escape. He took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and firmly urged, "Everyone, I understand your concerns about the dangers ahead, but we absolutely cannot retreat this time. It has taken us so long to get here. If we breach our contract, no merchant will ever approach us again. Moreover, Luoyan City is the gateway to the front line of Yenzhou. If it is breached, the external cultivators will be able to advance freely, and the towns behind will fall one after another. At that time, the ones who suffer will be the countless cultivators and civilians of Yenzhou. On the contrary, if we can enter Luoyan City, we will not only complete the delivery of goods, but also help Luoyan City hold on longer until reinforcements arrive, completely altering the situation." The cold wind stirred up the dust, and mixed with faint spiritual energy hitting Yifeng's face, yet his gaze became increasingly bright. "I know the strength of the external cultivators exceeds our expectations. But as cultivators, how can we only care for our own safety, without considering the bigger picture? This batch of supplies is urgently needed by Luoyan City. The sooner we get there, the more chances they have to survive. If we hesitate now, tens of thousands of lives in Luoyan City will perish unjustly. There is no time to hesitate. Those who wish to withdraw, I will not force, nor will I hold it against you later. But I, Yifeng, must go to Luoyan City." After saying this, he stopped speaking and took out a beast-controlling treasure from his storage ring, urging all the beast cards to speed towards Luoyan City. Chu Shang and Luo Qinghan also unhesitatingly followed closely. "How about we trust master-in-law this?" The bodyguards looked at Yifeng's determined back, then at the heavily laden escort carts passing by, their fears gradually waning, replaced by complexity and emotion. "The chief escort is right. We cannot only focus on ourselves, but we also need to consider the bigger picture. Those willing to follow, come along. There will be great rewards in the future." Elder Li was the first to channel his spiritual energy and ride off, speaking in a deep voice. He understood very well the difficulties the escort agency would face if this mission failed. All right. Yenzhou has been struggling enough as it is. If Chief Escort Yi is not afraid, then I am not afraid. At worst, it will just be a fierce battle. If I can help the people of Yenzhou, even if I perish, it will not be in vain for cultivating immortality." Upon hearing Elder Li's words, several older bodyguards gritted their teeth and began to channel their demon beasts to catch up. As more and more bodyguards moved, the remaining ones exchanged glances and could only follow suit. After all, most of the bodyguards above the Golden Core stage had left. It would not be safe for these small fries to... In an instant, the entire team of the Nangong Escort Agency began to gallop across the desolate land of Yenzhou, charging unhesitatingly towards the perilous Luoyan City. Outside Luoyan City, the city gate was normally open and various defensive measures had yet to be activated, with cultivators coming in and out from time to time. The soldiers guarding the city leaned against the parapet, casually resting their long guns on their shoulders, their eyes vaguely gazing into the distance. The streets inside the city were bustling with cultivators and merchants, most of them hurriedly passing by, occasionally glancing at the distant wasteland where teams of external beast riders flashed by, only to furrow their brows before busily continuing with their own matters. Those beast riders were rugged in appearance and exuded a fierce aura, clearly from the Tianhuan continent. Yet in the eyes of the people of Luoyan City, they were merely ordinary raiding scouts, daring only to strike at the outside villages, but not to provoke the city. What they did not know was that these scouts from the Tianhuan continent were spies. Their hunting was merely a cover, and the true goal was to besiege the city. They had long been secretly gathering, and it would soon escalate into a large-scale siege. When the team of the Nangong Escort Agency rushed to Luoyan City, the guards merely verified the documents briefly before quickly arranging passage. Huff! Finally we are in. Seeing this, Yifeng finally let out a sigh of relief. As long as they could arrive here, there was some assurance. "Chief Escort, should we report to Wanbage first, or what?" Li Yubai quickly approached Yifeng's side and inquired in a low voice. "Report first, then have the manager introduce us to the city lord," Yifeng replied in a deep voice. At this moment, the city's defenses were so lax that the people here clearly had yet to realize a great disaster was imminent. They had witnessed several batches of Tianhuan cultivators on their way here, each batch larger than the last, and they seemed to have some secret communication among themselves, far from ordinary small-scale disturbances. Although anxious, unfortunately being unfamiliar with the place, they could not expect to gain attention by recklessly seeking out the guards. As the escort team entered the city, the shops on both sides of the street were lined up with the sounds of selling and bargaining rising and falling, creating a scene of prosperity. But Yifeng's heart sank deeper. He saw that while some cultivators sighed these barbaric cultivators have become more rampant lately, the vast majority still felt that the city guards would definitely take action to cleanse them. It's just small skirmishes with not a single person realizing the lurking danger. This was the first collaboration between the Nangong escort agency and Wanbage, yet the process of delivering the goods went very smoothly. The manager of Wanbage did not expect the Nangong escort agency to bring the goods so quickly, and he looked at them with newfound respect, as he had thought the agency's reputation was not prominent and would suffer some losses, but unexpectedly not a single box was missing. However, regarding Yi Feng's request, he looked down upon it. The barbaric cultivators from the Tianhuan continent came a few times a year for slightly larger scale raids, each time taking things and leaving, never daring to attack Luoyan City. He did not believe there would be any major crisis now. But to be safe, he still gave a token, allowing Yi Feng to find the commander of the city guards on his own. The city lord and commander of the city Qin Yuanshan is an elderly man with graying temples and a calm demeanor, having reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. At this moment he is seated in the grand hall reviewing official documents. Upon hearing that Yi Feng wished to meet him, Qin Yuanshan frowned. Although he initially did not want to engage after learning of Yi Feng's connection to the Wanbao Pavilion, he reluctantly waved his hand, allowing Yi Feng to enter. After all, the Wanbao Pavilion is one of the largest merchants in the city, and they have numerous collaborations with the city lord's mansion, so it would not do to offend them. As soon as Yi Feng stepped into the main hall, Qin Yuanshan looked down at him with a scrutinizing gaze, showing a hint of surprise. You are Yi, the head of the Nangong escort agency. What brings you here instead of focusing on your escort duties? He was quite surprised to see the person in front of him, wondering if they wanted to discuss a business deal. Reporting to the city lord, I have come here to remind you that the army from the Tianhuan continent is secretly gathering and will likely soon besiege Luoyan City. I urge the city lord to immediately send a distress signal to the Holy Alliance and recall the nearby garrisons and cultivators to strengthen the city defenses, or else, once the city falls, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Feng said urgently, cupping his hands in respect. He knew that there were still some small towns nearby with a few garrisons and cultivators responsible for guarding the respective mines and spiritual fields, but these towns had weak defenses and would crumble before the army. Only by returning to Luoyan City could they escape disaster. Oh, besieging Luoyan City. How do you know this? You escort teams are always driven by profit. If Luoyan City were really in danger, would you honestly deliver your goods here? Qin Yuanshan was taken aback at first, then expressed his skepticism. He knew very well that these escort teams always valued their own lives and wealth above all else. Yin Prefecture had been a war-torn area, so even though supplies were chronically lacking, very few escort teams were willing to come here. Even if they did, they would demand exorbitant escort fees. If they truly knew of any danger, why would they wade into this mess? Commander, you are mistaken. Although the Nangong escort agency prioritizes profit, we also understand the principle of mutual dependence. If Luoyan City falls, how can the Nangong escort agency expect to do business in this Yin Prefecture in the future? Yi Feng, feeling a weight in his heart, quickly explained the information I have comes from a powerful expert who has been traveling outside. Every word he said is true. I urge the city lord to think carefully. Unfortunately, Qin Yuanshan did not believe him and thought this was merely a grand excuse. Young friend, I see that those barbaric cultivators outside are merely a ragtag group, and there is nothing different from before. You expect me to mobilize the entire city's garrison and to send a distress signal to the Holy Alliance based on your empty words? This is impossible. I already know about the situation. You may leave now. With that, Qin Yuanshan waved his hand in a gesture of dismissal. He certainly had people monitoring the movements of the barbaric cultivators outside, but those people had not reported anything back, so he felt that the notion of a siege was entirely absurd. Rather than trust a young newcomer, he preferred to believe the spies he had arranged. City lord, the Tianhuan continent has been plotting for a long time, aiming to catch you off guard. They have long evaded your notice. If we wait for definite news to act, it may already be too late. Yi Feng did not expect the other party to be so cautious and could only continue to persuade him desperately. Whether recalling the common people outside or initiating defense measures, it all required time. If they waited until the army was discovered before giving orders, it would be too late. Young friend, do you know what kind of responsibility it entails if the distress signal is sent and is found to be false? This matter does not concern you. I advise you to take care of your escort team and leave quickly. Do not disturb the morale of the army. Qin Yuanshan coldly snorted upon hearing this and began to dismiss Yi Feng again. Looking at Qin Yuanshan's stubborn demeanor, Yi Feng felt an urgency in his heart, but was left helpless. City Lord Qin, I see that your complexion is pale and your energy is weakened. Clearly you have suffered damage from a cold force that has harmed the root of your bloodline for years and has repeatedly flared up, even affecting your cultivation. If I can heal your internal injuries, would you be willing to take a risk for me? In the end, Yi Feng could only grit his teeth and reveal his trump card. He knew that if he did not show some genuine ability, this trip might end up being in vain. Fortunately, before coming in, he already had a response strategy in case of rejection and quickly laid it out. You. How do you know this? Qin Yuanshan was stunned upon hearing this, abruptly raising his head to look at Yifeng, his doubts instantly turning. His old injury had been left from a great battle decades ago, and he had searched for many famous doctors in these years to no avail. Almost no one knew about this matter except for his trusted aides. How could this young man know? Not only do I know, but I can also cure it completely. However, the premise for my treatment is that the city lord agrees to my request and immediately issues an order for aid and preparation for battle. As long as the city lord agrees, I will begin preliminary treatment for you right away. Yifeng's tone was extremely firm, carrying a hint of quiet confidence. He believed that Qin Yuanshan's bloodline injury was much milder than those of Luo Qinhan and the others, and he was confident he could treat it. Qin Yuanshan stared at Yifeng for several breaths, his fingertips rubbing his beard repeatedly. He could feel the unbearable pain from his hidden ailment, and this injury had tormented him for decades, making it difficult for him to sleep at night. Yet Yifeng's calm gaze made him feel a slight wavering. If you deceive me. Qin Yuanshan's voice carried a barely perceptible harshness. If there is a single falsehood, I will allow the city lord to deal with me. Yifeng declared resolutely. All right, I will trust you this once. Finally, Qin Yuanshan took a deep breath as if he had made a certain decision. Since the other party could immediately reveal his hidden ailment with such confidence, he felt that the other party could not possibly joke with his life. This was the first time in many years that he saw hope, and he could not miss this opportunity. In the next moment, he summoned a deputy general to enter and began issuing orders. Convey my orders. Immediately recall all personnel from the nearby towns and strengthen the defenses of Luoyan City. Additionally, send a distress signal to the Holy Alliance stating that the army from the Tianhuan continent is about to attack the city. What? City Lord, how? How is this possible? Deputy General Zhang Wei, a burly man, was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, doubting whether he had misheard. Why was this happening so suddenly? Why had he received no prior news? No need for further words. Execute immediately. Qin Yuanshan commanded sternly, his face stern. Could he tell the other party that he did not believe this matter either? But for the sake of a glimmer of hope, he had to go against the grain and take a gamble. Understood. The deputy general, seeing this, ultimately dared not say more and hurriedly took his leave. Since the city lord had said so, he had no choice but to comply. I hope what you said is true. After the deputy general left the mansion, Qin Yuanshan looked at Yifeng with a rather complicated expression. His actions were tantamount to gambling his future fate and the reputation he had built over the years. If it turned out to be a farce, it would be a grave joke. I will not let you down. Yifeng nodded slightly, feeling a burden lift from his heart. It must be said that with the city lord's instructions, the situation received unprecedented attention. Although Deputy General Zhang Wei was filled with endless doubts, he did not dare to disobey orders and could only reluctantly follow the instructions to send out a distress signal while deploying defenses. However, once the soldiers and citizens in the city received the alert for preparation, they erupted into chaos. What happened to the city lord? Why are we suddenly ordered to prepare for battle? Soldiers leaped onto the city walls, unable to suppress their curiosity. They say the Tianhuan continent will attack the city today. A small leader who knew some inside information explained. Attack the city? How is that possible? Are they joking? The immediate reaction of all the soldiers was disbelief. Historically, the main battlefield between the Songlong continent and the Tianhuan continent had not been in this direction, and the main forces were not stationed here. Currently, the armies of the Tianhuan continent and the Songlong continent were engaged in fierce battles on the neighboring continent. How could they possibly have the resources to attack here? The Tianhuan continent had always conducted small-scale harassment in this direction and had seen no signs of abnormality. How could it suddenly turn into a great battle? Isn't that so? Where did this news come from? It's nothing but alarmist talk. The citizens scoffed at this even more. It was brought by a team called the Nangong Escort Agency. I don't know how they persuaded the city lord to issue such an order. Nangong Escort Agency. Never heard of them. They're probably just trying to gain attention. The cultivators immediately laughed at this. The Nangong Escort Agency rarely operated in this area and was not a well-known large escort agency, so they were quite unfamiliar with it. However, they did not dare to defy military orders and could only assist in strengthening the city defenses under the deputy general's arrangements. But soon they became dumbfounded. After more than half an hour, a mass of dark clouds suddenly surged on the distant horizon. Initially, it was just a vague outline, but as the wind picked up, the cloud approached with a devastating force, blotting out the sky. The lookout soldiers on the city walls were the first to sense something amiss. A young sentry rubbed his eyes, suddenly gasping in shock, his voice trembling as he shouted, "Look! What is that?" Everyone's gaze instantly converged, and they soon realized that what was appearing ahead was not a cloud, but countless shadowy figures. Those figures were clad in standardized battle armor, with fierce beast head patterns engraved on the armor. The weapons in their hands glimmered with a chilling light, and countless flags of various colors waved in the wind, each emblazoned with terrifying beast totems that sent shivers down the spine. Fear spread through the city like a wildfire. Low-ranking cultivators who had been busy moments before now swarmed onto rooftops, craning their necks to peer beyond the walls. When they beheld the enemy ranks that blotting out the sky, screams and cries rose in a mounting clamor. By the heavens! Are they going to trample Luoyan City flat? Most cultivators turned deathly pale and trembled. Those mounted scouts before, were they only vanguard probes meant to deceive us? Some recalled the city lord's orders and the warning from Nangong Biaoju with a mixture of shock and relief. Had they not heeded that reminder and sent out a distress signal, early morale would long since have collapsed. On a parapet, Deputy General Zhang Wei, who had been inspecting the defenses, froze when he saw the sky-darkening Tianhuang army, as if struck by petrification. They really came, and in such numbers. His pupils contracted, his lips quivered. For a long moment, he could not speak. The sword at his side clattered from its scabbard and then fell to the ground, his usual imposing bearing utterly gone. The murderous chi rolling toward them, and the suffocatingly precise battle formation sent a chill racing from his feet to his crown. Cold sweat had already soaked his back. He felt an overwhelming gratitude that he had obeyed the city lord's command, activated the defenses early, and recalled scattered men who otherwise they would have had no time to respond. Though the situation was dire, he knew reinforcements were on the way. If his side could merely hold on for a while, there remained a chance of survival. Is it really working? In the city lord's mansion, Qin Yuanshan abruptly opened his eyes after Yi Feng treated him with a secret art. The spiritual power delivered was pure and gentle, suffused with a vigorous life force, utterly unlike the medicinal pills he had taken in the past. Warm currents rose within him and slowly spread through his limbs. The lingering cold that had tormented him for years began to dissipate, and his body felt remarkably light. What relief, such sweet relief. Qin Yuanshan rose, eyes reddened, and stared at Yi Feng with overflowing gratitude. He was certain the bloodline vessel inside him, which had previously been unresponsive to any treatment, had been reawakened. Even his spiritual flow had become uncommonly smooth. He now believed wholeheartedly that Yi Feng could heal him. Just as he was about to speak to Yi Feng, a subordinate staggered in, breathless and terrified, to deliver urgent news. My lord, bad news. The Tianhuang continent's army has truly arrived. The subordinate's face was as white as paper, his voice trembling beyond concealment. What? This is really true. Qin Yuanshan's eyes widened as if struck by lightning. Who then was this Nangong Biaoju chief? Able not only to mend his internal wounds, but to foresee the enemy's movements with such accuracy. He yearned to speak further with Yi Feng, but urgency left him no time. He surged his spiritual power and shot from the residence like lightning, leaping onto the battlements. From the tower he gazed outward. The vanguard of the Tianhuang army had already closed to within 10 li, and their earth-shaking battle cries rose like thunder. All prepare. Stand and fight. Qin Yuanshan drew a sharp breath and shouted the command, astonished at the sheer multitude of the invaders. At his order, lights blossomed around Luoyan City, and a translucent golden dome coalesced above the walls, enveloping the entire city. This was Luoyan City's defensive formation, the Xuanwu Golden Light Array, which consumes spirit stones to absorb 50% of external assaults, while allowing attacks from within to pass unimpeded. At the same moment, thousands of spirit cannons and giant crossbows throughout the city took aim. Arrows and spirit bolts poured forth like a torrential storm. Luoyan's defense had officially begun. The Tianhuang forces had not anticipated Luoyan's swift and orderly reaction. They descended like a plague of locusts, their banners blotting the sky, monstrous totemic beasts roaring on their standards. The thunder of thousands of mounts shook the earth, while cultivators flew among them, sparks of spiritual light flickering as a grim intent filled the air. As soon as they entered firing range, they were struck by a withering volley. Countless arrows and spirit bullets surged toward them and detonated in the air. In the span of a blink, dozens of vanguard soldiers and mounts were shattered and tumbled to the ground, their screams filled. Shocked and enraged, the Tianhuang general issued a single command without hesitation: break the array and storm the city. At that order, hundreds of flying beasts bearing Hongtian Pao erupted in red light. Bullthick spirit cannonballs streaked like meteors toward Luoyan. Most struck the Xuanwu array with deafening detonations, causing the golden light to flicker and the array's radiance to dim. A few shells breached the dome and shattered houses within. Then thousands of Tianhuang cultivators formed the Wan Gui Xian Dun array. Black, ghastly chi coalesced into snarling ghost heads that joined to make a vast ebony shield at the forefront, bearing the brunt of the bombardment. Behind that black shield, the remaining enemies rode, flying treasures and mounts swarming forward like bees, while loosing arrows or shaping fireballs, ice spears, and lightning arcs. Their assaults wove into a lethal web aimed straight at Luoyan's ramparts. But Luoyan had prepared well. Soldiers and citizens alike fulfilled their roles, spirit cannons, crossbows, and spells braided into a tight curtain of fire that bluntly repelled the Tianhuang onslaught. They all understood only by holding the city until reinforcements arrived could they hope for survival. If the walls fell, they would face slaughter or slavery, a fate worse than death. Qin Yuanshan hovered above the battlements, watching the frantic clash below, his brow knitted in deep worry. He could plainly see the enemy had come well prepared. Though Luoyan's array and firepower granted a temporary edge they could not hold indefinitely, he must swiftly neutralize the siege beasts or the shield formation, lest the city be taken too soon. Just as he prepared to send out his nascent soul experts to split and strike the main target, streaks of formidable escaping light shot from the Tianhuang ranks. 3 piercing ruptures split the sky, becoming brilliant beams that surged ahead through the enemy host toward him. 3 nascent soul peak masters dispatched by Tianhuang Kumu Leiguai Shuesho Shua and Jinshi Daping Banyao Wang. Qin Yuanshan, you worthless wretch. How dare you hold this city? Today we will break your array and take your life. Kumu Leiguai rasped. A great ink-green tree shadow swirled behind him. With a tap of his withered staff, massive barbed tree thorns formed in midair, dripping with corrosive venom, and surged toward Qin Yuanshan like a green tide. Shuesho Shua brandished a blood-red long blade engraved with the words Shui-yin. The blade flashed, splitting into myriad shadows that cleaved toward the gate tower. Jinshi Daping Banyao Wang unfurled gilded wings over 3 zhang long, their feathers plated with razor-like golden scales. His talons tore the air as countless golden feather arrows condensed and struck from the flank. Their auras were immense. Phantasmal forms loomed behind each of them as their attacks intersected and enclosed every escape route around Qin Yuanshan. Their intent was clear: capture the leader first. On the walls, Luoyan's soldiers' faces drained of color. They had not expected 3 nascent soul peak adversaries. With only the city lord of their side at that level, how could they possibly withstand? If the lord were grievously wounded, their morale would shatter instantly, and resistance would likely end. At the very moment the 3 foes' attacks were about to strike, Qin Yuanshan's eyes flared with crimson light. His aura surged violently, black veins crept like a spiderweb from his brow over his body. An ancient pitch-black Xuanhu manifested behind him, fangs, bared eyes blazing with a feral domineering force that radiated intimidation to all sides. Ancient Xuanhu bloodline, today I will bury you all here. Qin Yuanshan's long roar was no longer merely human, but carried the savage howl of a primeval beast. The Xuanhu phantom answered with a thunderous tiger cry, the sound wave condensed into visible black energy and slammed into the 3 converging assaults. In the next instant the monstrous tree thorns shattered under the sonic force, the countless blade shadows slowed and stiffened, and the golden feather arrows were smashed to fragments. Xuanhu howled to the heavens. What is this? How can he still use it? Startled shouts rose from the Tianhuang rank. Voices of disbelief rippled through the enemy host. Kumu Leiguai and his companions' faces drained of blood, eyes reflecting shock, as if seeing a ghost. Before they set out, they had reliable intelligence that Qin Yuanshan bore an old crippling wound, and that the Xuanhu howl to the heavens was mere legend. Facing the 3 of them in concert, they expected him to be helpless, his city's spirit to crumble. Yet the truth had proven otherwise. Within Luoyan City, the other cultivators watched in stunned disbelief that quickly turned to exultation. That their lord could stand unbowed against 3 opponents filled them with joy. Is the city lord's bloodline injury truly healed? Qin Yuanshan's closest aides gaped speechless for a long while. They well remembered how decades past their lord had once stormed the world on the strength of the ancient Xuanhu bloodline, carving a great reputation. After a devastating ambush, he had withdrawn his radiance and never again revealed that prowess, rumored then to be due to an incurable internal wound. None had expected to see it unleashed again. Shock swiftly gave way to a ruthless glint in the eyes of the 3 elders, Kumu the elder, Bloodhand the Rakshasa, and golden-winged Peng the half-beast sovereign. With no turning back, they resolved to fight with every ounce of their strength. After all, they were 3 against 1, and though their foe's bloodline was superior, he could not possibly endure for long. Kumu the elder struck first. His withered wood staff unleashed a torrent of ink-green venomous thorn spikes, sharper, deadlier than before, raining down upon Qin Yuanshan, each barb dripping with corrosive toxin capable of killing on contact. Bloodhand the Rakshasa sealed his hands in a crimson mudra, his blood-forged greatsword swelled thrice, its size blazing with a torrential scarlet radiance, as all phantom blade images converged into a single earth-shattering slash aimed straight at the city ramparts. Golden-winged Peng the half-beast sovereign beat his wings once. His form dissolved into a streak of molten gold trailing closely behind the sword's lethal arc, claws gleaming with a cutting edge sharp enough to rend reality itself as he lunged for Qin Yuanshan's head. Qin Yuanshan, sensing the peril, did not hesitate. A pair of obsidian tiger wings coalesced behind his back. In a blur he evaded the brunt of the thorn salvo, then commanded the illusory black tiger spirit to strike, its colossal paw crashing down upon Bloodhand's blood-forged greatsword. A deafening clang echoed across the battlefield, the resonance of clashing divine weapons rattling the eardrums of nearby cultivators. Bloodhand staggered backward, palms split open, his greatsword's scarlet aura dimmed. Meanwhile, Qin Yuanshan was hurled backward by the overwhelming force, his meridians churning, blood surging violently within his chest. Before he could regain his footing, golden-winged Peng's ambush struck, claws mere inches from his flesh. Yet Qin Yuanshan had anticipated this. In that instant the black tiger's spirit merged with his body. He raised his hand, and from void-born intent materialized a sovereignty, a high-grade saber, its blade shimmering, with bone-chilling abyssal light intercepting the sovereign's claws mid-strike. A thunderous explosion erupted. Spiritual energy detonated outward in a concussive wave. Battlements shattered into dust as soldiers atop the walls and beast-mounted warriors of the Tianhuan continent were flung skyward like chaff in a gale. Qin Yuanshan recoiled, blood welling at the corner of his mouth. Golden-winged Peng was likewise thrown backward over 30 zhang, his face paling with strain. Magnificent. Again, his foe's coordinated assault had not broken him. It had ignited his primal ferocity. In the next breath he vaulted beyond the city gates, deliberately shifting the battlefield outward. High above the city the four titans clashed in cataclysmic combat. Peak nascent soul techniques collided again and again. Crimson, emerald, golden, and obsidian energies erupted skyward, painting half the heavens in violent radiant hues. While the four masters fought to a standstill, fierce battles raged elsewhere. City defenders clad in full battle regalia held the front line, engaging enemy troops in brutal close-quarters combat, while cultivators supported them from the rear. The martial artists of Nangong Escort Agency fell into disciplined roles. Lesser cultivators manned the colossal siege crossbows, while the stronger ones formed grand formations to guard designated stretches of the wall. Protected by Li Yubai, Yi Feng stood behind the agency's formation, scanning the battlefield with calm precision, orchestrating troop movements with flawless efficiency, rotating seasoned escorts, whose bodies emitted ominous black chi back into reserve, and deploying fresh fighters in their stead. Under his command the escort formation flowed like living water, shifting seamlessly between defense and counteroffensive, unleashing the full might of the array and halting the Tianhuan cultivators' advance on that sector entirely. Yet few noticed a cloaked, faceless shadow moving like phantasm across the periphery of the battlefield, silently eliminating key officers of the Tianhuan forces. That shadow moved at incomprehensible speed, flickering through the Tianhuan ranks like a wraith, targeting only commanders and high-rank cultivators. One early-stage nascent soul general of the Tianhuan army stood brandishing a formation banner, directing his troops toward a weak point in the city's defenses, when suddenly the shadow emerged from darkness, a short blade glowing with eerie sapphire light flashing forth. In a single lightning stroke it pierced his dantian. Before he could even glimpse his assailant, his nascent soul was shredded. His cultivation shattered, his life extinguished utterly. The mysterious shadow was none other than Luo Qinghan. Her face veiled, her figure draped in the shadow cloak, an artifact that masked her spiritual presence as she deployed her unique esoteric art across the field with ghostly grace. She excelled not only in assassination but also in battlefield strategy, knowing precisely how to dismantle the Tianhuan army's formations with surgical precision, throwing their entire offensive into disarray. Within half a watch she had slain 3 early-stage nascent soul cultivators, and more than a dozen peak golden core experts fell beneath her shadow-slay short blade. The Tianhuan command structure began to fracture. Soldiers and beast mounts lost coherent orders, the rhythm of their assault faltered, and their once coordinated onslaught devolved into fragmented, disjointed waves incapable of unified pressure. Yet such devastating losses soon triggered alarm among the Tianhuan high command, who dispatched scores of nascent soul cultivators to hunt her down. The battle ground on for over an hour, until the sun dipped low, gilding the western horizon as dusk. Qin Yuanshan's duel with the 3 peak nascent soul masters continued unabated. All 4 were spent, spiritual energy nearly exhausted, wounds bleeding freely, yet none would yield an inch. The city's defenders, bolstered by spirit pills and seamless coordination, endured against impossible odds, repelling wave after wave of assault, holding the line unbroken. Then, on the distant horizon, a vast roiling black cloud appeared, accompanied by piercing eagle cries, resonant war horns, and a crushing tide of spiritual pressure rolling across the land, altering the very atmosphere of the battlefield. The Holy Alliance's Black Eagle Cavalry. Our reinforcements have arrived. A deputy general pointed toward the horizon, shouting with unrestrained elation. All eyes turned. A legion of black-clad eagle riders surged forward like a tidal wave, each mounted not on ordinary spirit eagles, but on wind-riding divine eagles, their feathers cold and sharp as tempered steel, their speed rivaling lightning itself. The riders themselves wore heavy armor, gripped long lances, and bore featureless masks, only their deep obsidian eyes visible beneath the steel. Such was the legendary Black Eagle Cavalry of the Holy Alliance, a beast-mounted elite corps composed exclusively of golden core cultivators and above famed for peerless discipline and overwhelming might. Their arrival shattered the Tianhuan assault rhythm instantly. Spurring their wind-riding divine eagles, they charged directly into the enemy's flank. Tianhuan cultivators panicked. Fearing encirclement, their formation collapsed into chaos. Above the city, Kumu the Elder and his 2 allies blanched. Impossible. How could they arrive so swiftly? They had concealed their advance with meticulous care. This vanguard was meant to strike without warning, seize a strategic stronghold, and secure a foothold for the main host. Yet not only had Luoyan City been prepared, but reinforcements had arrived before their plans could bear fruit. Having battled Qin Yuanshan for over an hour, their spiritual energy was already halved. With the Black Eagle cavalry now descending, pressing the fight would risk catastrophic losses. Not just failure to take the city, but annihilation. Retreat. Kumu the Elder barked, his voice hoarse with bitter resentment. Qin Yuanshan. This humiliation shall be repaid tenfold, 100-fold in time. Bloodhand the Rakshasa and golden-winged Peng shared the same grim resolve. With a silent glance, they unleashed 3 overwhelming attacks in unison, forcing Qin Yuanshan to retreat. Then whirled and fled, dissolving into 3 streaks of light toward the Tianhuang rear. They would await the main force. Qin Yuanshan attempted pursuit, but his limbs trembled with exhaustion, his steps faltering. He could only watch helplessly as they vanished. With the 3 peak nascent soul masters gone, the Tianhuang army withdrew en masse, leaving behind a wasteland of corpses, shattered artifacts, and rivers of blood, wails and shrieks echoing across the field. The Black Eagle cavalry did not give chase. Instead, they swiftly arrayed themselves outside Luoyan City, forming an impenetrable bulwark against any counterattack. After all, they too had raced here at breakneck speed. Exhaustion ran deep. Luoyan City was upon the ramparts. Soldiers erupted in thunderous cheers. Civilian cultivators embraced and wept. Noble families knelt toward the heavens in solemn gratitude. Qin Yuanshan surveyed the intact city and its unharmed populace. Then, disregarding his wounds, strode straight to the Nangong Escort Agency and clasped Yi Feng's hand tightly. Chief Escort Yi, had it not been for you, Luoyan City would surely have fallen, and tens of thousands would have perished in utter ruin. You are our city's greatest benefactor. At these words, generals and noble elders alike froze in stunned silence. This is the chief escort of Nangong Escort Agency. They had all heard the reports that it was Nangong Escort Agency which had issued the early warning. Their greatest fortune in this battle lay precisely in that forewarning, and the timely distress signals sent thereafter. I assumed your agency dealt only in profit. I was grievously mistaken. I offer my deepest apology. Deputy General Zhang Wei bowed deeply before Yi Feng and his companions. Indeed, had it not been for Nangong Escort Agency, none of us would have survived. From this day forward, the Liang family entrusts all its cargo transport exclusively to your agency. The Yin family does likewise. The Wu family as well. Noble houses across Luoyan City voiced their profound gratitude, presenting Yi Feng and his escorts with the finest delicacies and rare wines from their storage rings. Qin Yuanshan then declared publicly, henceforth Nangong Escort Agency caravans shall pass freely throughout Yin Province, exempt from all tolls and inspections. Any who obstruct or oppose them shall answer to me, Qin Yuanshan, and to the entire Qin clan of Yin Province. This, esteemed sirs, please, there is no need for such honor. We rise and fall together. This was simply our duty. Flustered and humbled, Yi Feng hurriedly returned bows to all present. Li Yubai and the agency's senior escorts watched the scene unfold, hearts swelling with emotion. All the toil, hardship, and indignity of their arduous journey dissolved in that single luminous moment. None had imagined it possible. Yet their young master-in-law's prophecy had come true. The northern frontier had truly opened. From this day forward, Nangong Escort Agency would never lack commissions again. 1 month later, at the headquarters of the Nangong Escort Agency in Tianzhou, Nangong Yue and others were eagerly awaiting the return of the escort team, their eyes fixed on the street outside. The team heading to the northern Yinzhou consisted of most of the elite from their Nangong Escort Agency. Whether they could return and the extent of their losses would determine the fate of the agency. When Yi Feng appeared at the entrance of the escort agency, dusty from his journey, the personnel stationed at the headquarters were momentarily stunned before erupting into thunderous cheers. The number of people was nearly the same as when they left. Most of the escort members were safe and sound with only a few sustaining injuries. This was wonderful. For a moment, they all felt a heavy weight lift from their hearts. However, when Nangong Yue led the core team forward in excitement to greet them, the first escort to jump off his mount said something that left the surrounding personnel frozen. Zhang, you mean to say that not only did you successfully deliver the cargo to Luoyan City, but you also saved the entire city's populace? Nangong Yue exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief. Zhang, you can't be dreaming, can you? The other core members responded incredulously. Shut up. You're the one dreaming. We not only saved the entire city's populace, but the 8 major families of Luoyan City also jointly sent us a thank you gift, signing several escort contracts on the spot, with a total value exceeding 50 million spirit stones. The escort named Zhang shot a glare at the others, his voice booming with pride as he provided the answer. If he hadn't personally accompanied the team and witnessed everything, he wouldn't have believed such outrageous events could occur. But now, having experienced it firsthand, he knew it was all true. Given that trade and travel were already scarce in the frontline city with resources in short supply and the imminent war in Yinzhou, they would surely face tough battles ahead and urgently needed to transport supplies again. What a... The cheers of all the station personnel were instantly choked back by this news. Old Wang the accountant dropped his ledger with a loud thud. His mouth hung open, his white beard trembling like sifted flour. You also brought back contracts worth over 50 million spirit stones. You can't be serious, can you? Are you sure it's 50 million spirit stones and not 500,000? After regaining her composure, Nangong Yue's heart raced heavily. A contract worth 50 million spirit stones meant they would receive at least 10 million in commission. Something unbelievable. No mistake, it's indeed 50 million spirit stones. Zhang patted his chest, making a thundering sound. The other accompanying escorts confirmed it as well. The scene of gratitude from those noble families was still vividly etched in their minds, an experience they would never forget. As mere escorts, they had never encountered such grand occasions. This is fantastic. Our Nangong escort agency is saved, isn't it? The heavens are... In an instant, the stationed escorts nearly dropped their long knives. The crowd erupted in exclamations. Some rubbed their eyes thinking they were dreaming, while others stomped their feet in excitement. Even the usually composed steward had reddened eyes. But what exactly happened? How did you know there was danger in Luoyan City? And how did you save those people? After a while, calmed down, Nangong Yue quickly posed her biggest question. She was extremely curious about this. This was all thanks to our son-in-law. At that time. Yes, our son-in-law is quite extraordinary. Not to mention that Chu Shang, you all know, right? His experience is even richer than Steward Zhou's. Exactly. Our son-in-law is like a god descended, anticipating the enemy's moves. The accompanying escorts recounted everything in detail, even embellishing Yi Feng's achievements and extraordinary... This, my brother-in-law, isn't colluding with the people from the Tianhuan continent, is he? Upon hearing the whole story, Nangong Yue's eyes widened as she looked up at the familiar figure of the escort team ahead. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. Such outrageous events were actually orchestrated by her brother-in-law, who not only led the escort team to escape from the bandits, but also accurately predicted that Luoyan City would be besieged. Having managed the escort agency for many years, she knew all too well that the trade routes in Yinzhou were perilous and Luoyan City was right on the front lines. Before departing, she had held no hope, only wishing that the losses wouldn't be too severe. Yet unexpectedly, her brother-in-law not only returned alive, but also achieved such remarkable feats. Incredible emotions flooded over her like a tidal wave. She looked at Yi Feng's tall figure, now seemingly bathed in golden light, momentarily lost in thought, as if she had never truly recognized this peer of hers, often mocked and belittled, seemingly gentle, yet actually concealing depths. On the second floor of the main hall at the escort agency headquarters, Nangong Luoyan stood gracefully in a white dress on the corridor, watching the scene below, her usually aloof and cold face now filled with shock. He really opened up the situation in the northern border and took many contracts. Leaning against the crimson corridor pillar, Nangong Luoyan unconsciously rubbed the jade bracelet on her wrist, her gaze fixed on that figure surrounded by the crowd. Yi Feng, her nominal partner, had initially entered the Nangong family to avoid a marriage proposal. In her impression, he had always been mild-mannered and even somewhat mediocre. She had never imagined that this man willing to play the role of a soft rice husband possessed such extraordinary abilities. Well done. Our son-in-law is truly a blessing for the Nangong family. The eldest young lady truly has a discerning eye. Behind Nangong, Liu Nangong Chuling watched the excitement below, her eyes filled with admiration and envy. During the time their son-in-law was away from the agency, she and the eldest young lady occasionally came to check in and assist with tasks within their capabilities. But she never expected that her son-in-law would bring them such a huge surprise. She had long known that her son-in-law was extraordinary, and at this moment, she greatly admired the eldest young lad's discernment, who had decisively secured him through marriage when his reputation was not yet established. Though this was just a contract worth tens of millions of spirit stones, once completed, future escort contracts would flow in continuously, marking a significant long-term achievement. Haha, indeed a blessing. Nangong Luoyan felt a complex mix of emotions at this, unsure of what to say. Is this really the same soft rice husband Yi Feng? Is he still the person she knew? First he healed her injuries, then went to the west to eliminate bandits, and now he saved the populace of Luoyan City, bringing back contracts worth tens of millions of spirit stones. The key point is that Jinling Pavilion has indeed been increasing their supply, greatly impacting the Nangong family's spirit fruit trade. Any one of these achievements was beyond the capabilities of ordinary people, yet he handled them with such ease. What exactly was his background? What did he seek by getting close to her? Amidst shock, endless doubts crept into Nangong Luoyan's heart. Given his abilities, why would he willingly stay in the Nangong escort agency pretending to be her false partner? Was he approaching her and the Nangong family merely for the annual salary of 500,000 spirit stones, or was there a more sinister motive? She gazed at Yi Feng's side profile, illuminated by the sun in those eyes that often carried a gentle smile. There seemed to be a depth she could not comprehend, making her suddenly feel uneasy. While the Nangong escort agency celebrated joyfully, the news of their triumphant return swiftly flew across the street to the Tianjie escort agency. Yi Tian was polishing his prized weapon, the Crimson Cloud Spear, in the main hall, when he heard his subordinate rush in with a panicked report, causing the cloth in his hand to drop to the floor. What did you say? The Nangong escort agency not only successfully reached Luoyang City, but also saved all the city's populace. He stood up abruptly, his tall figure radiating a menacing aura, his already sinister face twisted into a snarl. After issuing bounty notices to various marauding forces in the Tianhuan continent, he had been unable to gather any information regarding the Nangong escort agency's team. He had thought that the team would surely suffer heavy losses, or even be completely wiped out, yet after more than a month, he heard such news. It's true, Chief. The noble families of Luoyang City are practically elevating the Nangong escort agency to the heavens, and they've signed 3 major contracts worth over 50 million spirit stones. Yi Tian's voice suddenly rose, filled with incredulous rage. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking as a storm of anger and shock surged in his eyes. Why? He couldn't understand. He had clearly set a meticulous trap, contacting numerous bandits, and even risked colluding with marauding forces from the Tianhuan continent, promising great rewards afterward. Yet why did Yi Feng always manage to turn the tide? Why did this lowly, illegitimate son he had always looked down upon have such good fortune? As a result, his meticulously planned scheme, which had cost him a fortune, had turned into a huge joke. The Nangong escort agency not only did not collapse, but was instead growing stronger. Damn it! How can you be so biased? Yi Tian howled to the heavens. Despite the fact that the Tianjie escort agency had snatched numerous contracts from the Nangong escort agency in the west, secretly bribing bandits and other forces had cost a fortune, resulting in losses rather than profits. But what about the Nangong escort agency? They had been forced into retreat, yet due to Yi Feng's escort mission, they had miraculously revived and gained abundantly. Intense jealousy and unwillingness gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. He stared at the jubilant scene of the Nangong escort agency across the street, his teeth grinding together as a glint of determination crossed his eyes. Yi Feng, even if you are truly the chosen one, Yi Tian will never allow you to grow any further. He abruptly seized the Crimson Cloud Spear from the table, pointing its tip towards the Nangong escort agency, his face filled with ruthless intent. Previously, no matter how furious he was, he had never dared to hire someone to assassinate in the Holy City, but at this moment, he could no longer care. In the following months, Yi Feng busied himself with recruiting personnel for the escort agency, while personally selecting individuals for transport. Exhausted yet determined, he finally completed the delivery of the order worth 50 million spirit stones, and firmly stabilized the northern trade route. Of course, he could not continue to take charge personally forever. After all, he wasn't the true son-in-law. What he sought was a lasting solution, so alongside escorting the cargo, he also focused on uncovering and nurturing various talents within the agency, ensuring all internal spies were thoroughly eliminated. Fortunately, the Nangong family provided substantial support in terms of manpower and resources. After more than 3 months of adjustments and deployments, the escort team was now capable of completing regular escort tasks smoothly, even in his absence. Phew! Finally, he could lay back. Seeing that the promised annual profit growth target was guaranteed to be met, Yi Feng hastily entrusted the affairs of the escort agency to Nangong Yue, and others then left the agency disguised and returned to Piaoyuan Valley. He could certainly continue to strategize for the Nangong escort agency and create more profits, but he was not the true son-in-law, merely an imposter. So why should he worry about this? If he appeared too outstanding, what would happen when the real son-in-law arrived? Therefore, upon seeing the agency operating smoothly, he wisely began to delegate authority and shifted his focus back to his own Piaoyuan Valley. However, he did not expect that as soon as he entered the Tsui Minor realm, rushing alone through the forest towards Piaoyuan Valley, he suddenly found a dense, inky black energy swirling above him, wrapping around him like a persistent vine. Ahead, it seemed someone was tracking him with an icy, killing intent, locking onto his aura like a maggot. How is this possible? Yi Feng halted his steps, brows furrowing in disbelief. At this moment, he had already disguised himself, transforming his originally handsome features into something plain and unremarkable, resembling a weary cultivator who had been traveling for years. He even consciously mimicked the aura and gait of an ordinary person, so logically, he should not have been targeted. After all, his cultivation had already reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, and this minor world rarely had any high-level experts. The presence of black energy could only be attributed to a nascent soul master, who would arbitrarily trouble a seemingly ordinary commoner. Unless the other party had been observing him for a long time and even possessed a special tracking method able to trace his true identity and lay in wait here. The most frustrating part was that Luo Qinghan had been arranged to rebuild the Black Feather Pavilion. Given the time spent understanding her motives for willingly becoming his maid, he had felt confident in his disguise skills and believed her presence by his side was a waste of talent. Thus he had sent her away not expecting such a predicament to arise. Though Yifeng felt distressed, he did not dare to delay. He quickly sent out a distress signal to Luo Qinghan while instantly circulating his internal spiritual power. Stepping into the starry shadow technique, his figure transformed into a blurred afterimage as he began to escape in another direction. He knew that no matter how many tricks he had up his sleeve, he could not withstand the assault of those prepared assassins. Sure enough, just as he changed direction, two shadows immediately leapt from the dense forest ahead, their weapons striking like the fangs of venomous snakes locking onto his back. Both figures were clad in black, exuding powerful auras, their faces obscured by masks that revealed only a pair of cold eyes. One wielded a long knife, its blade shimmering with a ghostly blue sheen evidently coated in potent poison. The other held a short dagger, moving in a strange manner, with intricate footwork. Two nascent soul masters. Yifeng's heart sank at this sight, thinking it was bad news. Judging by their auras, both assassins were actually a significant realm above him. Though he possessed exceptional skills, he understood that relying solely on himself to escape the pursuit of two early-stage nascent soul cultivators would be no easy feat. He needed to leverage the strength of his subordinates. Luo Qinghan, with her unfathomable cultivation and their strong cooperation, could turn the tide as long as he could hold out until she arrived. Knowing that the speed of nascent soul experts was incomparable, he gritted his teeth and fully unleashed the power of his divine dragon bloodline, pushing the starry shadow technique to its limits while darting through the forest, leaping at times and diving at others, trying to evade the attacks from behind. Kid, the disguise technique is impressive, but unfortunately you cannot escape. The two assassins could not help, but though they did not know how he had foreseen the ambush, how could a mid-stage golden core youth possibly evade the pursuit of two renowned assassins? The assassin on the right, while pursuing unhesitatingly, swung his long knife, unleashing a blade aura that extended dozens of feet, aimed directly at Yifeng's back. The assassin on the left also snorted coldly, flicking his short dagger to launch 3 poison flying needles, each producing a subtle whistling sound as they targeted the vital points of Yifeng's back, his head, chest, and legs. Their attacks were fierce, the fluctuations of spiritual power overwhelming. Wherever they passed, trees splintered and leaves scattered, the murderous intent thickening the air. Fortunately, Yifeng's starry shadow technique combined with the Star Chaser boots was profoundly intricate. Each step followed a celestial trajectory, leaving only a faint silver glow upon landing. His speed was astonishing, and the higher his cultivation, the more pronounced the increase in speed. Based on the indications from his aura observation technique, he predicted the direction of imminent danger. With a sudden burst of force, his figure shot forth like a meteor, narrowly avoiding the incoming blade aura. Then twisting his waist sharply, he moved like a swimming dragon, tracing a beautiful arc in midair. In the blink of an eye, he dodged the attacks from the two shadows and successfully created distance. Wherever the blade aura struck, the ground cracked open and vegetation withered instantly. The 3 flying needles brushed past his garments, embedding themselves into the rocks ahead, emitting a hissing sound as they corroded. Even so, the two shadows remained like shadows, with the sound of rushing wind behind him indicating the next wave of attacks had arrived, forcing him to remain focused on evasion. How can this kid's footwork be so strange? The two assassins felt their hearts sink as they saw their attacks. They had thought that with their cultivation being a full realm higher, dealing with an apparently ordinary young man would be a piece of cake. Yet they were taken aback by his astonishing speed and the profound intricacy of his footwork as he moved like silver light through the dense forest, weaving around trees and leaping over ravines with no discernible pattern, leaving only a blur in their sight. Even more bizarre, no matter how they attacked, he always managed to avoid them in advance, as if he could see through all. However, no matter how fast he was or how skilled his footwork as a golden core cultivator, he could not sustain it for long. Soon both of them felt at ease. They had already gathered intelligence indicating that there were hardly any experts in this minor realm. The Holy Alliance's management here was also lax. As long as they could wear him down, they would surely succeed. However, to their surprise, Yifeng maintained an extreme speed, running without pause for over half an hour, showing no signs of slowing down. In contrast, the two of them, though they had higher cultivation, were exhausting themselves with their pursuits and attacks, their breathing becoming labored and beads of sweat appearing on their faces. How can this kid's spiritual power be so abundant? The assassin on the left could not help but voice his confusion. After chasing for so long, how could they still fail to catch a young golden core cultivator? Isn't it strange? It's too bizarre. The assassin on the right echoed his sentiments. According to their information, he was merely an untrained son-in-law of the Nangong family, not particularly strong. So what was happening now? They had no idea that the divine dragon bloodline within Yifeng had fully awakened, and warm spiritual power surged like a roaring river through his limbs, supporting his high-intensity footwork. The terrifying regeneration rate was continuously replenishing his consumed spiritual power at an astonishing speed. Stop waiting. Use your ultimate techniques. Finally, the assassin on the right, seeing Yifeng showing no signs of exhaustion, lost all patience and urged. After all, the longer they dragged this out, the worse it would become. If word got out that they had failed to assassinate a golden core cultivator, they would be finished. In the next moment, the two swiftly changed positions, simultaneously forming seals with their hands, creating a large black net woven from interlaced black spiritual power descending toward Yifeng. This black net was covered in mysterious runes emanating an aura capable of binding spiritual power. Yifeng glanced up and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. What kind of secret technique was this? Why had he never heard of it before? The range of this black net was immense, suddenly descending at high speed and covering all possible directions for him to evade. It was clear that once ensnared, he would undoubtedly be unable to escape. In a moment of crisis, he did not hesitate to unleash all the star power stored in his star ring over the years. With the blessing of the divine dragon bloodline, a brilliant star radiance surged towards the black net like a meteor. Boom! With a resounding impact, the binding of the black net was shattered by the star radiance, creating a large hole in its dense surface. Seeing this, Yifeng seized the opportunity and leaped through the gap, escaping once more. How is this possible? How can he unleash such a powerful attack? As the black net was destroyed, the two assassins were instantly engulfed by the backlash, their blood surging, a trace of blood seeping from their mouths, and their auras becoming wildly chaotic. They never expected that even after using their last resort, they still couldn't capture this mid-stage golden core kid. Was he really just some soft-handed son-in-law? Surely, even the top-tier prodigies weren't this formidable. They took a moment to recover from their injuries before resuming their relentless pursuit, attempting to unleash other ultimate techniques, but unfortunately no further opportunities arose. Soon a clear sound of a sword echoed from afar, akin to a celestial melody. "Sect Master, I have arrived." Luo Qinghan's voice pierced through the dense forest, carrying a chilling aura of killing intent. The two assassins' faces changed dramatically upon seeing this, turning to look only to find a shadow like a ghost swiftly flying towards them from the distance, moving so fast that they could barely discern its trajectory. Dressed in black, Luo Qinghan wielded the shadow kill sword, exuding a vast pressure of spiritual energy, causing the surrounding trees to snap as she passed. Nascent soul peak. How is that possible? The assassin on the left, sensing the strength of the newcomer, gasped in shock, a hint of unprecedented terror flashing in his eyes. How could such a powerful being exist in this small world? The key was that it was related to this insignificant servant before them. The assassin on the right struggled to steady his long knife. They never expected that Yifeng would have such strong support. At this moment, they had no desire to fight and hurriedly turned to flee. Unfortunately, they encountered Luo Qinghan, who excelled in speed. Luo Qinghan snorted coldly, her figure vanishing from the spot in an instant. The next moment, two sword strikes flashed, and two beams of sword light appeared right before the assassins. The two assassins were filled with horror and quickly swung their knives to defend, but the immense impact of the sword light shattered their grips, sending their weapons flying from their hands, and they were hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of black blood. In just half a quarter of an hour, the two early-stage nascent soul assassins were knocked unconscious by Luo Qinghan, completely losing their combat ability and becoming barely alive. "Qinghan, can you discern their origins?" Yifeng inquired, his disguise finally lifting as the dust settled, looking at the two confined on the ground with a slight frown. Luo Qinghan stepped forward, examining the assassins' clothing and the aura of their techniques, her expression growing serious. "Sect Master, these are assassins from the Blood Killing Hall." "What? Blood Killing Hall? What kind of organization is that?" Yifeng raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. Although he had vaguely heard of this name, he was unaware of its specific strength. Luo Qinghan paused for a moment and slowly explained, "There are more than 10 famous assassin organizations in today's Tianzhou, with the top 5 being Crematorium Tower, Shadow Pavilion, Nether Palace, Blood Killing Hall, and Soul Breaking Valley. The Blood Killing Hall ranks 4th, specializing in stealth and tracking. Although there are no transformation stage powerhouses within the hall, there are several peak nascent soul elders whose strength cannot be underestimated. As for the top 3, each has transformation stage powerhouses stationed. The first-ranked Crematorium Tower is the most mysterious, with few having seen the true face of its master. It is rumored that their influence spans the entire Tsunglong continent, and as long as the mission criteria are met, even transformation stage cultivators can be assassinated. Hiss! Upon hearing this, Yifeng couldn't help but gasp. Assassinating transformation stage powerhouses. What kind of strength was required for that? "Do you know what conditions the Crematorium Tower has for accepting missions?" Yifeng asked, frowning. He hadn't expected that under the management of the Holy Alliance there would still be so many unknown dark organizations. If he accidentally drew the attention of these individuals, it would be disastrous. "Sect Master, although the Crematorium Tower is formidable, they only target the most heinous and evil individuals, so there is no need for concern," Luo Qinghan reassured him with a smile. This was also the reason the Holy Alliance could tolerate the existence of the Crematorium Tower. "That's good." Upon hearing this, Yifeng finally felt a weight lifted from his heart. Fortunately, the crematorium tower still had some principles, otherwise if they were to accept missions indiscriminately, everyone would live in fear. However, even the blood-killing hall was quite tricky, and he needed to come up with a countermeasure. Qinghan, these two seem to have some talent. What do you think about recruiting them under your banner? The next moment, Yifeng suddenly thought of something and asked. Currently, the Black Feather Pavilion had just been rebuilt, and its members had pitifully low cultivation levels, making rapid advancement difficult. However, if he could recruit these two, it would immediately bolster their strength significantly. We cannot recruit them. Assassin organizations have means to control their members, either through heart-eating worms' blood-soul curses, or both. Even if members are captured, they cannot betray the organization. Luo Qinghan wiped the blood from the tip of her sword, her voice carrying a hint of gravity. As the former master of the Black Feather Pavilion, she was all too familiar with these secrets. All assassin organizations will plant unique restrictions in their members' bodies during training, which serve as both control methods and final kill switches. If an assassin betrays or is captured, either the restriction activates leading to their demise, or the organization remotely controls them to silence them. What if I can lift this method? Yifeng's face bore no trace of worry. Instead, a subtle smile tugged at his lips. His heavenly mechanism disc could even find a way to heal bloodline injuries, so dealing with this curse method was certainly not a major problem. What? Is that true? Hearing this, Luo Qinghan was taken aback, her gaze filled with disbelief. What was the sect master saying? The control methods within these assassin organizations were extremely complex and mysterious, often passed down from ancient times as unique secret arts. How could her sect master claim to be able to lift them? Before she could ask further, Yifeng had already approached the two assassins, gathering spiritual energy to work on them. Luo Qinghan watched with a mix of skepticism and anticipation, not daring to make a sound. She saw her sect master's fingertips continuously forming intricate hand seals, directing them into the bodies of the two assassins, sweat beads forming on her forehead, yet her expression remained focused. Soon she clearly sensed that the controlling energy originally bound to the souls of the two assassins was gradually weakening under the guidance of the hand seals, and the sinister aura belonging to the assassin organization was also being peeled away bit by bit. After an unknown amount of time, Yifeng suddenly opened his eyes wide, a surge of golden light erupting from his hands as two slender golden threads shot out, accurately piercing the foreheads of the two assassins. The two assassins trembled all over, letting out a suppressed groan. The defeated aura surrounding them suddenly dissipated, and the black blood at the corners of their mouths ceased to flow, yet their complexions remained as pale as paper, showing no signs of waking up. It worked. Yifeng retracted the hand seals as the golden light faded, letting out a long breath, a hint of fatigue appearing on his face, but unable to hide his smile. The heart-eating worms and blood-soul curses within them have been completely resolved. I have also implanted a new soul control seal deep within their souls. From now on, they can only follow my orders. Should they harbor any disloyalty, their souls will be extinguished. Luo Qinghan quickly approached the two assassins, her fingertips gathering a trace of spiritual energy to probe into their bodies. Moments later, she abruptly looked up, her eyes filled with disbelief. Is this really true? She turned to Yifeng, her heart surging with waves of astonishment. The heart-eating worm that had originally nested in the assassin's heart veins had turned to ashes, and the blood-soul curse mark deep within their foreheads had been replaced by a faint golden rune, which was the soul control seal Yifeng had mentioned. In merely half an hour, their sect master had cracked the unique restrictions of one of the top 5 assassin organizations and implanted a new control method. Such skill was simply unheard of. In an instant, Luo Qinghan felt an overwhelming sense of relief in her heart. While her initial choice to follow Yifeng was surely due to his rescue and the potential for revenge, at this moment, she finally understood the caliber of the person she was following. With such a remarkable talent as her sect master, wouldn't those assassin seedlings nurtured by the organizations be usable for her own purposes in the future? Rebuilding the Black Feather Pavilion and avenging those who had annihilated her subordinates and harmed her friends. This once seemingly unattainable goal now appeared clear and within reach at this moment. The next moment, Luo Qinghan sheathed her shadow kill sword and deeply bowed to Yifeng, saying, "Sect master, from now on I will follow you wholeheartedly, even if it costs me my life." Her gaze had turned incredibly resolute. She knew her sect master's mystery. As long as he continued to develop, the Piaoyan sect would surely become a formidable power in the future. Qinghan, you're too polite. With your assistance, the future is promising. For now, let's take these two back and treat them well. They will be our sharp blades in the future. Yifeng smiled faintly at the fighting spirit ignited in her eyes. What is all this about? In the Piaoyan Valley, within the discussion hall, the two assassins who had just been treated and awakened looked around in sheer disbelief, as if they were dreaming. They never expected that upon coming to assassinate a mid-stage golden core brat, not only did they fail their mission, but they had also inadvertently become his subordinates. Even more unbelievable was that this mid-stage golden core brat was actually the master of the Piaoyan sect, with vast assets within the sect and several formidable elders. Upon realizing this, they felt a profound bitterness in their hearts, knowing they had been completely duped. However, the situation was beyond their control. They could distinctly feel that the soul control seal on them constantly threatened their souls. As long as they harbored even the slightest harmful thought towards their master, they would be immediately annihilated, turning into mere corpses. "We are Lu Jin and Lu Yin, we greet our master." The next moment, the two assassins rose in unison, still weak, but devoid of any intention to resist, gazing at Yi Feng with increased awe. To be able to lift the control methods of their original organization and imprint a new soul control seal was no simple feat. "No need to call me master, oh just call me sect master. Next, since the mission was not completed, the blood-killing hall will surely send more people, right?" Yi Feng sat at the head of the discussion hall and asked lightly. "Yes, unless the employer actively withdraws, otherwise the hall will arrange for higher-level assassins to come." The two did not dare to conceal anything and replied truthfully. "All right then, I will leave my safety in your hands. If anything happens to me, you won't survive either." Yi Feng's tone carried a hint of coldness. Since these two were members of the blood-killing hall, they must have a certain understanding of their own assassins. With their assistance, his safety would be further assured. "Understood." Lu Jin and Lu Yin both cupped their fists in unison. "Master, the mastermind behind this matter must be Yi Tian, right? Should I take people to eliminate him now?" Luo Qinghan approached Yi Feng and asked in a low voice. During these days by the master's side, she was well aware of a sworn enemy who had been causing trouble for the master, but she hadn't had time to deal with it before due to escorting the goods. Now that she had some free time, she felt it necessary to settle the score thoroughly. "Now may not be the best time. We must not act rashly for the moment." Yi Feng shook his head at her words, his gaze drifting towards the outside of the floating cloud valley, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Did he not want to avenge this grudge? Unfortunately, Yi Tian was known for his fear of death, residing in areas heavily guarded by the sacred city. Now that he had gained the favor of the Shao family, he had dark guards protecting him along with a protective jade pendant, making him not so easily killed. Moreover, if a single strike failed to eliminate him, it would inevitably attract the intervention of the Sacred Alliance, which could lead to significant losses. Luo Qinghan was his only hidden trump card, and the most capable aide. He had to find a chance with absolute certainty to strike again, ensuring Yi Tian would never rise again, or else it might alert the snake and make it hard to find a good opportunity later. "All right, I will await your command." However, the Bloodkill Hall is quite powerful and their intelligence network is extremely extensive. "During this time, you must allow me to stay by your side," Luo Qinghan requested after pondering for a moment. Although she felt a bit unwilling about not being able to take revenge, she knew the master was well informed. Since he said it was not the best time, there must be a reason for it, so she could only endure. However, she could not sit idly by while her master remained in danger. She must protect him closely. "Good, then I will trouble you." Yi Feng nodded, not refusing. Fortunately, this time Yi Tian might be lacking in funds and only hired 2 early-stage nascent soul assassins, or he might have really been in trouble. With this lesson learned, he certainly would not make such a mistake again in the future. However, this matter had to be resolved somehow, otherwise he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. Soon he and Luo Qinghan devised a plan to lure the snake out of its hole. Unfortunately, before the plan could be executed, a patrolling disciple rushed in a panic. "Yi, master. Elder Luo. Something big has happened. The back mountain. A strange and dangerous place has been discovered." The patrolling disciple was covered in sweat, his dark outfit soaked, stuttering as he reported, his voice laced with undeniable panic. "A strange and dangerous place. What exactly is going on? Speak slowly." Yi Feng's brows furrowed tightly at the news and his fingers trembled slightly. The floating cloud valley was his stronghold. It contained all his possessions, and nothing could go wrong here. Luo Qinghan and Lu Jinyu looked over in unison. Reporting to the Master Elder, Yin has helped us tame quite a few demon wolves in recent days. We were ordered to release these demon wolves into the surrounding mountains for breeding, but unexpectedly several demon wolves have disappeared without a trace during this time. Elder Yin dispatched many people to search, but there was no sign of them. Until this morning, a disciple saw a demon wolf enter the stone forest near the back mountain and disappeared in an instant, only to discover that area of the stone forest can actually devour spiritual beings. The disciple swallowed hard, breathing heavily as he explained. He had never seen such a strange scene, so he was quite anxious at the moment. Can devour spiritual beings. Yi Feng stood up abruptly, a storm brewing in his heart. Could it be that another spatial crack had been discovered? He clearly remembered this small, mysterious realm. A crack that led to the outer space was discovered when it was first opened. At that time, the Sacred Alliance spent a great deal to seal it, and now another one had been discovered. Luo Qinghan felt her heart tighten upon hearing this. The discovery of a place in the valley that could devour spiritual beings was not a good sign. "This matter is of great importance. Take us to see it quickly," Yi Feng commanded decisively. Luo Qinghan and Lu Jinyu followed closely behind, Yi Feng racing towards the direction indicated by the patrolling disciple. The mist in the back mountain was extremely thick, exuding an inexplicable chill. As they reached a rocky area, they saw dozens of guards from the floating cloud sect surrounding a stone forest with weapons drawn, their expressions grave as they stared at the center. The stones in the stone forest appeared no different from those in other stone forests. If one were unaware of the situation, they would likely not spare it a second glance. Master, you have finally arrived. This stone forest is very sinister. Just now, I placed a spiritual deer inside, and it vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace. Elder Yin, who of the beast-taming hall, stepped forward to greet Yi Feng and the others. He was tall and sturdy with a resolute face, but currently his brows were tightly furrowed and his tone was extremely grave. Yi Feng nodded at his words, scanning the strange stones before quietly summoning the heavenly mechanism disc. While examining the stone forest, he infused spiritual power into the disc, inquiring for results. After a long while, a hint of shock flashed in Yi Feng's eyes as he said solemnly, "Indeed, this is not an ordinary place. This is not a sinister place that devours spiritual beings, but a spatial node." A spatial node? Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. Such a thing was rarely encountered by ordinary people for thousands of years, and yet they discovered one here. Indeed, this node connects to another interface. The previous spiritual beings were not devoured, but were drawn. The interface connected by this spatial node was unknown and fraught with danger, but our foundation is here. If we do not investigate, greater disasters may arise in the future. I plan to personally explore it. I wonder if anyone is willing to accompany me. Yi Feng looked at everyone, his tone grave as he asked. As far as he knew, sealing a spatial node was extremely costly and time-consuming, so he had to see what was happening on the other side before deciding whether to relocate. What? Master, you want to go in person? Upon hearing this, the core disciples around were in an uproar. Yin, who stepped forward, his robust body blocking, Yi Feng speaking urgently, "Master, you must not. You are the backbone of the floating cloud sect. How can you take such risks? That interface is uncertain. Let me take a few elite members to investigate first while you remain here to command." "Yes, Master. The unknown place is dangerous and unpredictable. You, with your invaluable life, must not take such risks." Luo Qinghan immediately concurred. The other patrolling disciples also showed anxious expressions, each cupping their hands in request, hoping Yi Feng would retract his orders. No matter who went on the adventure, it could not be their master, otherwise the floating cloud sect would fall apart. Seeing everyone so eager, Yi Feng felt a surge of gratitude in his heart, but he quickly raised his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. "You do not understand. The paths within the spatial node are intricate, filled with chaotic spatial currents. It is impossible to pass through relying solely on brute force. If I do not go, you will only be risking your lives by rashly entering, wasting manpower. On the contrary, I can foresee the dangers and have a high chance of success on this trip. If it becomes impossible, I also have the confidence to retreat. Thus this task must fall to me." Yi Feng's expression was exceptionally firm. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. The master was skilled in the art of spiritual calculation, able to predict fortunes and misfortunes, which was not a secret in the floating cloud valley. They had all heard about it. However, this matter was not about being overly cautious. They still felt it was unwise for the master to go in person. Just as everyone was about to persuade him further, Yi Feng interrupted. "No need for more words, my mind is made up. In that case, I will accompany the master." Luo Qinghan suddenly stepped forward, her garments fluttering, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. Since she could not change the master's mind, she could only follow him. "Yes, I will go too. I will go as well." "No. This matter is too dangerous. The more people there are, the more of a burden it becomes. Only Elder Luo should go with me. The others will stay here to strengthen the barriers around the stone forest. If we do not return after 5 days, seal this place and report to the Sacred Alliance, not allowing anyone else to approach." Yi Feng interrupted everyone's words, finally fixing his gaze on Luo Qinghan. He knew her cultivation was high and her temperament stubborn. Once she made a decision, it would not change, so he could only agree to her. If it weren't for his low strength, he wouldn't need to find someone to accompany him. Very well. Seeing Yi Feng's mind made up and Luo Qinghan insisting on accompanying him, the others knew further persuasion was futile and could only watch anxiously as the two turned and stepped into the center of the strange stone forest. As soon as they entered a certain part of the stone forest, a violent pulling force swept over them, distorting the surrounding space. The once clear scene of the stone forest vanished, replaced by a gray, chaotic void. When their vision cleared, the two realized they were in a passage resembling a dark and sunless rift, with the surroundings so sealed that it was suffocating, allowing only a few tiny cracks to pass through. Countless silver spatial cracks crisscrossed like blades before them, emitting piercing screams from within. Shadows of the dark void outside could be vaguely seen, exuding a terrifying aura that could devour everything. "Be careful. Follow my footprints, do not stray a step," Yi Feng warned sharply, reminding Luo Qinghan. As expected, the moment they stepped in, black gas instantly filled the space above them. He had to find a path to survival among the many dead ends. Luo Qinghan, upon hearing this, did not dare to be careless, and quickly circulated her spiritual power to protect herself, closely following Yi Feng. Not long after, not far ahead, a rift suddenly erupted with chaotic spatial currents, a wave of silver energy, rushing and tearing apart the surrounding air as it passed. Fortunately, Yifeng had anticipated this, pulling Luo Qinghan to swiftly dodge to the side, following the safe direction indicated by the divination technique, narrowly avoiding that lethal impact. The spot where they had just stood had already been turned into nothingness by the chaotic flow. The perilous journey was fraught with dangers, with hidden spatial rifts suddenly opening at times, and violent energy currents crashing through at others. Yet Yifeng, relying on his keen sense of impending crises, managed to find safe paths just in the nick of time. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghan condensed her profound spiritual power to form a protective barrier that shielded both of them, countering the chaotic spatial forces around them. They worked in perfect harmony, trudging forward through the treacherous passage. Despite this, the pair remained like a lone leaf in a tempest, at any moment risking being engulfed by the tumult. Uncertain how much time had passed or how many tribulations they had endured, a blinding light finally appeared ahead in the grayish corridor. Upon seeing this, Yifeng let out a long sigh of relief, quickening his pace and pulling Luo Qinghan toward the light. Breaking through a thick spatial barrier and emerging to the surface, a rich spiritual energy assaulted them, flooding into their limbs and bones, causing them to shudder as if each cell had been reborn, filled with exhilaration. Could this possibly be the legendary spirit realm? Luo Qinghan steadied herself and looked around, her voice trembling slightly. Before them lay an ancient forest unlike anything they had ever seen, towering ancient trees reaching hundreds of feet high, their lush branches and leaves casting a canopy that blocked out the sun. Vines coiled like dragons, while various exotic flowers and grasses bloomed, emitting a heart-soothing fragrance. The spiritual energy in the air was so dense it almost turned into liquid, coalescing into tiny white mists that wafted around them, with some even dripping down and producing a crisp sound. Here her spiritual power surged, and she felt that breaking through to the god transformation stage seemed almost inevitable. What? How is that possible? Yifeng was taken aback, unable to believe it. Though he sensed that his mid-golden core cultivation had just recently broken through, he was already feeling signs of wanting to advance again. However, this spirit realm, as spoken of by many on the Songlong continent, was a realm of immortals populated by myriad races with treasures scattered everywhere. The entrance to the spirit realm was something even great experts from the celestial realm had spent much of their lives seeking, yet they had stumbled upon it. Master, I believe that even if this is not the spirit realm, it is not far from it. Originally based on my own accumulation, I thought it would take at least 100 years to break through to the god transformation stage, but in this realm I feel that perhaps it could be achieved in just a few years. Luo Qinghan looked at the vibrant greenery around her, her eyes flashing with rare excitement. She had long heard that in the world of the Songlong continent, spiritual energy was scarce and human cultivators were the masters of the land, while other powerful races had either declined or become extinct. However, in the spirit realm, spiritual energy was exceptionally rich and humans were merely ordinary beings in the vastness of the universe, whereas many stronger races occupied large territories due to their innate advantages. Here, even the most ordinary of mushrooms could grow to the size of a basin infused with abundant spiritual energy. Only in the legendary spirit realm could such effects be found. To her astonishment, by following the master, she had encountered an opportunity that top experts had searched for their entire lives. The joy in her heart reached an apex. Such a thing exists. Yifeng began to scan his surroundings. He wished to use the heavenly machine disc to deduce whether this place truly was the spirit realm, but unfortunately, he had used it several times while traversing the long corridor, and it had completely stopped responding. However, he soon noticed the unusual aspects around them. In this vast ancient forest, even the smallest ant was as large as a small dog, covered in an incredibly hard shell, exuding a presence that was even stronger than that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. The spiritual energy was far more concentrated than in the cultivation world, and the power of the beasts was terrifying. Could it be that this truly is the spirit realm spoken of in ancient texts? If that's the case, then let us explore thoroughly. A glint of excitement flashed in Yifeng's eyes. With that, he activated his spiritual power and beckoned Luo Qinghan to rush toward the surroundings. After all, if this truly was the spirit realm, all they needed was to find a safe place and focus on their cultivation for a while, and their powers would soar. If they could find some rare treasures to bring back to the Songlong continent, it would be even more prosperous. However, they had not run far when a deafening roar from a beast echoed from deep within the dense forest, carrying a tremendous pressure that sent shivers down both Yifeng and Luo Qinghan's spines. Could that be the roar of a god transformation stage beast? The two exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes, completely not expecting the beasts in this realm to be so formidable. In the Songlong continent, god transformation stage beasts were only found in some famous dangerous places rarely visited by humans, and most people would never see one in their lifetime. Yet they had encountered one after only flying this short distance. This place is teeming with nascent souls, and god transformation beasts are common. It is definitely not comparable to the Songlong continent. We must be cautious, conceal our auras, and absolutely must not provoke these beasts. The next moment, Yifeng transmitted a message to Luo Qinghan, offering his counsel. Although he could foresee dangers and Luo Qinghan was also at the peak of the nascent soul stage, if they provoked a powerful beast, it would not end well. Luo Qinghan nodded in agreement, quickly using her techniques to suppress her aura to the lowest possible level. The two moved like phantoms, silently weaving through the dense forest, trying their best to avoid areas radiating strong auras. Along the way they encountered a snow-white fox demon lounging in the bushes, sleeping soundly. Its 9 fluffy tails swayed gently, and the demonic aura surrounding it was so dense that even Luo Qinghan at the peak of the nascent soul stage felt a pang of trepidation. They also glimpsed a blue-eyed golden eagle with a wingspan of 100 feet, soaring overhead, its feathers appearing as if forged from gold, its beak and claws shimmering with a chilling blue light, and its sharp eyes scanning below, exuding an aura typical of late god transformation. Even the silver fish swimming in the stream, no larger than a palm, had sharp fangs, with each one containing at least the energy fluctuations of a late golden core. Yifeng and his companion dared not breathe, suppressing their auras tightly, only moving forward once the threat had passed. After cautiously traversing for an entire day, they finally came upon a broad valley with human structures. This valley was surrounded by high mountains with a flat basin in the middle. From afar they saw a remarkably sturdy immortal city, standing in the center of the basin, its walls made from unknown blue stones towering over 10 feet high, inscribed with intricate runes whose purpose was unclear. Surrounding the immortal city were numerous spirit grains and spirit trees, all of which were of exotic varieties they had never seen before. At the entrance of the valley there was a considerable flow of people. Some stood in midair, some flew with wings, and others rode on various strange beasts or flying treasures, each cultivator radiating a formidable aura. Finally we see signs of civilization. Luo Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of expectation flashing in her eyes. Fortunately they had appeared in an area where human cultivators were present, otherwise if they had shown up in the territory of another race, they would have been in trouble. Yifeng also felt grateful at this realization. With human cultivators around, they would not be completely lost. They hurried to the valley entrance, only to be stopped by 2 guards wielding long spears. The guards were 2 tall human warriors clad in deep blue armor, their expressions cold, emanating a pressure characteristic of the god transformation stage. If you wish to enter the valley, each person must pay 2 holy crystals, otherwise entry is forbidden. The burly man on the left scrutinized them, his expression unchanging, his voice gravelly, like rocks grinding together. Holy crystals? What are those? Yifeng furrowed his brows, feeling a bit apprehensive. They had spent many years on the Songlong continent, and had never heard of such things. You must be from the lower realm. Holy crystals are the lowest grade of cultivation crystals in the spirit realm, containing pure holy spiritual power far beyond the spirit stones of your lower realm. Without holy crystals, leave quickly, otherwise do not blame us for being impolite. The guard on the right looked down on Yifeng and Luo Qinghan, revealing a hint of disdain. Just by looking at them, he could tell they were from some remote corner. The spirit realm was vast, encompassing 3,000 major worlds and myriad minor ones. Everyone who came from the lower realms believed their previous world was large and impressive, unaware that it was merely an inconspicuous branch of the spirit realm. Is this truly the spirit realm? Yifeng felt both joy and confusion at this statement. Joyful that this was indeed the spirit realm he had longed for, yet confused that the currency for cultivation here was so advanced that despite having plenty of spirit stones on them, they lacked even the qualifications to enter the city. Suppressing his disappointment, he clasped his hands and asked, "Thank you for the information. May I inquire further, besides the immortal city, where else can cultivators find refuge in the spirit realm?" The spirit realm is vast with myriad races. Besides the various immortal cities, there are also many villages where cultivators reside in the wilderness, although most are of low strength. If you have nowhere else to go, you can seek a remote place to settle, but be cautious of beast attacks. With that, the 2 guards ignored Yifeng and Luo Qinghan, shifting their attention to the line of people behind. Yifeng and Luo Qinghan exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Although they were eager to enter the immortal city and experience the local customs, they knew that this was not the time to force it. "It seems we can only seek another way out," Luo Qinghan said softly. She too had not expected that after finally arriving in the spirit realm it was not as promising as she had imagined, but rather fraught with difficulties. "Indeed, although the immortal city is splendid, it is not a place we can enter at this time. Let's first find a nearby immortal village to see if we can find a place to stay." Yifeng nodded. Luo Qinghan agreed to this. Unfortunately, they quickly learned that the nearby immortal villages also required payment of holy crystals or an oath of service to the village chief for entry and protection. In this spirit realm, the nascent soul stage was merely the starting point for cultivators. Most children could break through to that stage shortly after birth, rendering their current powers quite trivial. Perhaps we should return to the lower realms and consider our options further. Ultimately, Yifeng gritted his teeth and asked, "In this place, creatures of the nascent soul stage are everywhere, and occasionally beasts of the transformation stage appear. They are weak and likely can't even sleep soundly in the wilderness, let alone cultivate. Fortunately, having discovered the entrance, they can return in the future. Next time, they will bring more manpower and establish a foothold waiting for Luo Qinghan to advance to the transformation stage. I think it's feasible. Luo Qinghan also felt that this was the safest method at the moment. On their way back, they remained cautious, avoiding those powerful beasts. When they saw the exit of the spatial tunnel again, both Yi Feng and Luo Qinghan felt a sense of reassurance. The tunnel exit was located in a relatively large valley where the surrounding trees were sparse. Although the spiritual energy was not as rich as that near the previous celestial city, it was still far superior to that of the lower realm. This valley had treacherous terrain, easy to defend, but hard to attack, making it a great place to establish a foothold. Unfortunately, they currently had too few people to defend it. However, as Yifeng looked at the terrain of the valley, a glimmer of determination appeared in his eyes. He planned to return to the lower realm this time, bringing more manpower to establish the first sanctuary of the Piayan sect in the spiritual realm. At that moment, Luo Qinghan was carefully observing the valley before him, and a flash of brilliance crossed her eyes. They had already gathered intelligence on the general situation of the spiritual realm, and if they did not intend to pledge allegiance to other forces, building their own celestial village would be the best choice. They were the only sect in the lower realm that knew the entrance to the spiritual realm. Once they used this to attract talent, they could certainly gather a lot of strong practitioners for themselves. When the time came, vengeance would be a trivial matter. In the Tsuiwei small Xian realm at the edge of the eerie stone forest behind Piayan Valley, Yin, who paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, the sound of his dark robes flapping in the mountain wind. Behind him, a dozen core members of the sect either leaned against the stones or gazed into the distance, their expressions filled with impatience. Since their sect leader and elder Luo Qinghan entered this abruptly manifested spatial node, it had already been the 5th day. The sect leader had instructed them to report to the Holy Alliance if they did not return within 5 days, and to seal off the area. Now it was noon on the 5th day, yet there was no sign of movement in the stone forest, leaving them anxious and uncertain about what to do. Chu Shang and the other core members were equally worried. For the past few days they had been guarding near the stone forest, not daring to leave for even a moment, their eyes fixed on the location of the spatial node. Even their meals were just taken in turns, afraid of missing the moment their sect leader returned. Suddenly from a distance a hurried breaking sound echoed, and several elderly figures exuding a chilling aura swiftly flew in, led by Lu Qingfeng and a few other elders. As Lu Qingfeng landed, his sleeves fluttering, he glanced at the solemn-faced Yin Hu and the others, and his expression sank instantly, filled with reproach. Elder Yin, are you foolish? This spatial node's fluctuations are strange, and clearly an uncharted danger. There are plenty of disciples in the sect to send. How could you let the sect leader take such risks personally? He had learned of the situation upon his arrival, so his mood was very poor. Exactly, foolish. Simply, as the head of the core members, don't you know to stop them? The frail elder Ren Pingjiang also expressed his grievances as he heavily struck his cane on the stone ground, sending stones flying. Exactly, if probing is necessary, the disciples should go first. The sect leader is the foundation of the sect. How could he act so recklessly? Cheng Qianjun also echoed his tone, filled with worry and reproach. During this time, they had been busy developing and constructing at the Bingshui Mountain Villa in the Holy City, leaving only Elder Yin to guard here, but they never expected such an incident to occur. As soon as they heard this news, they immediately set aside everything and rushed over. Several elders, the sect leader has made up his mind. He said that the node exudes an extraordinary aura, and if we do not explore it personally, we may miss an opportunity. We advised him repeatedly, but the sect leader insisted on going, and we couldn't stop him. Yin, who stood there with his head down, his shoulders tense, his voice carrying an undeniable bitterness. At that moment he regretted not stopping the sect leader, no matter what, from the very beginning. It's just an excuse. Ren Pingjiang snorted coldly, filled with regret. It's already the 5th day, and there hasn't been the slightest response from his divine sense. The sect leader is probably... Yin, who stiffened at the words. The last statement struck him like a heavy hammer on his heart, his face turning even paler, his lips quivering, but he didn't know how to argue. How could he not want to stop them back then? But the sect leader's decisions were always resolute, and with Elder Luo accompanying him, both insisted on going. How could he persuade them otherwise? For a time the atmosphere around the stone forest grew increasingly heavy, even the mountain wind seemed to carry a sobbing sound. Everyone looked at the rugged area of the stones, their eyes gradually clouded with despair. Everyone hoped that the sect leader would be safe and would not encounter any problems, but they knew this was merely self. However, just as the 5th day evening approached and the agreed period was about to end, a faint purple light suddenly flashed in the center of the stone forest. Whoosh! With a soft sound, 2 figures suddenly emerged from the void, landing steadily on the ground. Sect leader, Elder Luo, you've returned. Yin, who was the first to react, his voice trembling with excitement as he rushed forward. The other core members also regained their senses, their faces bursting with joy as they swarmed around. Elders Lu Qingfeng and others also had their pupils constrict, and their previously heavy expressions were instantly replaced by astonishment as they quickly approached to examine the two. Yifeng, clad in red armor that was slightly damaged, still maintained an upright posture, exhaustion evident on his brow, but a glint of sharpness hid in his eyes. Luo Qinghan, dressed in black, was cold and steady, but her face was pale, clearly having undergone considerable tribulations in the spatial passage. Yifeng, clad in red armor that was slightly damaged, still maintained an upright posture, exhaustion evident on his brow, but a glint of sharpness hid in his eyes. Luo Qinghan, dressed in black, was cold and steady, but seeing everyone so anxious, Yifeng also felt a deep sense of comfort. He raised his hand to signal everyone to calm down before slowly speaking, his voice slightly hoarse. I apologize for worrying everyone, but the spatial node is not a perilous place. Rather, it is an entrance to another realm. What? At this, everyone was taken aback, a mix of surprise and fear in their eyes. An entrance to another realm is extremely rare, one could not tell if it was a blessing or a curse. Sect leader, what is that other realm like? Could you explain in detail? Is there any threat? In the next moment, several elders eagerly began to inquire, their eyes filled with curiosity. The remaining core members also listened intently. Unfortunately, this matter was of great importance. Yifeng signaled Luo Qinghan to clear the area, keeping only the core personnel. Once those around confirmed there were no eavesdroppers, he took out 2 jade boxes from his storage ring and gently opened them. These were the spiritual herbs they had picked on their way back. In an instant, 2 soft streams of spiritual light overflowed from the jade boxes, revealing a spirit herb that was entirely white, with tiny glowing dots on its leaves, and a fiery red flower, its roots entwined with faint spirals of spiritual energy, astonishing everyone present. The aura of the spirit herb was pure and overwhelming, and merely the residual energy it emitted was enough to make the golden core stage practitioners present feel their dantians stir restlessly. This is... Lu Qingfeng's eyes widened as he leaned down to examine the spirit herb in the jade box, his tone filled with shock. Though the age of such spiritual items is not very high, their spiritual resonance is extremely abundant, definitely not from this realm. Indeed, this item is several times stronger than any similar spirit herb I have seen. Ren Pingjiang immediately concurred. What the 2 elders said is not wrong. Yifeng nodded, his voice clear and powerful. That spatial node is indeed the entrance to the spiritual. These 2 are the dew-condensing grass and the flame flower, both unique to the spiritual realm. Their effects far surpass those of spiritual herbs from the mundane realm. Dew-condensing grass can directly refine the divine soul, while flame flower can help nascent soul practitioners stabilize their realm and break through bottlenecks. The spiritual realm. These 2 words thundered in everyone's ears, and the area near the stone forest instantly fell into silence. Yin He's smile froze while Lu Qingfeng and others appeared as if struck by lightning, standing rooted to the spot, their eyes filled with disbelief. The spiritual realm. That was a legendary place that existed only in ancient texts. Could they really reach it through this spatial node in the stone forest? After a brief moment of shock, a thunderous discussion erupted near the stone forest. Everyone was so excited that their faces turned red, their eyes shining with fervor. Did we really discover the entrance to the spiritual realm? This isn't a dream, is it? The sect leader said it himself. Oh, how could it be wrong? No wonder the spatial fluctuations were so peculiar. It turns out to lead to a higher level world. Yin, who could not contain his excitement any longer, and stepped forward, saying, Sect leader, this is a tremendous opportunity. We should make good use of it to enhance the sect's strength. Lu Qingfeng also reined in his earlier reproaches, eyes filled with exhilaration. What Yin Hu said is absolutely right. The spiritual realm is rich in spiritual energy with opportunities everywhere. It is an unparalleled opportunity for the development of our sect. We need to organize manpower, immediately prepare supplies, and head to the spiritual realm again as soon as possible. At this moment, even he could not remain calm. His lifespan was nearing its end, and he had yet to break through his bottleneck. Now, hearing about the spiritual realm, he instantly saw new hope. Once he broke through to the transformation stage, he would gain thousands of years of lifespan and the possibility of advancing to a higher level. Elder Ren even trembled as he reached out his fingertips, brushing lightly over the spiritual light of the flame flower, his tone filled with uncontainable excitement. Sect leader, the spiritual realm has many rare spiritual herbs. If we can bring some back, we will prosper. Yifeng looked at everyone's eager and enthusiastic expressions and smiled faintly. He and Luo Qinghan had spent several days in the spiritual realm. Although they had faced dangers, they had also witnessed the vastness and mystery of the spiritual realm. This time of return was to lead the sect onto a new journey. Yifeng put away the jade boxes, his gaze sweeping over everyone as he spoke solemnly. Although I and Qinghan did not delve deep into the spiritual realm, we gathered quite a bit of intelligence. The concentration of spiritual energy in the spiritual realm exceeds that of the mundane realm by more than tenfold, with opportunities everywhere, but it is also extremely perilous, with beasts of the nascent soul stage everywhere and transformation stage beasts also prevalent. Next time we head to the spiritual realm, we must recruit as many strong practitioners as possible to establish a foothold together, or else we will have no place to stand in the spiritual realm. He detailed everything he had seen and heard in the spiritual realm. What? Is it really like that? After hearing the account, everyone's hearts sank instantly. They had not expected the spiritual realm to be like this. Starting from the nascent soul stage without a certain amount of holy crystals, they could not find a place to stand. But then as they thought of the sect leader's idea of building a celestial village, a glimmer of hope flickered in their minds. Sect leader, do not worry about this matter. I have a familiar friend named Lin Chen who is a righteous person with cultivation at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and is particularly skilled in the hunting path. Even if he encounters transformation stage beasts, he can manage to deal with them. Unfortunately, he is quite old, and has yet to find an opportunity for a breakthrough. If I could persuade him to join us, he would surely be willing to help us. Lu Qingfeng stepped forward first, his eyes gleaming with fervor. I also have someone to recommend. Rin Pingjiang chimed in. It's Jingyun Xiangu from Yinwei Ravine. Her cultivation is unfathomable, and it is rumored that she has also reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. She dislikes worldly disputes and lives in seclusion, but she has a transparent nature and loves extraordinary flowers and herbs. If we can lure her with spiritual herbs from the spiritual realm, and invite her to explore the other realm, she would certainly be interested. Also there's Xiao Zhan from the Guangdao sect. Another elder added, though Xiao Zhan has a rebellious personality, he is genuinely at the late nascent soul stage. After the Guangdao sect disbanded, he has been alone searching for breakthrough opportunities. If the sect leader is willing to offer a great price to recruit him, he would likely not refuse. In addition, I think the plan to draw out the snake from its hole can continue to be executed, and we can capture the assassins from the Blood Kill Hall one by one. Luo Qinghan also spoke up. Everyone began enthusiastically recommending individuals, each contributing their ideas. Some recommended reclusive high-level cultivators, others mentioned famous strong practitioners they had interacted with before, and even some recalled nascent soul practitioners who were temporarily hiding from vengeful enemies, each one detailing their cultivation personality and preferences for Yifeng's reference. Yifeng listened quietly to everyone's recommendations, mentally noting every name and relevant information, a smile of satisfaction appearing on his face. If he could truly gather all these people, their strength would indeed be greatly enhanced. There is no time to lose, we should act immediately. But be mindful of confidentiality, we must not let any information about the entrance to the spiritual realm leak out. In the end, Yifeng earnestly reminded everyone. The entrance to the spiritual realm is related to the life and death of the sect, and until they grow strong, no outsider must know about it. Yes, everyone understood the gravity of the situation and responded in unison with clasped fists. They were all seasoned veterans in the cultivation world, well aware of the perils of human nature, and understood the principle of suffering for possessing treasures. With everyone taking their leave, Yifeng also let out a long sigh of relief, preparing to return to the holy city, with Luo Qinghan along with Lu Jin and Lu Yin to implement the plan to draw out the snake. Based on his speculation, the blood-killing hall would surely send even more formidable assassins than Lu Jin and Lu Yin, but they would be extremely cautious, not striking until the timing was certain. He must create opportunities for them. Thus, after returning to the headquarters of the Nangong escort agency, he began to indulge in food and drink, occasionally going out to visit friends. However, this scene left Nangong Luyan feeling quite frustrated. In Yunxiang Pavilion inside the attic, Yinshu, what has the son-in-law been doing during this time? Nangong Liyun, who was reviewing the latest business accounts, suddenly furrowed her brow, slightly unexpectedly, asking Lu Yinshu. She noticed that in the previous months the Nangong escort agency's profits had greatly increased with a promising momentum, but starting from this month, there was immediately a downward trend. Recently, he has been living quite luxuriously, going out with maidservants every day to drink, busy accepting invitations from various parties, and often not returning all night. Lu Yinshu walked in with a cup of spiritual tea, placing it in front of Nangong, Liyun pouting slightly, with a very disdainful expression. Ever since the Nangong escort agency opened up in the north, this fake son-in-law, Yifeng, has been praised by countless people, and the reputation of a kept son-in-law has completely reversed. That guy has become quite proud as a result, brimming with confidence, spending every day in luxurious taverns or attending banquets from various merchants, laughing and drinking, completely losing the composed demeanor he had when managing the Nangong escort agency. In contrast, she had been overwhelmed by other affairs during this time, her status much lower than that guy's. Humfi has just achieved a little success and already starts to be complacent. Nangong Liyun paused with the account book in hand, raising her gaze to look at Lu Yunshu, her tone betraying no emotion, yet a trace of complex feelings flickered in her eyes. What was that dog of a man thinking? Shouldn't he continue to perform and achieve more, thus changing her view of him completely? During this time, believing that the other party had ulterior motives, she had intentionally been cold and distant, preventing him from harboring any other fantasies, yet did she misjudge again? Could it be that he was really just a small figure who became self-satisfied with a little success? Who would say otherwise? He is utterly short-sighted. Lu Yinshu couldn't help but belittle him. Back then when he led the Nangong escort agency to save Luoyan City, carving a path through the chaos of northern troops and bandits, Yifeng had been calm and decisive with exceptional strategy. Even she had to look at him with new eyes. She had thought that this guy of humble origins might indeed have talent, that she had misjudged him, but unexpectedly as soon as he achieved a little merit, he immediately relaxed, drowning in indulgence. Nangong Luoyan traced the numbers in the account book with her fingertips, feeling puzzled. She had witnessed his talent firsthand. How could such a calm and wise person be content with such laziness? Although the agency's situation had improved, the northern routes had just opened, the foundation was still unstable, and it was precisely the time to take advantage of the momentum and expand influence. Yet he chose to indulge instead. What made her feel inexplicably stifled was that a beautiful maidservant was always by his side, the two of them appearing as a perfect couple. Seeing her husband chatting and laughing with another woman made her feel somewhat irritated. She wanted to ignore it, but ultimately she couldn't let go of the agency's future and didn't wish to see him waste his talent like this. The next morning, Nangong Luoyan unexpectedly appeared in the backyard of Yifeng's grand residence. At that time, Yifeng was sitting by a stone table in the courtyard sipping spiritual tea while basking in the sun, the sunlight casting a lazy outline on him. Upon seeing Nangong Luoyan enter, Yifeng raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, "Senior sister Nangong, what brings you here?" At this moment, Nangong Luoyan wore a white outfit, her long hair flowing, her skin as smooth as cream. Even the noble fairies in the spirit realm's immortal city could not match her aura. Nangong Luoyan walked straight to the stone table and sat down, fixing her gaze on Yifeng. "I am here today to discuss the future development of the escort agency with you. Currently, while the northern route has stabilized, there is still much room for expansion in the other three directions. Are you interested in venturing further or taking on more industries?" Nangong Luoyan quietly observed Yifeng, her beautiful face carrying an unprecedented seriousness. Hearing this, Yifeng put down his teacup, the smile on his face fading slightly. "That won't do, I am very busy right now." He spoke the truth. He had to focus on recruiting soldiers and preparing to return to the spirit realm. "Is that so? How come I heard that you are now idling away in taverns every day?" Upon hearing this response, Nangong Luoyan's eyelids twitched slightly. She had taken the initiative to invite him, but he actually refused. "You know about that. But I had my own urgent matters. I really can't take on more." Though Yifeng was somewhat surprised, he still shook his head. He had thought that she would be too aloof to pay attention to what he was doing, yet unexpectedly, she seemed quite well informed. "Urgent matters. Can't take on more." Just these simple words made Nangong Luoyan's expression turn somewhat displeased. She hadn't expected him to refuse so decisively, without a trace of hesitation. "Are you really planning to limit yourself to this little achievement and indulge in pleasure? With your talent, if you could focus more on serious matters, the Nangong escort agency would surely reach greater heights, and you would gain more benefits. If you want to climb to a higher position, I can give you the opportunity." Nangong Luoyan suppressed her rising anger and calmly asked again. The other party had accurately predicted the matter of the precious Ling fruit, saving her considerable losses. She felt that if he managed other industries as well, he might perform remarkably. "Really unnecessary. My status as a son-in-law is not genuine. Why should I worry so much? If I do too, well, how can I leave the Nangong family in the future?" Looking at her tense, beautiful face, Yifeng still answered without hesitation. "You actually still think about leaving the Nangong family?" Nangong Luoyan was taken aback upon hearing this. This guy actually had such intentions. Living each day in legitimate proximity to a beauty like her, and even occasionally taking advantage of it, wasn't he satisfied? Moreover, why did she feel a bit angry upon hearing that he wanted to leave? "What do you mean? If I don't leave, do you want to pretend that this is a genuine relationship?" Yifeng replied with a strange expression. "You wish." Upon hearing this, Nangong Luoyan's face immediately flushed. "Then that's settled. Even if you never marry, I can't possibly remain unmarried forever, right? So leaving is just a matter of time. It's best for me not to get too deeply involved with your family." Yifeng replied confidently. "You?" Nangong Luoyan was left speechless by Yifeng's words, feeling a strange irritation within her heart. She knew he was speaking the truth considering her well-being, but why did she feel a bit angry? Had she already developed feelings for him? But how could this be possible? This was absolutely impossible. "Very well, since that's the case, I won't force it anymore." The next moment, she abruptly stood up, no longer looking at Yifeng's reaction, and coldly turned to leave. Yifeng watched Nangong Luoyan's somewhat sulky figure, leaving his confusion deepening. This eldest lady of the Nangong family had always been aloof, focusing solely on her career and cultivation. How could she suddenly care so much about his future? Wasn't he just considering her? They were originally contractually married, mutually beneficial. They had agreed from the start to treat each other like heir and not interfere, so he really didn't understand why she was angry. Moreover, he wasn't truly indulging in pleasure. All this was merely to draw out the hidden assassins of the blood-killing hall. Yet he didn't plan to think too much about it. He was still worried about how to make those assassins reveal themselves. Those people would definitely not give up easily after their last assassination failed. He was intentionally showing weakness, creating a facade of relaxation in order to let the other side lower their guard and reveal themselves. Now that he had performed the act nearly to perfection, the people from the blood-killing hall should be about to act. Sure enough, a few days later the blood-killing hall made new moves. That night, in the fragrant pavilion of the holy city, the lights were particularly bright. Yifeng sat at the main seat of a private room, slightly drunk, playing with a translucent white jade wine cup, while the table before him was filled with exquisite delicacies, and on either side sat two young women offered by a prominent merchant, diligently pouring wine and serving dishes. The one on the left was named Qing Dai, dressed in a moon-white silk dress, her brows and eyes gentle, pouring wine with movements as soft as if afraid of disturbing the liquid in the cup. The one on the right was named Hong Xiao, wearing a watered gauze robe, her smile radiant like a flower, her fingers delicate as jade as she peeled spiritual fruits. Both women were exceptionally beautiful, their manners refined and gentle. It was unclear where the merchant had found them, but they served Yifeng very comfortably. "Young Master Yi, this is the peach blossom wine specially brewed for you by this humble girl. Ooh, I hope you won't dislike it." After the merchant left, Qing Dai approached with a hint of deliberate flattery, bringing the filled cup to Yifeng's lips. However, at that moment a trace of a faint cold smile unconsciously crossed her lips, secretly lamenting how men were indeed foolish creatures who couldn't control their lower halves. After barely escaping an assassination, they quickly forgot the pain. Such a feast had allowed her to take considerable advantage of this young man. Were it not for being in the holy city, fearing pursuit by the Holy Alliance, she wouldn't have needed to go through such trouble to deal with a mid-stage golden core little guy. Fortunately, it should be soon. The wine she brewed was very strong, and at this moment he was already slightly intoxicated. As long as she waited a little longer, she could quietly eliminate him and disguise the scene, after which no one would be able to trace anything. Hong Xiao on the right offered the peeled spiritual fruit to Yifeng's lips, also waiting for the moment when he would completely let down his guard. She guessed that he must have high-level defensive treasures on him, so she planned to act when he was caught completely off guard. The assassins of the blood-killing hall excelled at disguising. Both of them were ranked among the top experts in the hall and had exceptional skills in this regard. Moreover, they had long since figured out his habits and did not believe this young man could spot any flaws. Yifeng looked at the two individuals, a subtle cold glint flashing through his eyes, yet his face was full of smiles as he raised his hand to take the wine cup, downing it in one gulp, exclaiming, "Miss Qing Dai's skills are indeed as renowned as they say." His tone was warm, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the two, appearing intoxicated by their beauty, while in reality, he had already discerned their intentions through the Tianji plate. For the past half-month he had deliberately portrayed himself as lacking ambition, wishing only to indulge in the comforts of life, while accepting the kindness from various merchants, all to create opportunities for the Bloodkill Hall, not expecting them to be so compliant. When Manager Wang brought these two individuals to him, he knew it was the work of the Bloodkill Hall. He accepted them with the flow merely to make this play more convincing, drawing the snake out of its hole. As the wine jug poured, the amber liquid filled the cup. Once more Qing Dai's wrist slightly tensed, waiting for Yifeng to be drunk before striking. Hong Xiao also held her breath, the poison needle at her fingertips poised to strike, the softness in her eyes replaced by a chilling, killing intent. However, in the next moment, Yifeng suddenly put down the jade cup in his hand, raised his eyes to look at the two, and a faint, ambiguous smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "How are you both feeling now? Do you feel unwell anywhere, eh?" It should be known that among the elders of the Piayin sect, Ren was the most skilled in poisoncraft, and he had gone to great lengths to acquire a dose of poison for this venture. The reason he had been taking advantage of the two women was to quietly slip various poisons into their systems. Who would have thought he was intentionally trying to take advantage? Each of these poisons had no toxicity when touched alone and wouldn't raise any suspicion, but once contaminated with several, they turned into deadly toxins that even nascent soul experts would fear. What? As soon as he finished speaking, Qing Dai and Hong Xiao's expressions changed drastically, realizing they had been exposed, their killing intent no longer concealed. Qing Dai suddenly drew the short dagger hidden in her hair, stabbing directly at Yifeng's heart, while Hong Xiao also struck the poison needle, shooting towards Yifeng's brow, their movements as swift as lightning, each strike lethal, clearly seasoned assassins. However, just as their attacks were about to reach Yifeng's clothing, they suddenly found their spiritual power, seemingly shackled, unable to exert any strength. Worse yet, at that moment, three shadowy figures suddenly emerged from the shadows surrounding the elegant room, pouncing towards them. These three shadows were Luo Qinghan, and Lu Jin, and Lu Yin. Luo Qinghan appeared behind Qing Dai in black attire like a ghost, his fingertips pointed out, accurately locking onto her wrist meridian, causing Qing Dai to feel a surge of strength that was both gentle and firm, making the short dagger clatter to the ground, her entire arm immobilized. On the other side, Lu Jin and Lu Yin acted simultaneously, Lu Jin wrapping an iron chain around Hong Xiao's waist, while Lu Yin slapped her shoulder's acupoint, causing Hong Xiao to stifle a groan as the poison needle slipped from her fingers, her body instantly restrained. The change happened in the blink of an eye. and Qing Dai and Hong Xiao had yet to react before they were firmly held down, completely unable to move. They looked at Yifeng incredulously, their eyes filled with horror, wondering how a man who had been indulging in wine and beauty for days, appearing merely to be at the mid-golden course stage, could have been so prepared. And with so many powerful allies. Yifeng slowly rose. The effects of the wine long faded, his gaze clear as a mirror, showing no trace of drunkenness. He walked up to the two, looking down at them with a tone that was calm, yet laced with disdain. After waiting so long, the Bloodkill Hall sent you two mid-nascent soul lackeys. Isn't that a bit too underestimating of me? He had expected to catch a stronger fish, yet was met with two seeming mid-nascent soul lackeys. Upon hearing this, both Qing Dai and Hong Xiao nearly fainted. They were merely facing a mid-golden core youth, and yet he dared to humiliate and belittle them. Qing Dai gritted her teeth and asked defiantly, "How did you know?" She was utterly confused as to when he had seen through their identities and when he had poisoned them. "How did I know you were assassins?" Yifeng chuckled lightly. Going out for drinks every day was merely to draw the snake out of its hole. "How did you not investigate properly? I am still a diviner, able to foresee fortunes and misfortunes." Upon hearing this response, both Qing Dai and Hong Xiao found it utterly unbelievable. They had certainly heard rumors about his divination skills, but how could such a technique reach the level of infallibility? Unfortunately, before they could ask further, Yifeng had already lifted his hand, breaking their previous control methods, while simultaneously imprinting two golden, soul-controlling marks into their foreheads. Qing Dai and Hong Xiao felt this strange movement and shivered all over, their eyes initially flashing with intense resistance, only to be replaced by endless horror and confusion, their bodies no longer struggling, their gazes becoming vacant. Who exactly was this person before them? To be able to break their heart-devouring curse and blood-soul curse from the Bloodkill Hall with a mere wave of his hand, and still apply an even stronger control method. What kind of existence had they provoked? What dire consequences awaited them? Lu Jin and Lu Yin, witnessing this scene, also showed a hint of pity in their eyes. They had been subdued in just the same way, not expecting that an even stronger assassin would arrive. It seemed they were not wronged in losing. Luo Qinghan stepped forward to inspect, quickly clasping his hands, and saying, "Young master, both have successfully received the soul-controlling marks." Yifeng nodded, retracting the spiritual energy from his palm. Looking at the vacanted Qing Dai and Hong Xiao, he said lightly, "Since the Bloodkill Hall has sent you here, I naturally have no reason to refuse. From now on you will be my people. As long as you obey my orders, I will not make things difficult for you." "Yes." Qing Dai and Hong Xiao clasped their fists in unison, resignedly accepting the reality before them. With their souls controlled, what was there left to struggle against? The night outside grew darker. The sounds of silk and bamboo music in the tavern remained melodious, as if the shocking assassination just now had never occurred. Yifeng sat back down, picked up the jade cup on the table, and called for everyone to sit and drink heartily, but at this moment there was no longer a trace of laziness in his eyes, only an unfathomable sharpness. However, what he did not know was that news of this event quickly reached Nangong Liyun's ears. In Yunxiang building within the loft, Nangong Liyun was polishing the blue immortal sword that had not been used for a long time, when Lu Yunshu suddenly rushed in angrily, her face filled with anxiety. "Miss, it's not good. Yifeng. He went drinking again today, and accepted two maidservants sent by Manager Wang, and he is now on his way back to the escort bureau. I heard those two maidservants are quite beautiful." Lu Yunshu did not understand why she was fixated on that guy, but upon hearing this news, she felt furious and immediately wanted to find her mistress to complain. Clang! The long sword fell to the ground, the scabbard colliding with the bluestone floor, producing a harsh sound. Nangong Liyun stood there in shock, her fingertips cold. The motion of polishing the sword froze in midair. That dog of a man, always chasing flowers and seeking pleasure, clearly possessing business acumen, yet unwilling to bear more responsibilities. She coldly raised her head, a hint of bitterness swirling in her eyes, one she had not even realized herself. She had initially thought he was merely lazy and fond of drinking, which was harmless, but now it seemed he was also quite enamored with beauty, not satisfied with one maidservant, but adding two more. An inexplicable surge of jealousy rose from her heart, making her chest feel tight. But soon she calmed down, feeling that her current emotions were rather inexplicable. She had no substantial relationship with that guy, so why would she feel jealous upon hearing about his flirtations with others? When did she start caring about someone unrelated? "Miss, are you not going to punish that guy?" Lu Yunshu looked at her mistress, who had been silent for a long time, unable to contain her discontent. "What does it have to do with me? From now on, do not inform me of his news." Nangong Liyun seemed to be stung, her expression turning serious as she spoke coldly. Yet in her words, her eyes had already begun to redden slightly, whether from anger or something else, she was unsure. "I didn't expect such talent to gather in this small valley." A month later, immortal Lady Jingyun arrived at Piaoyun Valley, seeing the core members waiting here, revealing a hint of surprise. She had not anticipated that so many talents would gather in this small Piaoyun Valley. Not only were there peak nascent soul elders like Lu Qingfeng, Mo Chun, and Luo Qinghan, but also later-stage nascent soul powerhouses like Xiao Zhanren, Pingjiang, and Cheng Qinjuan, as well as mid-stage disciples like Yin Hu Qing Dai and Han Xiao. What surprised her even more was that the Valley Master was such a young lad. However, she was still not optimistic about this trip. She did not immediately agree to join the Piayin sect, only promising to officially join after discovering many intriguing and rare plants in the other realm. But she knew this was nearly impossible, as there were not many plants that could meet her requirements, and ordinary small worlds would not possess them. Only higher-level worlds would have such, yet how could the entrances to those worlds be so easily found? Yifeng did not offer many explanations in response to immortal Lady Jinjian's doubts, nor did he immediately demand her joining. After a simple introduction to everyone, he took the elders to the back mountain to start preparations for entering the spirit realm. At the back mountain of Piayin Valley, in front of the Fogan-shrouded spatial node, the stone forest was surrounded by a thick wall, and a blocking formation was set up. Ordinary people could not see what was inside unless the formation was opened. Yifeng condensed a strand of spiritual energy at his fingertips, activated the restriction, and led everyone into the sealed stone forest. Master Yi, do you mean this stone forest can lead to the other realm? Is this truly reliable? Xiao Zhan rubbed the hilt of his broad-backed long sword behind his back. His thick brows furrowed, his tone full of undisguised skepticism. He had been recruited with a high reward, not expecting that the first task would be to explore this so-called other realm. Yet this matter seemed unreliable no matter how he listened. Indeed, Master Yi, I have traveled south and north for 1,000 years, and although I have never been to a true other realm, I have heard that the entrances to other realms are quite dangerous. One misstep could lead to being torn to shreds by spatial rifts. Should we reconsider? Elder Mo Chun, slinging a red divine bow, absent-mindedly rubbed the bow's body with his knuckles, his face etched with caution. Though he was eager to seek opportunities in the other realm and break through his bottleneck, he felt it was unwise to. Qing Dai and Hong Xiao stood side by side, their eyes meeting, both seeing the vigilance in each other's gazes. As assassins, they had just been subdued, and now they were being sent on an adventure so soon. Hearing the discussions among the crowd, Luo Qinghan was about to speak to reassure them, but Yifeng had already turned around wearing a calm smile. It's perfectly normal for everyone to have doubts. However, I have thoroughly investigated this spatial node. As long as you follow my commands strictly, there won't be any major issues, and the rewards from the other realm will certainly bring you great surprises. He was very confident. These people were merely hesitant because they did not know the details. Once they reached the spirit realm, they would likely not wear such hesitant expressions. Exactly, Brother Mo. Immortal Lady Jingyun, the harvest from this trip will definitely exceed your expectations. We can't wait any longer. Lu Qingfeng and others chimed in cheerfully. They had long been aware of the situation on the other side, so no matter how dangerous it was, they had to go. Very well, since it has come to this, we will trust the Valley Master once. Immortal Lady Jingyun bit her lip, recalling the two spiritual herbs she had seen earlier, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. If we can truly find the other realm's rare flowers, it would certainly be worth the risk. Seeing this, the others nodded in agreement, and at this point, there was no choice but to move forward. Yifeng, seeing this, said no more, instructing loudly. Once you enter with me, remember to follow my steps closely, do not wander off on your own. With that, he took the lead, stepping into the center of the stone forest, instantly transforming into a streak of light and disappearing from sight. Luo Qinghan and the others followed closely, their delicate hands raised, enveloped in protective spiritual light. Mo Chun and Immortal Lady Jingyun took a deep breath, also gripping their weapons tightly, and stepped into the light curtain. Moments later, a group of 11 led by Yifeng entered a space tunnel that was dark and suffocating. It must be said that the dangers in this space tunnel exceeded everyone's imagination. However, except for Luo Qinghan, all the elders did not expect that under Yifeng's guidance these spatial rifts would become more of a spectacle than a danger. After an unknown amount of time, when everyone passed through a layer of spatial barriers and emerged from the cave, the influx of spiritual energy was so rich that it was almost tangible, and as it entered their bodies with each breath, everyone suddenly looked up, instantly awed into speechlessness by the scene before them. Mo Chun was the first to emerge from the tunnel, looking up, his pupils suddenly constricting, as if his blood had. The scene outside the tunnel was not the desolate and dangerous land he had imagined, nor the dark and oppressive secret realm, but an incredibly vast expanse of lush green earth resembling a fairyland. In the distance, verdant peaks rose like ink, their summits covered in pure white, snow waterfalls cascaded through the mountains, and the splashes of water refracted rainbow hues. Nearby, exotic flowers and rare herbs bloomed everywhere, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Colorful spiritual birds flitted by, their songs clear and melodious, surrounded by a faint aura. What shook him most was the density of spiritual energy in the air. It exceeded that of the Songlong continent by dozens of times, suffused with the very breath of the Tao. One need not train with great effort. Within his dantian, the spiritual power stirred of its own accord, eager to break through his bottleneck. Where is this? Mo Chen's voice trembled. He instinctively tightened his grip on the longbow, his eyes wide with incredulous shock and bewilderment. He had thought the other world his friend spoke of would be at most a small realm with slightly richer resources. He never imagined it would be a paradise spoken of only in legends. In this immortal realm, a bottleneck that had resisted him his whole life might very well be shattered within a year or two. The reactions of immortal maiden Jingyun and the others were much the same. Some gaped in loss of composure, some could not help reaching out to touch the nearby spirit herbs. Their fingertips were repelled by the pure spiritual energy woven into the leaves, and their faces registered sheer horror. Others lifted their eyes to the clear-washed sky awash in drifting spiritual energy, staring numbly and in awe as they murmured, impossible. Could such a place exist in the world? Meanwhile, Lu Qingfeng and the former elders of Piaoyun Valley, though already knowing the truth, could not hold back tears as they beheld the splendor of the spirit realm with their own eyes. Yifeng watched the astonished expressions on the elders' faces with a hint of anticipated satisfaction. He inhaled deeply and then announced with a smile, "Everyone, this is not an ordinary otherworld. This is the spirit realm that Piaoyun Valley has personally discovered. You kept this secret." Imochen spun toward Yifeng, eyes fixed on him, his voice cracking with overwhelming. That name, the spirit realm, he had only seen it in fragments of ancient tomes. Legends held that it was a place only immortals might enter, the ultimate destination coveted by those who sought to transcend the shackles of the mortal world and attain the Tao. Alas, since the great upheaval of the ancient age, no one in later generations had heard of anyone finding its entrance. Countless peak masters were constrained by the absence of heaven's favor and died old in the resource-starved lower realms, reduced to mere dust. He could never have imagined that the path he had just stepped onto would lead to a place that existed only in legend. Xiao Zhan, who had earlier questioned Yifeng, now trembled all over, his eyes a mixture of rapture and shame as he whispered, "So that's it. The Valley Lord kept this hidden to give us a tremendous surprise. No affright. Such a paradise, such spiritual energy, that we should step into this place is truly a blessing across 3 lifetimes." Qing Dai and the others suddenly understood. Their previous doubts and grievances evaporated, replaced by overwhelming astonishment and rapture. They gazed upon the spirit realm's splendor and felt the rich spiritual energy all around them, leaving them with but one thought: even if we must toil as beasts of burden, this journey is worth it. Both of them had once been highly esteemed core members of Shueisha Hall, with promising futures. Having been subdued by a young man at mid-golden core, they had harbored complaints, even though Piaoyun sect's power was not slight. Yet now, standing in the spirit realm, everything felt utterly transformed. Compared to the fateful opportunities this realm offered, the slight favors of Shueisha Hall meant nothing. Even the position of Hallmaster, offered outright, would no longer tempt them. "Lord Yi, I apologize for my earlier disrespect. From now on, my life belongs to you." Immortal maiden Jingyun immediately began to fulfill her promise, solemnly swearing her fealty. She had expected Yifeng to bring them merely to seek rarer flowers and herbs. She had not imagined he would lead them into the fabled spirit realm. How could there not be abundant rare flora here? Such a debt of gratitude might never be repaid in a lifetime. "We too vow to follow you unto death." Qing Dai and the others echoed in unison. Yifeng surveyed the elders' solemn faces with great satisfaction. After helping them to their feet, he spoke aloud with a clear tone, "Friends, the allure of the spirit realm needs no further words. But establishing a foothold here will not be easy. You dangers lurk everywhere. We will build a habitation for cultivation around the spatial passage exit. Elder Imochen, please take position with Elder Xiao Zhan upon a high point to keep watch against sudden beast assaults. Elder Lu, lead men to gather high-grade spirit wood and stone to lay foundations and frame the settlement. Elder Qing Qingju and you are to oversee crafting defensive implements and set up protective formations." He assigned tasks according to each elder's strengths. He had chosen the spatial tunnel exit as the settlement's base, so that should powerful spirit beasts threaten, they would have a place of retreat. Understood. The 10 elders accepted their orders at once and sprang into action. Their initial astonishment was quickly tempered by Yifeng's words, replaced now by a sober excitement at the prospect of surviving and thriving within the spirit realm. Elder Imochen departed first. In a flash, his figure became a lingering image as he leapt onto a mountain peak, the crimson longbow in hand, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. Xiao Zhan slung his imperial grade blade and strode toward another high vantage. The other elders cast a glance around before melting like blue smoke into the wilds to search for sturdy spirit wood and stone. Yifeng and Luo Qinghan remained to design the contours of the immortal village. They had visited many immortal villages in recent days and knew roughly how a spirit realm settlement should appear, usually built from various 4-grade and above millennia spirit woods or high-grade ores. For example, the 10th Sandier pillar wood, tough and durable, comparable to advanced talismans and possessing regenerative properties, was commonly used for housing. 10th Sandier Thunderstone, not only strong and durable, but also imbued with lightning attack capabilities, was used for outer walls and perimeter structures. When beasts attacked, it could release electricity to drive them off. There were also 4-grade materials like starsteel rock and nether iron. Each of these materials was exceedingly rare in the lower realms and fit for forging high-end artifacts. Yet in the spirit realm, they were everywhere treated as ordinary construction materials for foundations and walls. The settlement took shape quickly. In less than 2 days. A simple but serviceable spirit realm village had emerged. A dozen sturdy, exquisite spirit wood pavilions and courtyards were arranged neatly, with a slightly larger hall for meetings at the center and a ring of walls fashioned entirely from synthesizer thunderstone around the perimeter. Beneath the meeting hall, the exit of the spatial tunnel remained concealed. Yet the village possessed form but not full function. The protective formations and the construction of massive crossbows and spirit cannons could not be finished in a single day. On the third day, the gathered elders sat in the meeting hall to discuss the next steps. Valley Lord, shall we begin hunting surrounding spirit beasts? I have lived many years and never seen such a bountiful hunting ground. If we do not slay some high-grade spirit beasts to bring back, it would be a true waste. Elder Mo Chun cleaned his dark red imperial bow, his eyes flashing with the hard light of an old hunter. I think seeking spirit medicines is the priority. With the spirit realm's richness, we can certainly find spirit herbs of exceptional quality in the wilds. No, I say secluding oneself to break through is the chief matter. Lu Qingfeng voiced another opinion. Yi Feng listened as the elders argued, fully aware that with limited manpower their immediate choice would deeply affect future developments. After a moment's thought he decided, all your points are valid, yet we must prioritize quickly establishing a footing. From today onward, Elder Lu, you shall focus on secluding yourself and breaking your bottleneck. Elder Mo Chun will guard the village and perfect its defenses. Elder Luo and immortal maiden Jingyun will accompany me to seek spirit medicines. His tone carried the weight of finality. It was in his judgment the most suitable plan among the elders. Lu Qingfeng was the eldest and most seasoned, and the time required for him to reach the next stage toward the Hua Shun transforming spirit realm was the shortest. Even so, the man would still need roughly a year to succeed, and in the spirit realm, wilds they might not be able to remain safe for an entire year. Thus, sending others to concurrently search for top-tier spirit medicines to shorten that time was the wisest choice. Valley Lord, a wise plan. Lu Qingfeng immediately agreed. Not out of selfishness, but because he considered it the best course. I agree. Upon hearing the arrangement, immortal maiden Jingyun and the others brightened, nodding in secret assent. Elder Mo Chun, though regretful at the decision, could not deny that from the village's perspective it was undoubtedly the most appropriate plan. With the decision made, Yi Feng produced every spirit medicine he possessed that aided advancement to the Huashan stage and handed them all to Lu Qingfeng, then set out from the village with Luo Qinghan to search the surroundings. Those reserve medicines were spoils he had obtained in the Canglong's secret realm and had been reluctant to use. Now in the spirit realm, where high-grade medicines would be even more plentiful, he no longer held back. The wilderness beyond the village stretched without bounds. The sprigs of third-grade and lower spirit herbs grew everywhere, filling immortal maiden Jingyun with wonder. Even fourth-grade herbs suitable for nascent soul cultivators could be encountered from time to time. Alas, the fifth-grade herbs that aided breakthroughs to the Huashan stage were not absent, so much as mostly guarded within territories patrolled by powerful Huashan-level beasts. Even if the three of them found such herbs, they would not dare approach. I did not expect the spirit realm to harbor so many fierce beasts. In a single day, we've already found 7 or 8. Immortal maiden Jingyun said gravely, her whisk in hand, as she scanned the mist-shrouded valley ahead. Indeed, there was a purple flame lotus in that pool just now, a mid-grade 5th-tier herb, but it was guarded by a black-scaled giant python at early Huashan. That beast could crush any nascent soul. We had no way to approach. Luo Qinghan's simple skirt bore dust as she wiped the thin sweat from her brow, her voice threaded with. The three of them had searched the wilderness for an entire day, from the faint light of dawn to the blood-red sunset, and more than half of their spiritual energy was exhausted. Although they avoided numerous dangers, they had not found a single usable 5th-grade spiritual herb. On the contrary, they had mistakenly wandered into a forest inhabited by trance, and had fought several battles against those tree spirits. Yi Feng gazed at the sinking sun on the horizon, a hint of gloom etched between his brows. Nightfall was approaching, and if they did not find anything soon, they would have to return as spending the night in the wild with the newly established immortal village. If the elders could not break through the bottleneck of the transformation realm, they would ultimately find it difficult to secure a foothold against the threats of demonic beasts in the future. He needed to find spiritual herbs as soon as possible to help everyone shorten their breakthrough time, allowing the immortal village to seize the opportunity for development. Just as the three of them paused to rest, puzzled, a chaotic sound of beast hooves accompanied by the roars of demonic beasts suddenly echoed from afar. Amidst the swirling dust, a hunting team of 5 seemed to have discovered something charging towards their direction on ferocious black, flame magic lions. Yi Feng was startled by this and quickly pulled Luo Qinghan and the immortal Gu Jingyun to hide behind a boulder, attempting to evade detection. Unfortunately, the area was too open and the speed of the group was too swift, they could not find a suitable hiding. In a hurry, Yifeng had no choice but to take out the spiritual herbs he had just collected, crush them into juice, and apply it to Luo Qinghan's face to conceal her remarkable beauty. Soon the hunting team arrived at the spot where Yifeng and the others were resembling a whirlwind. Each of the 5 wore battle armor of royal grade or higher. At the forefront, a young nobleman stood tall, his thin face bearing a hint of arrogance. He appeared only slightly older than Yifeng, yet emanated the powerful aura of a peak nascent soul. The 4 middle-aged guards surrounding him all possessed cultivation at the transformation realm, adorned in splendid armor and riding powerful mounts, clearly a team from a major force in the immortal city. To see 4 transformation realm experts at once, all in precious royal grade armor. Immortal Gu Jingyun couldn't help but click her tongue in awe at the sight. In the Songlong continent, transformation realm experts were already considered top-tier combatants, yet here, they were merely ordinary guards of a prominent family. Yifeng and Luo Qinghan had already witnessed the scenes from the immortal city, so they were not overly surprised. They were merely curious about the identity of this nobleman and why these people were approaching them. Oh, a mid-golden core brat accompanied by 2 nascent soul ladies. The young nobleman scanned the wilderness with an innate sense of superiority, his gaze quickly landing on Yifeng and the 2 women by the boulder. When he saw Yifeng, his face displayed a considerable disdain, but upon noticing Luo Qinghan and immortal Gu Jingyun by his sides, a glimmer of interest flashed in his eyes. Although Luo Qinghan's complexion had darkened from the herbal juice, her elegant aura and graceful figure still piqued the young nobleman's interest. As for immortal Gu Jingyun, though she was somewhat older, she still possessed a charm that made her a rare beauty. Unfortunately, their low cultivation levels suggested that their potential was likely lacking. The young nobleman reined in his mount, a proud smile curling at his lips as he said, "Fair ladies, your beauty is remarkable. Why endure hardship with a mid-golden core brat in this wilderness? Why not return with me to the immortal city? I guarantee you fine clothes and food, worry-free resources, and your cultivation will surely advance in due time. What do you say?" It was an invitation as if granted by a benefactor. Though these 2 ladies were not top-tier beauties, if they were willing to follow him, it wouldn't be a bad investment to nurture them with some resources. However, upon hearing this, Luo Qinghan's expression turned vigilant, her tone resolute, as she replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, but we have already pledged our loyalty to our master and cannot entertain other thoughts." Immortal Gu Jingyun similarly declined with determination. She was a contented person. Being able to ascend from the lower realm to this spiritual realm was already a stroke of great fortune, and how could she hope for more? The young nobleman's smile instantly froze upon hearing this response, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. "Have you truly thought this through? The brat beside you is merely a mid-golden core cultivator, not even an ant in this spiritual realm. Following him will only lead you to be devoured by demonic beasts. Don't regret it later." He had never anticipated that his sincere invitation would be met with rejection. "Exactly. My master is the son of the lord of the nearby Mou city, of noble status and outstanding talent. To have his attention is a blessing for you. Others might not even have the opportunity to follow him. You should not be so ungrateful." The guard beside him chimed in. Their master was no ordinary noble, while these 2 women were merely village girls from some immortal village. To receive an invitation from the nobleman was already an incredible stroke of luck. Yet no matter how they persuaded, Luo Qinghan and the others remained unmoved. In the end, the young nobleman felt frustrated and ceased to speak further. He turned his beast's head and led the hunting team away, leaving behind mocking words in the wind. "Foolish women wait here in the wilderness to feed the demonic beasts." The other guards also laughed derisively in agreement. Looking at the 5 leaving, Luo Qinghan's pretty face flushed, slightly filled with indignation. Immortal Gu Jingyun sighed in relief, secretly glad that no trouble had arisen. Only Yifeng stared at the direction in which they departed, deep in thought. Just moments ago, he had felt a faint yellow light rising above his head, indicating that following these people might lead to a small fortune. The next moment, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he said in a low voice, "Let's go, Qinghan, immortal Gu Jingyun, let's quietly follow them." "What? This hunting team is so dangerous, why would we follow them?" Luo Qinghan instinctively felt uneasy upon hearing this. The gazes of those few people had made her uncomfortable. "Yes, shouldn't we keep our distance?" Immortal Gu Jingyun was equally astonished. These people clearly intend to hunt demonic beasts. If we follow them from a distance, we might be able to benefit from their spoils. Yifeng spoke with conviction, taking the lead to follow his figure melding into the shadows of the wilderness. Though Luo Qinghan and immortal Gu Jingyun had their doubts, they had always trusted Yifeng and could only activate their concealing techniques to follow closely behind. Sure enough, the hunting team did not proceed much further before stopping at a secluded valley. The valley was shrouded in mist abundant in spiritual energy and carried a restless heat wave, yet it was surprisingly quiet. Yifeng and the others hid in the dense forest of a distant mountain, observing as the young nobleman seemed to issue a command. The four guards immediately set up a beast-trapping array surrounding a massive crimson flame dual-winged tiger. The crimson flame dual-winged tiger was a formidable presence among early transformation realm demonic beasts, burning with fierce flames. Its roars echoed throughout the valley, and its claws struck out, unleashing fiery blade-like energies that tore through the air. The hunting team was evidently well prepared. 4 royal artifacts were summoned simultaneously, and the black flame magic lion beneath them breathed black flames, its attacks weaving together like a net targeting the tiger's vital points, while continuously depleting its spiritual energy. After an unknown amount of time, the most powerful guard wielding a purple-gold spear seized the opportunity and pierced through the head of the crimson flame dual-winged tiger. The demonic beast crashed to the ground, its flames slowly extinguishing as the hunting team cheered and rushed forward to loot valuable materials, such as the tiger's demon core and bones. Master, this demon core from the crimson flame dual-winged tiger is of extremely high quality. It will fetch a great price in holy crystals. One guard excitedly offered the demon core to the young nobleman. The young nobleman smiled with pride. It's just an early transformation realm demonic beast, nothing to mention. Search carefully and don't miss the spiritual herbs in the valley. Yes. The guards dispersed upon hearing this and collected all the spiritual herbs from various places in the valley. After confirming that no other valuable items remained, they surrounded the young nobleman as they departed. Once the hunting team's figures had completely vanished from sight, Yifeng and the others emerged from the dense forest, entering the valley that had just witnessed a fierce battle. They have already scavenged all the spiritual items. What are we doing here? Immortal Gu Jingyun asked in confusion as she observed the uneven terrain around them. Yifeng smiled slightly, holding a purple sword as he proceeded in the direction indicated by the heavenly mechanism dip. After passing through a thicket of dense bushes and bending down at a hidden spot, he finally discovered a spiritual herb that grew quietly in a crevice at the base of the stone wall, its entire body resembling jade. The leaves of the spiritual herb were thick, and at the top bloomed a small golden flower, exuding a captivating aura of Tao, which turned out to be a top-quality, 5th-grade spiritual herb, the golden patterned celestial lingji. This celestial lingji grew in a hidden crevice obscured by dense vines and masked by the aura of the crimson flame dual-winged tiger, thus remaining unnoticed by the hunting team. Yifeng was overjoyed at heart. Carefully he pushed aside the vines, took out a jade box, and harvested the celestial lingji with its roots intact. Luo Qinghan stared at the spiritual herb in the jade box, her mouth agape. I can't believe it's the legendary celestial lingji. Such a spiritual herb has already become extinct in the lower realm. It is known that encountering a mature earth lingji or blood lingji in the lower realm is already remarkable, yet they have now harvested an even higher grade celestial lingji. This celestial lingji is said to be a supreme treasure for enhancing cultivation and breaking through bottlenecks. Consuming one can equate to hundreds of years of arduous practice. Master, how did you find it? Good thing we followed, otherwise such a treasure would have been missed. Immortal Gu Jingyun was even more shocked, and this celestial lingji grew extremely secretly, revealing not a hint of its aura, yet their master seemed to know of its existence, finding it in less than half a quarter of an hour. Have you forgotten? This master has the ability to predict fortunes and misfortunes. Yifeng put away the jade box, gazing towards the direction the hunting team had left, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The young nobleman had expended considerable effort to hunt down the crimson flame dual-winged tiger, yet he never imagined he would overlook this most valuable spiritual herb, allowing Yifeng to reap a great benefit. With this golden patterned celestial lingji, Lu Qingfeng's breakthrough to the transformation realm was assured, predicting fortunes and misfortunes. Immortal Gu Jingyun was struck by a wave of astonishment when she recalled everything that had happened previously. Such precise foresight must be akin to the legendary art of heavenly mechanics, right? She had only recently joined the Floating Cloud sect and had not understood why the other elders were so obedient to this young master. Now she finally comprehended. Their master was probably a peerless genius of heavenly mechanics, a rarity in 10,000 years. God, this spiritual realm is indeed amazing. To have such a divine object. That night, upon returning to the Floating Cloud Immortal Village, when Yifeng took out the golden patterned celestial lingji, all the elders of the Floating Cloud sect who remained were left speechless in shock. The celestial lingji is a top-grade divine medicine rarely encountered in the Zonglong continent, possessing dual effects of enhancing cultivation and breaking through bottlenecks with remarkable efficacy. It was unexpected that they found one shortly after arriving in the spiritual realm. In the lower realms, similar spiritual herbs did exist, but their effects were weak and the probability of assisting in breaking through bottlenecks was often less than 10%. This celestial lingji, however, could be considered both excellent and stable. Master, please be sure to take me along next time you go searching for herbs. Elder Mo Chen immediately expressed at this moment he was utterly jealous. He and Lu Qingfeng were not far apart in cultivation, but with this celestial lingji, Lu Qingfeng's breakthrough to the transformation realm would be imminent, and a huge gap would soon open between them. He had to seize the opportunity for the next spiritual herb. No problem. Yifeng smiled. In this spiritual realm, there were definitely plenty of such celestial lingzies. Previously, they could not obtain them due to a lack of transformation realm combat power, but now with this celestial lingzi, once Lu Qingfeng became a transformation realm powerhouse, they would have many more places to search. As Yifeng had anticipated, Lu Qingfeng did not disappoint everyone's expectations. After consuming the golden patterned celestial lingzi, the spiritual energy in the courtyard where he was in seclusion surged like a tide. In the milky white glow, the Tao rhythms contained in the golden patterned celestial lingzi transformed into strands of golden red spiritual energy, threads flowing along his meridians and eventually converging into the cyclone in his dantian. The aura that had originally stagnated at the peak of the nascent soul realm instantly broke through the shackles with a momentum akin to a landslide. In just half a month's time, the protective spiritual light surrounding him transformed from light blue to a deep purple gold hue. A condensed phantom of his primordial spirit slowly emerged on his forehead, emanating a terrifying pressure. When the last strand of Tao rhythm fused with his primordial spirit, he suddenly opened his eyes, and two beams of purple gold light shot straight through the roof, illuminating the rocky walls. Transformation realm. I have truly stepped into the transformation realm. Lu Qingfeng's voice trembled as he felt the changes in his body, tears welling in his eyes. He had been stuck at the peak of the nascent soul realm for countless years, and had suffered an incurable bloodline injury, thinking that he would live in despair and wait for his demise. Yet after encountering the master in just a few years, he had healed his old wounds and broken through to the transformation realm. This was something he never dared to dream of. The next moment, Lu Qingfeng restrained his aura, quickly walked to Yifeng, who was guarding outside, and deeply bowed. Master Yi, if it weren't for your support, I would have likely died in despair, never to see the light of day again. The grace of the master. Please allow me to pay my respects. His movements were solemn, yet sincere. Elder Lu, you overestimate my gratitude. Your service is only to be expected. From now on I shall trouble you for more assistance. Yifeng smiled at the much younger Lu Qingfeng, his eyes reflecting no desire for accolades, only genuine appreciation, as he helped him up. For the past half-month, he and Luo Qinghan had not ventured out, but had stayed in the immortal village to ensure Lu Qingfeng's breakthrough. Now that he had become a transformation god powerhouse, they had finally seen the fruits of their labor. Rest assured, I am familiar with the situation and can set off with the sect master shortly. Lu Qingfeng stood tall, his expression extremely serious. He understood that all the resources of the immortal village had been focused on him during this period, and the other elders had high expectations for him. He knew he must help everyone find more rare treasures to repay this kindness. Seeing that Lu Qingfeng had finally achieved his goal, Luo Qinghan and the others were equally excited. With this, the strength of the immortal village had greatly increased, and it was only a matter of time before they broke through their own realms. The group did not wait long before Lu Qingfeng was fully prepared. Yifeng led Lu Qingfeng along with Mo Chun and Luo Qinghan as they set off again, while Jingyun Xiangu stayed behind at the immortal village. This time, they were heading to a previously explored abyss where the guardian beast was merely a powerful golden ape that had recently advanced to the early stages of transformation god. However, Yifeng had learned through the heavenly mechanism disc that there was also a quality Tian Lingji within the abyss. Upon arrival, they saw the abyss cliff face steep and sheer, shrouded in gray mist. From below came the muffled roars of the newly promoted golden ape. This is the place. Although the golden ape's aura is somewhat weak, its physical body is exceptionally strong. Elder Lu will take the lead while Elders Mo and Luo will assist from the sides. You just need to entangle it. Yifeng pointed to a specific area below and instructed, I will go look for the spiritual herb, and once I have it we will retreat immediately. Lu Qingfeng drew his long-preserved imperial-grade sword, the Azure Frost sword, which hummed with a chilling sword energy. Rest assured, it's just a heavy ape. Ooh, leave it to me. Mo Chun and Luo Qinghan exchanged a glance, both filled with fighting spirit. They were among the most elite peak nascent soul cultivators. Previously, they had not dared to engage transformation god beasts due to lack of support, but now with Lu Qingfeng at the forefront, it was a perfect opportunity to test their skills. Once everything was arranged, Lu Qingfeng leaped down the abyss like an arrow released from its bow, the Azure Frost sword transforming into a blue rainbow that stabbed towards the shadow below. Luo Qinghan followed closely behind. Roar! A deafening roar echoed from the abyss depths as a 10-hang-tall golden ape covered in golden fur suddenly looked up, its copper bell-sized eyes filled with rage. As it swung its powerful arms, the force was enough to shatter mountains and rocks, smashing down towards the Azure Frost sword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was piercingly sharp, and Lu Qingfeng felt an overwhelming force travel through the sword, causing his blood to surge as he was sent flying back. He was secretly astonished. He had not expected the physical strength of this transformation god beast to be so terrifying. Even though he had reached the transformation god realm and wielded an imperial-grade artifact, he could still not make a dent. Be careful. Fortunately, at this moment, Lin Chen and the others unleashed fierce attacks that forced the golden ape, which was preparing to charge forward, to retreat. This battle was quite difficult. Although Lu Qingfeng's cultivation was not inferior, the level of the artifacts he possessed was simply too low. He lacked the imperial artifacts used by transformation god powerhouses, and Lin Chen and Luo Qinghan could only serve as support. Thus, despite all three using all their means, they could only barely restrain the golden ape for a while and could not kill it. Lu Qingfeng even suffered considerable injuries from hard hits by the golden ape's sweeping attacks. Fortunately, with guidance from the heavenly mechanism disc, while everyone was engaged in battle, Yifeng quickly found the spiritual object in the abyss and swiftly signaled the others to retreat. It was a mid-grade 5th-tier fire jade Tianlingji. Although its quality was slightly inferior to the previous golden pattern Tianlingji, its effects were still incredibly significant. Roar! The golden ape, realizing its treasure was being stolen, immediately flew into a rage and charged after them, as if chasing the stars. Though it was massive, its speed was astonishingly quick. Each landing caused the ground to tremble violently, and the golden demonic fire it spat occasionally burned deep pits into the earth. Yifeng and the others did not dare to linger, channeling all their spiritual power to transform into a streak of light as they fled into the distance. The golden ape pursued relentlessly from behind, chasing them for over 100 miles. During this time, it launched several fierce attacks, all of which were either dodged by Yifeng's warnings or barely blocked by Lu Qingfeng and the others. Ultimately, seeing that it could not catch them, the ape had to cease its pursuit. However, Lu Qingfeng's injuries worsened his face pale, while Lin Chen and Luo Qinghan were also greatly exhausted, their spiritual power nearly depleted. Huff huff. After shaking off the golden ape and barely making it back to the immortal village, the four of them could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, panting, heavily drenched in sweat, their faces showing unmistakable fatigue. Sect Master, I did not expect the beasts of this realm to be so difficult to deal with. I have overestimated myself. Elder Lin Chen swallowed hard, his expression turning rather despondent. In the Canglong continent, he had also encountered transformation god beasts, and during that time, he had managed to endure for quite a while under their assaults. He thought his strength was adequate, but upon arriving in the spirit realm, he realized he was utterly outmatched. The beasts of the spirit realm surpassed those from the lower realms in both bloodline and talent by a significant margin. He now understood how laughable his previous eagerness to hunt beasts had been. Indeed, it seems we must strive to enhance our cultivation and find ways to acquire superior artifacts and techniques. Lu Qingfeng also revealed a look of defeat. He had thought that after advancing to the transformation god realm, he would be able to contend with the transformation god beasts here, but he did not expect that these beasts possessed extraordinary talents. Only in actual combat did he realize how clumsy his techniques were, and his artifacts could not even break their defenses. However, Yifeng did not see it that way. Though it was perilous, we ultimately achieved our goal. This fire jade Tianlingji should be used by Elder Lin Chen first. Once you break through, we will find ways to acquire better weapons, and when we venture out again, we will have a greater chance of success. He took out the jade box containing the Tianlingji and handed it to Lin Chen. He had anticipated that the others would not be able to match up against true transformation god beasts, and his intention was merely to have them stall for a moment. Fire jade Tianlingji. Upon hearing this, the three of them were taken aback and turned to look at him in unison. They had no idea what spiritual objects were in the abyss and were uncertain if the sect master had succeeded. They had only followed his instructions and did not expect to have obtained such a divine herb. That's wonderful. Sect Master, this fire jade Tianlingji is at least several thousand years old. If it's given to me, I will certainly break through my bottleneck within a month. Lin Chen's eyes shone with uncontainable joy upon seeing the spiritual herb in the jade box. This fire jade Tianlingji is of excellent quality. It seems that our injuries were worth it. Indeed. With this herb, my brother Lin Chen and I will no longer find ourselves in such dire straits in the future. Luo Qinghan tucked back a loose strand of hair, revealing a smile filled with surprise. Given time, we will undoubtedly establish a firm foothold in this realm. Lu Qingfeng wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, looking at the spiritual herb with a beaming smile. He did not expect that his sect master would not let him down. With two transformation god elders on their side, life in the immortal village would surely become much easier. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. During this time, Yifeng acted cautiously and efficiently in searching for spiritual herbs, allowing Luo Qinghan and the others to become transformation god powerhouses in succession, and even the other elders had significantly improved their cultivation. As for Yifeng, he had reached the peak of the golden core stage at an astonishing speed. Unfortunately, they still had not managed to acquire a true imperial artifact, which meant they could not pose a lethal threat to transformation god beasts. The purple sword in Yifeng's hand only obeyed him. Fortunately, they had finally exchanged for nearly 30 holy crystals from the nearby immortal village using Seeing this, Yifeng immediately began to lead Lu Qingfeng and Luo Qinghan to the nearby immortal city, preparing to see if they could purchase an imperial artifact. The rosy light cascaded over the grand architecture of the MOU immortal city, reflecting thousands of golden rays even more dazzling than the most magnificent palaces of the Songlong continent. Yifeng entered the valley and paused at the city gate, his eyes filled with anticipation. At last he could properly appreciate the customs and culture of this spirit realm immortal city. The magical artifacts within it must surely be a feast for their eyes. Behind him, Lu Qingfeng and Luo Qinghan also involuntarily held their breath, their cultivation at the early stages of transformation god, feeling somewhat inadequate before this towering immortal city. The city gate stood over 10 zhang tall, crafted from unknown massive green stones inscribed with intricate spiritual patterns that emitted faint sounds of thunder. Just from a distance, one could feel an oppressive sensation originating from their souls. Guarding the city were 2 silver-armored cultivators, their auras as heavy as the abyss. After Yifeng reluctantly handed over 6 holy crystals, they finally allowed the 3 to enter. Inside the city, exquisite buildings were everywhere, and cultivators came and went in a continuous stream. Most had thick auras, making transformation god cultivators seem commonplace. Occasionally a few figures would zip by, surrounded by shimmering spiritual light, moving so fast they only left behind faint afterimages. They were the rare saint-level experts seldom seen in the lower realms. This is the immortal city of the spirit realm. Lu Qingfeng murmured, his voice filled with undeniable. His current cultivation made him a giant in the Songlong continent, but standing in this immortal city, he felt like a country bumpkin entering a royal palace. On either side of the street were bizarrely shaped towers constructed from warm jade and spiritual wood, with countless crystalline spiritual pearls hanging between their flying eaves, emitting a soft glow day and night that illuminated the entire street. The shop signs were not ordinary artifact plaques, but rather three-dimensional plaques formed from various spiritual lights, inscribed with characters that conveyed Tao principles, refreshing anyone who glanced at them. Yifeng led Luo Qinghan and the others forward at a leisurely pace, their attention firmly captured by the sights within the shops on either side. In the left side alchemy shop, jade vials were neatly arranged, and some displayed pills with rich colors, their spiritual energy nearly materializing into mist that coiled around them. One particular pill's name made Yifeng's pupils constrict. He recognized it as the top-grade Jebing pill, a treasure that ensured successful childbirth for cultivators. Such a resource was a strategic treasure that every major family in the lower realms scrambled for, yet here it was displayed like an ordinary commodity available in abundance. The right side artifact shop was even more exhilarating, the imperial artifacts in the display windows radiating spiritual light. The engraved patterns on the blades were several times more exquisite than what they knew, and even a random item taken out would be considered top tier in the lower realms, yet here the staff merely arranged them nonchalantly. Sect Master, look at that spiritual shield. Lu Qingfeng suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards a display not far. In the display stood a shield that was completely black, embedded with 3 large beast cores. It seemed that a flowing light moved within the cores, exuding a terrifying aura of ancient fierce beasts, indicating that it was at least an upper-grade imperial artifact. However, the price tag beside it made Yifeng and the others gasp. This promotional imperial artifact was priced at 3,000 holy crystals. They had exchanged all their efforts over the past 6 months for barely 30 holy crystals. They did not know how long it would take to afford it. The 3 shifted their gaze and finally stopped in front of a slightly more ordinary artifact shop. This shop was not as high-end as others, but it had a steady flow of customers, mostly ordinary cultivators. They speculated that the prices would likely be more affordable. The artifacts displayed in the shop were equally dazzling, and soon a low-grade imperial sword caught the trio's. This long sword was dark golden, with faint dragon patterns swirling on it. The scabbard was embedded with several uniquely colored stones, emitting an aura that made Yifeng and the others feel an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Dear friends, are you interested in this dragon-patterned sword? A shopkeeper in a green robe approached with a warm smile, though there was a hint of condescension in his demeanor. He could easily tell from their attire that they were quite impoverished. May I ask how much this sword costs? Yifeng suppressed his fondness and inquired. Not much, just 150 holy crystals. The shopkeeper replied casually. 150 holy crystals. Yifeng and the others' expressions instantly froze. They only had 22 holy crystals left, which was not even enough for the loose change. Friend, can you lower the price a bit? Lu Qingfeng asked with a furrowed brow, unwilling to give up. This sword resonated with him deeply, and he could not bear to miss out on it. Unfortunately, the shopkeeper merely chuckled lightly, his tone laced with impatience. Imperial artifacts are the backbone of the spirit realm. Crafting them is extremely difficult. 150 holy crystals is already the lowest price. If you cannot afford it, you may have to settle for an imperial artifact instead. This remark struck them like an invisible slap across their faces. Yifeng felt a sense of discomfort in his heart. He of course knew that the performance of the Imperial artifact far surpassed that of the Emperor artifact by more than just a little. With the Imperial artifact, their efforts to combat the Divine Transformation Stage beasts would yield much better results. However, the price of over 100 holy crystals was indeed exorbitant. The Piayun Immortal Village had more than one elder at the Divine Transformation Stage, and each elder required more than one Imperial artifact. If all 4 Divine Transformation Stage elders were to be equipped, the number of holy crystals required would be simply unimaginable. He glanced at Luo Qinghan, and Lu Qingfeng saw both of them shake their heads, and made up his mind. Thank you for the information, my friend. We will not purchase the Imperial artifact for now. May I ask if your store has any materials for forging Imperial artifacts? Yi Feng clasped his hands, and his tone became calm. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting them to switch to purchasing materials, and then nodded, saying, "Certainly, but the Imperial artifact is not something just anyone can forge. Are you sure you don't want the finished product?" He kindly reminded them. The materials for forging Imperial artifacts were not rare in the spiritual realm, but the artisans capable of crafting them were scarce resources, often only cultivated by large powers. Most immortal villages, even if they could obtain forging materials, produced Imperial artifacts that were either of inferior quality or outright failures, making direct purchases a better option. Absolutely. Yi Feng did not hesitate in the slightest. Given the current scarcity of holy crystals, he planned to buy the materials and return to the lower realm to find someone to forge them. After all, purchasing finished Imperial artifacts directly in this spiritual realm was far from cost-effective. On the contrary, in the lower realm, as long as the spirit stones were sufficient, he believed he could still find a craftsman willing to help. Moreover, the Piayun Immortal Village already had a certain degree of defensive capability, but their numbers were still too few. It was time to bring up another batch of core members to expand. Soon Yi Feng followed the shopkeeper to another display area, where he saw various rare ores, as well as beast bones, spiritual feathers, and materials from 5th-tier beasts. Each of these materials emanated a terrifying pressure, clearly belonging to exceptionally powerful beasts in their lifetimes. The shopkeeper introduced, "This is Xianjin True Iron, the basic material for forging Imperial artifacts requiring 3 holy crystals per portion. These are auxiliary materials such as Starfall Stone, Xianhai Ice Essence, and Netherstone priced at 1 holy crystal each. And these beast bones, feathers, and beast souls vary in price from 1 to 10 holy crystals, depending on their level and quality." Yi Feng listened attentively to the explanation, quickly calculating in his heart. Although these materials were expensive, gathering a complete set of core materials for forging an Imperial artifact would only cost about 10 holy crystals, which was far more cost-effective than directly purchasing an Imperial artifact. Moreover, they already had a master craftsman in the Canglong continent capable of forging Imperial artifacts. As long as the materials were complete, it was not impossible to forge a usable Imperial artifact. "I will take all these materials." Yi Feng, along with Luo Qinghan and the others, carefully selected and finally decided on 2 sets of materials for forging Imperial artifacts. Without further hesitation, he took out all the holy crystals from his storage ring and piled them on the counter. The shopkeeper counted everything, packed the materials one by one, and handed them to Yi Feng, saying, "Good eye, friend. These materials are all excellent choices for weapon forging. I wish you success in your endeavors." Yi Feng took the heavy storage bag, feeling a weight lift from his heart. He exited the magic treasure shop with his 2 subordinates. Although they had not directly bought what they hoped for, they still gained something. "Let's go back to the Canglong continent." In the next moment, Yi Feng issued the command in a steady voice. Once they forged the Imperial artifacts, returning to this spiritual realm would surely provide a different experience. Yes. Luo Qinghan and the others understood their leader's intentions and quickly responded in unison. Although the high-end magic treasures in this spiritual realm were wonderful, they were not yet suitable for them. They could only think of ways to enhance their strength to obtain better things in this high-level interface. However, today's fleeting glance had allowed them to witness a broader world, igniting boundless fighting spirit within their hearts. In the Tsuiwei Small Xian realm behind the Piayun Valley, the morning mist had yet to dissipate when Chu Shang began to patrol the valley's defenses with the core members of the. Ever since their sect leader took Luo Qinghan and several elders on a journey to the spiritual realm, they had not dared to relax for half a year, stabilizing the foundation of the valley while eagerly awaiting the safe return of the elders. After all, the elders who went to the spiritual realm were the top combatants of the Piayun Valley, and the dangers of the spiritual realm were too unpredictable. The safety of the elders would determine the life or death of the Piayun sect. Unfortunately, half a year had passed, yet there had been no movement from the stone forest in the back mountain. However, one day, as they were patrolling a certain area, suddenly a violent surge of spiritual power erupted from the direction of the stone forest. Chu Shang's pupils constricted at this sight, and he quickly raised his hand to signal everyone to stop, his tone filled with barely concealed excitement and anxiety. "It's the sect leader and the others returning. Quickly notify the others." In the next moment, as the communication disc rang, beams of escape light began to rush towards the stone forest. Sure enough, when they arrived at the destination, three figures had already emerged from the great formation of the stone forest. The foremost figure was Yifeng, still dressed in his blue robe. However, his aura was even more restrained and profound than when he left, instilling a sense of awe in those who beheld him. Beside him, Luo Qinghan, clad in black, exuded an even more unfathomable aura than before, with spiritual resonance swirling around her, an aura that. Chu Shang's steps came to an abrupt halt, his eyes wide in disbelief, hardly daring to trust his senses. Divine transformation stage, he exclaimed in shock, his voice trembling slightly. He had seen the commander of the Northern Army, the legendary divine transformation stage expert, and the aura was just like this. Could he have been mistaken? He reached out and pinched his finger hard, wanting to confirm whether he was dreaming, only to quickly realize that this was no dream. But how could this be possible? Just half a year ago, Elder Luo Qinghan was clearly still at the peak of the nascent soul realm, with an insurmountable chasm between her and the divine transformation stage. Such a breakthrough in cultivation typically required hundreds of years of arduous training on the Canglong continent, and many people could not cross this threshold in their entire lives. Yet Elder Luo had only been to the spiritual realm for half a year, and had already broken through. Immediately afterward, his gaze unconsciously shifted to the other person beside Yifeng. When he saw that face, his exclamation abruptly stopped, and he froze in place, as if struck by a spell. Not only him, but Su Zian, Lu Jini, and others also collectively gasped in disbelief, their eyes filled with incredulity. Was that Elder Lu Qingfeng? In his memory, Elder Lu Qingfeng was indeed profound in cultivation, but he was already silver-haired, his face weathered, resembling an elderly person of 100 years old in the mundane world. However, the person before him, while still having white hair, had a rosy and full complexion. All the wrinkles around his eyes had disappeared, making him appear only around 60 years old, standing tall, with a vigorous aura, showing no signs of the frailty of old age. This was no longer the Elder Lu nearing the end of his lifespan, but rather a formidable being in the prime of his life. Chu Shangzian, long time no see. Yifeng's voice came gently, breaking the silence in the valley. Only then did Chu Shang come to his senses, rushing forward to deeply bow to the three, his tone filled with uncontrollable excitement. Sect leader Elder Lu, it's so good to see you all safely returned. However, your cultivation. He had the words on the tip of his tongue, but didn't know how to inquire. The aura of the divine transformation stage was unmistakable, and Elder Liu's changes were even more apparent. Yet everything felt so surreal. Luo Qinghan slightly nodded, a faint smile flashing in her cool eyes. You guessed correctly. The spiritual realm is rich in opportunities. We indeed broke through. Not only Elder Lu and I, but even Elder Mo and Fairy Jingyan have also broken through. Her tone was light and airy, as if the breakthrough to the divine transformation stage was merely a trivial matter. Lu Qingfeng similarly smiled and confirmed her statement. However, this scene struck Chu Shang and the others like a thunderclap. All of them had broken through, suddenly possessing four powerful divine transformation cultivators. Su Zian's gaze shifted between Luo Qinghan and Lu Qingfeng, her mind blank, while her heart surged like a tempest. She suddenly became aware of a more astonishing fact: the Piaoyan sect had been established for only a little over 10 years. 10 years ago, this place was still an obscure little valley with very few disciples inside, not even qualifying as a notable force on the continent. But how little time had passed, and there were already 4 divine transformation experts, along with thousands of disciples, and a continuous flow of cultivation resources. Although she had imagined that Piaoyan Valley would become a powerful force, she never expected it to happen so quickly. This rate of development was utterly unprecedented. Her former Su family, in the face of the current Piaoyan Valley, was probably not even worthy of holding their shoes. Divine transformation stage. Lu Jini and Lu Yin murmured in disbelief, their eyes filled with awe and fear. Our Piaoyan sect actually has divine transformation elders. Divine transformation cultivators are already top-tier experts in the entire Canglong continent. For an ordinary family, having even one is quite remarkable, yet the Piaoyan sect unexpectedly has 4 at once. Chu Shang took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and an indescribable joy appeared on his face. He looked up at Yifeng and the others, speaking in a firm tone. Congratulations, sect leader. With divine transformation elders in command from now on, our Piaoyan sect will no longer be the small sect that others look down upon. With divine transformation experts overseeing them, along with the increasingly robust foundation of the sect, Piaoyan sect had now undoubtedly entered the ranks of the top 100 forces on the continent. With the deterrent power of divine transformation cultivators, even those ancient sects with thousands of years of heritage would have to regard Piaoyan sect with newfound respect. As the morning mist gradually dissipated, golden sunlight flooded the Piaoyan Valley, illuminating the faces of everyone and filling their hearts with a surge of ambition. Lu Jini and Lu Yin in particular had completely changed their previous negative attitudes, their gazes towards Yifeng growing fervent. However, as the admiration and discussions among the core members gradually subsided, Yifeng raised his hand to silence them, and spoke about serious matters. Upon returning this time, in addition to selecting another batch of personnel to go to the spiritual realm, there is another important matter that requires your assistance. Chu Shang and the others immediately straightened up, their expressions serious as they clasped their hands. Please speak, sect leader. We will do our utmost. After the previous shock, they respected Yifeng even more, and their yearning for the spiritual realm was profound. They felt that no matter what the sect leader requested, they would do their best to fulfill it, hoping to earn a chance to go to the spiritual realm. Yifeng nodded slowly and said, I wonder if any of you know how to find a master craftsman to assist in forging imperial artifacts. This matter is crucial for the future development of our sect, and if anyone has information, this sect leader will offer a generous reward. Master craftsman, imperial artifact. The two terms struck the hearts of everyone like heavy hammers. Although they had not seen much of the world, they knew that the path of crafting was extremely difficult. An ordinary craftsman could only forge spiritual artifacts with great difficulty, while a master could craft profound artifacts, and only a grandmaster could touch imperial artifacts. But a master craftsman was a legendary existence. It was easy to find a crafting master, but how could a master craftsman be easily sought? Currently, there were probably only a handful of master craftsmen recorded across the entire Tsunglong continent. Each one was a treasure sought after by various powers, often unseen. Sect leader imperial artifacts are treasures that surpass emperor artifacts. The materials required are nearly impossible to find within 10,000 years, let alone the master craftsman capable of forging them. We come from humble backgrounds, and usually only encounter crafting masters, never even a grandmaster, let alone a master craftsman. Chu Shang was the first to speak, his tone heavy with unmasked disappointment, as if not being able to help was his fault. Lu Jini and Lu Yin also frowned, speaking solemnly, indeed. While we have traveled far and wide in our youth, we have heard that there is a master craftsman in the southern region, but even so, we have never dared to dream of reaching the level of a master craftsman. Those great powers either hide in secluded mountains and secret realms, or are treated as honored guests by top sects. Common forces simply cannot track their whereabouts. Su Zian and several other stewards also shook their heads, their faces filled with confusion and regret. Most of them were scattered cultivators taken in by Yifeng in his early years, or came from remote small families. They had reached this stage today through their own efforts and the sect's training. How could they have had the opportunity to meet those who stand at the pinnacle of the crafting world? As for Lu Qingfeng and Luo Qinghan, they also did not have such connections. Amidst the back-and-forth conversation, everyone was filled with a sense of helpless regret. The atmosphere, once lively due to the return of Yifeng and the others, gradually turned heavy. Yifeng observed the awkward expressions on everyone's faces, already anticipating this, and did not blame them. No worries, this matter cannot be forced. You all come from humble backgrounds, and reaching this point is already not easy. So let's focus on preparing to select elite members to go to the spiritual realm. He understood the foundation of the Piaoyan sect. In just 10 years, it had grown from an obscure little valley to its current scale, relying on everyone's hard work and cooperation. It was only natural that they lacked connections. Ultimately, it still came down to insufficient resources. However, the Nangong family has been an ancient family with a legacy lasting thousands of years. They have divine transformation experts in their ranks and connections spread across half the continent, so perhaps they would know some news about master craftsmen. After pondering for a moment, a glint of determination flashed in Yifeng's eyes. He planned to return to the Nangong family to inquire further. Rest assured, sect leader. We will definitely cooperate wholeheartedly. The others responded in unison, their eyes rekindled with fighting spirit. Although they could not assist in searching for the master craftsman, they would not slack in selecting the elite. This time, the selection of personnel required that only those at the peak of golden core cultivation and possessing formidable combat strength were eligible. Chu Shang along with Lu Jin and Lu Yin all met the criteria, while Su Zian and Zhao Jun among the elders fell slightly short. However, they were not worried. As long as their strength increased, they would eventually have their turn. At the same time, while the elite selection was taking place in the floating cloud valley, Yifeng returned to the long-missed holy city, the headquarters of the Nangong escort. Since Luo Qinghan had already advanced to the transformation stage, her concealment techniques had become more profound, allowing her to hide completely in the shadows without needing to appear as a maid for protection. As for Yifeng himself, he rode a demonic wolf, leisurely touring the nearby scenery, passing through the bustling streets at a steady pace. The familiar hustle and bustle greeted him, but his brows were devoid of the envy from the past, replaced instead by a sense of calm. Little did he know that not long after entering the holy city, certain individuals with ulterior motives had already begun to investigate him. In a loft on the corner of the street, a figure dressed in black and wearing a hat lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, his gaze locked onto Yifeng's back with an expression of disbelief. He never expected that this kid was still alive. However, he had no time to be shocked, immediately pulling out a jade talisman from his pocket. After channeling spiritual energy into it, he silently crushed it. The message shot through like lightning, instantly reaching a hidden valley 30 miles outside the holy city, the headquarters of the Bloodkill Hall. At this moment the great hall was dimly lit, with only two ghostly green soul lamps burning beside the main seat above. The hall master of the Bloodkill Hall, Shui Wuchang, clad in a black robe, had his face obscured by shadows. Upon hearing the message he suddenly opened his eyes wide, a look of incredulity flashing across his gaze. "What did you say?" "That kid Yifeng is still alive." The black-clad man below bowed his head and replied, "Reporting to the hall master, several of my spies have witnessed with their own eyes that Yifeng is on his way back to the Nangong escort, his aura steady, certainly not in a state of lucky survival." "How is this possible?" Shui Wuchang's fingers clenched tightly around the armrest in front of him, his knuckles. 6 months ago he had sent out the assassins Qing Dai and Hong Xiao, who were among the top 10 in the hall, skilled in seduction and assassination. At that time, Yifeng was frequently lingering in taverns, making it the perfect opportunity to strike. But since then both Qing Dai and Hong Xiao had vanished without a trace, and Yifeng had seemingly evaporated from. He naturally assumed that Qing Dai and Hong Xiao had succeeded, perhaps captured by the holy city's guards during the wrap-up, which prevented them from relaying news back. They must have reported to their employer that the task was completed and claimed the generous reward. But now Yifeng's sudden appearance was undoubtedly a slap in the face for him. "Hallmaster, we have lost 2 waves of personnel for this, suffering heavy losses. Should we abandon this mission?" The black-clad man below could not help but advise. Initially they thought it would be easy to assassinate a mid-golden core brat, and they accepted the task due to the generous reward, but they never expected to encounter such a tough opponent. Now, having lost 4 nascent soul experts, it was clear that this brat had powerful guardians. Continuing to pursue would be a significant loss. Abandon? How is that possible? As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Wuchang's veins bulged, his tone filled with unwillingness and resentment. Not to mention that the employer was not an ordinary person. If the employer were to find out that the task had not been completed, not only would the credibility of the Bloodkill Hall plummet, but they would also face the wrath of the Xiao family, leading to a potential disaster for the Bloodkill Hall. To allow a mere soft rice son-in-law from a miscellaneous background to cause such a significant loss and roam freely outside would turn the Bloodkill Hall into a joke in the entire assassin world. At this point, the only way to regain some face for the Bloodkill Hall would be to completely eliminate Yifeng. Yifeng, oh Yifeng. I admit I underestimated you. But how dare you return to the holy city? Do you think the Bloodkill Hall is just a decoration? He took a deep breath, a trace of ruthless determination flashing in his eyes. Pass on my orders, have Xiansha break seclusion, and take a trip. Mo Wuchang's voice suddenly turned grave, carrying an undeniable authority. With Qing Dai and Hong Xiao already lost, a typical assassin was no match for Yifeng. He must deploy his ultimate trump card, not allowing any further mistakes. As soon as these words were spoken, the black-clad man's face changed dramatically, filled with shock. Xiansha was the true treasure of the Bloodkill Hall. Although he was only at the peak of nascent soul cultivation, he had already touched upon the opportunity to break through to the transformation stage. All that was needed was time. However, this individual had a solitary personality, often in seclusion, and would not easily act unless it was a matter of life and death for the Bloodkill Hall. For every task he undertook, there were rarely any failures. Even against powerful opponents in the transformation stage, he could retreat unharmed through his strange assassination methods and formidable strength. He was already a legendary figure in the assassin world, feared by all. Now he was being sent out. Shui Wuchang naturally understood Xiansha's significance, but at this moment the arrow was on the string, and he had no choice but to fire. He gritted his teeth and said, "Tell Lord Xiansha the target is Yifeng. Ensure he is killed in one strike. After the task is completed, the hall will provide him with all the resources he needs to advance to the transformation stage." Understood. The black-clad man did not dare to delay, quickly bowing and retreating to deliver the message. All the resources for advancing to the transformation stage were a massive fortune. The hall master was indeed investing heavily this time. In the great hall, Shui Wuchang gazed at the darkened sky outside, his eyes glinting with cold light. Yifeng, this time, with Xiansha's intervention, no matter how you disguise yourself, you will be unable to escape. He had already guessed that the other party might have some powerful guardians, but he absolutely did not believe that a soft rice son-in-law could have guardians at the transformation stage. As long as there were none, he would not be able to escape Xiansha's assassination. Headquarters of the Nangong escort. Yifeng was unaware that the Bloodkill Hall had not given up, and a hunt far more perilous than 6 months ago had quietly begun. He leisurely entered the main courtyard, smiling and nodding to everyone without a hint of the previous restraint. As he stepped into the main hall of the steward's residence, he saw Nangong Yue, resting her chin on her hand at the main table, deep in thought. Her hair was loosely tied up with 2 strands of green silk cascading at her temples, accentuating the liveliness of her features. "Oh, our charming Yi chief steward, who has been missing for half a year, has finally returned." Upon seeing Yifeng, Nangong Yue was momentarily taken aback, then a spark of excitement flickered in her eyes, her voice laced with teasing. Cough, cough. Hearing this, Yifeng stumbled slightly, almost falling. Why did this girl refer to the chief steward with such flamboyant words? His previous actions were merely to lure out the assassin. He had not done anything substantial. However, given the situation, there was no point in explaining further, so he chose not to. Cousin Yue, are you so eager for my return because you've missed me? He replied with a hint of teasing, turning the question, if I haven't missed you at all. Nangong Yue immediately retorted, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. She was quite astonished at how bold her cousin-in-law had become. How dare he tease his cousin? Didn't he fear that his sister-in-law would chop him up? Yet in her eyes this guy indeed seemed to possess a certain charm now. The previous, Yifeng, always seemed to carry an immense weight, his brows furrowed, with a sense of restraint, even speaking to her, with excessive caution, afraid of losing his composure. But now Yifeng appeared like a lake caressed by a spring breeze, radiating an indescribable sense of relaxation. This ease was not laziness, but a confident assurance that added an elusive charm to his already handsome features. Brother-in-law, where have you been these days? Was it fun outside? The next moment Nangong Yue approached, Yifeng, her gaze involuntarily scrutinizing his face repeatedly. This guy had vanished for over half a year, leaving her to bear the weight of the tasks which had caused her much worry. Yet she was also quite curious about where he had been. Of course it was fun. If you want to go, I can take you next time. Yifeng smiled, moving to pour himself a cup of spiritual tea at the table, his movements smooth and natural. If I don't want to go with you. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yue's small eyes filled with vigilance. Although she was also eager to travel, she instinctively felt that her brother-in-law might take her to some dubious places. After exchanging playful banter for a moment, Yifeng took a sip of tea and finally broached the subject. Speaking of which, Yue, you are well informed. Have you heard any rumors about the master refiner? Of course, why do you ask? Nangong Yue's expression turned suspicious again upon hearing this. She was first surprised by Yifeng's transformation. Not only did he dare to joke with her, but his tone also carried a sense of equality in his inquiries, lacking the previous cautiousness. Then she was surprised that he was inquiring about such matters. A master refiner was extraordinarily rare. Even ordinary cultivators find it nearly impossible to meet one. How could a mere son-in-law suddenly take an interest in this? I'm just thinking of seeing if I can pay a visit. Do you have any way to contact them, or could you let me know how to reach them? Yifeng asked with a smile, not elaborating further. You want to visit a master refiner? No way. Are you sure you're not joking? Upon hearing this, Nangong Yue was even more astonished. A mere golden core lackey, although capable of managing the escort, was still far from having any connection to a prominent figure like a master refiner. Did he really think he could just go visit? I'm not joking. If you can help me get in touch, I would be immensely grateful. Yifeng's expression was extremely serious. Unfortunately, Nangong Yue shook her head, her tone tinged with a hint of regret. I would love to help you, but a master refiner is someone even my father cannot meet. If you truly want to visit, perhaps the eldest young lady has some means. Thank you for your guidance, Yue. If I succeed in the future, I will surely reward you handsomely. Yifeng put down his teacup, stood up, and cupped his fists to bid farewell. Yet inwardly he was lamenting. He did not expect that he would ultimately have to seek out his inconvenient partner. After the last incident, he knew that the girl likely held nothing but disdain for him, and he truly did not want to trouble her again. However, for the grand cause of the floating cloud sect, he gritted his teeth and decided to go for it. In Yunxiang residence, the scenery remained elegant and exquisite, with various spirit flowers planted in the courtyard, exuding an enticing fragrance. When Yifeng returned to the second floor of the loft, Nangong Luyun was sitting by the window, her fingertips dancing over the strings of a zither, her long hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, outlining a breathtaking profile. As a top beauty and a prodigy, her beauty was devoid of any softness, possessing a cold and distant aura like a celestial maiden from the moon palace, stunning as if painted. Upon seeing Yifeng return, Nangong Luyun casually raised her gaze, showing a hint of surprise. Although she had a contract with Yifeng, they did not share any genuine feelings. Especially after the last incident, the two had become more distant, so she did not expect him to come looking for her. However, upon hearing Yifeng's intentions, Nangong Luyun stopped her zither playing suddenly, and her usually emotionless, beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of disbelief. Are you saying you want to visit a master refiner? She scrutinized Yifeng from head to toe, as if seeing him for the first time. In her impression, he had been slacking off, ignoring the escort, but now he was actively seeking out a master refiner. What do you want to see a master refiner for? The next moment, Nangong Luyun set down her zither, leaning slightly forward, her tone carrying a hint of inquiry. She understood how prestigious a master refiner was. Even ordinary cultivators found it difficult to meet one. Yifeng's actions must have some reason behind them. Cough cough, I'm just thinking about whether I could learn some skills. The path of cultivation cannot be focused on just one thing. If I could master some profound refining techniques, I would have more means of self-protection in the future. Yifeng's heart tightened quickly, giving a vague explanation. The true purpose of his visit was to refine a royal artifact, but this was too far-fetched. Any leak could lead to death, so even though she was his contract partner, he did not dare to reveal it casually. You do seem to have some ambition. Nangong Luyun's astonishment gradually faded upon hearing this, replaced by a hint of subtle approval. She had been worried that he would be content with the status quo and not strive for improvement, but it appeared that he had changed. However, master refiners are eccentric and elusive, and it is nearly impossible for them to take on disciples. If you truly want to try, there is an opportunity coming up soon. Whether or not you can seize it depends on your fortune. After a moment of contemplation, Nangong Luyun slowly spoke. She did not directly undermine his enthusiasm. After all, fate was unpredictable. Even if there was only a 1 in a billion chance, she would not easily extinguish it. Oh, what opportunity is that? Yi Feng's expression stirred with intrigue, quickly pressing for more information. In 3 days, the legendary family, the Lin family's ancestor, will hold a birthday banquet. During this time, various forces will send representatives to celebrate, and the Nangong family must also send someone to attend. It is very likely that a master refiner will be present at this birthday banquet. If you want to meet him, you can come with me and attend as my Nangong family son-in-law. Nangong Luyun lifted her teacup from the table and took a sip, her eyes revealing a hint of worry. What outsiders did not know was that the ancestor of the Lin family was also her maternal grandfather, so she had to attend even if she would be marginalized, as she could not back down. Could this really be true? Yi Feng's eyes brightened at the news, a glint of astonishment, an opportunity flashing across his gaze. He had never imagined such a chance. However, Nangong Luyun shifted her tone, setting down her teacup as her expression turned solemn. The guests at the birthday banquet are the foremost figures of the great houses. Many among them are deeply cultivated, and the rules of such an occasion are manifold. She continued, voice measured. You were born humble and may not be accustomed to such scenes. When the time comes, do not lose your composure. Remember to speak little, observe much. She warned him further. Do not abase yourself to the point of humiliation, nor be recklessly arrogant and invite trouble. Especially before that master artificer who forges relics, behave with utmost respect. Whether you manage to converse with him or not, do not pester or entangle him. Nangong Luyun fretted on in a worried tone. She knew Yi Feng was not rash by nature, yet she feared he lacked experience in high affairs and might unwittingly make a spectacle of himself. Yi Feng felt a slight headache at the litany of admonitions and inwardly sighed. Such great clans indeed kept countless rules. Still, he understood the gravity of the matter. It concerned not only the Nangong family's face, but also the fortunes of his own Piayan sect. He could not afford to be careless. Rest assured, I will remember everything. I will not disgrace the Nangong family, he said, nodding with sudden earnestness. Good. Meet me here at noon in 3 days, I will take you there myself. Seeing his sincere manner, Nangong Luyun's worries eased somewhat, and she let her gaze return to the celestial Qin resting nearby. Yi Feng turned cleanly and left, already scheming how to persuade the master artificer. If he could meet that famed smith, he believed he could find a way to move him to forge an imperial artifact on his behalf. As for the banquet's conventions, he would endure them as best he could. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At dusk on the appointed day, a finely appointed beast-drawn carriage rolled over the Qinggang Rock Road, bearing 3 members of the Nangong household as it raced toward the splendid estate of the Lin family. Inside the carriage, however, the air was heavy with tension. Miss, are we truly taking the son-in-law? Lu Yunshu's fingers whitened around the embroidered curtain as she stole a third anxious glance at the woman seated opposite. Her voice sank to a near whisper, threaded with barely concealed distress. Although Yi Feng wore a suitable brocade robe that day, handsome and composed, and had recently done some creditable work for the escort agency, he could not fully disguise the fact that he had once been a mere drudge, the low-born son-in-law of the household. Lu Yunshu knew it all too. While he had run errands since childhood, a rough and ready sort, a different world from a peerless prodigy like their mistress. More pressing was that the Lin family had never looked kindly upon the Nangong household. Bringing such a husband would only invite colder glances. Yunshu Yi Feng is my husband in name and the Lin patriarch's grandson-in-law. Whether he is welcomed or not, he will accompany me to the banquet. Nangong Luyun's gaze was calm as still water. Her tone carried a firm resolve that brooked no argument. She understood Lu Yunshu's misgivings and the Lin family's feelings all too well. Over the years, because her mother had once insisted on marrying down the Lin family, had never treated the Nangong household kindly. Though not mortal enemies, they remained distant as strangers. Yet as the Lin family's legitimate maternal granddaughter with Lin blood in her veins, she ought to appear in person. Yi Feng was her rightful husband. Whether the Lin family accepted him or not as a junior, he had no reason to be absent. Turning to Yi Feng, her expression softened. When the Lin family greets us, their manner may be cold. Pay it no mind. Keep your behavior proper and achieve what you must. Leave the rest to me. She worried he might not withstand curt treatment, and thus reminded him once more. Very well, I will remember. Yi Feng replied, his face solemn as he murmured his compliance. He now grasped the tangled relations between the Nangong and Lin houses and felt the difficulty keenly. This visit felt like offering a warm face to a cold shoulder. Yet to meet the legendary master artificer, he would brave any dragon's den. After all, a man of the Lin patriarch's stature would hardly fuss endlessly over a mere junior like him, he told himself. Half an hour later, the carriage came to a halt before a majestic estate. Carved beams and painted eaves intertwined with rockeries and ponds. The main gate rose nearly 3 zhang high, a gilded plaque declaring Lin Mansion, and enormous strange beast effigies stood guard like towering sentinels. Numerous rare mounts were already tethered before the manor, sightly creatures seldom seen, while those who alighted from them laughed and conversed with the easy bearing of great house science. No sooner had Nangong Luyun and Yifeng stepped down than many eyes turned toward them. "Isn't that Nangong the continent's most dazzling prodigy?" someone murmured. "Indeed, but why has Nangong brought along her country bumpkin husband? He must never have seen such a grand scene before," another voice snorted. "You underestimate him. Though lowborn, I hear he has some ability. He manages the Nangong escort agency with surprising order." "So what? An escort agency is nothing. Even if he has some skill, he has not seen the greater world. The Lin Patriarch's banquet is solemn. The guests are all people of consequence. If this husband seems ill at ease, it will be a joke upon us all." Indeed, the Lin family already bears many grievances against the Nangong household. Now Nangong Luyun arrives with a husband who lives off his wife. Surely the Patriarch's displeasure will only deepen. A young scion among the guests cast a sweeping contemptuous look at Yifeng, who ridicule and disdain showed plainly in his eyes. Some were envious of Yifeng's fortune, others lamented that Nangong Luyun, the prize of many suitors, had already been claimed. After all, Nangong Luyun stood at the very top of the Xianyan list on the Songlong continent. Who would not covet her? Who would not dream of an alliance with her? She had spurned countless suitors, and none could approach her. Yet in the end she had given herself to one of low station. A few top beauties from other great houses themselves ranked on the Xianyan list lifted their chins in haughty disdain and whispered, "Nangong Luyun, though once the continent's brightest prodigy, you have married a penniless youth against counsel. You have squandered your most precious opportunities and resources. You no longer have the right to contend with us." Their cutting words landed like needles. Lu Yunshu flushed with fury and looked as if she would storm forward to argue, but Nangong Luyun raised a hand to restrain her. Her expression remained composed, but her eyes carried a chill. "Why should I heed others' opinions of my husband? If I were to argue each slight, I would be worn to exhaustion." She acted according to her heart, and she knew Yifeng was no simpleton. Yifeng, for his part, met the barbs with an untroubled face as if he had not heard them at all and strode directly toward the Lin estate. The Lin manor was undeniably grand. Its scale rivaled that of some sect strongholds. Passing through the gate felt like stepping into an earthly paradise. Exotic blossoms and rare grasses perfumed the air, rockeries and flowing streams complemented one another, and pavilions and halls lay in tasteful order. Carved beams and upturned eaves spoke of a legendary family's long pedigree. The attendants moved with light, measured steps and impeccable decorum. Even their breathing seemed governed by strict etiquette. Still, compared to the immortal cities of the spirit realm, the grand houses here had their limits. Nangong Luyun guided Yifeng through the throng, and eyes continued to follow them. Some curious, some scornful, some merely savoring the spectacle. A few middle-aged stewards of the Lin household frowned at the sight of Nangong Luyun with her husband. They thought the young mistress foolish. Bringing such a dependent son-in-law would only make it harder to win the patriarch's approval. They as servants knew a little of the events at the Lin family decades ago. At first glance they recognized Nangong Luyun as bearing the blood of Lin Yuan, the former eldest daughter. In recent years, as Nangong Luyun's fame dazzled the world, the patriarch's anger had cooled, and he had once considered accepting the granddaughter back. But when word arrived that she would wed a low-born man, his wrath flared once more, and the matter was never raised again. As retainers they felt regret, but none dared question their masters. They could only act on orders. Following the prearranged plan, they led Nangong Luyun and Yifeng to a more secluded section of the banquet hall. The banquet hall was vast. It could easily hold 1,000 guests. 1,000 spirit lamps hung from the high ceiling, scattering a luminous cascade that turned the great hall as bright as day. Maids and attendants moved about at all hours. Celestial music never ceased, and the air itself carried the scent of fine spirit tea and the crisp ring of spirit jade. The Lin family, one of the 10 legendary houses of the Songlong continent, had thrown a birthday banquet for Patriarch Lin Jinghong worthy of its name. The guests were the rulers of clans or their direct heirs. Yet many eyes were fixed on the table where Nangong Luyun sat. They wished to see whether the husband she had chosen would appear as imagined. Nervous, awkward, a man and used to several women from great houses who had known Nangong Luyun in the past came over and appraised Yifeng with pointed looks. But they were soon disappointed. Yifeng's manners were exemplary. He waited through the prelude to the banquet with calm composure, observed every courtesy with care, and bore himself with an air of dignity that outshone many. Even Nangong Luyun was privately astonished. His comportment had far exceeded what she had expected. She had not anticipated such poise from him. The impression he made surpassed all her hopes. The banquet continued, and the murmurs among the guests shifted from derision to cautious curiosity as they watched. Where on earth did this fellow learn such things? Was he born with this knowledge? After an indeterminate span of time, an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard clad in an embroidered robe stepped calmly onto the dais at the head of the banquet hall. His aura surged like a boundless ocean, his gaze piercing and luminous, his bearing serene, yet imbued with the unmistakable authority of a sovereign. Lin Jinghong, the current patriarch of the Lin family. Upon seeing him, Yi Feng involuntarily drew a sharp breath inward. He had not expected Lin Jinghong, the venerable patriarch of the Lin family, to have already reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. Clearly, the profound heritage of this legendary clan was extraordinary, its strength dwarfing that of ordinary families by a vast margin. The other guests, awed, hurried forward to exchange pleasantries and present their congratulatory gifts. Lin Jinghong swept his benevolent gaze across the assembly, offering each guest a gentle smile and a Yet when Nangong Liuyun, accompanied by Yi Feng, presented his exquisitely wrapped gift box, Lin Jinghong's eyes betrayed only a subtle detachment. His response cool, perfunctory, before he dismissed them. Nangong Liuyun sighed quietly to himself, refraining from further attempts at ingratiating himself, and returned silently to his seat. Yi Feng meanwhile began scanning the hall for the famed divine artificer. Whether Lin Jinghong acknowledged him held little significance, he merely wished to attend the birthday banquet in quiet dignity. The banquet's climax, the ceremonial presentation of gifts, was unfolding with mounting grandeur. Suddenly an elder robed in exotic attire strode forward, holding aloft an ancient vial-filled casket. In a resonant voice, he declared, "I am Mu Qinyang, senior elder of the Mingxiao Cave of the Luosan continent, here to honor Patriarch Lin on his birthday. A modest token, pray accept it." A collective gasp rippled through the hall. The Mingxiao Cave of the Luosan, that was a powerhouse rivaling the 10 legendary clans of the Songlong continent. Who would have imagined the Lin family commanded such far-reaching connections, even drawing envoys from top-tier sects on neighboring continents? Such prestige was truly unparalleled. At the front row of the banquet hall, representatives of the other great legendary clans exchanged covert glances, tinged with quiet envy. So the Lin family truly possessed remarkable influence, enough to summon dignitaries from the Luosan continent. And the gift itself was no trifle. The old man had clearly brought something substantial. After all, the Luosan and Songlong continents were evenly matched in cultivation prowess. Though their territories bordered one another, diplomatic exchanges remained rare. For a Luosan envoy to appear at a birthday celebration, such an honor was seldom bestowed even upon the top 3 legendary clans. Hearing the elder's declaration, Lin Jinghong beamed with uncontainable delight. He laughed heartily, expressed profuse gratitude, ordered the gift accepted, and personally arranged the elder's seating. Yet the black-robed elder did not immediately turn away. "I have long heard of your continent's profound legacy and inexhaustible treasures, and of Patriarch Lin's encyclopedic erudition. During my travels beyond our realm, I chanced upon this peculiar stone, impervious to blades and swords, unscathed by furnace flames for 3 full days, and utterly resistant to all known arcane techniques. It is truly invulnerable, immune to blade fire and sorcery alike. Yet despite exhaustive study, I remain unable to discern its origin, name, or function. Should you be able to identify it, I shall gladly offer it as an additional gift, presented with both hands." As he spoke, the elder produced a fist-sized lustrous stone and held it aloft before the assembly. Its surface was deep obsidian veined with fine silvery traceries resembling star charts across a midnight sky, cold to the touch, yet not biting, and radiating even without spiritual energy and innate unfathomable depth. A murmur of astonishment rose among the guests. All sensed instantly that this was no ordinary artifact, yet none could recall ever having seen its like. Lin Jinghong's eyes flickered with intrigue as he drew the stone toward himself with a subtle wave of spiritual. Having attained the peak of the nascent soul realm, his fingertips pulsed with refined qi as he probed its interior, only to find its surface absorbing his spiritual energy like a nameless void. Not a trace of internal structure nor the faintest ripple of energy could be detected. He scrutinized it for a long while, brow furrowed in deep concentration, still unable to utter a single definitive word. A marvel indeed, a true marvel. "Master He, what say you?" With solemn gravity, Lin Jinghong passed the stone to a violet-haired elder seated beside him. "It harbors unknown energy, yet resembles an endless abyss impenetrable to scrutiny. Even I cannot identify it." At these words, the dignitaries seated at the main table gathered closely around. "No medicinal properties whatsoever," remarked another divine alchemist, sniffing the stone delicately before shaking his head. "Forcing it into a pill formula would surely ruin the entire elixir. It bears no relation to alchemy." Amid spirited debate, most concluded that while the stone possessed undeniable peculiarity, it lacked any practical application, rendering it little more than ornamental debris. "Esteemed sages of this continent, you are all paragons of wisdom and experience. Pray examine it together. Should anyone here deduce its nature, I shall bestow it upon them as a second gift, offered with both hands." The black-robed elder repeated his challenge. This stone was never meant merely as tribute, but as a litmus test. Whomever unveiled its truth would serve his purpose. The stone then passed from hand to hand. One cultivator summoned his soul-bound sword. Its blade struck the stone and left only a fleeting white scar. Another ignited sacred flame, yet the stone remained icy cold. An aged matriarch versed in millennia of lore consulted ancient cultivation texts, but found no record matching its description. One by one they shook their heads in bafflement. Though seemingly indestructible, the stone offered no offensive, defensive, or cultivation-enhancing utility, leaving them no choice but to classify it as an aesthetically unique curiosity. Lin Jinghong's expression grew increasingly grave. The stone now felt like a burning ember in his palm, awkward, perilous. This object was undoubtedly extraordinary, yet not a single master among their assembled ranks could name it. To fail publicly would be a humiliation beyond measure. Meanwhile, Yifeng sat quietly in the corner. His gaze swept over the stone, and a flicker of quiet recognition passed through his eyes. This was unmistakably a world-seeking stone, a commodity commonly sold in spirit realms mercantile districts used to locate hidden pocket realms. Rare in the lower realms, yes, but hardly mysterious. An instinctive urge rose within him to step forward, but he recalled Nangong Liyun's admonition better to avoid unnecessary attention. So he fell silent once more. He assumed the hall teemed with the Songlong continent's elite, dozens of nascent soul experts among them. Surely someone must recognize it. Yet as every curious guest examined and tested it, none succeeded, until the once vibrant banquet atmosphere cooled into tense silence. It seems the foremost clans of your continent are no more than this. If none can name it, I shall reclaim it. The black-robed elder spoke with feigned regret. Tisk tsk, so the old man came to sabotage the banquet. At his words a chill settled over the hall. No wonder he had arrived so graciously. First he elevated them with flattery, then challenged them with the stone. Finally he would declare your continent's legacy is shallow indeed. They had every reason to believe he had orchestrated this humiliation deliberately. If word spread, not only would the Lin family lose face, but the entire Songlong continent would become a laughingstock. Lin Jinghong's face darkened like ink. He had never anticipated his festive gathering devolving into such, yet he was utterly powerless. He too had exhausted every method, yet the stone remained utterly inert. Just as the black-robed elder raised his hand to retrieve the stone, a voice rang out from the banquet hall's far corner. Senior Mu, please pause. This is a world-seeking stone imbued with boundary-piercing power. Yifeng rose at last, voice steady and certain. What? A world-seeking stone? What manner of artifact? At once every guest turned as one toward Yifeng's location, eyes wide with incredulous doubt. None had ever heard the name, but when they saw the speaker was the low-born Moocher son-in-law, many nearly spat out their tea. Among so many scions of noble houses, including clan patriarchs themselves, not one had identified it. How dared this provincial youth presume to know? He likely couldn't even name obscure materials, let alone decipher such a relic. World-seeking stone, a name unheard of, surely invented on the spot, unverifiable, intended only to dazzle the crowd. Lin Jinghong's face tightened, his brows knitting into a deep mountain character. He too refused to believe such an unproven youth could hold the answer. Nangong Liyun impaled her composure, shattering. She lunged to pull Yifeng back, but it was already too late. The black-robed elder, however, blinked in genuine surprise, and fixed Yifeng with a keen, curious gaze. Oh, a world-seeking stone. Pray, what is your basis for this claim? Unfamiliar with Yifeng's background, the elder mistook his boldness for unwavering confidence, and assumed he possessed irrefutable insight. Yifeng advanced slowly, his eyes resting upon the stone. This is no ordinary spirit artifact. It is a world-seeking stone unique to the Tao of space. It appears inert because it contains a vast reservoir of spatial energy, capable of repelling all worldly influences. Only when saturated with spatial force will it awaken. Pausing, he met the stunned gazes surrounding him, and continued, its true function is to locate and open hidden pocket realms. These realms may be ancient secret domains left by sages, or nascent worlds coalesced from concentrated spiritual energy, each veiled behind formidable spatial barriers imperceptible to ordinary means. Yet the world-seeking stone senses minute fluctuations in spatial resonance, guiding its wielder toward such realms. Upon reaching a spatial node, fully activating the stone tears open the barrier, revealing the passage within. As he spoke, Yifeng lightly touched the silver patterns on the surface of the strange stone, saying, however, this stone can only open one realm. Once the passage is breached, it will completely disappear. Upon hearing these words, the entire hall was shocked. Could this be the stone that can find hidden small worlds and open the passage? A single question stone would mean possessing a small mysterious realm. It is well known that a small mysterious realm often signifies an abundance of heavenly materials and treasures, even ancient inheritances, making it an irresistible temptation for any cultivator. In the past, countless powerful beings sought small mysterious realms purely by luck, lacking any means to actively probe. Could this small black stone truly possess such miraculous capabilities? Impossible. This must be fake. Most of them quickly shook their heads, finding this claim utterly unbelievable. After all, this matter was too bizarre. If a top-level expert made such a statement, they might hesitate, but when a young lad said it, it had no credibility whatsoever. Even the elder in the black robe scoffed at this. Hadn't they previously used spatial power in the Mingxiao cave to try? Unfortunately, there had still been no reaction. However, Lin Jinghong suddenly stood up, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Come, summon all those in the family who practice spatial secret arts, and let them try with spatial power. He knew very well that the reason the 10 legendary families of the Canglong continent had remained unshaken for thousands of years was precisely because they possessed their own small mysterious realms, allowing them to stay ahead with abundant resources. If this truly was a treasure that could lead to a small mysterious realm, he had to give it a try. Did old man Lin really believe it? No way is this a dream. Upon hearing Lin Jinghong's arrangement, the guests immediately gasped, revealing expressions of disbelief. Could anyone truly believe such an outrageous thing? It was absurd. However, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. They were eager to see what excuses that young man would come up with later. Thinking of this, most guests fell silent. Only Nangong Lian's cold face revealed a sense of powerlessness, as if life had become unbearable. She never expected that she would bring Yi Feng to attend a banquet and inadvertently cause such a huge disaster. If it turned out to be a mere deception, how would she face the aftermath? Soon all the elders and stewards of the Lin family who practiced the way of space arrived at the banquet hall, totaling 8 people, one of whom had even reached mid-stage of the transformation realm, while the other 7 were at least at the nascent soul stage. After listening to the explanation, they began to form a formation around the strange stone, channeling spatial power. Meanwhile, the surrounding guests held their breaths, staring intently at the strange stone in the center of the banquet. Just wait, Yi, and see how you will weep. Truly, those who do not act foolishly will not die. You're bringing this upon yourself. In the front section of the banquet hall, the lavishly dressed Xiao Shiji could not help but reveal a sinister smile as he watched the farce unfold. He had come to celebrate the birthday, hoping for a chance to meet and flirt with Nangong Liuyun, but he never expected that she would bring along the useless Yi Feng. Even more surprising was that he had heard that Yi Tian had spent a fortune to hire assassins from the Blood Kill Hall to take this brat's life, yet after more than half a year the brat was still alive and while showing no signs of injury. Fortunately, after tonight things might change. Offending old man Lin would undoubtedly lead to his death. If even the elders of their legendary family could not discern the mystery of this stone, how could this brat seek to show off? Wasn't that a joke? As expected, in the blink of an eye 15 minutes passed, and the 8 elders formed a round formation, channeling an unknown amount of spatial power into the stone, yet it remained completely unresponsive. Even after another 15 minutes, the strange stone still showed no signs of change. At that moment, everyone had come to a conclusion, believing that the claims of that Yi brat were undoubtedly false. Only the person involved, Yi Feng, did not harbor any doubts. Ignoring the gloating looks around him, he remained calm, offering no defense, but seriously looked at Lin Jinghong above him. If you believe me, please send more people. If there is still no reaction within half an hour, I am willing to accept any punishment from you, Lin. His tone was extremely certain. He had just used the heavenly mechanism disc to deduce, once more reaffirming his judgment. Although there were quite a few people, he was concerned that they might lose patience. Lin Jinghong furrowed his brows upon hearing this. Although he felt disappointed, he was already in a precarious situation, and thus nodded. All right, I will trust you once more. The next moment he extended an invitation to the many guests present. Although the spatial secret arts were unconventional among the guests who came to celebrate, there were certainly many experts in this field. I will come. Me too. I shall lend my feeble strength. In an instant, several elders from various families joined the ranks of those channeling spatial power, including a seemingly very esteemed elder with purple hair. Haha, the bigger the ruckus the better. Yi, you are truly a fool who will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Xiao Shiji nearly burst into laughter at this scene. Initially, he thought they were still lacking in fervor. If the opponent immediately admitted their mistake and begged the head of the Lin family for forgiveness, perhaps they could avoid death. He never expected that the fool would dare to set a military order. Now, even if the head of the Nangong family personally came to plead for mercy, it would not save you. He had already planned that once the opponent was dealt with by the Lin family, he would immediately go to the Nangong family to propose. In the blink of an eye, another 15 minutes had passed, and the birthday banquet had entered its latter half. Everyone's patience had reached its peak. They were waiting to see how the soft rice son-in-law would explain himself when the appointed time came. However, just as the vast majority of people had lost hope, the dark, strange stone, which had remained still, suddenly began to tremble. Following that, the silver patterns on its surface appeared to flow, as if alive, eventually shooting off in a certain direction, attempting to break free from its restraints. Hiss! It responded. Seeing this scene, everyone's breath caught in their throats. They could not believe that such a stone, which had been unresponsive despite numerous attempts, had actually moved. It's real. It truly is a treasure that can assist in finding small mysterious realms. Quickly stop. Everyone please stop. In the circular formation, the elder of the Lin family at midstage of the transformation realm immediately exclaimed in excitement, his voice trembling. At this moment he had fully confirmed that this strange stone was preparing to fly towards the entrance of the small mysterious realm that the Lin family currently possessed. Indeed, I almost missed such a marvelous object. The purple-haired elder also shared the same exhilarating conclusion. Upon hearing this, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Those who had mocked Yifeng earlier turned red and pale, completely at a loss for words. This purple-haired elder was a renowned master craftsman of the Songlong continent, known for his integrity, and he would certainly not be mistaken. But how could this be possible? That brat Yifeng actually got it right. How did he know? Is this really true? Is it truly a question stone? At this moment Xiao Shiji's face turned extremely ugly, his hands clenched tightly, palms already bleeding without him realizing it. He had never expected that Yifeng would be so lucky, able to turn a certain death sentence into a miraculous reversal in an instant. Head of the Lin family, this item is too precious. I wonder if it can be returned. Our Mingxiao cave can offer other gifts in exchange. The elder in black from the Rosen continent immediately thickened his face to utter the difficult words. He regretted it. Their Mingxiao cave had obtained 2 such strange stones back in the day, but they had spent decades studying it with no progress, and even showed it to experts from the other forces in Rosen continent, yielding no insights. He had intended to take one to the Songlong continent to seek information, but never expected it to be such a valuable. One must know how enormous the wealth represented by a small mysterious realm is. Had he known this earlier, they would not have rushed. Unfortunately, old man Lin would certainly not let them have it. That won't do. It was agreed to be a gift. How could it be taken back? Lin Jinghong grabbed the strange stone, unable to hide the smile on his face. Now that the treasure was in hand, there was no reason to return it. Indeed, the esteemed elder of the Mingxiao cave from Rosen continent wouldn't lose face like this, right? Exactly, as representatives of a top power, how could they be untrustworthy? The other guests also began to. Regardless, it was better for the strange stone to remain in the Songlong continent than to aid an enemy. Although the two sides were currently at peace, who knew what the future held? This? Fine. The head of the Lin family must communicate more with our Mingxiao cave in the future. The elder in black saw the crowd's agitation and felt extremely regretful, but was powerless. They could have possessed such a strange stone, but missed the opportunity due to their shallow knowledge. They never expected that the Songlong continent harbored such hidden talents. Even a young lad unknown to them could know about such objects, which was truly remarkable. Of course, that young man is Yi. Come sit at the front. Lin Jinghong, seeing this, unexpectedly dropped his previous stern demeanor and with a rare warm expression invited Yifeng to sit in the front row. Also, Liuyun, you should come sit in the front too. He then extended an invitation to Nangong Liuyun. Though he had pretended not to know them, he had always been attentive to his granddaughter and her husband. Nangong Liuyun, hearing this call, revealed a rare look of dazed surprise in her cold eyes, unable to believe what was happening. This guy Yifeng could truly bring unexpected surprises wherever he went. Just a moment ago she had been deeply troubled, thinking about how to plead with the Lin family to spare her husband, yet the situation had flipped in an instant. The key was that she had been unexpectedly invited to the main seating. The atmosphere of the banquet returned to a festive mood, even more lively than before. As everyone watched Yifeng and Nangong Liuyun sitting in the front row, behaving graciously and speaking eloquently, their feelings were mixed. It seems that the son-in-law of the Nangong family is not as incompetent as imagined. Originally they had intended to watch the Nangong family's jokes, but unexpectedly this seemingly useless son-in-law had a few tricks up his sleeve. This Yifeng is not simple. Such etiquette is not something an ordinary family can teach, and his demeanor surpasses that of many scions from noble families. Lin Mo Yuan, the eldest of the Lin family and Nangong Liuyun's uncle, stroked his beard, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, as he quietly said to the second elder Lin Junhe. Indeed, this little girl Liuyun has good taste. I thought she had chosen someone unworthy, but unexpectedly he possesses such charisma. Lin Jun, he also nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on Yifeng, filled with more scrutiny and approval. Those members of the Lin family who had initially planned to look down on Yifeng saw the change in attitude of the family head and elders, and they all retracted their disdain, now looking at Yifeng with a hint of respect. And the noble young ladies who had previously looked down on Nangong Liuyun, seeing this scene, also turned pale, with mixed feelings, unable to utter another mocking word, only watching in disdain, as Yifeng conversed with the elders of the Lin family, appearing at ease. What? The Nangong family has actually linked up with the Lin family. After the banquet, the night of the holy city was still steeped in the celebratory atmosphere of the Lin family's birthday feast. The news of Nangong Liuyun being formally recognized by the Lin family's patriarch spread like a tidal wave, shaking the entire holy city and causing a buzz among all. Is the Nangong family just incredibly lucky to have established a connection with the legendary Lin family? Most of those who heard the news displayed expressions of deep envy. One must understand that the Lin family is ranked among the top 10 families of the Songlong continent, while the Nangong family is merely a second-rate family with little renown. To connect with the Lin family is something they wouldn't even dare to imagine. No wonder Nangong Luyuan bears some resemblance to the Lin fairy of yore. No wonder the Lin family has always looked down on the Nangong family over the years. It turns out there was such a connection between the two. Those who were familiar with both the Lin and Nangong families suddenly had a moment of clarity, as if years of confusion had been instantly resolved. Back then, the Lin family's beloved daughter Lin Mu once stubbornly refused to accept a marriage alliance, instead insisting on being with a man from a humble background. Furious, the Lin patriarch severed ties with Lin Mu Wan, and for decades he would show a grim face to anyone who mentioned her, only to find out that the man was none other than the current head of the Nangong family, Nangong Jingda. However, the Lin patriarch is an incredibly proud individual, a being at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, values his reputation above all else. Back then he would rather publicly claim that his daughter had died than admit to this marriage. So why would he suddenly recognize this connection now? It is said that all of this is thanks to the Nangong family's son-in-law, Yi Feng, who performed outstandingly at the banquet, uncovering the origins of a mysterious stone, leading the Lin patriarch to drop his prejudices. Soon insiders revealed the details. Hiss! Upon hearing this, the onlookers in the tea house and tavern collectively gasped in shock. What kind of mysterious stone did that son-in-law Yi Feng manage to identify? What could make the Lin patriarch break the rules for an adopted son-in-law? They were well aware that the deadlock between the Lin and Nangong families had been incredibly stubborn for decades, not easily swayed by mere interests. Could it be that it wasn't the mysterious stone, but rather that Nangong Xianz's extraordinary talent caught the Lin patriarch's eye, leading him to intend to recognize her all along? Yet this does not explain why there had been no movement for so many years. However, when they heard that this mysterious stone could be used to locate hidden minor realms, they finally understood. This is indeed a tremendous benefit. More importantly, it also allowed them to regain face in front of the representatives of the Rosen continent, enabling them to hold their heads high. No wonder the Lin patriarch was willing to bury the hatchet. If they could also obtain such a mysterious stone, then not just recognizing a granddaughter, even acknowledging an additional father would be no problem. But why does that guy named Yi Feng possess such abilities? How could he identify a mysterious item that so many others could not? They were all baffled and completely at a loss. Regardless, the Nangong family has struck gold, a being at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. There are hardly many across the entire Tsunglong continent. The Nangong family must surely be on the path to resurgence. An elderly man trembled as he lifted the wine jug on the table, murmuring. Upon hearing this, everyone in the tea house fell silent, shocked by the dramatic turn of events, secretly sighing at the wonders of fate. Who could have imagined that the usually low-key and aloof young lady of the Nangong family not only possesses extraordinary talent, but also has such a deep background, while the seemingly inconspicuous son-in-law has such insight? Many of them began to secretly plot how to mend relationships with the Nangong family. At the Nangong family mansion, the elders waiting for the young lattice return from the banquet dropped their teacups with a bang upon hearing the news, shattering them into pieces. The young lady is actually the Lin patriarch's biological granddaughter. The son-in-law made a stunning impression at the banquet, and Lin Jinghong finally agreed to recognize her. Upon hearing this news, their first reaction was disbelief. After all, the young lady insisted on bringing along that low-status son-in-law to the birthday celebration, and it would have been surprising if she weren't ignored. But soon they received confirmations from various sources and learned the whole story. Great. This is fantastic. It seems the million spirit stones spent to recruit this son-in-law were truly worth it. Nangong Jinghui, the second elder of the Nangong family, laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling with joy. With the Nangong family now linked to the Lin family, things will surely be different. Who would dare to underestimate them again? Indeed, all the difficulties our Nangong family faced before are likely to be resolved. I previously thought that Yi Feng's joining us was a disgrace to our young lady, but now it seems her judgment is truly remarkable. Nangong Jingyu was equally excited. He had thought that the Nangong family's status would plummet after rejecting the marriage alliance with the Xiao family, yet unexpectedly, just a few years later, they welcomed a turnaround. Indeed, I was wondering why so many families were sending messages seeking cooperation before the banquet even ended, but turns out there was such an underlying reason. The elder in charge of external affairs was beaming with joy as his message plate had been buzzing non-stop for the past half hour, filled with messages from prominent families eager to establish connections. Previously, the heads of these families had avoided him. As the news spread, the other members of the Nangong family and their servants were similarly filled with surprise, all eagerly congratulating each other. Even the head of the Nangong family, Nangong Jingda, who was far away dealing with the affairs of the Holy Alliance, trembled upon receiving the message and felt his eyes redden as he gazed towards the direction of the Lin family, his face reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Since he met his partner Lin Mu, one he has endured countless disdain from others due to Lin Jinghong's opposition, and the Nangong family has never been able to publicly acknowledge the matriarch's information. Despite all his efforts over the years, he had achieved nothing. Who would have thought that a mere son-in-law could untangle the knot that had bound him and the Lin family for decades? The girl Liu Yun has finally emerged from hardship, and the Nangong family has finally seen the light. Now that the deadlock is broken, his daughter Liu Yun can finally recognize her roots. All of this is thanks to that Yifeng. At this moment, he finally began to formally acknowledge the son-in-law that his daughter has chosen. He must hurry to finish his work and return to give that young man a proper gift. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere of the Nangong family, the Shao family estate was shrouded in dark clouds with an oppressive atmosphere that made it difficult to breathe. The Shao family had already had a rift with the Nangong family. Their previous actions to suppress the Nangong family in various ways were aimed at forcing them to submit and to realize their marriage alliance. Yet they never expected that not only had the Nangong family not collapsed, but they had also climbed up to the Lin family. In this case, all their previous blockades and suppression measures would likely come to naught. In the Shao family estate in the courtyard of Shao Mingyue, Yi Tian listened to his subordinates report, his knuckles turning white as they tightened in anger. Yifeng is not dead. He shone brightly at the Lin family banquet, allowing Nangong Liu Yun to be recognized by the Lin patriarch. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. Why does that brat Yifeng, a commoner, have such good fortune? And what about the bloodkill hall? Wasn't it supposed to have been dealt with? How dare they deceive me? Yi Tian's expression darkened, his fingers cracking the black jade ring he wore. The enmity between him and Yifeng had reached a point where it was either one of them must die. He had been secretly suppressing Yifeng, yet unexpectedly the latter had still risen to fame and gained status, which was undoubtedly catastrophic for him. Once Yifeng gains power, he will surely face a wild retaliation. Bring someone, send a message to the bloodkill hall. If Yifeng is not dealt with within 3 days, be prepared to face the wrath of the Shao family. He slammed his fist down on the black wooden table in front of him, shattering it instantly. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. The guard beside him trembled, quickly replying. He understood very well that Yifeng must not be allowed to live, otherwise he would surely become a future threat. The news spread like wildfire, causing a huge stir not only in the holy city, but also quickly reaching the surrounding. In the remote Chu continent, an old recluse upon hearing the news stroked his beard and sighed. Nangong family's prodigy, Nangong Liu Yun, has exceptional talent. Now that she has linked with the Lin family, she is bound to soar. Yifeng, a lucky star. The head of the Yi family actually severed ties for 1,000,000 spirit stones. He must be regretting it terribly. The entire cultivation world was shaken by this news. Some envied the Nangong family's turn of fortune, while others marveled at the Lin family obtaining another treasure, likely elevating their status. And the architect of all this, Yifeng, was currently riding back to the Nangong family in a beast cart accompanied by... At this moment he had been drunkenly indulged by the guests at the banquet, and fortunately had not sensed any crisis, thus merely leaned against the cart for a nap. Miss, are the rumors outside true? That Yifeng fellow really identified a mysterious stone that no one else could recognize and shone at the banquet. Liu Yunshu, who had been restless the whole way, could no longer hold back her anxiety, and turned to Nangong Liu Yun, her voice tinged with urgency and curiosity. As she spoke, her eyes subtly darted towards Yifeng, her tone filled with disbelief. Even the Lin patriarch deemed it a worthless stone. No one among the learned elders could identify it. How could he possibly? It's true, you heard correctly. Nangong Liu Yun replied with a complex expression. To this day she still felt as if she were dreaming. Just a simple sentence almost left Liu Yunshu dumbfounded. Wasn't he from a humble background? How could his knowledge surpass that of the prominent families? Is this really the Yifeng I know? Tell me, Yifeng, what secrets do you have? Are you hiding something from me and the miss? Upon receiving the confirmation from her master, Liu Yunshu could no longer suppress her doubts, and immediately turned to Yifeng, her tone carrying an accusatory edge, her gaze sharp like a spotlight. He is clearly of humble origins with a straightforward background. How could he recognize ancient treasures unknown to the prominent families? This cannot be mere coincidence. Does this guy harbor some unknown background, or has he been possessed by something unclean? If it's the former, that's fine, but if it's the latter regarding the young lad's safety, she must be on guard. Ahem, what secrets could I possibly have? I'm just an ordinary little cultivator. Yifeng felt the intensity of Liu Yunshu's scrutinizing gaze, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, hastily brushing it off. Oh, then why don't you explain how you knew about the origins of that mysterious stone? Liu Yunshu showed no signs of believing him. The relationship with the Lin family had always been one of the biggest burdens for their young lady, which had remained unsolved for years, yet unexpectedly, it was resolved with just a wave of his hand. I simply love reading a wide array of books since childhood. Back in my days as a helper during my idle time, I enjoyed seeking out tales of legendary figures' travels, and it just so happened that an ancient scroll recorded the characteristics of this mysterious stone. Upon seeing it today, I dared to make a guess, and unexpectedly I hit the mark. Yifeng spoke nonchalantly as if it were a trivial matter. Really? This absurd explanation made Liu Yunshu furrow her brows once again. She remained skeptical, The precious texts painstakingly collected by the prominent families had no record of the questioned stone, yet some insignificant miscellaneous books surprisingly contained relevant entries. However, seeing his calm demeanor and sincere tone without a hint of evasion made her believe it might actually be true. Nangong Luyun did not delve too deeply, as she already knew that Yi Feng was not ordinary, but since he had not harmed her, she decided not to pursue it further. Regardless, you have helped me greatly. What reward do you want? You can think it over, as long as it's not against the heavens I will agree to it. Nangong Luyun turned her head, her cold gaze landing on Yi Feng, and for the first time, there was a hint of warmth in her usually placid eyes. Anything. Yi Feng was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting such a good fortune. Lu Yunshu's eyes widened in disbelief, revealing her astonishment. Their young lady would actually make such a promise. No way. With this, wouldn't it give him an opportunity? What if Yi Feng makes some excessive demands? Oh, what should they do? Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried to hint at Nangong Luyun, the latter seemed oblivious, and resolutely said, yes. Anything goes. She did not want to owe anyone. If he had ulterior motives, then so be it. It would be better to see his true colors sooner. Yi Feng raised his head to look at Nangong Luyun. Seeing her serious expression that did not seem like a joke, he felt a stir in his heart, and nodded, saying, thank you, miss. I will think it over carefully. The beast-drawn carriage traveled smoothly, and without incident, to the Qingyun sect encampment. After a brief courteous farewell to Nangong Luyun, Yi Feng returned cleanly and decisively to his own side courtyard. Lu Yunshu followed behind Nangong Luyun, her heart heavy with worry. Thinking back on Yi Feng's conduct over time, she could not help but marvel inwardly at what a deeply calculating master he must be. He plainly possessed extraordinary talent, yet he willingly played the part of a menial, presenting himself as harmless so that the young lady would let down her guard and bind herself to him as a contracted Tao companion. Later he would casually reveal his abilities, achieve great merit, and suddenly astonish everyone. The young lady would feel indebted and obliged to accede to his escalating demands, and piece by piece her heart would be surrendered. Thus the young lady, aloof, imperious, and seemingly untouchable, might under his endless stratagems gradually fall into ruin. No, her mistress was pure and guileless, a paragon of chastity. If that fellow succeeded, it would be disastrous. She must stop him at all costs. Her mind made the decision at once. Nangong Luyun herself was secretly uneasy, as well uncertain what reward the man might demand of her. What neither Nangong Luyun nor Lu Yunshu had expected was that the next morning, when they went to Yi Feng's courtyard to invite the meritorious hero to the clan's celebration, they would find the side compound utterly empty. After questioning the servants, they learned he had left alone at dawn, saying only that he would go on a period of travel. He left nothing else behind. He actually ran off. For months on end, Nangong Luyun stood beneath the corridor, staring at the tightly shut gate of Yi Feng's courtyard. A complex, inexplicable emotion flashed through her cold eyes. Her delicate hand clenched briefly, then relaxed. Lu Yunshu froze where she stood, unable to accept the fact before her. With such an opportunity to draw near the young lady, he would simply forego it. He had done great service and then disappeared, refusing even the clan's reward. What could he possibly be after? She felt she could no longer read him at all. All the schemes she had devised overnight to expose him had turned out to be utterly useless. While Nangong Luyun searched for Yi Feng, he was already on his way to visit Master Hua, the master armorer. At yesterday's banquet, he had managed a preliminary exchange with that forging sage and obtained a means of contact. Today, he came to pay a formal visit. On the road, he met a petty thief, no, an assassin. As the wolf he rode past a stand of bamboo, a faint sound of air splitting reached his ears. The killer Xian Sha, who had been shadowing him for some time, flashed a cruel grin. Like an arrow loosed from a bow, and using the bamboo for cover, he sprang to Yi Feng's flank. His black dagger, saturated with murderous qi, sliced through the wind toward Yi Feng's vital point. His employer had pressed him with an ultimatum. Though he knew the timing was not ideal, urgency left him no choice. That jet-black dagger bore condensed quasi-tangible malice. Even a mere graze would be enough to fell a golden core cultivator instantly, let alone an apparently ordinary man like Yi Feng. In Xian Sha's estimation, he was the revered house assassin of Shui Sha Hall. This killing of Yi Feng was a foregone conclusion. Why bother with timing? After all, a pampered son-in-law who owed his position to the Nangong family, however capable on a small scale, could never withstand the full force of a peak nascent soul powerhouse like himself. Yet just as he presumed success, a chill voice cut through the air. You seek death. Before Xian Sha could react, Luo Qinghan, clad in black and moving like a specter, erupted from some unseen place. Faster by several fold, she interposed herself, drawing a short sword whose blade unleashed an utterly piercing sword aura directly at him. Startled, Xian Sha hastily parried with his dagger. With a ringing clang, he felt a tremendous force travel up the weapon. His arm went numb, and the impact hurled him flying backward. The Ying Sha ultimate art. Are you Luo Sha Shun? Impossible. Xian Sha's pupils constricted, a disbelief painted his face. He and the fabled Luo Sha Shun had been contemporaries at the height of the assassin world, their renown matched. But rumors had it that Luo Shashun had once suffered an incurable grievous wound, and vanished. A word of her had long since disappeared from the underworld. Yet the woman before him executed the Yingsha art with subtleties surpassing those of old, and to his horror the aura she emanated was that of a practitioner at the Hua Xin stage divine transformation. Xian Sha retreated in disbelief. He knew he had encountered a formidable opponent. But under Luo Qinghan's uncanny footwork, the escape tricks he prided himself on proved useless. In no more than 3 moves she closed in the short sword pressing against his throat. His meridians were seized by her qi, and he could not move. You. How do you possess such strength? Why would you protect a golden core brat? He's nothing but a freeloading son-in-law. Xian Sha struggled, eyes full of indignation and bafflement. He could not accept the scene before him. He knew how proud Luo Shashin was. She had answered to no one in Tianzhou. Now she had advanced to Huashan, who could restrain her? Why would she willingly stand behind a leech and serve as his guard? Because it was I who healed her wound, it was I who helped her break through, Yifeng said. Yifeng leapt from his mount, and as he subdued Xian Sha he applied a soul control seal with practiced hands, and explained his relationship with Luo Qinghan. The control seal pierced the mind and images flooded Xian Sha's consciousness. Luo Qinghan had once been gravely wounded, and on the brink of death. Yifeng had used an unusual art to mend her, aiding her in overcoming her bottleneck, so that in only a few short years she ascended to the Huashan realm. So it is. The truth struck Xian Sha like thunder. His earlier resentment and doubt transformed into utter astonishment. His body trembled uncontrollably. He had always believed Yifeng to be a hangerin of the Nangong house. He never imagined that this scorned freeloader was the very savior of Luo Shashin's rebirth, the root of her revival. At that moment the proud conceit of a peak nascent soul utterly crumbled. Staring at Yifeng's calm eyes, Xian Sha felt only deep awe and mortal fear. His assassination had been nothing short of courting death. He had provoked a hidden ruthless figure unlike any he had. Luo Qinghan sheathed her sword. Bound by the soul control seal, Xian Sha could no longer summon the faintest resistance. He collapsed to the ground, accepting his fate as a captive. Yifeng glanced at him and told Luo Qinghan, take him with us. There's no time to tarry at the Hor residence. Yes. Luo Qinghan replied, respectfully clasping her fist. The three resumed their journey toward the Hor residence, while a dazed Xian Sha remained trapped in the aftershock of revelation, long unable to regain his composure. In the northern quarter of Shang City, within a quiet manor tightly guarded by the Holy Alliance, Yifeng wore a moon-white brocade robe, and with measured steps knocked gently at the gate. Behind him stood 2 presences as solid as abysses, Luo Qinghan in black, her features icy, and the short sword at her waist sheathed, yet radiating a stern sword. Chiyo and Xian Sha in dark gear, his face shadowed beneath a broad-brimmed, had a faint miasma of killing intent clinging to him and scattering the birds along the path. No sooner had 3 soft knocks sounded than the gate creaked open. An old servant peered out, surprised to see Yifeng and his companions, but respectfully stepped aside to lead them in. Master Hua has been waiting, please come this way. The manor's interior was not ostentatious. Instead, it was filled with unknown ores and tempering implements. The air hummed with fire spirit energy and the acrid sweetness of metal fresh from the forge. Master Hua sat at the main hall desk, polishing a small purple-green sword whose blade emitted an uncanny radiance, the unmistakable presence of an artifact of exceptional quality. When he saw Yifeng enter, he raised his eyes and swept them over the 3 of them. His gaze paused and tightened upon Luo Qinghan, and Xian Sha. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind. Though their auras were reined in, he could discern how extraordinary they were, as such powerful bodyguards were not commonly found even among scions of legendary clans. Young man, Yifeng, greetings Huolao. Yifeng bowed with practiced humility, measured, respectful, yet Master Hua set the little sword aside and pointed to a seat opposite. Sit. At yesterday's longevity banquet you shone brilliantly and won old Master Lin's esteem. Have you come today to request apprenticeship under me and learn the art of forging? He spoke in an even tone, but inwardly he had already guessed at Yifeng's true intent. This Yifeng had astonished everyone the day before, yet declined old Master Lin's reward, instead asking for an introduction to Master Hua. It seemed he intended to take advantage of the chance to become a registered disciple. Yifeng sat, but did not answer directly. He lifted his eyes to Master Hua and spoke with sincere gravity. Huolao, you misunderstand. I have not come to apprentice. I have come to request a favor. Would you, Master Hua, craft an imperial artifact on my— What? An imperial artifact? Master Hua was taken aback. The hand that held his teacup faltered, and the liquid nearly spilled. He fixed Yifeng with a scrutinizing gaze, surprised that the young man was not jesting. Do you know what an imperial artifact entails? Even a Huashan great might not possess one. The forging difficulty far exceeds that of ordinary Xian artifacts, or even high-grade imperial pieces. You are not yet at the nascent soul stage. How would you even activate such a treasure, and to what end would you require it? He wondered if he had misheard. Perhaps this youth lacked the fundamentals, and had mistaken the ranks of treasures. Yifeng replied with calm conviction, patiently explaining, I do not intend to use it myself. It is requested for a friend. I ask Master Hua to act, and I will provide ample remuneration. Master Hua's surprise deepened. He had assumed Yi Feng to be an ordinary younger generation cultivator with a keen eye for rare stones, at most someone seeking to bask in Hua's reputation. He had not expected such audacity to ask him to forge an imperial artifact. What struck him further was that Luo Qinghan and Xian Sha behind, Yi Feng showed no change in expression. Their placid acceptance implied they had known of Yi Feng's request all along and saw nothing fanciful about it. Such composure and confidence were not the trappings of a mere freeloading son-in-law. Master Hua's gaze settled on Yi Feng with newfound gravity. He wished to learn how many secrets the young man kept. Do you know what materials are required to forge an imperial artifact? Master Hua asked in a low voice. Even the most ordinary low-grade imperial artifact needs a foundation of Xianjin Zhentai supplemented by a dozen rare components. None can be missing. Those materials are the sort that even a Hua Shen master might spend centuries collecting. On what basis do you approach me with such a request? Yi Feng smiled slightly and made a small gesture. Immediately Luo Qinghan stepped forward and placed a set of ornate storage boxes from his ring upon the desk. The boxes were ancient and weighty, their surfaces carved with intricate sealing runes, clearly intended for safeguarding valuables. Yi Feng opened the first set. In an instant, a dense primeval aura poured forth and blossomed into a faint luminous haze that drifted above the desk. Inside lay more than a dozen ingredients arranged with care, a head-sized block of iron as black as night, yet threaded with starlight. That was Xianjin Zhentai, a blood-red crystalline core, exuding a terrifying aura, a Hua Shen-grade demon core, and a score of other rarities, each of pure color and full substance. It was a complete set for forging an imperial artifact quality far beyond ordinary standards, ample even for a peak low-grade imperial piece. Master Hua's pupils shrank. He picked up the Xianjin Zhentai and felt its icy hardness and the surging spiritual force within. Even one who had delved into the forging way for millennia could not help but be shaken. Materials of this caliber, can they still be found on the Canglong continent? Before he could fully collect himself, Yi Feng opened the second set. The same radiance erupted, the same primeval aura. These materials matched the first set in quality and abundance. 2 sets. Master Hua rose to his feet in astonishment, staring fixedly at the twin collections on the desk as his breath shortened. In his centuries of forging imperial artifacts, he had seen innumerable top-tier materials, but seldom had anyone presented 2 complete superb sets at once. Even the famed time-honored clans could hardly boast such heft. Xian Sha beside him could not help but let his breath hitch. His new master's resources far exceeded his expectations. This single set might have been within his imagination, but the prospect of forging 2 at once was beyond it. The youngster is no ordinary man, Master Hua murmured. The purple-haired elder looked at Yi Feng once more, his gaze now filled with awe and solemnity. Yesterday the youth's ability to discern a rare stone had made him reconsider. Now he realized he had still underestimated him. Yi Feng was clearly not the simple figure the world rumored. Could there truly be some mysterious master behind? You need not worry about remuneration, Master Hua, Yi Feng said, closing the boxes with composed calm. I understand the time and toil forging an imperial artifact requires. I have prepared payment. He produced a jade box from his bosom and placed it on the desk. Inside is a Juku Tongling Shun 9-fold sentient ginseng, aged over 100,000 years. Consuming it may extend one's life by a century. Though its effect on someone of Master Hua's station is limited, it is a token of my sincerity. He knew that in the lower realm elixirs that lengthened life were priceless treasures to aging cultivators. A Juku Tongling Shin over 100,000 years old. As expected, Elder Hua's pupils dilated again. He snatched the jade box and opened it. A warm restorative chi flowed out, suffused with a vitality so concentrated it seemed almost tangible. As a master artificer, he had spent too many years on the path of forging. His lifespan had long been grievous. Alas, treasures that could extend one's years were rarely found for purchase. Whichever clan obtained them would not easily part with them. He had long envied the rumor that the Yi family once acquired a Juku Tongling Shun. He never imagined he would now possess one of even greater age. The look he cast at Yi Feng had shifted from early disdain and surprise to solemn respect and appreciation. I had no idea, young friend, ye concealed such depths. Youth can truly be formidable. The purple-haired elder's eyes burned with resolve. I will forge that imperial artifact for you. I shall invite trusted comrades to craft it together. Your fine material will not be wasted. His gaze on Yi Feng was warm and approving. He admitted his heart was moved. Such remuneration was impossible to refuse. Many thanks, Elder Hua. Yi Feng bowed in thanks, a flicker of joy in his eyes. With this, the major matter was finally settled, and a preliminary cooperation between the two sides had been established. One could not help but admire Elder Hua's forging artistry, already perfected. In just over 2 months after receiving the jade casket, he had completed the forging of 2 imperial-grade artifacts. And these were not merely off-the-shelf pieces, they were truly tailored bespoke creations. During those 2 months, besides coordinating the crafting with Luo Qinghan, Yi Feng through Xiansha's efforts lured and reorganized the higher ranks of Zhuxiatang, subduing more than 10 nascent soul experts, including Hallmaster Shui Wuchang, and the right and left guardians Lung Lian and Lung Ming, and capturing dozens of Golden Core assassins. With its Songlong Guard token in hand, the operation proceeded smoothly. It did not draw Sheng Meng's reprimand, and in fact earned considerable credit. Yet the thought of Yi Tian, the architect of his ruin, still roaming freely under the protection of the Shao family weighed on him. Before departing Hua Manor, Yi Feng shifted his tone and fixed the master with a solemn look. Master Hui, your forging skill is peerless. What do you make of the new style treasures recently sold by Shao family's Lingbao Shanglo? Hui Jingheng was taken aback. They are low-tier relics, though I have not examined them closely. Is there some problem? He could not understand. The items sold at the Lingbao Shanglo were mostly spirit apparatus at best, rarely even Xiangrade, and he had little interest in them, so he wondered why Yi Feng would raise the question. Yi Feng explained, I dabble in the art of forging. Out of idle curiosity, I studied these new-style treasures and found that the secret techniques behind them are like drinking poison to quell thirst, dangerous and harmful to the people. I beg you, Master Hua, expose their dangers so our peers will not be deceived. As he spoke, Yi Feng handed Hua the prepared jade slip. Those so-called new-style artifacts from the Lingbao Shanglo were powerful and inexpensive, produced by Yi Tian, and had recently become fashionable. This popularity was the very source of Yi Tian's favor with the Shao family. The jade slip contained Yi Feng's deductions derived from calculations on the Tianji Pan outlining the defects of those artifacts and methods to verify them. If its contents were disclosed by someone of weight, Yi Tian's downfall would be close at hand. Without the Shao family shelter, it would be the perfect moment to exact vengeance. Oh, if that is true, I shall not stand idly by. But before acting, I must study and confirm this matter myself. Receiving the jade slip, Hui Jingheng's expression grew grave. He had not expected such a deception to appear on the market. As a venerable elder in the Songlong forging community, he could not allow opportunists to harm the populace or sully the craft. Outside Elder Hua's estate, Yi Feng finally drew a long breath. This trip had not only yielded the imperial artifacts he sought, but it also allowed him a small measure of vengeance against Yi Tian. Truly a worthwhile venture. He trusted that once the jade slip reached Elder Hua, that man's insight would confirm the truth within. He had not tried to recruit Hua then and there. After all, Hua was one of the highest figures on the Songlong continent and served Xing Ming. No easy man to persuade. Revealing too much about the spirit realm prematurely might lead to unpredictable consequences. He believed that when the time was right, he would win Hua over. 3 days later, at the rear of Piayan Valley, Yi Feng led Luo Qinghan and the others back into the stone forest array and resumed their journey to the Lingjia. Behind him, besides Luo Qinghan and Lu Qingfeng, marched a full company of 100 Piayan Valley elites arrayed in neat ranks, their armor crisp and bearing composed. Among them were 10 nascent soul figures, each bristling with fierce killing intent, and 90 at the peak of the Golden Core stage like drawn blades. Those 100 included Chu Shang and the original team, as well as the newly absorbed backbone of Zhuxiatang. The latter stood tall, yet their brows betrayed lingering unease. They did not know where their new master intended to take them, nor whether what awaited would be a nightmare of fire and steel. But with their lives tied to another's will, even if led to blade and flame, they had no choice but to follow orders. At first it seemed they had indeed entered a trial by fire. Danger lurked at every turn. Spatial currents lashed about, and the killers' faces went ashen. Yet the instant they emerged from the spatial passage, a flood of spiritual energy, tens of times denser than that of the Songlong continent, burst upon them, mingled with the unique Dao aura of the Lingjia, striking everyone to the core. Where is this, they wondered. Beneath their feet was not the imagined gloom of a nether hell, but a realm of wafting immortal mist, a terrestrial paradise suffused with celestial breath. A gasp ran through the ranks. The Golden Core cultivators stood with eyes wide, instinctively circulating their techniques, as spiritual energy surged like a tide into their bodies, their meridians trembling. The nascent soul masters, steadier of heart, could not help but reach out to touch the thick, white mists of spiritual energy, their faces alight with awe and rapture. This is a true sanctuary of cultivation. Chu Shang cried aloud, unable to restrain his wonder. Xiansha, Shui Wuchang, and the other Zhuxiatang elders were dumbstruck. Chief, are we dreaming? Could this be the legendary immortal realm? Lung Ming asked in disbelief. They had been proud and unyielding men. Their surrender to Piayan Valley had been born of circumstance, not acceptance. None had expected their new master to lead them to a place like this. Shui Wuchang muttered, dazed. It most certainly seems so. He had once believed his unbound life in Zhuxiatang preferable to joining Piayan Valley, yet standing on this land, he realized his former perspective had been like a frog at the bottom of a well. In that instant the resentment in his heart melted, as if spring had come to thaw ice. It was replaced by an ineffable gratitude that he and his men had been taken in by Piayan Valley and could follow their sect master into this world, for otherwise they might never behold such a magnificent realm. For a time, every Zhuxiatang member lifted their eyes to Yi Feng's back, estrangement dissolved into gratitude. That erect silhouette had in their minds instantly become colossal. Within Pyayun Immortal Village, as Yifeng returned with over 100 elites, the elders who had remained, Chen among them, came forward to greet them with inquiries after their journey and welfare. Sect Master Brother Lu, Immortal Luo, you have finally returned. Was the trip successful? How far along are the Imperial artifacts? Chen stepped forward, smiling, his gaze sweeping over the disciplined ranks and lingering upon Yifeng. Only when assured of their safety did he breathe more easily. Yifeng raised a hand in a polite gesture and answered gently, "Thanks for your concern, elders. All went smoothly. The Imperial artifacts have been completed." At this news, Chen's eyes flashed with keen interest, and he pressed urgently, "Truly, they were really forged. At what cost? Not only were they completed, but they were bespoke. Luo Elder and I each received one. As for the cost, only a single Juku Tongling Shun." Lu Qingfeng, unable to contain his excitement, produced his newly acquired Imperial-grade Jinghong sword and stroked the blade's lustrous light with a proud smile. This Imperial Jinghong sword surpassed his previous degrade Qingshuang sword in every respect. The difference was like heaven and earth. What a... Only one Juku Tongling Shun. Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. The elders behind him wore expressions of disbelief. While Juku Tongling Shuns were rare on the Canglong continent in the Lingjia, they were not considered especially precious, selling for only a dozen or so spirit crystals apiece. In the Lingjia, ordinary Imperial artifacts commonly fetched over 100 spirit crystals or equivalent rare materials. Bespoke pieces cost several times more, items many cultivators spent their lives seeking without success. Thus, returning to the lower realm to have Imperial artifacts forged was far cheaper than purchasing finished pieces with spirit crystals. What a bargain. The sect master's plan is indeed supremely wise. Chen exclaimed, recovering his fingers, trembling slightly with excitement. The others, including Jingyun, echoed his sentiment, eyes shining with delight as they looked covetously at the Imperial artifact in Lu Qingfeng's hand. They had assumed that even if they advanced to the Huashan stage, obtaining an Imperial artifact in the Lingjia, where prices were high, would be a distant dream. They had never imagined it could be so effortless. Luo Qinghan stood to one side, lightly brushing the tip of a short ebony blade threaded with violet light. She was not as boisterous as Lu Qingfeng, but the joy in her eyes was unmistakable. When she met the envious gazes around her, the corner of her mouth lifted in a small, pleased smile. If everyone applies themselves, it will not be difficult for each person to possess one in time. Yifeng. Then, turning his attention to the assembled 100 elites, he continued, "Now that we have Imperial artifacts and our elites are gathered, the expansion of Pyayun Immortal Village should be put on the agenda. Indeed, we who remained have long since surveyed the surrounding terrain. We have merely been waiting for your return to begin the work." Chen replied, ready and eager. The other elites rubbed their hands in anticipation. Even the Zushating cadres now recruited displayed keen light in their eyes, lethal intent restrained, ready to act at a single command. Yifeng regarded the wonder and gratitude in those 100 faces and smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, he began assigning tasks. Elder Mo. Yifeng's gaze first fell upon Chen. Select 40 elites to consolidate our existing defenses. Establish 3 concentric warning lines and form 4 patrol squads to guard the village in the morning, noon, evening, and night. Post them to the 4 directions. The moment any unfamiliar aura approaches, raise the alarm. Understood. Chen accepted the order immediately, choosing battle-hardened elites, like Xiansha, to take the team and scout the terrain surrounding the village. He understood that village defense was paramount and made no excuses. With the manpower assigned, he intended to transform the previous lax guard into a rigorously ordered defensive line. Elder Ren, you will lead 20 Golden Core cultivators to cultivate spirit fields on the western side of the village and erect fences. Enclose 100 mu to begin, who I will arrange for spirit plants soon after. Yes. Ren Pingjiang's eyes glittered with resolve. He selected 20 of the slightly weaker Golden Core cultivators and flew toward the villages west to clear brush and build enclosures. Elder Xiao, take 20 to prospect for or nearby to supply Elder Cheng in forging our defenses and weapons. The Lingjia is rich in veins. Refined materials here will far outstrip those from the lower realm. This is the foundation of our expansion and defense. Xiao Zhan's long blade swept across his palm as he saluted. Rest assured, we will find prime ore. With that, he and his men rose into the air and vanished into the surrounding mountains. The remaining cadres were assigned to Cheng Qianjun to oversee the village expansion and construct defenses, while Jingyun was charged with refining pills. Those 100 elites were either veterans of many campaigns or killers skilled in subtle arts. Accustomed to stealth and mechanisms, they adapted swiftly. Within half an hour, under the direction of several core elders, they worked with such coordinated vigor that no friction showed between them. The spirit fields were chosen to the west of the village beside a clear spirit spring. Using the spring's water, they cut stone to form basins, lured spirit fish inward, and dug spirit channels to nourish the fields. The The 40-strong guard force was divided into 4 squads of 10 each covering a direction. Beyond wall sentries, hidden scouts were posted all around. Soon the mountains rang with the sounds of logging and quarrying. Xiao Zhan and his men had evidently found suitable spirit timber and ore. Across Piaoyun Immortal Village, a spirited scene of expansion unfolded. What had once been a sparse hamlet was visibly transforming into a proper immortal outpost. While everyone was busy and orderly, Yifeng, along with Luo Qinghan and Lu Qingfeng, was also hard at work familiarizing themselves with the newly acquired imperial artifacts while planning their next foray to search for medicinal herbs. Luo Qinghan, a person of extraordinary talent, had already become a formidable figure in the lower realm. Now, with the imperial artifact in hand, her excitement in the face of the spiritual realm's treasure-filled land was like a raging fire impossible to contain. After testing the weapon a few times, she turned her gaze to Yifeng, her eyes shining with fervent light and aspirations for the future, just waiting for him to select a target before showcasing her skills. Lu Qingfeng was also filled with high spirits, feeling that all the past hardships were merely a prelude, and this moment marked the beginning of his opportunity for redemption. A divine transformation level beast is a treasure all over, and if they could hunt one, the martial prowess of the Immortal Village would undoubtedly see a significant rise. However, just as the three were finalizing their plans and preparing to set out, a patrolling Golden Core cultivator hurried over, his expression grave. Sect Master. 3 cultivators have arrived from outside the village, claiming to be envoys from the MOU Immortal City, demanding to see you, and their tone is quite arrogant. Yifeng raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, and with Luo Qinghan and Lu Qingfeng in tow, they leaped to the city gate. In the clearing outside the village, 3 cultivators clad in dark brocade robes stood with their hands clasped behind their backs. The robes bore the emblem of the MOU Immortal City, and they all exuded the aura of divine transformation, their gazes sweeping over the expanding Immortal Village with a hint of condescension. Upon seeing the figures of Yifeng and the others, the leading envoy spoke flatly. "You are the masters of the Immortal Village. We are envoys of the Lord of the MOU Immortal City, here to deliver a message regarding the newly established Floating Cloud Immortal Village. In the spiritual realm, it is customary for all immortal villages to be affiliated with an immortal city. Our MOU Immortal City is willing to accept you, but you must pay 5 holy crystals each month as a protection fee without exception." 5 holy crystals each month. Yifeng's expression immediately darkened upon hearing this. Holy crystals are high-end crystals unique to the spiritual realm, containing pure holy spiritual energy. They had worked hard for half a year to accumulate just 30, and for the newly built Floating Cloud Immortal Village, which was still in its infancy, 5 holy crystals each month was undoubtedly a heavy burden. Moreover, the envoy's tone was filled with intimidation, showing no willingness to negotiate. "How can this be? We established the Immortal Village without provoking others, and you have not offered any assistance. Why should we pay holy crystals?" Lu Qingfeng immediately widened his eyes in anger, unable to hold back his outburst. "Exactly. Is the MOU Immortal City trying to extort us?" The core members, including Mo Chun, were equally indignant. The actions of the MOU Immortal City were clearly an attempt to bully the newly established Immortal Village with their power. Although 5 holy crystals were not impossible to gather, yielding now would mean being controlled step by step with no way to rise again. However, the Floating Cloud Immortal Village had just been expanded, and its defenses were not yet complete. Even though they had over 100 elite members, they were far from a match for an immortal city. A direct confrontation would only lead to the village's destruction before it could even begin to grow. The envoy scoffed, glancing at the scene in the village. "Stop pretending to be ignorant. The spiritual realm is like this. All immortal villages receive some degree of favor from immortal cities. Without an immortal city to stand in front, how can this place have peace? Paying protection fees is only natural. You not only have to pay the protection fee, but also be ready for assignments. If your strength is insufficient, don't build a village. If you have already established one, then you either serve our MOU Immortal City and pay the holy crystals each month, or prepare for annihilation." As soon as these words were spoken, the core members of the Floating Cloud Immortal Village looked on in outrage. Having been accustomed to battling against unfairness in the lower realm, seeing such oppression now ignited a surge of murderous intent. Their spiritual energy stirred, waiting for Yifeng's command to strike. However, Yifeng quickly raised his hand to calm everyone. "Is there any chance the protection fee could be lowered? Our immortal village is newly established, and we have no income." The next moment, Yifeng asked kindly in return. If it weren't for the dire circumstances, he wouldn't want to provoke a powerful enemy so easily. Unfortunately, the envoy soon shook his head. "Of course not. This is already the lowest tier." Yifeng pondered for a moment, then looked at the envoy and said, "Please allow me to discuss this matter. I will give you an answer in 3 days. Seeing Yifeng's reaction, the envoy's gaze became even more contemptuous as he snorted coldly, "Don't play tricks. If you do not provide an answer in 3 days, the beast riders of the MOU Immortal City will flatten your Floating Cloud Immortal Village." With that, the three of them transformed into three streaks of light and swiftly departed. Once the envoy's figures disappeared, Yifeng immediately summoned Luo Qinghan, Lu Qingfeng, and several core members, and they entered the village's council hall. He did not expect that there would be such rules in this region. The MOU Immortal City is simply too overbearing. We should just confront them, Heaton. Mo Chen slapped the table, first the palm striking the spiritual wood table hard enough to make the cups rattle. He still did not want to yield the holy crystals, and could not swallow this anger. However, Lu Qifeng spoke in a deep voice, "No, this approach cannot last. The MOU Immortal City is a major power in the vicinity with countless experts within. If we do not comply, we will be unable to develop peacefully." He knew that while personnel could temporarily retreat to the spatial passage, their facilities could not. Luo Qinghan nodded. Elder Lu is absolutely right. Although we come from the lower realm, we still need to integrate into this world as soon as possible. The spiritual fields have just been opened, the ore veins have yet to be mined, and the defenses of the immortal village have not been established. To evade now would be to undermine our foundation. But if we truly submit to the MOU Immortal City and pay 5 holy crystals each month, we will definitely be exploited long-term with no peace in sight. Mo Chen said painfully. Sect Master, I heard while trading with nearby immortal villages that our position is on the edge of several major immortal city powers. To the west of the MOU Immortal City, there is a Yunlan Immortal City whose strength is comparable to that of the MOU Immortal City. However, it has always been just and does not exploit like the MOU does, and there is a long-standing rivalry between Yunlan and MOU. Jing Yinxingu shared what she knew. Is that so? This revelation enlightened Yifeng as a glint of intelligence flashed in his eyes. He began to quietly plot. Since they had to align with an immortal city, it was imperative to choose wisely, otherwise a single misstep could lead to further mistakes. The intricate matters of the spiritual realm were indeed exhausting to deduce, yet with the clues in hand, he still managed to extract the answers from the Heavenly Secrets Board. It turned out that in this land immortal cities were foundational members of the Immortal City Alliance, and the principal force against external threats. Each immortal village had to choose an immortal city to align with, becoming its vassal. The immortal cities bore certain defensive responsibilities while also possessing the right to collect protection fees from their subordinate immortal villages. Ultimately, power is the true truth. Those with strength have the qualification to establish immortal cities and become the managers of the region, while the vast immortal villages are the exploited. Through deduction on the Heavenly Secrets Board, he learned that the person in charge of the MOU Immortal City was a selfish individual. Although somewhat capable, he had a narrow-minded perspective, valuing only his direct lineage while seeing non-direct immortal villages as mere ants. Following such a leader often meant that benefits passed by, and in times of conflict one would become canon. In contrast, the Lord of the Yunlan Immortal City, although not particularly brilliant, was lofty in character. As long as one was careful to flatter, there would still be a glimmer of opportunity for growth. The next moment, Yifeng said solemnly, "What you all say makes sense. We cannot confront them, Heaton, nor can we submit to the MOU. Yunlan Immortal City has many rivalries with MOU, but is fairer. We shall temporarily align ourselves with Yunlan. Firstly, this allows us to leverage Yunlan's strength to shield us from MOU's sharpness, giving our immortal village time to establish itself. Secondly, Yunlan Immortal City has many resources, and we can use this opportunity to build connections and share resources." He looked at everyone with determination. "Once we grow strong, even if some transcend tribulation and ascend, we can establish our own immortal city, and then we will no longer have to look up to others." Lu Qingfeng's eyes flashed with approval. The sect master's plan is excellent. Avoiding confrontation for the time being and focusing on development is the best course of action. Jing Yunxingu and Mo Chen exchanged glances, suppressing their reluctance, and nodded in agreement. "We will follow the sect master's orders." The remaining core members of the nascent soul also raised no objections, as everyone understood that a temporary retreat was merely to prepare for a greater rise. With the decision made, the doors of the council hall swung open, and Yifeng led everyone out, surveying the surroundings as he proclaimed, "Everyone heed my orders. The expansion must not stop a work day and night. The rest shall await my return from negotiations with Yunlan Immortal City before making further decisions." As soon as these words were spoken, over 100 elite members collectively breathed a sigh of relief and resumed their orderly work. They all believed that their sect master would surely make the best choice. They only needed to focus on their tasks at hand. The expansion of the floating cloud immortal village did not halt due to the intimidation from the MOU Immortal City. Instead, it took on a flavor of determination to fight against the odds. Everyone understood that only by rapidly growing stronger could they truly establish a foothold in this brutal spiritual realm. Yifeng, accompanied by Luo Qinghan, mounted 2 recently tamed mounts and swiftly headed towards the Yunlan Immortal City. One must admit that the Yunlan Immortal City, built atop a mountain peak, truly lived up to its reputation. Surrounded by steep mountains, it was easy to defend and hard to attack, effectively isolating most threats. The area around the city was shrouded in mist, presenting an exceptional sight. The cultivators coming and going within the city were all powerful beings, each at least in the late stage of the nascent soul, with countless divine transformation experts. The shops were filled with a dazzling array of goods, creating a stark contrast to the meager strength of the floating cloud immortal village. After conveying their intentions and entering the inner part of the immortal city, the guard led Yifeng to the guest hall of the Lord's mansion, where a dignified, yet somewhat arrogant figure sat beside the main seat. The young woman wore a magnificent light blue immortal skirt adorned with cloud patterns, and a green jade hairpin held her hair in place. Though she appeared quite young, she was not the Lord of Yunlan, as Yifeng initially thought, but rather the Lord's daughter Xiairan. Xiairan glanced at Yifeng, and noticing that he was only at the peak of the golden core stage, casually picked up her teacup with a hint of arrogance. You are Yifeng, the one in charge of the floating cloud immortal village. You wish to affiliate with the Yunlan. Xiairan's voice was crisp like jade, but carried an undeniable scrutiny. Tell me about your immortal village's situation. If it's too pathetic, there's no need to waste time on idle chatter. Yifeng's heart sank upon hearing this, and he quickly bowed respectfully, replying to Fairy Xia. The floating cloud immortal village currently has over 100 cultivators, 4 at the divine transformation stage, over 10 at the nascent soul stage, and the rest are at the peak of the golden core. However, the floating cloud immortal village has immense potential, and we come here, hoping to serve the Yunlan immortal city, willing to offer our strength to benefit the city. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiairan sneered, her impatience evident in her gesture of placing down the teacup. With such strength you dare to seek to join the Yunlan immortal city? She raised her brows slightly, her contempt unabashed. Yifeng, you must be unaware of the rules of our Yunlan immortal city. Common vassal forces need at least 10 divine transformation cultivators to catch our eye. Your floating cloud immortal village can barely be considered a low-tier immortal village. What qualifications do you have to become a vassal? Yifeng's heart sank at these words, realizing the gravity of the situation. He had long known that the person in charge of the Yunlan immortal city was rather proud, but he hadn't expected them to look down on them so much. Fairy Xia, you may not know, but many capable individuals in our floating cloud immortal village have yet to complete their migration. Within a year we will definitely reach 10 divine transformation cultivators. Yifeng couldn't help but boast. He was aware that if they couldn't get close to the Yunlan immortal city, they would likely have to leap into the fire pit of the MOU immortal city. Oh, is that so? Xiairan glanced at Yifeng's tense profile, somewhat skeptical. However, I heard that the envoy from the MOU immortal city has already come to recruit you. The strength of MOU immortal city is not inferior to our Yunlan. Why did you specifically seek out our Yunlan immortal city? She continued to question. Yifeng sighed, inwardly realizing that his suspicions were correct. The Yunlan immortal city was indeed very picky. He suppressed the bitterness in his heart and forced a sincere smile as he looked at Xiairan, his gaze filled with the right amount of admiration. What you say is mistaken, Fairy Xia. While the MOU immortal city is strong, it is not a good master for the floating cloud immortal village. Good ministers choose the trees they roost in, and I must naturally select one worth following. He paused for a moment, deliberately lowering his voice, as if confiding a secret. To be honest, I have heard that the Lord of MOU is narrow-minded and treats vassal immortal villages as mere refuse. One misstep could lead to being sent to fend off foreign tribes, resulting in total annihilation. In contrast, the Yunlan immortal city has a long-standing reputation for excellence, with a remarkable lord, and you, Fairy, are exceptionally talented and graceful. The moment I laid eyes on you today, I felt as if I was embraced by a spring breeze, utterly convinced and captivated. Although the floating cloud immortal village is weak, we are united in purpose and willing to work hard and serve. If we can gain your protection, I will surely be diligent in safeguarding our borders for you. At this point, Yifeng's tone became increasingly earnest, as if he were truly a devoted follower. This statement pointed out the flaws of the MOU immortal city, while subtly praising the Yunlan immortal city, and Xiairan perfectly balancing his words. The lord of the city is remarkable. This girl is also graceful. I think this lad is truly enamored by my beauty, which is the real reason. Xiairan, already proud by nature, was particularly sensitive to flattery. Hearing Yifeng's sincere words, she noticed his genuine gaze with no trace of insincerity or pretense, and her displeasure gradually dissipated, a faint smile appearing at the corners of her lips. After pondering for a moment, she lightly tapped the edge of the couch with her fingertips, scrutinizing Yifeng for a long time. Seeing that he remained respectful and showed no signs of dissatisfaction or retreat, she finally came to a decision. Very well. Xiairan stood up, the hem of her dress brushing against the ground, releasing a waft of fragrance. Given your earnest words and the sincerity towards Yunlan immortal city, I shall grant you an opportunity for Piaoyun immortal village. From today onward, Piaoyun immortal village shall fall under the jurisdiction of my Yunlan immortal city. This is the flag of command. Simply place it atop the city wall. Each month you must pay 5 holy crystals as a protection fee. However, put away any inappropriate thoughts. As she finished speaking, Xie Iran's expression suddenly turned. Yunlan Immortal City and Moyu Immortal City have always been rivals. With a mindset of not providing aid to the enemy, she reluctantly accepted the other party, but this young man should not think that a few flattering words could forge a connection with her. Yifeng's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. He hurriedly accepted the flag of command and bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your grace, Immortal. The entire Pyayun Immortal Village will surely be grateful, strictly adhere to the rules of the Immortal City, and will not dare to be negligent in the slightest. Xie Iran waved her hand, signaling him to step down. You may go. The protection fee for this month must be paid within 10 days. Within a year you must reach the minimum requirement of 10 divine transformation experts. Otherwise I shall expel you from the Immortal City. With that she turned and entered the inner hall, while Yifeng left the reception hall swiftly. Though he had successfully pledged allegiance, he felt an inexplicable sense of urgency in his heart, knowing that this was only the first step for Pyayun Immortal Village to survive amidst difficulties. Under the protection of Yunlan Immortal City, he must carefully deal with this proud daughter of the city lord, and seize the opportunity to develop rapidly, reaching the requirement of 10 divine transformation experts as soon as possible to truly escape the fate of being manipulated by Moyu Immortal City. On the third day, when the appointed time arrived, the morning mist had yet to dissipate. 3 officials from Moyu Immortal City arrived aboard a strange flying vessel hovering steadily 100 zhang away from Pyayun Immortal Village. The leading envoy, dressed in a blue robe, slim in stature, gazed at the city walls ahead, his face displaying an unmistakable disdain that he could barely contain. The 3-day deadline had passed, and the other party would ultimately have to bow and pay tribute, providing another continuous source of income for his young master. His purpose for this trip was to collect the holy crystals for his young master. People of Pyayun Immortal Village, come out and greet us. The envoy shouted loudly, his voice carrying spiritual energy, piercing through the morning mist and reaching the city tower. However, what responded to him was not the expected respectful figures opening the door, but rather a banner made of blue satin embroidered with flowing cloud patterns appearing atop the city wall, with the words Yunlan glowing brilliantly in the center. It was indeed the command flag of Yunlan Immortal City. The banner fluttered in the morning breeze, sounding like a resounding slap across the envoy's face. What is going on? His smug expression froze instantly, his pupils contracted sharply as he fixed his gaze on that command flag, as if trying to burn holes through it. The attendant beside him was also stunned, instinctively saying, Captain, is this the command flag of Yunlan Immortal City? Could it be that Pyayun Immortal Village has already allied with Yunlan Immortal City? The composure of the 2 attendants had long since vanished, replaced by disbelief on their faces. This is how dare these people do this? The leading envoy suddenly regained his senses, his face turning crimson, his chest heaving violently, a surge of rage rushing to his head. Pyayun Immortal Village was merely a small hill village of 100 or so people. Such an inconspicuous existence dared to ignore his invitation. What a Pyayun Immortal Village! What a group of ungrateful beings! We personally came to extend an invitation, granting them a 3-day grace period. What a generous offer! Yet they push us away and even ally with Yunlan Immortal City. And what about Yunlan Immortal City? This is clearly a territory that my young master had his eyes on first. How dare they meddle and ruin my young master's plans? Do they really think Moyu Immortal City is easy to bully? The air around him suddenly became stagnant, and the overwhelming pressure of the peak of the early divine transformation stage spread, without reservation, causing the 2 attendants beside him to step back repeatedly, not daring to breathe a word. However, he did not dare to take any extreme actions. After all, he was well aware that the strength of Moyu Immortal City and Yunlan Immortal City was comparable, and they had always been in competition. Now that Pyayun Immortal Village had raised the other party's command flag, they had protection. If he were to forcefully act out, it would only provoke a conflict between the 2 cities. If the city lord were to blame him, no one would be able to bear the consequences. But Pyayun Immortal Village would eventually pay the price for their choice today. And as for Yunlan Immortal City, he would remember this debt. Turn around. We are leaving. The leading envoy suddenly waved his sleeve, his tone filled with frustration and anger. Relay my orders. Notify all the immortal villages allied with Moyu Immortal City nearby, starting today, to cut off all trade relations with Pyayun Immortal Village. Medicines, weapons, spiritual materials, none are to be sold to them, nor are they to purchase any of their goods. Captain, you are wise. The 2 attendants quickly echoed, glancing toward Pyayun Immortal Village with a hint of cold laughter. Daring to disobey the orders of Moyu Immortal City, and choosing to ally with Yunlan Immortal City, let them taste the bitterness of being isolated. When the time comes, without resources they will find it difficult to survive, and Yunlan Immortal City will also ignore them. Let's see how long this vassal territory can last. The flying vessel slowly adjusted its direction towards Moyu Immortal City, while on the deck, the envoy's unwilling curses could still be heard drifting away with the wind. As the flying vessel of the Moyu Immortal City envoy disappeared into the distance, the tense atmosphere of Pyayun Immortal Village gradually returned to calm. Yifeng stood atop a high point within the city, gazing at the distant undulating green forests, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. He turned to Luo Qinghan and Lu Qingfeng beside him, saying, "Although the envoy of Moyu Immortal City has left, they will definitely retaliate. We need to take this time to stockpile more spiritual medicines and materials from demon beasts to prepare for subsequent changes. Indeed, only by enhancing our strength can we respond to changes with stability. Divine transformation level demon beasts are rich in treasures and highly valuable. We should set off immediately to test the power of the imperial weapon." Luo Qinghan, dressed in black, holding a dark short sword, nodded slightly. Lu Qingfeng, grasping the translucent Jinghong sword, smiled broadly. With such a divine weapon in hand, ordinary divine transformation demon beasts will no longer pose a threat. Sect Master, just lead the way and leave the hunting to us. The three of them immediately set off, stepping into the misty forest. Yifeng had the lowest cultivation level, but with the star-chasing boots his speed did not lag behind Luo Qinghan and Lu Qingfeng much. Under the protection of the two, they rushed northwest for half a day before finally reaching their destination. 10 miles ahead in the valley, if my calculations are correct, there should be a divine transformation early-stage silver-scaled giant python lurking, and near its nest there are likely 2 spiritual herbs, possibly 5-tier low-grade Tianlingji. After assessing the situation, Yifeng spoke in a low voice. This information was naturally obtained from the Tianji plate, and he could not afford to hide it any longer. 2. That would be a great gain. But the silver-scaled giant python in the early divine transformation stage is not simple. Are we really going to take it on first? Lu Qingfeng found it hard to believe upon hearing this. He was already accustomed to his sect master's methods. If he said it existed, it must be true. However, he initially thought the sect master would choose the easiest early divine transformation beast for them to hunt, but he did not expect them to tackle such a challenging one right from the start. Indeed, a notorious ferocious beast among early divine transformation beasts. Luo Qinghan was equally surprised. She certainly knew the value of the silver-scaled giant python, but the demon beasts in the spiritual realm were all exceptionally gifted. Even with their confidence, they could not say they were assured of victory. If we can kill it, then we will; if not, we will entangle it, prioritizing the acquisition of the spiritual herbs. Yifeng dropped a line and swiftly transformed into a shadow, darting towards the valley ahead. This was the best option given by the Tianji plate. Even if he did not want to choose it, he had no choice but to comply. After all, they had to pay 5 holy crystals each month, while also considering the enhancement of everyone's strength. He understood that he must race against time and could no longer afford to develop slowly. Very well, let's go all out. Luo Qinghan and Lu Qingfeng exchanged glances and quickly unfolded their movements, following closely behind Yifeng. In the forest, ancient trees towered high and vines coiled like dragons. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the branches, casting mottled shadows. As they approached the outskirts of the valley, the three indeed spotted a massive silver-scaled giant python lurking behind a boulder, waiting for prey. Its scales were translucent and shimmering with a chilling luster, and it even had a single horn on its forehead, emitting a faint blue glow. Not far behind the giant rock, there was also a huge cave entrance, the destination of which was unknown. I will strike first. Elder Lu followed closely. Remember, the silver-scaled giant python has extremely high defenses and requires skillful force. After Luo Qinghan finished speaking, she dashed towards the giant python like a breeze sweeping through leaves, her black attire forming an elegant arc in the forest. Seeing this, Lu Qingfeng did not hesitate, following closely behind, holding the Jinghong sword, executing a unique footwork that enhanced his momentum with each step. Yifeng, like a phantom, weaved through the shadows of the trees, keeping a close watch ahead, searching for signs of spiritual herbs. His cultivation was too low to confront the battle at the divine transformation level directly, and his only advantage was his ability to foresee fortune and misfortune. Attack! Luo Qinghan quickly issued the command, the upgraded shadow-killing sword instantly transforming into a dark stream of light, slashing towards a vital point of the silver-scaled giant python. The silver-scaled giant python sensed the crisis, suddenly raised its head, and its massive tail swung swiftly, sending a howling gust of wind toward the sword light. With a crisp sound, the shadow-killing sword struck the giant tail's scales, sparking flames. The silver-scaled giant python, in pain, opened its massive mouth and lunged at Luo Qinghan. Lu Qingfeng, seeing this, decisively stepped forward, sweeping the Jinghong sword towards the head of the demon python. In an instant, the valley was filled with a cacophony of booming sounds. Luo Qinghan, utilizing her agile movements, attracted the main firepower and evaded deadly attacks. Lu Qingfeng's Jinghong sword was powerful and forceful, each strike directed at the demon python's vital points. The two moved in harmony, one swift and the other fierce, managing to entangle the giant python. Yifeng searched around the valley for a long time, but found no traces of spiritual herbs. Ultimately, he could only cast his gaze towards the cave beside the giant rock, preparing to seize the opportunity to slip inside and investigate during the fierce battle. Unfortunately, he had yet to make a move when he suddenly caught a glimpse of something unusual in the corner of his eye in a patch of forest on the other side of the valley. Is someone there? Seeing this, Yifeng's heart sank, sensing something was amiss. He hurriedly scrutinized the patch of woods. Sure enough, not long after, he discovered two figures hiding deeply, lurking in the treetops nearby, squinting their eyes to observe the battle with a sinister smile on their lips. These two had steady auras and appeared to be of considerable cultivation, yet they showed no intention of intervening, evidently waiting for the two sides to weaken each other before reaping the benefits. Damn, when did these two sneak over? How did I not notice? Yifeng was taken aback in his heart. With the strength of Luo Qinghan and Lu Qingfeng, it was already challenging enough to block the silver-scaled giant python. If they faced these two as well, it would be even more difficult. At this moment, the only place he had not searched was the cave ahead. He suspected the spiritual herbs were within, and it was quite unwilling to leave. But the next moment, Yifeng decisively called out to Luo Qinghan and the others, "There are no spiritual herbs, retreat quickly." No matter what, safety was the most important. No spiritual herbs. How could that be? Upon receiving the message, Luo Qinghan and Lu Qingfeng's expressions fell, revealing disbelief. Their sect master had never failed in searching for spiritual herbs. What went wrong this time? However, the sect master had always been resolute. There must be a reason for this. They had no time to think further, and quickly pushed back the demon python, hastily retreating towards Yifeng's direction. Why are they running? The two lurking cultivators in the treetops were puzzled upon seeing this. Did these three only come for the spiritual herbs, and had no intention of dealing with the demon python? After all, the value of this demon python was not any less than that of spiritual herbs. What a bunch of useless fools. They have two excellent imperial weapons, but are so timid. I wanted to conserve some spiritual energy. The most powerful among them could not help but curse. After hearing movement here, he had stealthily approached, only to discover the rare silver-scaled giant python, which delighted him immensely. He had originally planned to wait until the two sides had fought it out before intervening, but he did not expect that they would retreat so abruptly. What do we do now? Could this be a trap? The stout young man with weaker aura was also reluctant, but asked suspiciously. He feared that the earlier group had discovered them and pretended to retreat. Even if it's a trap, so what? Two fools just entering the divine transformation stage accompanied by a golden core kid. If they dare to come back, we'll take care of them all. The middle-aged man spoke with disdain. Also, Brother Zhang, you are just a step away from advancing to the mid-divine transformation stage. Dealing with them will indeed be as easy as pie. Hearing this, the stout young man immediately felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. However, to be cautious, the middle-aged man still pulled out a curved knife and calmly ordered, "Go check if they have truly left. If they have, we shall begin." Though he knew that even if that group returned, they would not fear them, he still planned to have the stout young man confirm it. Soon the short man returned with satisfying intelligence, confirming that the three individuals had indeed fled without looking back. This silver-scaled demon python is a treasure all over. Starting today, it shall belong to us. In the next moment, the middle-aged man leaped down from the treetops, his aura exploding as he struck at the vital points of the silver-scaled demon python. The stout young man, seeing this, wasted no time and quickly followed suit. However, what they did not expect was that this silver-scaled demon python was extremely resilient. The silver-scaled giant python, already enraged from being attacked by Luo Qinghan and the others, became completely berserk upon sensing the two new attackers. The eerie blue light of its single horn on its forehead surged, fully awakening the dragon bloodline hidden within. Its body suddenly expanded, the scales on its body raised, exuding a terrifying pressure. Its previously sluggish movements became extraordinarily swift, and with a huge mouth wide open it bit towards the middle-aged cultivator with devastating force. This demon python has hidden abilities. The middle-aged cultivator's face changed drastically at the sight, cursing inwardly as he hurriedly gathered all his spiritual power to block with his blade. Bang! The curved blade struck the head of the demon python, successfully creating a large wound, but the middle-aged cultivator felt as though he had been struck hard, spitting out blood and being sent flying back, crashing heavily against an ancient tree, his breath instantly becoming weak. The stout young man was also startled, completely unaware that the silver-scaled demon python had such a trump card. As he swung his short stick magical artifact to unleash a wind blade, he was struck by the demon python's massive tail, sending him flying back and causing him to spit out blood. After a fierce battle lasting half a quarter of an hour, the middle-aged cultivator realized he had used his ultimate move, yet he still could not subdue the demon python, instead sustaining significant injuries. He was filled with both surprise and anger, feeling a sense of retreat. "No, I can't hold on any longer. We must withdraw first and come back with some array plates and demon binding ropes." Had he known earlier that the silver-scaled giant python had a hidden bloodline, he would not have acted so impulsively, but rather prepared thoroughly before attacking. But at this moment it was too late to say anything. The demon python's ferocity had been unleashed, its attack power greatly increased, relentlessly pursuing him to bite, while he was already greatly exhausted and injured. This demon python has transformed into a dragon, its value doubled. Wouldn't it be a pity if we just let it go? The stout young man said, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Although he too was heavily exhausted after such a long fight, the demon python appeared quite miserable. Who knew if this creature would hold out much longer? Rest assured it won't take more than an hour to go back and forth, it's no trouble. The middle-aged cultivator said this, and began to slash at the demon python, turning to leave. Now that the demon python had become so formidable, he believed that even if that group returned, they would not be able to subdue it in a rush. So be it. The stout young man saw this, and finally wasted no more time. He felt that in such a short time there should not be any accidents. However, just as they had left not long ago, Yi Feng and his companions suddenly appeared, emerging from an unknown place. It turned out that they had retreated halfway, but Yi Feng called back Luo Qinghan and the others and re-entered the scene. Attack 2 inches below the demon python's Tianling point, it is about to collapse. Yi Feng issued the command decisively and cleanly. He had already deduced through the heavenly machine disk and found a way to interrupt the python's berserk bloodline state. Understood. Although Luo Qinghan hesitated upon hearing this, he still shouted coldly, his shadow killing his sword, glowing brightly, turning into a shadow that charged toward the upper part of the demon python's head. Lu Qingfeng also exerted his strength once again, unleashing a stunning sword light, with the Jinghong sword aimed at the target area. Having rested for quite a while, the two unleashed their full power, revealing the might of their royal artifacts, instantly staggering the demon python. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yi Feng quickly slipped into a cave to gather spiritual herbs. As expected, the cave's interior was vast, containing 2 5-tier Yin attribute Tianling mushrooms. In addition, there were many lower-tier 4-tier spiritual herbs. After harvesting all the spiritual herbs and storing them in his storage ring, Yi Feng swiftly maneuvered away from the aftermath of the battle and successfully returned to a safe area. The demon python, having fought several battles and already covered in wounds, could no longer maintain its berserk state after its hidden bloodline was interrupted. After being bombarded by the combined attacks of Luo Qinghan and the others for half a quarter of an hour, it was finally pierced through the heart, its massive body crashing to the ground lifeless. Master, it's done. Those two thought they could take advantage of us, but unexpectedly they ended up making us a wedding dress. Luo Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a smile. Indeed, this transformation-level demon dragon is so troublesome. Had it not been for those two consuming its strength, we probably wouldn't have subdued it today. Lu Qingfeng was also exceedingly elated at this moment. This silver-scaled demon python clearly possessed an extraordinary bloodline, its value extremely high. With this silver-scaled demon python material, not only could they pay the tribute of the month's holy crystal to the floating cloud immortal village, but they could also properly equip the villagers. The scales of this silver-scaled demon python are incredibly tough, making it an excellent material for crafting defensive magical artifacts. The single horn on its forehead contains pure primal power worth a fortune. And the silver python tendons are also top-notch materials. They must be processed quickly and ensure no one discovers it was us. Yi Feng looked at the body of the silver-scaled demon python on the ground, his eyes full of delight. The three swiftly dealt with the corpse of the silver-scaled demon python, collecting all the useful parts into their storage rings before heading in the direction of Floating Cloud Immortal Village, their figures soon disappearing into the vast forest. About half an hour after the demon python was slain, several streams of light arrived at this valley, among them the middle-aged cultivator wielding the curved blade, and the stout young man. Following them were several followers exuding the aura of peak nascent souls, holding various magical artifacts, their demeanor fierce. However, when they rushed into the Silver Python Valley and caught sight of the scene before them, everyone's expressions froze instantly, quickly replaced by a tidal wave of anger and disbelief. What happened? The silver-scaled demon python is gone. Upon seeing the giant rock in the valley, the imposing silver-scaled demon python had already vanished without a trace, leaving only a large pool of blood and battle pits. A faint spiritual energy fluctuation still lingered in the air, mixed with the scent of blood and demonic energy. Clearly, during the short time they had left, someone had seized the opportunity and slain the silver-scaled demon python that they had worked so hard to injure. Who is it? Who dares to snatch our Zhang clan Immortal Village's spiritual item? The middle-aged cultivator's eyes reddened with fury, the curved blade unsheathing with a clang, spiraling out of control with spiritual energy. They had fought to the death only to end up creating a wedding dress for others. The short cultivator's face also darkened, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. He had not expected that in the blink of an eye a highly valuable demon python had disappeared. It must be those three outsiders. Besides those three guys, who else would know that there is a silver-scaled demon python in this valley? In the next moment, a young man at the peak of nascent soul spoke with certainty. They had heard about the situation here along the way and knew that the demon python was first discovered by those three strangers, but they were forced to retreat due to their lack of strength. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The middle-aged cultivator frowned tightly, disbelief filling his eyes, those three from before. They were at most just entering the transformation stage, and there was even a younger one in the golden core stage. How could they have possibly slain a silver-scaled demon python that possessed dragon bloodline, which even the two of us could not handle in such a short time? It indeed seems unlikely to be them, but aside from us, only those three unfamiliar faces knew of this place. Who else could it be? The short cultivator also shook his head, filled with confusion, yet he did not dismiss this possibility. Everyone pondered repeatedly, but could not understand the reasoning behind it. In terms of strength, the three from before were absolutely incapable of hunting the silver-scaled demon python. However, in terms of knowledge, there were no other candidates aside from them. Regardless of whether it was them or not, we must find these three first. The middle-aged cultivator suppressed his anger and doubts, raising his hand to simulate the appearance of Yi Feng and the others with spiritual energy, coldly asking the crowd, "These three unfamiliar faces are the suspicious ones. Has anyone seen them?" As his words fell, everyone carefully examined the images, but fell into silence. The faces in the images were all exceedingly unfamiliar. They racked their brains thinking of all the nearby immortal villages, yet not a single person resembled these three, nor did they know where they came from or which immortal village they belonged to. Two transformation stage experts exchanged glances, their anger and frustration deepening. Their prey had been snatched away, the culprit was a mystery, and yet the only suspects were unknown. In a moment, the suppressed anger in the valley rapidly spread to its peak. Yi Feng was unaware that even after he had his people eliminate all suspicious traces, the Zhang clan immortal village still suspected them and began to frantically search for their whereabouts. After returning to Floating Cloud immortal village with Luo Qinghan and Lu Qingfeng, he quickly rested for a bit before rapidly processing the materials of the silver-scaled demon python and took them to Yunlan immortal city for sale. He kept the main components of the silver-scaled demon python, such as its tendons, single horn spine, and core scales, intending to forge a royal-grade silver dragon bow and a set of silver-scaled armor. The two Tianling mushrooms he obtained were distributed to Xian Sha and Blood Wuchang for consumption to level up, as both of them had been stuck at the peak of nascent soul for quite a long time, and the time needed for breakthrough was the shortest. In contrast, Xiao Zhan and Rin Pingjiang, while also at the peak of nascent soul, would need to wait a bit longer for their next breakthrough. The remaining flesh, lower-tier scales, sharp fangs, and other materials from the demon python, as well as other 4-tier spiritual herbs, were sold off for holy crystals. This was for paying the protection fee to Yunlan Immortal City and purchasing high-quality spiritual fruit seeds unique to the spirit realm, which he planned to plant in the 100 acres of spiritual fields outside the village. During his previous exploration of the spirit realm, he had discovered several unique spiritual fruits and thought of a way for the immortal village to make a living. That was to plant these several types of spiritual fruits in large quantities and then use his unique brewing method to create a high-end spiritual wine called Jiuxiao Drunk to earn holy crystals. This Jiuxiao Drunk spiritual wine was brewed from 9 different high-end spiritual fruits with various effects. Not only did it taste excellent, but it also had the effects of rapidly restoring spiritual power, nourishing the soul, and solidifying the Tao foundation. Long-term consumption could even enhance bloodlines and improve clarity of comprehension of the Tao. Powerful beings above the transformation stage valued long-term cultivation over short-term benefits, so he speculated that once this spiritual wine was released, it would surely have a certain market. Half a year later, within Piayun Immortal Village, the city lord's mansion, the heavy dark iron door of the backyard suddenly pushed open, and Yi Feng stepped out slowly, his robe billowing, without wind, radiating an aura that had long surpassed the past golden core level, now replaced by the unique depth and richness of the nascent soul stage. During these 6 months, he had continuously ventured out in search of spiritual herbs, allowing Jingyun Xian Gu to refine them into pills for him, and occasionally entered seclusion for a few days. At this moment, he had finally broken through that bottleneck and successfully reached the nascent soul stage. At his age, such cultivation could be considered top-tier genius in the Canglong continent. However, what surprised him was that the dragon soul he encountered in the Canglong secret realm suddenly appeared within the heavenly mechanism disk after he advanced to the nascent soul stage, which he could sense clearly. It turned out that the dragon soul had been absorbed by the heavenly mechanism disk, at that time hidden in a corner of the disk for recuperation. His previous cultivation level was too low to detect it, which is why he only discovered the anomaly now. He did not know how strong this dragon soul was, or if it could be of use to him. If it could be utilized, it would be a great fortune. Yi Feng felt secretly exhilarated about this. He clearly remembered the tremendous might of that dragon soul. Merely the pressure it radiated could cause a golden core cultivator like him to faint. Unfortunately, he had just tried to awaken it to command it for battle, but found it impossible. However, he was not too anxious. As long as the dragon soul remained, he believed there would always be a way to make use of it. He strolled along the bluestone path of Pyayun Immortal Village, his gaze sweeping over the scenery of the village. During these 6 months the village had been steadily developing according to his plans. The 100 acres of spiritual fields were fully planted with spiritual fruits, and they had attempted to brew the first batch of spiritual wine. The protective walls of the immortal city had also been successfully constructed, equipped with several advanced spiritual cannons, making the defense several times sturdier than before. The strength of the elite forces had significantly increased, with 6 of them at the transformation stage and over 30 at the nascent soul stage. The elite forces moved back and forth around the village, their expressions calm and energetic, presenting a scene of harmony. Lu Qingfeng, who was responsible for managing the daily affairs of the village, noticed Yi Feng had exited seclusion and quickly approached him, respectfully reporting the events that had occurred during this time, highlighting the sales of the Jiuxiaozhe Ling wine, due to its excellent taste and its ability to assist cultivators in comprehending the Dao. A batch had already been successfully sold in Yunlan Immortal City, and the resulting sacred crystals were sufficient to cover the monthly protection fees. Yi Feng nodded in approval, showing a look of appreciation. Just as he was about to give a few instructions, a guard dressed in imperial-grade armor, looking hurried, suddenly rushed over, kneeling on one knee, his voice tinged with urgency. Sect Master, news has come from Yunlan Immortal City, commanding the heads of all the affiliated immortal villages to arrive at the city's training grounds for a meeting by tomorrow morning without fail. What should we do? He spoke with a hint of unease. Oh, did the message mention the reason for the meeting? Yi Feng furrowed his brow slightly, calmly looking at the kneeling guard, and asked in a deep voice. Previously, aside from giving him a command flag, Yunlan Immortal City had not paid any attention to Pyayun Immortal Village. Now it suddenly issued a notification, and he wondered what urgent matter had arisen. Replying to the sect master, the message only stated there would be a meeting and did not specify the reason. I am unaware of the details, the elite guard replied, truthfully, a shiver running through him. Yi Feng pondered for a moment, chose not to inquire further, and nodded, saying, understood, you may leave. When something unusual happens, there must be something amiss. This sudden summoning by Yunlan Immortal City, with no prior warning, certainly indicated a significant issue. He turned to return to his residence, cleaned up briefly, and called for Luo Qinghan, who drove 2 of the most ordinary flame-soaring steeds, heading rapidly towards Yunlan Immortal City. These flame-soaring steeds were not very powerful in battle, but excelled in speed, and they were one of the advanced spiritual beasts that Yin, who had focused on training during this time. Luo Qinghan also made progress in her cultivation over the past 6 months. The next morning the two appeared on time outside Yunlan Immortal City, heading straight for the designated training grounds. As soon as they stepped into the training grounds of the city lord's mansion, Yi Feng felt a strong aura of murder and pressure coming at him. In the spacious square, flags fluttered, and nearly 20 heads of affiliated immortal villages and their accompanying guards had gathered, each clad in luxurious armor, exuding powerful auras. The spirit beasts they brought were also proud and majestic. Among these heads of immortal villages, some had spiritual energy surging around them already at the high stage of transformation. Others, although young, were followed by several trusted aides at the transformation stage, all clad in royal-grade armor, showcasing their status, and some powerful immortal villages occupied a large area in the center of the venue, chatting and laughing with an air of grandeur. In contrast, Yi Feng and Luo Qinghan were dressed in imperial-grade armor, their steeds merely average in combat strength. Their auras were restrained, lacking the luxurious treasures to signify their status, and without many attendants to bolster their presence, they stood at the edge of the crowd, appearing particularly thin and humble compared to the other zealous heads of immortal villages. Many subtle glances passed over the two, quickly shifting away with a hint of disdain. However, Yi Feng remained calm, seemingly oblivious to the gazes quietly standing in the corner and waiting for. Luo Qinghan also maintained a heart as still as water, like a shadow, silently waiting. Although their village's strength was insignificant in the gathering, she was well aware of the immense potential of following the sect master in the future. As time passed, the cultivators from the 20 affiliated immortal villages began to line up in formation, standing still with bated breath, anxiously awaiting. The training grounds fell silent, with only the sound of the wind rustling the flags. About half an incense stick later, a figure dressed in a golden-threaded robe, whose cultivation surpassed that of everyone present, strode in. This person had a white face without a beard and a unique aura of authority typical of the city lord's mansion. He was Elder Zhou, a trusted aide of the city lord of Yunlan. Elder Zhou stood atop the high platform of the training grounds, his gaze sweeping over the 20 immortal villages below, and he said loudly, "Everyone listen carefully. The city lord is growing older and wishes to choose one capable person from among his 2 daughters to become the young city lord, nurturing them to inherit the great enterprise of Yunlan Immortal City. To assess the talents of the 2 young ladies, a trial has been set. The elder daughter Xia Meifeng and the younger daughter Xia Yiran will each select 10 of the 20 immortal villages present to assist them in eradicating the alien strongholds around Yunlan. Within a month, whoever exterminates the most alien entities and achieves the greatest merit will be declared the heir to the city lord. As these words fell, a wave of discussions erupted in the crowd. The elder and younger daughters competing for the position of young city lord. Heavens, this is a matter of great significance for all immortal villages. Everyone immediately realized this was a rare opportunity. Aligning with the right person could lead to great prospects as the future young city lord. Ouyang, brother, what do you think? Many turned their gazes toward Ouyang Hong, the head of the most conspicuous immortal. Ouyang Hong was the young master of the strongest immortal village under Yunlan Qingshi immortal village, with numerous powerful cultivators beneath him. It could be said that whoever he supported had a high probability of winning. It is certain that the elder daughter has a better chance of becoming the city lord. Is there any need for hesitation? The suave Ouyang Hong confidently waved his feather fan as he spoke. They from Qingshi Immortal Village were most familiar with the city lord's mansion and had long since decided to back the elder daughter. Xie Meifeng not only possessed exceptional talent and formidable cultivation, but also acted wisely and was renowned for her virtue, while the younger daughter Xie Iran, though more beautiful, was somewhat aloof, uninterested in matters of killing, preferring to study the business path, which was not the most suitable for a city lord in this cruel spiritual world. I think so too. That makes perfect sense. Everyone quickly reached a consensus upon hearing this. They had all heard of the reputation of the elder daughter, Xie Meifeng, known for her deep cultivation and exceptional strategies, having led teams to exterminate numerous alien entities, making her the recognized first choice for the heir. In contrast, the younger daughter Xie Iran remained secluded, focused solely on business, and following her would likely not only hinder one's efforts, but perhaps even threaten one's safety. Before long, two figures walked slowly from the direction of the city lord's mansion. The leading woman was dressed in a bright red outfit, tall and slender, with sharp brows and eyes exuding an imposing aura of dominance. She was the elder daughter Xie Meifeng. She walked steadily, her gaze sweeping across the immortal villages, carrying an undeniable authority. Wherever she passed, all cultivators instinctively bowed their heads in respect. Following her was the younger daughter Xie Iran, clad in a light pink translucent immortal dress, beautiful in appearance, but possessing a cold demeanor. Her gaze swept over the crowd with a hint of arrogance. Now the two young ladies may begin selecting immortal villages to assist them. All guards of the city lord's mansion are strictly prohibited from participating. Elder Zhou announced in a deep voice. Almost as soon as the words were spoken, the 20 immortal villages in the training grounds became restless, with most of the heads stepping forward, wearing flattering smiles, and eagerly looking at Xie Meifeng, eager to pledge their loyalty. Elder daughter, our Qingshi Immortal Village is willing to offer our utmost assistance. Elder daughter, all of us from Heifeng Immortal Village are willing to heed your orders. We will definitely eradicate the alien strongholds. Choose me. Choose me. Our Qihua Immortal Village has the most personnel and will surely help the elder daughter. Yifeng observed this scene, feeling a stir within himself. Although he was introduced by the younger daughter, he favored the elder daughter more. Seeing the fervent manner in which the heads of the immortal villages were eagerly bowing and vying to align themselves with her, the corner of Xie Meifeng's lips slowly curled into a knowing smile. She nodded slightly, her eyes filled with satisfaction at being the center of attention, clearly certain that she would be the one everyone favored. Do these people not have any confidence in themselves? The younger daughter Xie Iran watched as everyone surrounded her sister, with no one looking her way. Her typically proud expression began to crack, her brow slightly furrowed, filled with confusion. Though she had never sought prominence or cultivated favor, her talent was by no means inferior. She managed the internal affairs of Yunlan Immortal City with meticulous order. Then why did she command not a single supporter? She admitted perhaps that in certain respects she truly fell short of her elder sister. But overall she was scarcely less accomplished. How then had it come to this utter desolation? Alas, reality was unrelentingly cruel. Soon elite immortal villages, Qingshi, Heifeng, Qihua, were selected one by Xie Meifeng. Each chosen village erupted in thunderous cheers as though victory were already assured. Those overlooked stood stricken, as if mourning a parent's death. Yet when Xie Meifeng reached the final selection, her gaze swept across the assembly, and suddenly stilled upon the unassuming Piaoyun Immortal Village huddled in the corner. Ah, this Piaoyun Immortal Village was introduced by you, dear sister. I hear it houses merely 4 nascent soul cultivators. Xie Meifeng paused mid-step, covered her lips with a delicate laugh, her tone thick with mockery. When she first heard the news, she had mocked her sister for days. Oh no, what is Yifeng doing here? Upon hearing those words, and spotting Yifeng in the corner, Xie Iran instantly sensed calamity. These remaining 10 villages were already pitifully weak. Adding one more such sham would render the entire spectacle utterly unbearable. At this revelation, surrounding immortal villages collectively recoiled in disbelief. Only 4 nascent soul cultivators. Preposterous. Even the gatekeeper of my village surpasses that number. Ouyang Hong, heir of Qingshi Immortal Village, slapped his thigh and burst into derisive laughter. Indeed, with such paltry strength dare they even call themselves an immortal village, let alone hope to be chosen by the eldest miss. Utter fantasy. Ha ha ha. Brother Zhang speaks truth. With such meager might, the entire Pyayun immortal village, combined, would likely fall before a single alien cavalry scout. To bring them along would only hinder the mission. How could the eldest miss possibly deign to select them? Sneers cascaded from every direction. The mighty immortal villages gazed upon Pyayun as one might regard a clown. Openly disdainful, unreservedly contemptuous. Disaster looms. The eldest miss will surely reject Pyayun immortal village. At these words, Yifeng clenched his fists until his knuckles whitened, heart sinking like stone. He knew well if Pyayun could secure patronage from the eldest miss, it might yet obtain vital resources and finally escape its feeble plight. But should it fall instead under the second miss's banner, that would spell ruin. He straightened his spine, striving to project vigor, but his slender contingent with uneven cultivation levels stood starkly out among the formidable villages of fledgling chick amid cranes, conspicuous, fragile, humbled. Luo Qinghan too harbored quiet dread. Frost gathered in her serene glacial eyes, yet she remained. As both had foreseen, after Xian Meifeng selected the final elite village, she turned to Xia Ran, who still wore a look of bewildered confusion, and spoke with theatrical amusement. Naturally, the immortal village you personally introduced shall remain yours, dear sister. Surely Pyayun immortal village, blessed by your patronage, will be eternally grateful, and may yet become your most loyal vassal. Is that not so? Her words ignited an explosion of raucous laughter across the training ground. The second miss, having no one to choose, must settle for this broken village. What abysmal misfortune. Precisely. With such weakness, she ought simply to concede defeat. One after another the elite villages offered counsel, feigning benevolence, but dripping with condescension. Publicly humiliated by her sister, and besieged by jeers, Xia Iran seethed inwardly. The 10 villages left behind were all flawed and inept, and their loyalties lay wholly with her elder sister. How then could she possibly harbor even a sliver of hope? Yet she and Xia Meifeng shared no mother, who, should the latter ascend her own mother's lineage, would face certain disgrace. Thus, however mortifying, she had no choice but to accept. Surrendering before the trial began was unthinkable. Half a watch later, the two factions were formally established. Xia Meifeng effortlessly secured the 10 strongest immortal villages, including Qingshi, her ranks swelling with jubilant fervor, every soul exuding triumph and certainty of victory. Xia Iran, by contrast, stood surrounded solely by the 10 weakest, most dilapidated villages, including Pyayun. Sighs echoed through the ranks, despair painted every face. All believed the trial had been lost before it even commenced. Yifeng, speak plainly, how many nascent soul cultivators does your village truly possess? Do not offer hollow numbers to deceive me. After briefly outlining the expedition's requirements, Xia Iran reluctantly approached Yifeng and demanded, voice sharp with irritation. My lady, Pyayun immortal village now counts 6 nascent soul elders, all at the initial stage of nascent soul cultivation. Yifeng lifted his gaze, calm, unwavering. Only that many. Hearing this, Xia Iran's eyes instantly clouded with profound disdain. Enough, enough. Your village need only send 3 cultivators to accompany me on this task. 5 is unnecessary. Her tone softened swiftly. Earlier she had mandated that each village contribute at least 5 nascent soul cultivators, but Pyayun possessed so few that demanding more risked annihilating its entire force in a single engagement. Other villages boasted at least a dozen, or even 20, nascent soul cultivators. Losing a few in battle would hardly weaken them. Yifeng, meanwhile, burned with frustration. The eldest miss was sagacious and revered, commanding countless followers, whereas the second miss, aloof and proud, knew nothing of warfare. She seemed utterly unfit to inherit Yunlan immortal city. Aligning with her faction felt like leaping headlong into a bottomless pit. Would they be sent as cannon fodder before ever gaining strength? No matter. Forward step by step and see. My lady, may I ask a favor? Our village is newly founded, its armaments rudimentary. Might we borrow 2 sets of obsolete imperial-grade battle armor? In the next breath, Yifeng asked, boldly, without shame. Though Pyayun now boasted 4 nascent soul cultivators wielding imperial-grade weapons, all were offensive artifacts. The soul silver scale battle armor remained in Yifeng's possession, leaving none to spare. So, you cannot even muster 3 sets of imperial-grade battle armor. Xia Ran's heart sank once more. Cough. Indeed, that is the case. Very well. 3 sets shall be lent to you to be returned upon completion of the mission. Xia Ran pursed her lips. Though her distaste for Pyayun's frailty remained unabated, she recognized, however reluctantly, that even such weakness was preferable to utter vacancy. With a resigned wave of her hand, her tone dripped with reluctant concession. Even if destined for cannon fodder, they could not be sent forth armed only with firewood tongs. Upon receiving her promise, Yifeng's spirit lifted perceptibly. After over a year of painstaking accumulation, this modest foundation had finally taken shape. Yet now, before it could even flourish, they were thrust into a grueling campaign. Still, rumor held that eliminating 2 alien warriors would yield sufficient merit to redeem a single imperial-grade artifact, a reward rich beyond measure. At this thought, the earlier despondency vanished from Yifeng's eyes, replaced by a fierce, unyielding spark. He glanced sideways at Luo Qinghan beside him. Their gazes met. And in that silent exchange, each read the other's unshakable resolve. Though scorned by thousands, though ranked last among all, Pyongyang Immortal Village would carve its own path forward. Ultimately, the immortal villages agreed upon a rendezvous point, and dispersed. The following dawn, barely lightening the eastern sky, Komu Slope, 100 li west of Yunlan Immortal City, teemed with figures. Xia Yiran arrived punctually. Her gaze swept the assembled ranks, and her brows lifted slightly. Of the 9 villages besides Pyayun, each stood in immaculate formation, flanked by no fewer than 5 nascent soul elites, still solemn, radiant in gleaming armor and shimmering weapons, mounted upon ferocious war beasts wreathed in spiritual light, radiating overwhelming might. Pyayun's position, by contrast, appeared startlingly impoverished. Yifeng stood alone at the 4 hands clasped behind his back. Behind him trailed only 2 men and 1 woman. 4 souls total, fewer than half the contingent of any other village. His mount, a crimson flame-chasing sun steed, possessed mere conveyance ability, 0 combat prowess. Amid the awe-inspiring war beasts, it looked grotesquely out of place, drawing frequent scornful glances laced with contempt and disdain. Xia Yiran observed silently. Though dissatisfaction flickered within her, she voiced no complaint, only gestured for the column to advance. Lately, alien forces had infiltrated this region in scattered bands, intent unknown, yet certainly boding ill. Their task was clear: locate and eradicate each incursion. Riding astride their mounts, the party traversed day and night, crossing a desolate stone forest, before reaching the valley rumored to house the first alien contingent. A chilling wind swirled at the valley's mouth, guttural bestial roars echoed faintly from within. All signs pointed unmistakably to alien presence. The party halted outside the valley. The leader of the strongest village stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Xia Yiran. "My lady, this is among the most vulnerable alien strongholds targeted in this purge. Our scouts have verified it. Fewer than 30 aliens dwell within, most at nascent soul level. We number 60. A 4-pronged encirclement will cleanse it within a single incensestic burn." Xia Yiran nodded, a glint of certainty flashing in her eyes. Her hand rose to issue the command. Yet at that very instant, Yifeng's heart lurched violently, jolting him half to death. "We are to attack, just like this." In the next moment, he stepped forward and interrupted the motion. Xia Yiran's hand froze midair. She turned, her voice edged with impatience. "And what else would you suggest? With such leadership, our entire force will perish." Yifeng rebuked her bluntly, cold, direct, utterly devoid of deference. Silence crashed upon the field like a physical blow. Then, raucous laughter and furious shouts erupted. "How dare you, a rustic from Pyayun Immortal Village, speak thus to the second miss? Utter arrogance. You arrive with 3 misfits and not even a proper war beast, yet presume to lecture others? He's simply terrified, spreading fear to sabotage the purge." Voices from every village rallied in agreement, their stares toward Yifeng blazing with outrage and scorn. Though they held little faith in the second miss, none would tolerate such open insult. Xia Yiran flushed white, with fury, fingertips trembling. "Yi, how dare a provincial ignoramus like you question me?" Ignoring the surrounding mockery, Yifeng raised a finger toward the valley, his expression grave. "I confess, I am indeed provincial and unversed. Yet even I know battlefield conditions shift like desert sands, and no intelligence is to be trusted blindly. Every claim must first be verified. Then, and only then, may action follow." He argued with uncharacteristic rigor and conviction. For he had noticed, coiling above every person present, thin sinuous tendrils of black chi, the unmistakable omen of imminent bloodshed. Most present faced mortal peril today. Launching an assault now would exact a catastrophic toll. Absurd. This intelligence was gathered by the city lord Shadow Guard, and confirmed by my Lafu Immortal Village. Could it possibly be false? Indeed. Preposterous. Surely Pyayun Immortal Village is retreating in cowardice, fearful to advance. We cultivators sever demons and slay monsters. Why hesitate so? My lady, ignore his nonsense. Issue the order to attack. All deemed Yifeng's warning a coward's ruse. After 2 independent scouting reports, error seemed impossible. Even Xia Yiran frowned, deeply convinced Yifeng was merely provoking senseless discord. Seeing no one persuaded, Yifeng abandoned argument and proposed compromise. No need to quarrel. Dispatch 1 elite nascent soul cultivator, renowned for speed, to infiltrate the valley, verify conditions firsthand, then proceed. Otherwise, Pyayun Immortal Village withdraws entirely. Should I prove mistaken, I willingly accept punishment. Though he could not fathom why the danger level contradicted the report, he reasoned that, if this were truly a test, the city lord's administration might deliberately falsify intelligence. The second miss's safety was assured, but they, the expendable rank-and-file, faced grim odds. As for Luofu's scouts, when precisely had they conducted their reconnaissance? Who could say? At this impasse, though Xia Yiran bristled with displeasure, Deeming the precaution superfluous, she could not withstand Yi Feng's stubborn insistence. Reluctantly she assented, and appointed a nascent soul cultivator famed for swiftness to depart immediately. However, she had also made up her mind that this lad, daring to embarrass her at such a crucial moment, would surely pay for it later when things calmed down. The god transformation expert accepted the order, his figure flickering as he transformed into a fleeting shadow and rushed into the Wind Valley. He did not expect this reconnaissance to yield any different results. It was merely a matter of fulfilling his duties and providing some psychological comfort, so he did not take it too seriously. However, in less than half a joss-stick's time, he suddenly stumbled out in a flurry, his breathing chaotic and his expression one of terror. Not good. There were not merely 20 or so of the foreign tribes inside the valley, but a full 50. All exuding the aura of god transformation, indicating that two groups of foreign tribes had converged here. We must evacuate quickly, the middle-aged god transformation expert reported urgently. Inside the valley, it seemed that there were only about 20 foreign tribes, but after he inadvertently probed for a moment longer, he discovered another hidden cave, where a group of foreign tribes was meditating. He had merely taken a distant glance, and nearly got discovered by those monsters. At this statement the crowd was in an uproar. How is that possible? There are actually as many as 50. The person in charge of Luofu Immortal Village's expression changed as he heard this, his chubby round face showing an incredulous look. He had clearly sent someone to verify in advance. How could the information be wrong? Furthermore, even if their village's scouts were limited, how could the city lord's guards, so formidable, provide false information? Oldly, you can't be mistaken, right? There are really 50 foreign tribes. The other experts from the Immortal Village were also in disbelief, quickly asking again, as this was too contrary to common sense. Yes, Oldly, this is no joke. The person in charge of Luofu Immortal Village reaffirmed, unwilling to give up. Time was precious. They had spent an entire day reaching this place. To abandon it just because of a moment's misjudgment would be too regrettable. How could I be mistaken? I stake my life on it. I have the recording stone as proof. The middle-aged god transformation expert immediately took out a recording stone artifact and activated the image within. This was evidence he had deliberately kept, fearing that others would not believe him. At this moment, he just wanted to leave the valley quickly, afraid of being discovered by those foreign tribes. After all, if they truly had to battle this group of foreign tribes, their losses would undoubtedly be immense. Hiss. This is indeed true. When the surrounding experts from the Immortal Village saw the image in the recording stone, they all gasped in astonishment. The image showed densely packed dark figures, and their numbers far exceeded 50. Could this also be part of the trial? At this moment, they finally believed in the authenticity of this information. Simultaneously, they instantly recalled the underlying dangers, all secretly exclaiming how perilous it was. It seemed this assessment was far from as simple as it appeared. And after Xie Ran clearly saw the situation in the recording stone, she froze, cold sweat instantly, soaking her back. She stared blankly at the distant entrance of the Wind Valley, her heart churning with waves of shock. Had she truly given the order to launch a strong attack earlier, her team would have suffered heavy casualties, and it could be said that the assessment would have failed right from the start. After all, those foreign tribes were all exceptionally gifted, like cockroaches that couldn't be killed. 50 of them could. Yifeng, your straightforward advice has merit. I grant you 3 sets of battle armor as a reward. In the next moment, Xie Ran turned around, her gaze towards Yifeng had already changed, shedding the previous disdain and discontent, now holding more seriousness and gratitude. As for Luofu Immortal Village, the information was severely inaccurate, almost costing the entire team. I penalize your village to submit 3 sets of royal artifacts as offerings for the next year. She took a deep breath, suppressing the fear and anxiety within her, turning to look at the person in charge of the Immortal Village who provided the information, her eyes suddenly turning cold. As Luofu Immortal Village was the strongest among the 10 immortal villages, she had originally planned to reuse them and bring them closer, but she did not expect such an incident to occur. If she did not impose a penalty at this moment, no one would work diligently in the future. The person in charge of Luofu Immortal Village turned pale at this and immediately bent over to accept the order, not daring to express any dissent. After all, he knew he was in the wrong. If the team were to suffer a great defeat due to his erroneous information, he feared the penalty for losing the royal artifacts would be the least of his worries. The surrounding experts from various immortal villages who had originally mocked Yifeng were now all silent, their gazes towards Yifeng devoid of any disdain, replaced by curiosity and admiration. No one had expected that this young man from the weakest immortal village, seemingly inconspicuous, appeared to be not as incapable as imagined. Whether by coincidence or genuine ability, he had saved the entire team. And upon hearing this reward, a flicker of surprise crossed Yifeng's calm eyes. He did not expect that despite the second lattice's many shortcomings, she was still quite generous. This royal artifact battle armor was exactly the strategic material he needed most. He had been worried about whether to return it, but now it had saved him a lot of trouble. Forget it, accepting someone's money and helping them avert disaster. If this second lady could truly heed advice, then he would exert himself in the future. At that moment he made a decision in his heart. 2 days later the group moved to another stronghold. This time Iran summarized the lessons learned previously and conducted an advance reconnaissance, ensuring that nothing unexpected occurred. The middle-aged god transformation expert had only surveyed for a quarter of an hour before joyfully reporting, "Second miss, there are only about 30 foreign tribes in Cheyenne Valley, the highest cultivation level being mid-god transformation. With our strength, we can easily encircle and annihilate them." Upon hearing this, the experts from the immortal village all breathed a sigh of relief. The shadow of the previous misinformation from Wind Valley lifted. They eagerly cracked their knuckles, waiting for Iran's command to rush in and eradicate this group of foreign tribes. Iran raised her eyes to glance at the foreign aura faintly emanating from within Cheyenne Valley, already formulating an attack strategy in her heart. Just as she was about to issue an order, her gaze inadvertently swept towards Feng at the back of the crowd. She herself could not explain why. Clearly the information was already certain and the tactics had been formed, yet she still wanted to hear the opinion of this guy named Feng. Iran spoke, her voice crisp. "Do you have any objections to this encirclement?" As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding experts from the immortal village were taken aback, all displaying puzzled expressions. The previous error in information from Wind Valley had been due to their oversight, allowing the enemy to gain the upper hand, but now the situation in Cheyenne Valley was already extremely clear. They had a solid grasp of the number of foreign tribes, their strength, and the terrain. In a situation where victory was assured, what use was asking a young lad like Feng? Could it be that he could understand the situation better than the scouts who had personally surveyed it? Many strong experts thought to themselves, believing that Miss Xia was being overly cautious by asking. Even Mo Chun and Xin Sha felt that this time the second miss was being redundant. While they were proud that their sect lord had received 3 sets of battle armor rewards before the battle had even begun, they thought that no matter how capable their sect lord was in this situation, he likely would not have any good suggestions. However, just as everyone thought Feng would politely decline and say, "I defer to the second miss," he instead stepped forward again, his expression calm as he spoke. "Reporting to the second miss, I do have a word to say. Though there are only 30 foreign tribes in Cheyenne Valley, if we launch a frontal assault we will inevitably incur some losses, which is not favorable for future tasks. In my view, we need not clash Eden. Instead, we can find a way to lure some of them out and eliminate them in parts, achieving complete annihilation of the foreign tribes at minimal cost." His voice was resonant and filled with a leader's confidence. It wasn't that he was trying to nitpick, but with so few people in their Pyayun immortal village, if they were to fight every battle Eden, they simply could not sustain it for long. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of discussion broke out among the crowd. To eliminate them in parts. It sounds easy, but the foreign tribes are cunning and suspicious. How could they easily let you succeed? Exactly, foreign tribes love to group together. How can it be easy to lure away just a portion? This lad must be daydreaming. The experts from various immortal villages displayed clear disdain. At first glance it indeed seemed reasonable, but upon closer reflection, they knew it was merely wasting time. As soon as the foreign tribes detected even slight movements from humans, they would attack en masse. How could they be lured away in batches? This lad clearly did not understand the nature of the foreign tribes, which was why he had such fanciful ideas. Feng, however, remained unfazed, maintaining his calm demeanor as he continued. "Everyone please remain calm. I already have a feasible method. 100 miles east there is a canyon with treacherous terrain, easy to set an ambush. If you all trust me, please hide in this canyon. I leave the task of luring to me. I will draw a batch of foreign tribes within an hour. After completely exterminating them, we will return to Cheyenne Valley for a strong attack. At that time it may be possible to seize this stronghold without any casualties." Feng's speech was steady and clear. He detailed the timing of the lure, the location of the ambush, and the subsequent plans, every step meticulously explained, without any oversight. His star-chasing space-time boots were estimated to have reached the holy artifact level. The higher his cultivation, the greater his speed increase, so he had complete confidence. A feasible method, and with no casualties at all. This lad must be dreaming. Indeed, does he really have such capability? After hearing these words, all the people from the immortal villages widened their eyes, filled with both excitement and doubt. It must be said that achieving a perfect victory without any casualties was very enticing, but it was hard to believe. On this expedition, who had not prepared for at least half their forces to be lost? To engage in battle with foreign tribes who were exceptionally gifted, unless they had an absolute advantage, how could there be a situation with no losses at all? Even Luo Qinghan and the others were shocked, their eyes filled with worry. They did not doubt their sect lord's strength, but felt that this matter was too risky. However, a determined look flashed in Iran's eyes, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I will trust you this once. If this works out, I will credit you with the primary merit." She clearly understood that if no miracles occurred in this assessment, she was destined to lose. Conversely, if they could indeed seize a batch without losses, everyone's confidence would surely increase, and they might truly be able to turn the tide. What she needed most was this kind of miracle, so she had to take a gamble. Feng finalized a strategy with the strong cultivators of the fairy village to lure and annihilate the enemy in batches. Without waiting for further reminders, he transformed into a silver flash and stealthily headed towards the mountain hollow occupied by the alien race. Meanwhile, Iran decisively led the remaining strong cultivators towards the canyon located 100 miles to the east. It was not that they did not want to leave some personnel to assist Yifeng, but he deemed them a burden and rejected them all. Even Luo Qinghan, who wished to follow Yifeng as a personal guard, was ruthlessly sent away. Seeing this, they could only helplessly abandon the idea and rush to their ambush point as agreed. However, they were genuinely curious about how a mere nascent soul kid could accomplish such a daunting task alone. Outside Qian Valley, estimating that the time was about right, Yifeng suddenly took out a demon pill shrouded in black mist. Without hesitation, he activated the starry flash step he had acquired from the secret realm, charging straight into Qian Valley. This demon pill was a special attribute beast pill obtained from a previous hunt. According to the heavenly mechanism plate, it was a great supplement for such alien races and was key to the success of this lure. With the enhancement of the star-chasing boots, every step he took left behind layers of starry remnants. His speed surpassed the limits of the naked eye, weaving through the rocky terrain and dense forest, creating indistinguishable illusory shadows, as if there were multiple of him. Approaching the stronghold within the numerous oddly shaped pits in the mountain hollow, dark figures indeed emerged. These figures resembled humanoids, entirely black, covered in thick and hard shells. They were robust, their armor glimmering with a cold luster, each exuding a fierce and violent aura. Their hands resembled the claws of a fierce tiger, and they bore spikes on their backs exactly as described in the intelligence of the city lord's mansion, the black-armored demon race. Sensing the approach of human presence, 30 black-armored demons let out deep roars in unison, their crimson eyes locking onto Yifeng. Upon seeing the demon pill he held, the black-armored demons immediately charged towards him as though they had spotted a rare delicacy. Their speed was equally swift, moving like leopards, instinctively trying to encircle him with coordination. Unfortunately, Yifeng had anticipated this. At the moment the black-armored demons were all alerted, he suddenly turned, activating the starry flash step to its fullest, and instantly dove into a dense forest, using the trees as cover to hide in the blind spot of the black-armored demons. Damn it, don't let him escape. The black-armored demons shouted and surged towards the direction where Yifeng had vanished, rushing into the vast forest. However, soon a strange scene unfolded. The 10 or so black-armored demons on the left suddenly noticed a clear human figure dashing through the nearby left forest, rapidly disappearing ahead. The sound of wind rustling leaves and the aura of the demon pill all indicated that it was indeed the real body, without any flaws. Meanwhile, the group on the right also spotted a remarkably realistic human figure leaping towards the right ravine, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Roar! To the left. He escaped to the left. Quick pursuit. No, I feel like it's the right side. Clearly it's on the right. Could there be figures on both sides? Regardless, let's chase first. In an instant, the black-armored demons on the left, drawn by the realistic fleeing movement, assumed the human boy had escaped to the left and angrily rushed in that direction. Meanwhile, the other group of black-armored demons on the right focused solely on the movement on their side, convinced that Yifeng was fleeing to the right, and they slammed their massive hands against the ground, charging furiously in that direction. Unbeknownst to them, both fleeing movements were real. After Yifeng hid in the blind spot on the left, he immediately activated the unique teleportation skill of the star-chasing boots, swiftly appearing on the right side, creating the illusion that there were real people fleeing on both sides, effectively splitting the 30 tightly knit demons into two separate groups, 14 in one and 16 in the other, greatly increasing the distance between them. Following this, Yifeng continuously utilized the cover of the forest, acting as a precise bait, leading the 14 black-armored demons quickly towards the canyon, where Xia ran, and the other strong cultivators of the fairy village lay in ambush. These 14 demons, blinded by rage, only focused on chasing the provocative human ahead, completely unaware that they were moving further away from their fellow race and gradually losing contact. Meanwhile, in the ambush canyon, Xia Iran stood elegantly at the concealed entrance with a green sword in hand, her expression serious. Behind her, over 60 other strong cultivators from the fairy village gripped their magical treasures, bows and blades, tightly breathing lightly, their eyes filled with tension and a hint of barely perceptible worry. In their view, it was nearly impossible for Yifeng to separately lure 30 ferocious and heavily armored black-armored demons with just his own strength. Even if the enemy was fast, how could one person attract the attention of two groups of black-armored demons at once? If he were to be entangled, he might fall into a heavy encirclement. Everyone held their breath, feeling more helpless than hopeful. However, a quarter of an hour later, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the canyon, accompanied by the furious roars of the black-armored demons, growing louder and clearer as they approached. In the next moment, a silver-armored figure charged into the canyon, like a shooting star, moving gracefully and with agility. It was Yifeng who had lured the enemy alone. He lightly tapped his toes on the rocks, landing gracefully, without a wrinkle in his armor, then quickly concealed himself to reveal the pursuing soldiers behind him. Following closely, 14 black armored demons, completely unprepared, plunged into the encirclement of it. Meanwhile, the other 16 demons had already vanished without a trace, completely disconnected from their allies, left to roar helplessly in the surrounding wilderness. As soon as they witnessed this scene, the entire canyon fell into a dead silence. Xia Ran's grip on the sword tightened suddenly. Her usually proud and calm eyes widened in disbelief. Her lips parted in astonishment, clearly taken aback that Yifeng had truly succeeded. The strong cultivators from the fairy village behind her reacted even more dramatically. Some almost dropped their long spears with a clatter, their pupils constricting in shock. Others stared wide-eyed at the demons lured into the canyon, disbelief written all over their faces, and some gasped, their gaze toward Yifeng shifting from initial skepticism to shock and awe. They had thought this was a reckless endeavor with no chance of victory, even preparing for the possibility of Yifeng getting entangled by the demons and sacrificing himself for nothing. Yet the reality before them was that 30 ferocious black armored demons had indeed been effortlessly divided in half by him, accurately leading them into the ambush like puppets on strings. Such a clean and decisive maneuver was simply unfathomable. Did the sect master really lure the alien race here? How is that possible? How did he manage to do that? Those are 30 demon warriors at the transformation stage. This ability, this intelligence is terrifying. Luo Qinghan and the others were equally incredulous as they watched this scene. They had thought they understood their sect master well enough, but they had still underestimated him. Attack. Leave none alive. The next moment, Xia Ran took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock surging within her, her cold voice trembling slightly as she commanded. As her words fell, a large array activated with a thunderous sound, completely enveloping the canyon. The strong cultivators of the fairy village finally snapped back to their senses, their gazes toward the demons, now filled with a newfound fighting spirit. Charge! Someone yelled, and the cultivators of the fairy village leaped out from their hiding spots on their beast mounts, pouncing towards the 14 alien beings like fierce tigers. In an instant, the canyon erupted with explosive sounds of spells and clashes of weapons. In one corner of the canyon, the cultivators of Piayan Fairy Village, led by Yifeng, also targeted a black armored demon. Yifeng remained composed in the shadows, directing the others. Before him, Luo Qinghan wielded the shadow-killing sword, weaving towards the alien race like a wisp of shadow, while Xiansha wielded a broad-bladed sword, striking like an ancient mountain. Mo Chun knelt behind a rock, pulling back his silver flood dragon bow, and aiming the three energies intertwining to seal the alien being in the rocky hollow. This black armored demon stood over 10 feet tall, its heavy armor gleaming with a cold metallic luster impervious to blades and spears. Its massive hands, resembling tiger claws, could easily shred rocks, sending debris flying, and the sharp aura deterred the three from daring to approach. Under Yifeng's guidance, Luo Qinghan's shadow-killing sword occasionally transformed into an invisible cold light, targeting the gaps in the demon's joints, attempting to breach the impenetrable dark armor. Xiansha's long sword, infused with a dense aura of slaughter, repeatedly slashed against the demon's arms, the ear-piercing clang of metal ringing throughout the canyon. Mo Chen's arrows flew unexpectedly, the fierce bone arrows shot from the silver flood dragon bow, striking accurately at the demon's throat. Unfortunately, these attacks only left shallow dents in the demon's black armor, failing to inflict significant. In contrast, the black armored demon's swift movements and massive claws raged wildly, occasionally sending the cultivators flying or leaving glaring claw marks on their royal-grade armors. The four finally realized that this alien race was far more troublesome than they had imagined. Without royal-grade armor, fighting it was akin to striking a stone with an egg. However, no matter how formidable the black armored demon was, it was ultimately not invulnerable under the siege of the three. Soon Luo Qinghan seized the opportunity to pierce a crack at its joint with the shadow-killing sword, followed closely by Xiansha's heavy broadsword, striking down accurately at the fissure. Then Mo Chen's silver flood dragon bone arrow silently followed, and in an instant the black-armored demon's robust arm was violently shattered, dark blood gushing forth. Yet the black-armored demon seemed to be entirely unaware of the pain, continuing to frantically swing its remaining three massive claws. It charged at the four like a reckless monster, its ebony shell withstanding the relentless onslaught, and each strike sent chills down the spines of Xiansha and the others. The battle was extremely arduous. The equipment of the people from Piayan Village was simply too rudimentary. Although Luo Qinghan's shadow-killing sword was sharp, it lacked sufficient supplementary magical artifacts to enhance its power. Xiansha's broadsword was merely a low-grade imperial weapon, and after a prolonged fight its blade had developed a notch. Mo Chen's silver flood dragon bow was barely usable, but the black-armored demon's speed was exceedingly fast, resulting in a very low hit rate. Yifeng, due to his weak cultivation, could only rely on his agility to sneak attacks, not daring to confront it head-on. The four gritted their teeth and fought fiercely for a full half-hour before finally inflicting enough damage on the black-armored demon. Lin Chen's final arrow pierced through its brow, and this incredibly fierce black-armored demon collapsed to the ground completely lifeless. The four collapsed onto the rocky ground, their bodies smeared with black blood and dirt, panting heavily. Exterminating this alien creature had consumed a significant portion of their strength. In another direction of the valley, the sounds of battle were equally brutal. Xie Ran held a high-grade imperial longbow, leading the rest of the villagers to encircle the remaining 13 black-armored demons, the situation even more tense. These black-armored demons were each fearless, continuing to fight, even with severed limbs. Their defenses and offensive capabilities far exceeded those of ordinary monsters, while the villagers were merely ordinary cultivators with varying equipment. They could only rely on their numerical advantage to fight desperately, their formations chaotic and their techniques hasty. Every time they killed a demon, several villagers were injured in the process. The clash of blades and the roars of demons intertwined, stones flying and energy surging. Everyone exerted their utmost strength, not daring to relax, even for a moment, fearing that a single misstep could lead to disaster. It was uncertain how long had passed, but the last roar in the valley dissipated, and the final black-armored demon fell into a pool of blood. The strong from the village stood leaning on their weapons, all injured, their clothes tattered, their faces filled with the fatigue and shock of having survived. The ferocity of these aliens far exceeded their expectations. Their tough skin and fearless nature allowed them to continue fighting even after sustaining severe injuries. Their resilience was chilling. Had it not been for their small numbers, given their current equipment and disorganized coordination, they would have absolutely been unable to achieve such victory in such a short time. If several more enemies had come, today's valley would surely have seen tremendous casualties, possibly leading to the annihilation of the entire village. However, before they could catch their breath, a heavy drum-like sound of footsteps echoed from the valley entrance, accompanied by an unsettling, cold, demonic aura descending like a dark cloud. 16 black-armored demons, equally robust and clad in dark armor with a cold sheen, had finally followed the faintest clues to locate this sealed valley. The leading demon commander immediately ordered a frenzied assault on the mountain ceiling formation. "Let them in. Wait." Xie Ran's clear voice suddenly rang out. With a wave of her command flag, the strong from the village instantly adjusted their positions to modify the shielding formation. As the light curtain retracted, the black-armored demon commander's gaze swept over the 14 lifeless bodies of his kin sprawled on the ground. His crimson demonic eyes suddenly contracted, and his demonic aura surged violently, sweeping through the entire valley like boiling magma. He let out a deafening roar that caused rocks in the valley to tumble. The other 15 demons also erupted in fury, the demonic patterns on their armor bursting with dazzling black light, their massive claws pointing directly at the villagers, filled with murderous intent on tearing these humans apart to avenge their kin. A new round of intense battle erupted in an instant, the sounds of demonic armor colliding with weapons resonating throughout the valley once again as blades clashed and demonic roars intermingled with battle cries. The enraged black-armored demons attacked viciously, fighting for their lives, but the villagers, having become familiar with the black-armored demons' habits during the previous battle, coordinated with newfound synergy and confidence. Within half a stick of incense, they forced the 16 demons into a series of retreats. The demon leader grew increasingly alarmed as he realized that these human warriors were far more troublesome than expected. The key was their overwhelming numbers. Although they were fueled by anger, they still could not gain any advantage, and several of their kind were continually slain, suffering severe injuries, clearly indicating that the tide had turned against them. Retreat. After a quarter of an hour, the demon commander decisively roared and turned to flee towards the valley's exit. The remaining demons, seeing this, also abandoned the fight, fleeing for their lives. But at this point, they had already fallen into the encirclement of the villagers. Xie Ran also issued an order to seal the formation once again. The villagers scattered, each locking onto their targets, deploying their agility like hawks pouncing on rabbits, firmly grasping the fleeing demons, leaving them no chance of escape. With flashes of sword light and explosive spells, the panicked, fleeing black-armored demons were pursued one by one, exterminated amidst the dense forest and strange stones of the valley. When the last scream of a black-armored demon abruptly ceased, the canyon finally returned to a deathly stillness. The villagers stood amidst the corpses of demons, gasping for breath, their bodies suffering from various injuries. However, when they exchanged glances and surveyed the battlefield, disbelief appeared on everyone's faces, soon replaced by an uncontrollable exhilaration and joy. In this bloody battle against 30 fierce black-armored demons, none from their side suffered casualties. They all suddenly recalled what Yifeng had said earlier, and an eruption of cheers could not be contained. What a thrill! They had truly managed to eliminate 30 ruthless aliens without any casualties, a monumental victory that was unprecedented and enough to shake the entire Yunlan immortal city. The people of Piayan village were equally filled with excitement as their sect leader had led them to successfully slay 2 aliens, earning a reward of an imperial artifact, which was undoubtedly exhilarating. In the next moment, Xie Yiran stepped forward to Yifeng, her beautiful face adorned with unmistakable appreciation and a smile. Clearing her throat, her voice resonated far and wide. Village Master Yi, your clever strategy of luring and encircling has been of great merit. I hereby announce the immediate promotion of you to the position of Vice Commander of the battle team, and all other strong warriors from various villages must heed your command. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. What? The second young lady has directly promoted this Yi fellow to Vice Commander. This is unbelievable. Indeed, this promotion speed is too exaggerated. Everyone was astonished by the second young lad's sudden appointment. It should be noted that Yifeng was only at the initial stage of nascent soul, and he came from the weakest village. In terms of both strength and qualifications, he was the most inconspicuous presence. It was already remarkable that he could converse with them on equal terms, and now they were to follow his orders. However, this battle had indeed seen him achieve great merit. Yifeng was also momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, hastily cupping his hands and humbly declining, "Second young lady, you flatter me. This victory is the result of everyone's concerted effort. My qualifications are still shallow. Although I have shown some performance, I am unworthy of the position of Vice Commander. I ask you to rescind your order. It's not that I am being overly modest, but my authority is indeed too low. Besides, if I tie myself too closely to the second young lady, if I fail to seize the heir position later, wouldn't I be targeted by the eldest young lady as a thorn in her side?" Xie Yiran raised her brows slightly at this, her tone carrying an undeniable authority. "I have always been clear about rewards and punishments. Your contributions in this battle are unmatched. Military orders are as solid as a mountain. You must not refuse." She knew that extraordinary times called for extraordinary measures. Now all the villages were somewhat reserved towards her, and she was not adept at matters of killing and fighting. Therefore she had to establish an image akin to spending a fortune to buy a horse's bones, allowing everyone to let go of their reservations and genuinely serve her. Once these words were spoken, they firmly established Yifeng's new identity. The expressions of the other strong warriors from various villages turned complex. Some looked at Yifeng with jealousy in their eyes, while others felt a mix of emotions quite uncomfortable. Who would have thought that Yifeng, who had previously been the weakest in all the villages, would become famous in one battle, his status now surpassing that of these seasoned strong warriors? Yet despite their discomfort, no one dared to stand up and voice any objections. After all, such a perfect strategy of luring and encircling the enemy was something they could all conceive of but not achieve. Yifeng's contributions were glaringly evident, and no one could dispute them. However, they soon saw a new hope. If this second young lady was so unconventional in promoting talent, could they also achieve merit later, and perhaps gain similar favor? Only Yifeng remained standing in place, observing the complex gazes of the crowd, then looking at Xie Yiran's determined expression, bitterly smiling. He had no choice but to bow and accept the command. Before he had sufficient power to protect himself, he had to comply with whatever demands were made of him. After all, if he opposed this proud second young lady, now Piaoyan village would likely be annihilated immediately. Yet he also knew that accepting this vice commander position was tantamount to binding himself closely to this proud second young lady. From now on, he could only do his utmost to help her succeed in her ambitions, hoping to secure a slim chance of survival. Otherwise, the situation for Piaoyan village would be dire. In the following days, Yifeng held nothing back, employing the same tactics, leading the team to eliminate 2 more waves of aliens, and miraculously, not a single person was lost, achieving perfect results. This made the strong warriors regard the vice commander with increased respect, while also seeing a glimmer of hope for victory. However, the strength of the enemy strongholds behind is quite robust, and their numbers will only increase. Even if they can divide and lure half of them for encirclement, it won't be easy to take them down, leaving everyone feeling troubled. They are already aware of this strategy of luring them in batches, and at most they can only divert the enemy forces by half. How about we each add some personnel from our respective immortal villages? Suddenly, an elderly man proposed. He thought that since the enemy numbers were increasing, they should also increase their own numbers to solve the problem. This plan is excellent. After all, there are no significant losses. Oh, what harm is there in adding more manpower? Immediately someone in charge of an immortal village gritted his teeth and echoed. Right? Damn it, let's do it. I will send 5 more from my immortal village. We will send 3 more. My immortal village will also add 4 more. After a round of deliberation, the vast majority of the immortal villages quickly made their decisions. Since they were destined not to support the eldest lady, they would firmly support the second lady. Previously, they did not dare to send too many personnel, partly because they feared the second lady would not command well, leading to significant losses that their own immortal villages could not afford, and partly because they were afraid that supporting the second lady too much would lead to resentment from the eldest lady, resulting in future retribution. Thus, most of them just went through the motions, sending some old or weak soldiers to make up the numbers. But now things were different. Their team had achieved 3 consecutive victories with almost no injuries, creating a formidable momentum. Everyone began to quietly change their mindset. They gradually felt that this was an opportunity worth fighting for. If they could successfully follow the second lady to seize the airship, they would certainly enjoy a life of luxury in the future. Conversely, if they continued to work without contributing, they would have to rely on the mercy of others. This calculation was clear to everyone. Originally hesitant and observant hearts, after 3 consecutive victories, had completely united into a single force. While 10 immortal villages were successively increasing their personnel and fully supporting the second lady in exterminating the enemy in another direction of Yunlan Immortal City, the eldest lady Xian Meifeng was also fiercely carrying out the encirclement of the enemy strongholds. Relying on her noble birth and the strong support of the 10 immortal villages, she quickly gathered over 100 elite cultivators of the transformation stage, delivering devastating strikes against several enemy strongholds with a scale and momentum far surpassing that of the second lady. Xian Meifeng was clearly determined to widen the gap with thunderous achievements, completely eliminating any chances for her sister to vie for the position. However, her tactical approach was entirely different from Yifeng's strategy. She and the immortal villages under her command fought honorably from start to finish without employing tactics of luring and dividing the enemy, nor any deceptive layouts. Every assault on the enemy nests was a full-on frontal assault using their battle formations. Relying on her profound cultivation and numerical superiority, she indeed flattened the enemy strongholds one after another with banners flying on the battlefield, giving the impression of remarkable victories. However, after each battle, they could not avoid casualties among their cultivators. The lightly wounded withdrew, while the heavily wounded fell directly on the spot, causing the morale of the team to quietly dwindle. Standing on the chaotic battlefield, Xian Meifeng gazed at the fallen cultivators being carried away, her brow furrowing. She vaguely felt that there were still shortcomings in her command that were not the perfect strategy. But when she asked the leaders of the immortal villages if there were any improvements to be made, the heads of the top immortal villages around her had already surrounded her, offering flattery in turns. The eldest lady is overthinking it. I have always spoken the truth, and I can say without exaggeration that the eldest lady flattened this enemy stronghold in just half a day. Such speed is unmatched among the young generation of the nearby immortal cities. The head of the Qing Stone immortal village, Ouyang Hong, put away his fan and respectfully praised her. Indeed, fighting the enemy is a life-for-a-life exchange. How can there be no losses whatsoever? The eldest lady can achieve such continuous victories at such a minimal cost. She is truly a master of military strategy. If someone else were in command, they would likely incur losses several times greater and still not achieve such results. The head of the Black Wind immortal village stepped forward, agreeing loudly. Exactly. The enemy is fierce and the eldest lady possesses exceptional talent and skillful command. We are all genuinely convinced. A few minor losses are merely trivial blemishes under such glorious achievements. They are not worth mentioning. Once the eldest lady completely eradicates the enemy from the entire region, she will surely gain the favor of the city lord, and great prospects await. Another person in charge of the Red Fire immortal village quickly chimed in, their tone excessively flattering. Now is the best time to win the eldest lattice favor, and they all worked hard to do so. In fact, they genuinely felt that the second lattice side must have suffered significant losses, and it was unlikely they could take down a stronghold. Their achievements were absolutely secure. As everyone spoke one after another, the entire atmosphere was filled with flattery and praise, downplaying the casualties caused by the hard fighting, while beautiful words continued to pour forth, causing Xian Meifeng's doubts to gradually fade away, and she increasingly felt that her tactics were beyond reproach. Upon reflection, she realized she had not detected many flaws in her side's command, so she quickly settled down. However, a few cultivators and leaders from the weaker immortal villages in the back rows watched this scene and inwardly groaned. This eldest lady truly does not understand the value of resources. Clearly they could start with the weaker opponents, yet she insisted on challenging the strong ones. Losing 1 today and 2 tomorrow, over time how great would the losses be? The casualties were not the main force of the enemy's immortal city, who of course wouldn't care, but they themselves were already short on resources, and those they sent were the few elite left in their village. Following the eldest lattice reckless approach, they had already lost quite a few men after just 2 or 3 battles. If this continues, they wouldn't even have to wait for the competition for the position to end. Their own immortal village's foundation would be drained significantly. At this moment, they had little voice and felt powerless under the pressure of several major strong villages. If they dared to voice even a hint of dissent, they would immediately become targets, let alone persuade a change in tactics. Thus, they could only keep their heads down, watching their comrades fall one after another, silently lamenting, but helplessly forced to continue enduring. But that's fine, it's just a 1-month assessment period. They can hold on. As long as they can serve this future heir to the city lord well, everything will be worth it. Just as Xian Meifeng was feeling content being praised by the leaders of the immortal villages and preparing to head to the next location, a strong cultivator from a medium-sized immortal village suddenly stepped forward, lowering his voice to tentatively suggest, "Eldest lady, although we are advancing like a hot knife through butter, the second lady is also diligently exterminating. Should we send some personnel to secretly scout their situation? If there is an opportunity, we could secretly trip her up to ensure the eldest lady secures her position as heir. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent. Before Siam Meifeng could respond, several self-important leaders of the strong immortal villages immediately interrupted, in unison, their faces filled with disdain and contempt. Scout the situation? Secretly trip her up? Why bother with such unnecessary actions? Don't you see what kind of team the second lady has? Together they barely number over 60, and most are just the old and weak cultivators from the various immortal villages used to make up the numbers. How can they possibly contend with us? Ouyang Hong from Qing's Stone Immortal Village waved his hand, his tone dripping with unabashed scorn. Exactly. That rabble will lose 2 or 3 out of 10 when they encounter a wave of enemies. If they manage to finish the fight, it will be a miracle. They are not worthy of us expending effort to scout or employ any tactics. The head of the Black Wind Immortal Village sneered in agreement, speaking loudly. The people of the Red Fire Immortal City stepped forward, bowing to Siam Meifeng and saying, "Eldest lady, your status is noble, and you are a person of great caliber. If we were to use such underhanded tactics against the second lady, once it spreads, it would provide grounds for the families and factions in the city to seize upon, thereby tarnishing the eldest lattice reputation. With our strength, a direct crush is sufficient. There's no need for any devious methods." It wasn't that they intentionally looked down on those people, but rather that none of them were capable of fighting. Moreover, those immortal villages were afraid of the eldest lattice reckoning after the fact. Even if some villages had a bit of strength, they wouldn't dare to send out their best soldiers lightly. The continuous persuasion was filled with extreme contempt for the second lattice team. Siam Meifeng listened, and the more she thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. She was already prideful and looked down on the weak team that her sister had cobbled together, and she was even less inclined to employ underhanded tactics that would attract criticism. In the next moment, she slightly raised her chin, her brow full of arrogance, and calmly replied, "What you say is true. They are merely a group of insignificant ants. Why should I trouble myself to deal with them? If I want to win, I must win openly and above board. You all just need to follow me to continue exterminating the enemies, using solid achievements to make her lose convincingly." After her words, everyone once again praised her in unison, with no one taking the second lattice team seriously. Yet they had no idea that on another battlefield, the second lattice team, under Yifeng's leadership, maintained extremely low casualties, seamlessly executing luring, ambushing, and encircling with extermination efficiency, steadily climbing. Although it appeared that their momentum was not as grand as that of Siam Meifeng's side, the actual gains were rapidly catching up at an astonishing speed, threatening to gradually erode the advantage Siam Meifeng had painstakingly built. At the same time, in Yunlan Immortal City, in the direction of the city lord's residence, a tall, yet somewhat aged figure stood majestically at a mountaintop, listening to the reports from his subordinates. This figure wore a dark cloud-patterned immortal robe, the fabric billowing in the mountain wind, standing tall like an ancient pine. Yet beneath the imposing exterior, his temples were frosted with gray, revealing some signs of age. It was none other than Xie Guanlan, the city lord of Yunlan Immortal City. At this moment, Xie Guanlan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze piercing through layers of mountains, overlooking the wilderness below. The pressure emanating from him caused the birds and beasts on the mountaintop to fall silent, afraid to move. At this moment, Xie Guanlan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze piercing through layers of mountains, overlooking the wilderness below. The pressure. By the way, how goes the progress of those 2 girls in exterminating the enemy? After an unknown period, Xie Guanlan suddenly shifted the topic to inquire about the recent assessment of the young city lord.